In the year 737 of age, planet Vegeta. Night falls and Luo Tian looks up at the sea of stars, and the fleet of spaceships suspended amid the starry sky silent. So this day has come at last. Luo Tian knew that before long planet Vegeta would face its doom. Apart from a handful of scions, all the scions on this planet would vanish together with planet Vegeta becoming dust in the universe. Of course Luo Tian would never be in any danger even if the entire universe were destroyed. Yes, Luo Tian had transmigrated. When he woke up he found he had been reborn into the world of Dragon Ball. Luo Tian had not become a scion or an earthling. Instead he was condensed from the very essence of the universe and had become an angel. Born a god, a true god, and possessing an endless immortal lifespan from birth. His power was astonishing. Though there was still a slight gap between him and the destroyer god, one must remember that Luo Tian had only just been born. Just after being born, he already possessed strength infinitely close to that of the destroyer god. With a little more training, surpassing him would be all too easy. When an angel is born, they already have the appearance of an adult, and it will never change throughout their life. However, Luo Tian was somewhat of an exception. His skin color was different from other angels, not blue, but yellow. After an angel is born, they are expected to go out and gain experience through trials. After passing through those trials, an angel can raise their power to the corresponding heights, and then take charge of a new universe. According to the Grand Minister, an angel's growth is divided into 4 stages. Each stage is further divided into 3 levels. Right now Luo Tian was at the first level of the first stage. Through trials in the mortal world, Luo Tian would gradually grow into the second stage. As the Grand Minister put it, the so-called trials mean using your experiences, insights, cultivation, and emotions from the mortal world to comprehend the power of angelhood, thereby increasing your strength. At present, most of the official angels of the various universes had already reached the second stage, and a small number had reached the third stage. Only the Grand Minister was said to have reached the 4th stage. He had said that above the 4th stage there was a 5th stage, which was the goal he had always been pursuing. The destroyer gods, however, wielded destruction, which differed fundamentally from angelic power. If converted into strength, it was equivalent to the first stage of an angel. Luo Tian subsequently chose planet Vegeta for his trials. During that era, planet Vegeta had just seen King Vegeta, the father of Vegeta, ascend to the throne. On this planet, Luo Tian witnessed the scions rise from prosperity to decline and gradually heading toward destruction. He did not feel much about it. This was merely a stop in his angelic trials. At that moment on planet Vegeta, more and more scions were being summoned back. Luo Tian, you sense it too, don't you? At that moment a voice sounded behind Luo Tian. It's Bardock, is it? Luo Tian said without turning around. Standing behind Luo Tian was indeed Bardock, the father of Sun Wukong. Bardock bore an extremely close resemblance to Sun Wukong. The only differences were the long scar across his face and the fluffy tail behind him. Luo Tian had been on planet Vegeta for a long time, and so knew most of the scions on the planet. Bardock was one of the few friends he had made here. On my way back, I saw Frisia's spaceship hovering not far from planet Vegeta. He summoned us back. He must be planning some huge conspiracy, Bardock said in a low voice. You're right. Luo Tian nodded gently. So it really is as I feared. Bardock's expression shifted slightly. Frisia fears the birth of a super scion, or a god of super scions among us, so he summoned all scions back to wipe us out in one blow. Luo Tian smiled. Bardock, you say that so calmly. When I was coming back they were indeed discussing the super scion and the god of super scions. Bardock said thoughtfully, but that is only a legend. Would Frisia believe such baseless rumors? Sometimes a legend can become reality. Luo Tian smiled. Bardock was speechless. You leave me with nothing to say. I absolutely cannot let Frisia have his way. Bardock gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly. I have spent these years fighting on alien planets at death's door more often than not. My battle power has reached unprecedented heights. If the Super Scion truly exists, then I think I may already be infinitely close. Oh, Luo Tian turned back to glance at Bardock. You really dare to say that? You're infinitely close to Super Scion. With your battle power, Frisia could kill you with a single fart. Battle power 15000, not bad, Bardock. You've already surpassed King Vegeta. Luo Tian could tell at a glance. Bardock was stunned. You? How do you know that? You're not wearing a scouter. Bardock stared at Luo Tian in shock. Was it Toma who told you? Luo Tian smiled and didn't answer. With my current battle power, I'm still no match for Frisia. Bardock asked. You're still far off. Frisia's battle power is. Well, I'd better not say. I'm afraid it'll discourage you. Luo Tian sighed. Bardock, talking halfway is too infuriating. It's fine. I have mental preparation. Bardock gritted his teeth. Bardock gritted his teeth. Luo Tian held up one finger. What? 10000. Bardock's face changed color. Luo Tian shook his head. Don't joke around. How could it be 10000? Bardock was stunned. Luo Tian continued shaking his head. Bardock, Could it be 10000? That's impossible. How could his battle power possibly be so high? Bardock was terrified. Too low, Luo Tian replied. Bardock rolled his eyes and nearly fainted. Frisia's battle power is 100, Luo Tian said. Or more precisely 1200. I just rounded off the extra 20 for you. Bardock's body began to tremble violently, his face pale as a sheet of paper. Frisia's battle power. Is this an existence that defies heaven? Well, I'm telling you this just to make you see reality, not to let you live in a dream. Luo Tian sighed. This. Are you joking? Bardock said in a low voice, I really think this is impossible. With a battle power of 1001 can destroy a planet. If it's 100000, he could destroy an entire galaxy. Destroying a galaxy is still somewhat hard. Luo Tian smiled and didn't continue the topic. Then what about you? Luo Tian, what is your battle power? Bardock asked. Luo Tian, what is your battle power? Bardock asked. I don't have a battle power. Luo Tian shook his head. Why would an angel need battle power? Bardock was speechless. You say you have no battle power. Who would believe that? Anyway, just remember this. No matter how powerful Frisia is, he can't withstand even one slap from me. Luo Tian smiled. Bardock said nothing. There's no way to keep chatting. Can you not brag? That you're strong I can agree with. After all, among the many scions, you are also quite an outstanding existence. But saying you can kill Frisia with one slap. By the way, Luo Tian, that silver white hair of yours is really eye-catching. I've never seen a scion with silver white hair before. Bardock laughed and changed the subject. If you live long enough, maybe one day you'll see another scion with silver white hair. Luo Tian said with a smile. That person I believe you'll be very familiar with. Who? Bardock was startled, a look of complete confusion on his face. Bardock, if I were you, instead of staying here chatting with me, I'd find a way to send your son Kakarot out as soon as possible. That way, even if planet Vegeta is destroyed, he may still have a chance to survive. Luo Tian smiled. Perhaps one day he will avenge us scions. Bardock, come on. My son Kakarot. A little guy with a battle power of just 2. Still, Luo Tian is right. I should find a way to let Kakarot survive. I don't expect him to avenge us. Just let him live healthily on that planet. What about you, Luo Tian? What are your plans? I will live and die together with this planet. Luo Tian smiled. Bardock, I feel like you've already seen through everything. Forget it, do as you wish. Find whatever you want. Alright, I understand. Bardock nodded gravely. Kakarot's battle power is only 2. I believe that even if he leaves in a spaceship, Frisia shouldn't sense his presence. Perhaps he really can escape this calamity. Go. Luo Tian smiled. After saying this, Bardock immediately took his leave and swiftly returned home. John, I'm back. Bardock called out. Have you been to see Luo Tian? John smiled sweetly. You had a chat with him. Bardock nodded. I'm afraid things are more troublesome than I expected. We need to make plans soon. Even Luo Tian says so. John's expression changed. Bardock was silent, looking up at the stars outside the window. A brief silence. By the way, where's Raditz? Bardock asked. Raditz has already become a combatant. He's partnered with Prince Vegeta on another planet far, far away, so he hasn't come back yet, John replied. Prince Vegeta? Teaming up with that troublesome guy? Bardock was speechless, then asked again. What about Kakarot? Is he still in the incubation machine? Yeah, it's already been 3 years. It's time to take him out. John nodded. Let's go see him. Bardock nodded. They arrived at the bedroom. Bardock saw Kakarot inside the incubation machine. You've grown so much. Bardock murmured. Yes, he looks exactly like you, especially that unique hairstyle, Giant said with a smile. Wait here. I'm going to steal a spherical spaceship and send this child away to another planet. Bardock had made up his mind. Huh. Giant was taken aback. Is it because of Frisia's plot? Exactly. Bardock fell silent. My uneasy feeling is growing stronger. Even Luo Tian has said the same. I fear things are worse than we imagined. Having said that, Bardock left the house under cover of night, secretly went to the spaceship base, and stole a spherical spaceship back. The couple put Kakarot into the spaceship and quietly entered a mountain area. By the way, it is not like a scion to worry about your own child, Jine said with a smile. Jine smiled. Perhaps I caught it from your innocence, Bardock chuckled. Wah. Kakarot wailed inside the spherical spaceship and beat its hull with his small fists. It seemed that Kakarot, having just come out of the incubation pod, was still not used to this environment. Kakarot, stop it. Bardock said. Hey Bardock, why don't we run away together? Jine suggested. It's useless. Frisia and his men have scouters. The moment they detect both our power levels, none of us can get away. Bardock shook his head. So is Kakarot saved only because his power level is 2? Jine asked. Whether he can be saved is still unknown. Bardock said in a deep voice, setting the spaceship on the ground. The course is set for a distant planet called Earth. It has plenty of food, but neither the people nor its resources have much value, so it is an unremarkable planet. Kakarot, if your father was just being overly worried, we will come for you soon. Jine leaned over the transparent hatch and spoke to Kakarot inside. Remember, don't stare at the full moon for too long, Bardock warned. I will tell Raditz about that too, Giant said. You must survive, Kakarot. Bardock waved at Kakarot inside the ship. Take care, Giant said. Giant held back her tears, refusing to let them fall. Kakarot stretched out his tiny hand and looked at his parents outside the window, lost and bewildered. Are Mom and Dad not going to keep me? What did I do wrong? Whoosh. A pale blue flame shot into the sky, rushed toward the starry void, and vanished in an instant. The child of destiny was thus sent to Earth. Hey Kakarot, beware of the Galactic Patrol, Giant called out loudly. In the boundless universe amid the vast starry sky, Frisia's spaceship moved slowly forward. The Super Scion and the Super Scion God, is that it? Frisia sat on his floating pod, his smile sinister. Lord Frisia, I think this is just a cliched heroic legend, a subordinate replied. A subordinate answered. I naturally know that, but I cannot tolerate even a single trace of unease. Frisia smiled lightly. No matter what, Scions are an extremely proud lot. They will never become my completely loyal servants. If so, it is time to let them be destroyed along with their planet. What a pity. After all, Scions are excellent warriors, the subordinate lamented. How many Scions have returned to planet Vegeta? Frisia asked. Nearly all of them should come back within another month, the subordinate answered. Only a very small number of Scions still need more time to return, the subordinate replied. I can't wait that long. The initial plan will be set 1 month from now, Frisia said. Frisia smiled. Won't this make the survivors suspicious? The subordinate asked. Ha ha ha. Just tell them planet Vegeta was hit by a giant meteorite. Isn't that enough? A smile spread across Frisia's face. Huh. At that moment, the subordinate suddenly noticed something. What is it? Frisia asked. A spherical spaceship seems to be passing by in the distance, the subordinate said hurriedly. It looks as though it was launched from planet Vegeta. Let me see who it is. The subordinate immediately operated the computer to check the occupant of the ship. It is a Scion baby with a power level of 2. The subordinate almost laughed. Frisia, Lord Frisia, shall we shoot down that ship? The subordinate asked. With a power level of only 2, even if he survives, he will hardly be able to live in this universe. Frisia smiled slightly. I might as well do a little good deed. The subordinate. Lord Frisia, do you actually have good deeds? You were simply too contemptuous to shoot him down. A remote planet. Vegeta, Nappa, Raditz, and other Scions had already slaughtered most of the humans on this planet. 5-year-old Vegeta sat on a rock, gnawing on an apple-like fruit. Is it really okay not to go back? You are the prince, Raditz asked. After this battle, Raditz had suffered minor injuries. Vegeta and Nappa, however, were perfectly fine. Who cares? Just pretend we didn't hear it, Vegeta said indifferently. Fine. Raditz thought it was a good idea. Alright, there are still quite a few survivors on this planet. We must wipe them all out without exception, Vegeta said. Vegeta stood up, tossed away the fruit, and gave orders to the Scion companions around him. As time passed, day after day went by. 3 months arrived in the blink of an eye. Frisia's spaceship hovered high in the troposphere of planet Vegeta. Creak. The hatch of Frisia's spaceship opened. Whoosh. Frisia slowly flew out of the ship on his floating pod. Ah-ha-ha-ha. He let out a series of strange laughs and gathered a tremendously powerful planet destruction ball in his hand. Disappear, planet Vegeta. Frisia laughed madly as the planet destruction ball in his hand swelled with the wind. Frisia. Bardock's aura burst forth, his energy raised to its absolute limit, and he charged upward at Frisia in the sky. Watching Bardock rush toward him, Frisia's face was full of contempt. Ah-ha-ha-ha. Frisia let out a strange cry, casually waved his hand downward, and the planet destruction ball came crashing down. The planet destruction ball blotted out the sky, carrying boundless pressure. Crackle. Crackle. Electric arcs wildly erupted across its surface as if trying to devour the whole world. Energy wave. Energy surged in Bardock's hands, and he hurled a powerful energy wave at the planet destruction ball. Bardock's energy wave was like a tiny drop of water in the vast ocean. The moment it touched the planet destruction ball, it vanished into nothing. Bardock's pupils shrank violently, and for a moment he was frozen. Too powerful. Just as Luo Tian had said, Frisia's power was truly unfathomable. Even this casually summoned planet destruction ball was beyond anything he could handle. The planet destruction ball descended toward Bardock. Bardock lost all hope, despair written all over his face. Giant Raditz, Kakarot. Goodbye. He smiled helplessly. Whoosh. Just when Bardock thought he was certain to die, a figure flickered beside him and suddenly appeared in front of him. Luo Tian. Bardock was taken aback. To do what you know is impossible. Luo Tian sighed. Snap. The staff in Luo Tian's hand appeared. What is that? Bardock asked, stunned. Just a tool I use to make a living. Don't worry about it, Luo Tian said with a smile. Snap. The next moment, the crystal orb on Luo Tian's staff shot out a brilliant flame. Crack. A blue vortex appeared in the void where Luo Tian and Bardock stood. In consideration of our acquaintance, I will take you away from here. Luo Tian kicked Bardock into the blue vortex. Then Luo Tian also plunged into the vortex. Snap. The next instant, both of them disappeared. Just as the two vanished, the planet destruction ball in the sky came crashing down. Rumble. Planet Vegeta split apart on the spot and instantly turned into cosmic dust. Ahahaha. Frieza laughed excitedly. The fireworks of a planet are always so beautiful and moving. No one knew how much time had passed before Bardock finally woke up. You're awake. Looking closely, Bardock saw two aliens beside him, one tall and one short. Their skin was pale purple and their features were strange. They had large oval purple heads with two antenna-like eye stalks jutting from the tops of their heads. Bardock frowned, a wary expression on his face. Haha, no need to be so guarded. I am the doctor of this village. My name is Yabana, and this is my son Bailey. The tall one said warmly. The tall one greeted him with a friendly smile. We found you unconscious in the big forest far away, and Bailey carried you back. Ah, this is a healing medicine from Planet Plant. As he spoke, Yabana lifted Bardock's arm and poured the healing medicine over Bardock's wounded forearm. Bardock was slightly startled. This liquid looked much like the healing fluid in a recovery machine. Wait, did that guy just say this place is Planet Plant? Wasn't that the former name of Planet Vegeta? What in the world is going on? How could I have ended up here? You should rest well first. I believe your injuries will fully recover before long, said Yabana with a smile. Bardock remained silent. After speaking, Yabana left the scene with Bailey. Not long after they departed, Luo Tian's figure appeared at the entrance of the cave. Luo Tian, is that you? Bardock was taken aback, looking at Luo Tian with a bewildered expression, and quickly asked, what is going on? Where are we? He just said this is Planet Palante. Isn't Palante the former name of Planet Vegeta? Bardock fired off several questions in a row. I accidentally traveled back too far in time. This seems to be 1,000 years ago, Luo Tian mused. Bardock's eyes widened, his face a portrait of sheer astonishment. What? Here 1,000 years ago? Don't joke around. Live, well, Bardock. Perhaps when you survive to our era you will see me, Luo Tian said, stepping forward to pat Bardock on the shoulder. Bardock, what does that mean? Keep it up, you can do it. Luo Tian chuckled. You? Who exactly are you? Bardock stammered. You can think of me as a god, Luo Tian said with a faint smile. Bardock fell silent. A god? That was... Actually, Bardock didn't disbelieve it entirely, he simply couldn't accept it. It was like a friend you've known for years suddenly claiming to be an omnipotent god. Could you accept that? Honestly, wouldn't you be freaked out? See, I tell the truth, and you don't believe me, Luo Tian laughed. Well, take care. Strive to become a Super Saiyan soon. You mean? I can become a Super Saiyan? Bardock's heart stirred, and he quickly asked. I'm just saying something nice at parting. Can't you tell? Luo Tian sighed. Bardock fell silent again. There was no way to continue the conversation. You always managed to kill the chat. Then, what about Giant? Bardock asked again. She'll be born 1,000 years from now, of course, said Luo Tian. Hang in there, try to live 1,000 years. Bardock felt a pang of despair. Who could live 1,000 years? The lifespan of a Saiyan barely exceeded 100 years, 200 at best with good fortune. 200 years was already extremely long-lived. After all, the lifespan of Saiyan was actually not much different from that of Earthlings. However, Saiyan could enter a combat state in their youth and maintain a youthful appearance for a long time. This was done to facilitate continued fighting. The youthful appearance could last until around 60 or 70 years old, after which they would slowly age. Most Saiyan, barring combat losses, lived only about 80 to 90 years. I have to go back. Perhaps we'll meet again. Luo Tian waved his hand. Slap. A scepter materialized in Luo Tian's hand. The crystal ball atop the scepter emitted a blue beam of light. Instantly a vortex formed at the scene. Wait. Wait. Take me back too. Bardock hurriedly called out. Luo Tian ignored him and stepped into the vortex, disappearing in a flash. Bardock's body trembled violently. 1,000 years. How could he live to 1,000 years later? That was utterly impossible. I have to go back too. I absolutely cannot stay in this era. I want to go home. Slap. Bardock slammed his head into the vortex. But instead of traveling back, he felt his head crash into something hard like a rock, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Whoosh. The next moment, the blue vortex vanished instantly. Hey, wait. Don't disappear. Bardock shouted loudly. And then there was nothing. The entire world seemed to fall silent at that moment. The cave was still the same cave. An added layer of loneliness and helplessness. Huh. What disappeared? Did you have a nightmare? At that moment, Bailey approached with food, looking at Bardock with a puzzled expression. Bardock silently stared at Bailey. Are you all right? Bailey asked with concern. Get lost. I don't want to talk to you. Bardock snorted. Whoosh. Luo Tian returned to his own era through the time-space tunnel. However, by then Planet Vegeta had already been destroyed. Even Frieza had departed the place aboard his spaceship. Luo Tian floated silently in the void of space. What? Save Planet Vegeta? That was impossible. As an angel in principle, he had to maintain neutrality. Of course, this principle wasn't necessarily unbreakable. But mainly Luo Tian felt there was no need to save Planet Vegeta. The destruction of this planet was inevitable. A race's rise and fall. In the vast universe, it was the most ordinary thing. As for the notion that an angel would vanish when fighting with full power, Luo Tian had consulted the great priest about it. The great priest said that as long as you were strong enough, you didn't need to fight with full power. For instance, against the current Frisia, Luo Tian could easily kill him with a single slap. One light slap and Frisia would be done for. Would Luo Tian vanish then? Of course not, because Luo Tian hadn't fought with full power. But if his opponent were Beerus, fighting with full power would indeed cause Luo Tian to disappear, given his current strength. However, if given time to cultivate and gain insights, he believed that one day he would be able to thrash Beerus. Next, I think I should go to Earth and have some fun, Luo Tian mused. After all, the life on planet Vegeta has fulfilled my childhood dreams. Whooshed. Luo Tian muttered to himself, then transformed into a brilliant beam of light and sped off toward Earth. Amid the starry sky, a massive spaceship was slowly advancing. Inside the ship, the sound of Frisia's maniacal laughter echoed from time to time. What a joyful day. Planet Vegeta was obliterated. How many Siren are left now? Frisia suddenly asked his subordinates. Well, Lord Frisia, according to our statistics, there are fewer than 10 Siren remaining, the subordinate immediately replied. This includes some who left the planet long ago and have lost contact. Lord Frisia, among the remaining Siren, only Prince Vegeta is outstanding. He possesses extremely high talent, and at his young age his combat power has already reached 15000. If he continues to develop. Dodoria interjected gravely. That brat Vegeta and a few other Siren children haven't returned. I suspect they pretended not to hear Lord Frisia's summons, Zarbin said with a smirk. By the way, in the battle on that planet, only 3 survived, the rest died, Dodoria added, glancing at remote data. That kid Vegeta performed exceptionally well in the fight. Lord Frisia, to be safe, why not bring that brat Vegeta under your wing and develop him here? Dodoria proposed. Just think, it's exciting to let a max-level character level up in the newbie village. Even if you give him 20 or 30 years, his combat power probably won't increase much. You handle it as you see fit, Frisia said with a smile. Whooshed. As they spoke, a brilliant beam of light streaked across the starry sky in the distance and vanished in an instant. It was none other than Luo Tian passing by. What? What was that? Zarbin's eyes widened as he stared at the dazzling beam of light like a diamond. Zarbin, there's nothing to be alarmed about, Dodoria chuckled. Such phenomena are quite common in space. I vaguely feel like I saw a person flying over there. Zarbin rubbed his eyes. That person seemed like a Siren from planet Vegeta, and I think I've seen him somewhere before. Frisia glanced at Zarbin. Lord Frisia, I might have been seeing things. I'm terribly sorry, Zarbin quickly apologized. There's absolutely no way such a Siren exists after all planet Vegeta has been destroyed. Besides, Zarbin, no Siren can fly that fast, Dodoria said with a light laugh. That's true. Zarbin nodded. Zarbin fell silent again after speaking. That person, I really think he looked like a Siren I've seen. Especially his silver white hair, it left a deep impression on me. Yes, Luo Tian. That Siren named Luo Tian. But how could that be? Didn't Luo Tian die along with planet Vegeta? I must have been seeing things. That's right. I'd better not make a fuss. Zarbin's still thinking about what just happened. Frisia squinted his triangular eyes at Zarbin. No. Zarbin waved his hands vigorously. Good, Frisia said with a faint smile. Zarbin fell silent again. Frisia also furrowed his brow. Just now, for a moment, a flicker of unease arose in my heart. What could this be? That unease seemed to be related to the brilliant beam of light. Was that brilliant beam of light really a Siren flying? Frisia wanted to chase after it, but the light was too fast, faster than the spaceship. What was the point of chasing? With the current technological level of the Frisia force, it was impossible, and they couldn't even detect the image of the target. On an unnamed planet. Raditz. We just received a message, planet Vegeta has been destroyed by a giant meteor impact. Raditz was stunned, his face changing repeatedly. What? Nappa also broke out in a cold sweat. So, there are only 3 of us Siren left, Raditz said in a low voice. Well, now there's no way to become the king of the Siren, Vegeta said, a hint of helplessness crossing his young face. Raditz. Nappa. At a time like this, you're still thinking about being king of the Siren. It seems there are only 3 of us left. There's apparently one Scion survivor. He's my younger brother. Raditz scratched his head. A month ago, Mom and Dad sent him to another planet. Which planet did she send him to? Mom told me, but I can't quite remember. Vegeta, what should we do next? Nappa paid no attention to Raditz's brother, completely at a loss. Naturally, we continue the fight. Vegeta smiled faintly. Based on my current growth rate in combat power, I'll eventually surpass 1000. 1000 combat power. Nappa's expression darkened. That's terrifying. My combat power is only 500 now. If it weren't for my good luck, I'd probably be dead this time. Raditz sighed. I knew you were the kind of guy who'd hold us back. You really should work on boosting your combat power faster. Vegeta huffed. Yes, Raditz replied hurriedly. Earth. Watching the planet that was far too familiar, Luo Tian felt a wave of nostalgia. From space looking down at Earth, the feelings were profound. Whooshed. In the next moment, Luo Tian descended rapidly toward Earth. Will someone please save me? Help. Just then Luo Tian suddenly heard a voice coming from below. Luo Tian focused his gaze. He saw two bandits on the ground below attempting to do something inappropriate to a beautiful girl. The girl retreated step by step, her face pale. And what made her feel most desperate was that there was absolutely no one around. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call this place the middle of nowhere. Hey there, pretty girl, let's have some fun. There's just the three of us here, and as long as you make us happy. Hee hee hee. The scar-faced man grinned wickedly. What a beautiful girl. TSK, TSK. We're really walking on luck today. The other youth with braided hair smiled. The two men closed in on the girl step by step. The girl kept backing away. Due to extreme nervousness, her footing slipped, and she fell to her knees. You like being on your knees, miss? The scar-faced man smiled even wider. The girl burst into tears. Someone please save me. Gak, come save me, the girl shouted loudly. Stop shouting, it's no use. There's nobody around here. The braided youth smirked and moved forward to make his move. Smack. At that moment, Luo Tian descended from the sky and landed beside the girl. Bang. Luo Tian kicked the braided youth with a flying kick, sending him soaring through the air. The braided youth traced an arc through the air and collapsed unconscious upon landing. Oh dear, I may have used a bit too much force. I'm afraid he might become a vegetable now. Luo Tian sighed. What a sin, what a sin. I really don't like fighting. What? Who are you? The scar-faced man's expression shifted repeatedly. He immediately pulled out a pistol and pointed it at Luo Tian. Bang! Luo Tian slapped it away with one palm, sending the pistol flying from the scar-faced man's hand. The scar-faced man stood frozen. A brief silence fell. The scar-faced man suddenly snapped out of his daze and hastily drew a dagger from behind his back. Smack! Luo Tian grabbed the dagger in one hand and gently snapped it. Crack! The dagger was broken in half by Luo Tian's grip. Any other weapons? Luo Tian smiled. And no. Spare my life, sir. The scar-faced man was utterly terrified and immediately dropped to his knees. Bang! Luo Tian delivered a kick. The scar-faced man soared through the air in an arc and crashed headfirst into the ground. As for whether he was dead or not, Luo Tian couldn't be bothered to check. How dare you lay hands on an angel? Death would be too good for you. So cool. The girl's eyes sparkled with little red hearts. He's so handsome. Are you okay? Luo Tian turned to look at the girl. However, upon looking at her, Luo Tian was slightly taken aback. This girl seemed familiar, like he'd seen her somewhere before. It must have been from a manga. The girl had long golden hair and bore a striking resemblance to Bulma. Could it be? She's Bulma's older sister. Hello, I'm Tais. Thank you for saving me. I will definitely repay you. The girl hurriedly introduced herself and bowed to Luo Tian. Tais. Luo Tian paused. Indeed, she was Bulma's older sister. Unexpectedly, the moment he arrived on Earth, he ran into Bulma's older sister. My name is Luo Tian. Luo Tian smiled and asked, why are you alone in such a desolate place? I'm a novelist. I wanted to gather material here to help with my writing. Who would have thought I'd encounter those two bad guys? Tais was still trembling with residual fear. She thanked him again. For your life-saving grace, I must properly express my gratitude. Offer yourself in marriage. Luo Tian smiled. Tais. She had just thought he was serious. But after only 2 sentences, he was already making jokes like that. Smack. Just then Gak descended from the sky and appeared at the scene in an instant. Tais, were you the one calling for help just now? Gak asked anxiously. Yes. Tais wiped her brow. With that speed, by the time you arrived, I'd have already been bullied. Were you about to disrespect Miss Tais? Gak pointed his finger at Luo Tian and asked. Luo Tian recognized Gak. He also knew that Gak was a galactic patrol officer. No, that's not what happened. Tais hurriedly explained. Tais, no need to say more. Let me handle him. Gak assumed a fighting stance. Smack. Luo Tian delivered a powerful slap. Before Gak could react, he was sent flying. Tais. What happened to handling him? Why is he so fragile? Aren't you supposed to be an elite of the Galactic Patrol? Could this guy be a fake? Gak quickly recovered his balance and returned to the scene. Who are you? Gak's expression changed. How could this silver-haired boy be so powerful? There shouldn't be anyone on Earth this strong. Gak. He's not a bad guy. He saved me. Tais hurriedly explained. Not a bad guy. Gak paused. Yes, his name is Luo Tian. Tais introduced. Luo Tian, this is Gak. He's my friend. There must have been a misunderstanding earlier. Oh, in that case, never mind. Luo Tian nodded. Gak. You hit me, and just say never mind. Although that move of yours wasn't bad, just now the main reason was that I wasn't on guard. If I fought for real, you might not be my match. Gak laughed heartily and said friendly to Luo Tian. But come to think of it, you're pretty impressive. Any interest in joining the Galactic Patrol? With your strength, you could quickly become an elite. No interest. Luo Tian shook his head. What? An elite of the Galactic Patrol is the dream of countless humans. Gak was stunned and asked in surprise. By the way, Mel's has become an elite by now, right? Luo Tian asked with a smile. Mel's? Gak was confused again. He stared at Luo Tian without blinking and asked, you know Mel's? I'm his older brother. Luo Tian smiled. Gak. What the hell? I knew why this guy was so powerful. He's Mel's brother. No wonder he also has silver hair, just like Mel's hair color. Wait a minute, Mel's has blue skin. Your skin tones are completely different. Gak asked. In principle, we're not biological brothers. We don't share blood, so it's normal for our skin colors to differ. Luo Tian smiled. Ha ha ha, I see. Gak wiped his brow. You two know each other. Tais interjected. More accurately, I know Mel's from the Galactic Patrol. Luo Tian smiled faintly. By the way, Gak, Mel's should be the top figure in the Galactic Patrol now, right? No. I'm the top one. Gak hurriedly said. Luo Tian just smiled and didn't expose Gak's lie. He knew Gak well. He always loved to brag. Miss Tais, how's the novel material coming along? Gak asked. This area should be fine for building your novel's worldview, right? I feel like something's missing. Tais pondered. Hey, we made a deal. I'll take you to find novel material, and you provide the energy for the spaceship. Gak grew anxious. I really don't want to be stranded on this planet. This ancient planet doesn't even have communication equipment to reach our headquarters. Speaking of which, Gak immediately turned to look at Luo Tian, his eyes flashing with sharp light. Your name is Luo Tian, right? How did you come to Earth? You must have come via spaceships, right? Can you lend me your spaceship? Gak seemed to have found a lifeline and hurriedly asked Luo Tian. Gak appeared on Earth because he received information from Galactic Patrol headquarters that a dangerous scion was about to land on this planet and launch a devastating attack. To stop the scion from causing harm, Gak piloted his spaceship to Earth in the image of justice itself. However, during landing, the engine accidentally struck a hard rock, causing the spaceship to malfunction. Repairing the spaceship required a rather special type of energy. This special energy was extremely precious. Gak had no money. Could he just rob someone? I'm the embodiment of justice. Fortunately, Gak encountered the novelist Tais. Tais said she should have this energy at home, but she wasn't eager to return yet. She wanted to collect some novel writing material first. To return to Galactic Patrol headquarters as soon as possible, Gak had no choice but to accompany Tais around collecting novel material. As for that scion matter, after arriving on Earth, Gak had investigated. It seemed no dangerous scion had appeared. The intelligence must have been wrong. I flew to Earth. I didn't use a spaceship. Luo Tian replied. Gak. Such a good liar. Mel's older brother, can you not brag? Even if you said your spaceship was broken, that would be a better excuse than this. Well, if you insist my spaceship is broken, so be it. Luo Tian smiled. Jiaku was slightly taken aback. How did he know what I was thinking? No, it must be a coincidence. Never mind. Since you're so anxious, I'll take you home to find that energy source you mentioned. Taisai sighed. You two talk, I should take my leave. Luo Tian waved his hand and prepared to leave. Taisai made the invitation. You're not really thinking of marrying me, are you? Luo Tian asked. Taisai wiped sweat from her brow. What? Taisai, you're going to marry him? Jiaku was equally excited. This is great. I love attending other people's weddings. They always serve such elaborate banquets. Taisai, what kind of logic is that? Just for the food. Ahem. You've misunderstood. I just want to simply repay Luo Tian. Taisai hurried to explain. Oh, you scared me. I thought you were actually going to marry me. Luo Tian laughed heartily. Taisai wiped her brow. Luo Tian, you always know how to kill the mood. Then let's go. As Taisai spoke, she pulled out a capsule corp capsule and tossed it. Bang! The capsule transformed into a jet-powered helicopter. Jiaku immediately rushed over, patted the helicopter, and quietly studied it. Hey, don't even think about my helicopter. The energy source you mentioned, I definitely have it at home, so don't worry. Taisai said irritably. I'm not after your helicopter at all. I just think this model is too outdated. Jiaku gave a nervous laugh, offering an excuse. Suit yourself. Can't you fly? This helicopter only seats two anyway, so make sure you keep up with us. As Taisai spoke, she took Luo Tian's hand and stepped into the helicopter. The helicopter started up. Jiaku. Hey, you're not serious, are you? You're really leaving me behind. Jiaku looked genuinely wronged. I was the one you met first. And here you are ignoring me just because there's a handsome guy around. Whoosh. Taisai ignored Jiaku and piloted the jet helicopter through the sky, leaving a white trail as she sped toward West City. Jiaku launched himself into the air, using the flames beneath his feet, and followed behind. Soon after, Taisai brought Luo Tian and landed at Capsule Corp headquarters. Hey Taisai, isn't this Capsule Corp on Earth? They're supposed to be the wealthiest company on the planet. Why did you land the helicopter here? Jiaku exclaimed in surprise from behind. Idiot, this is my home. Taisai smiled mysteriously. Jiaku stood frozen. Your home. He surprised. Actually, I'm a wealthy lady from a rich family, Taisai said with a grin. Jiako. He was truly at a loss for words. Here you are a young miss from a wealthy family, yet you insisted on pretending to be a poor scholar. I'm an adult now, and I don't want to rely on my family's wealth anymore, Taisai said earnestly. Even though our family's money could last for generations. While rich people's thinking is truly strange, Jiaka shook his head. But after spending time outside, I've come to terms with it. I do want to be independent, but I figure why not use the family money? It'll just sit there and used anyway, Taisai said with a smile. I'm glad you've come to that conclusion, Jiaka nodded. Luo Tian remained silent, his expression calm. How about it? Is Luo Tian scared? Taisai giggled. Seeing Luo Tian's silence, she naively thought he was intimidated. And on his side, thanks to furious training, his combat power had reached 168, seemingly stronger than his original timeline counterpart. But it was still far from enough. So, am I supposed to become a live-in son-in-law? Luo Tian pondered. Taisai, Jiako. This kid really knows how to talk. Oh, Taisai is back. At that moment, Dr. Briefs rode over on his bicycle, adjusted his glasses, and looked at Taisai with affection. Dad, this is Jiako from the Galaxy Patrol. He says he came all the way from the distant galaxy to Earth, and he's asking about a special energy source. Do we have it, Dad? Taisai told her father, casually gesturing toward Luo Tian and Jiako. What? That's amazing, from the distant galaxy. Dr. Briefs walked to the opposite side of Luo Tian, adjusted his glasses, and silently studied him. So you're an alien? Strange, you don't seem to look much different from Earth humans. Silver white hair, well, that's somewhat special, but not all Earth people have dark hair either. Luo Tian. Jiako. Taisai. Dad, this one is the Galaxy Patrol officer. Taisai said with a dark face. Oh, it's you. You really do look different from Earth humans. Is that mask on your face? Dr. Briefs asked curiously. This isn't a mask, this is how my face naturally looks. Jiako wiped sweat. This outfit looks quite unique too. What material is it made of? Dr. Briefs asked again. The top is standard issue for the Galaxy Patrol. Jiako replied. Pants. Dr. Briefs reached out to touch Jiako's pants again, marveling. The material of these pants is really good, it's in complete contact with the skin, right? Could it be made of some kind of fused material? Sorry, I'm not wearing pants. Jiako wiped sweat again. Dr. Briefs. Taisai, don't look at me. Our body structures are naturally different, there's nothing surprising about not wearing pants. Jiako said loudly. Actually, it's nothing. Luo Tian nodded unfazed. Luo Tian really has seen more of the world. Jiako looked at Luo Tian gratefully. Just like the pets we keep, such as the kittens and puppies over there, and even the little dinosaurs, none of them wear clothes, right? Luo Tian smiled. I'm not a pet. I'm the strongest human on our planet. Jiako shouted angrily. MHM. Luo Tian nodded. Jiako almost had tears in his eyes. Your nonchalant attitude leaves me at a loss for how to respond. And this is... Dr. Briefs looked at Luo Tian again. Dad, his name is Luo Tian. When I was in danger, he stepped forward to save me. He's my savior. Taisai hurried to explain. So are you planning to marry him to repay him? Dr. Briefs asked. Dad, can you have a normal conversation? Taisai's face turned red. Ahem. Let's get down to business. What materials did you need again? Dr. Briefs turned to look at Jiako. Yes. Jiako then described the energy source needed for the spaceship. We should have it. Come with me and take a look. The naming might be different. Dr. Briefs beckoned Jiako. All right, thank you, Doctor. Jiako thanked him. Taisai, why don't you show your boyfriend around first? Dr. Briefs said. I'll take Jiako to find the energy source he needs. Dad, he's not my boyfriend. We haven't even established a relationship yet. Taisai shouted in a sweet voice. Dr. Briefs didn't say anything more and led Jiako to find the energy source he needed. I'm really sorry, Luo Tian. My dad just likes making these boring jokes. Taisai said with a blush. I think he's quite humorous. Luo Tian smiled. Let's go, I'll give you a tour. Taisai said. All right, thank you for the trouble. Luo Tian nodded. Taisai was stunned. Finally, you can have a normal conversation. Over there is our family's courtyard. Taisai pointed to an incredibly spacious yard ahead and introduced it to Luo Tian. Just as she was speaking, a little girl walked over leisurely. She looked to be about 5 years old with a blue ponytail. In her hand, she held what appeared to be a toy gun, but upon closer inspection, Luo Tian realized this was no toy. It was a powerful laser weapon. To his astonishment, he recognized her immediately. It was Bulma, the female protagonist of the Dragon Ball world. Sister, you're back. Bulma looked up at Taisai and asked. Luo Tian, this is my younger sister Bulma. Taisai introduced. Who is he? Is he your boyfriend, sister? Bulma curiously examined Luo Tian. Taisai's expression darkened instantly. What are little girls thinking about these days? You're only 5 years old. All you know is boyfriends. You must have been scrolling through TikTok when you should have been playing, which is why you're so mature for your age. Just a regular friend. Bulma, don't talk nonsense. Taisai scolded. Really? This is the first time I've seen you bring a boy home, sister. Bulma, Arie. But this young gentleman is so handsome. Bulma gazed at Luo Tian, far more attractive than our kindergarten classmates. Taizi wiped her brow. Luo Tian remained silent. You're comparing me to your kindergarten classmates. Oh, my Taizi has returned. At that moment, another woman's voice rang out. Luo Tian looked up and saw a middle-aged woman slowly approaching from afar. It was Bulma's mother. Is this Taizi's boyfriend? Bulma's mother asked with a smile. Taizi was on the verge of tears. This household was simply unbearable. I should start looking for employment as soon as I graduate. Just look at this family. Not a single sane person among them. I'm beginning to suspect I was adopted. Luo Tian, this is my mother. Taizi had no choice but to introduce. Good day, auntie. Sorry to intrude. You're so handsome. Are you truly not Taizi's boyfriend? If not, be my boyfriend. Bulma's mother said with a smile. Taizi felt her wrath nearing boiling point. Mother, that's quite enough. Aren't you afraid father might overhear such things? Actually, even if father did hear, he likely wouldn't care in the slightest. What was I thinking bringing Luo Tian here? Such a delightful young man, you must wait for me to grow up quickly. If your sister won't have you, I shall be your girlfriend. Bulma declared earnestly. Now shoo, go play elsewhere, child, Taizi rebuked sharply. Sister, you're still so fierce. Bulma giggled. A young lady must learn gentleness lest Luo Tianji fail to find her appealing. Taizi, Luo Tianji, would you care for something to drink? Bulma's mother inquired. Please make yourself entirely at home. Treat this as your own dwelling. Whatever you deem suitable. Luo Tian smiled. A cup of coffee, if you please. Indeed, during his training on planet Vegeta, he had never tasted coffee, for no such plant grew there. Now that he had returned to Earth, a cup of coffee sounded most appealing. Besides, the provisions on planet Vegeta were truly dreadful. Fortunately, Luo Tian could endure without sustenance. Yet prolonged abstinence from food inevitably provoked a restless craving. I shall prepare your coffee, Taizi declared, unable to endure this household a moment longer, and hurried away to brew it. Luo Tianji, have you and Taizi ever shared a kiss? Bulma's mother asked. Taizi, who had barely ventured 10 paces, nearly stumbled upon hearing her mother's words. Mother, can you speak such things before Bulma? She is merely 6 years of age. Taizi's chest heaved with indignation. Oh dear, adolescents are ever so irritable. Your mother endured such phases as well. Bulma's mother chuckled. Taizi was beside herself with exasperation. It is but a kiss. Do not treat me as some ignorant child. Bulma, unfazed, remarked. I have witnessed such scenes upon the silver screen. Ugh, no. We have only recently acquainted ourselves. Luo Tian wiped his brow. This family was truly unparalleled. Yet upon careful reflection, Luo Tian recognized this was simply the nature of Bulma's household. No matter the circumstances, they maintained an unshakable optimism. Even when the Majin Buu threatened to obliterate all of West City, Bulma's parents chose to remain within their home, resolved to live and perish alongside their beloved creatures. Taizi, there is no conversing with them. I had best return to preparing the coffee. Might I ask where Luo Tianji hails from? Bulma's mother inquired casually. I make my home wherever the winds may carry me, Luo Tian replied. Does making one's home everywhere imply having no home at all? Bulma murmured softly. To be precise, the entire cosmos constitutes my dwelling, Luo Tian smiled. Bulma. He truly knows how to embellish. He has rendered me utterly speechless. Bulma's mother was similarly at a loss for words. After exchanging trivial pleasantries, Gak had located the spacecraft's energy source and approached alongside Dr. Briefs. I am most indebted to you, Doctor. Gak expressed his gratitude. Were it not for your assistance, I doubt I could have returned to Galactic Patrol headquarters. It was nothing, I pray you do not mention it. A mere trifle, the doctor smiled. Oh, and might I inquire if this gentleman is an alien? Bulma's eyes sparkled upon beholding Gak. He, indeed, I hail from another world. In your terminology, I am an extraterrestrial. Gak patted Bulma's head with evident pride. At last I have beheld a living alien. Bulma silently studied Gak. Haha, you possess quite the spirited disposition, young lady, Gak laughed awkwardly. Pray tell, alien, can you fly? Bulma asked. Naturally. As an elite officer of the Galactic Patrol, flight comes most effortlessly to me. Gak smiled, and golden radiance erupted from beneath his feet as he ascended into the air. Marvelous. Simply marvelous. Bulma clapped her hands in delight. Oh my, this one is an alien. Bulma's mother finally registered this fact regarding Gak with keen curiosity. Gak, I take it your arrival on Earth was precipitated by the descent of some being upon this planet, who threatens to inflict catastrophic destruction upon Earth. Dr. Briefs suddenly inquired. Haha, indeed so. Scions are exceedingly mighty. A warrior race par excellence, Gak nodded emphatically, though it appears the intelligence proved erroneous. No calamity has occurred, and my concerns were unfounded. Is this firearm more formidable? Bulma brandished the pistol in her grasp. Gak wiped his brow. Young miss, you wield a toy weapon. Do you imagine this to be childish play? Haha, certainly not. You ought to be capable of dispatching that villain with a single discharge. Gak responded courteously with a smile. I likewise believe the firearm I crafted possesses considerable potency. Bulma nodded gracefully, and then aimed the pistol toward a distant lake. Phew. Bulma pulled the trigger. A beam of luminescent energy shot from the muzzle and impacted within the lake. Rumble, accompanied by a thunderous detonation, the lake's waters surged to an extraordinary height. Gak was paralyzed with terror, his entire frame quivering. What manner of armament had this maiden procured? How could its potency be so staggering? Adequate enough, I should say, O alien, Bulma remarked cheerfully. Do not let Bulma's tender years deceive you. She is a prodigy of science. Dr. Brief smiled with paternal satisfaction. She has undoubtedly inherited my superior genetic heritage. Haha, truly extraordinary, most extraordinary. Gak wiped his brow. Pray excuse me, doctor. I must take my leave. You all continue your conversation. Very well. Dr. Briefs nodded gently. Do visit us whenever your schedule permits. Most certainly. Gak waved and launched himself skyward. Phew. Gak departed Bulma's residence with remarkable speed. Indeed, all scientists are eccentrics. This household, save for Miss Taizi, who possessed some measure of normalcy, consisted entirely of monsters. I had best maintain my distance. Could there truly be aliens intent upon invading Earth? Dr. Briefs muttered sotto voce, then dismissed the matter from his thoughts. Should malevolent extraterrestrials materialize, we ought apprehend them for thorough examination. Bulma mused contemplatively. Your coffee awaits. Taizi presented the freshly brewed coffee. Having witnessed the lake's tremendous disturbance, Taizi was already thoroughly accustomed to such phenomena. After all, no member of this household was remotely normal. How exquisite. It has been ages since I last partook of coffee. Luo Tian inhaled deeply as he cradled the coffee cup. Might it be that you suffer from a coffee allergy? Taizi inquired. Luo Tian. This line of reasoning, I cannot possibly keep pace with your cadence. Ahem, it is that no coffee plants grew where I resided. Luo Tian savored the beverage appreciatively. Speaking of which, it has been over 2 decades since I last consumed coffee, has it not? The flavor remained unchanged. By the way, Luo Tian, wherein lies your dwelling? Taizi asked. Luo Tianji declared that the entirety of the cosmos constitutes his home. Bulma interjected from the sidelines. Taizi. Speaking thereof, might I request a favor of you, Taizi? Luo Tian inquired. What manner of favor? Provided it lies within my capacity, I shall undoubtedly assist you. This is my solemn promise to you, Taizi affirmed. Assist me in securing accommodations, Luo Tian contemplated. I may need to remain upon Earth for an extended period. What boastful nonsense. You actually imagine yourself an extraterrestrial. Bulma glared. I presumed it to be some grand undertaking. Simply reside at our household. We possess ample quarters. Taizi consented forthwith. Oh dear, might this actually result in my becoming a live-in son-in-law? Luo Tian scratched his head. Negatively. You misconstrue the situation entirely. Taizi protested in a lovely tone. Bulma, observe how your sister's cheeks have flushed, Bulma's mother remarked with amusement. Sister, have you truly never exchanged kisses? Bulma inquired with curiosity. Taizi was moved to tears. This household is simply unlivable. And thus Luo Tian temporarily took up residence at Bulma's dwelling. Days slipped by one after another. 10 years passed. I, Bulma, have finally attained adulthood. Bulma extended her arms, revealing her developed figure before Luo Tian's gaze. Luo Tian. Merely attaining adulthood warrants such jubilation. Indeed, unconsciously, I have dwelt herein for 10 years. It must be acknowledged that Luo Tian gradually acclimated to life upon Earth. Simultaneously, he grew accustomed to the days spent in camaraderie with Bulma, and even Bulma's elder sister Taizi. Though this existence was rather tranquil, it possessed its own measure of splendor. Amidst these uneventful days, Luo Tian ultimately succeeded in advancing his angelic power to the second tier of the first stage. The pace of advancement appeared somewhat sluggish. Yet upon careful reflection, Luo Tian discerned nothing amiss. Presently, the angels of the great universes had all endured for hundreds of millions of years. Through eons of ages, only the most potent among them had attained the third stage, and those numbered merely 1 or 2. The majority of angels across the cosmos possessed strength residing at the second stage. In other words, my cultivation proceeded at a comparatively rapid rate. When opportunity arose, I shall inquire of Merus. I heard from the great priest that Merus and Luo Tian were born upon the identical day. Nevertheless, it appeared that Luo Tian desired to assume the role of elder brother and thus manifested his form first. Let us observe the extent of Merus's cultivation. Yet this matter required no haste. Brother-in-law, do I look good? Bulma giggled, showcasing her figure and peerless beauty before Luo Tian. Ahem. How many times have I told you? Don't call me brother-in-law. There's really nothing between your sister and me. Luo Tian scolded her. Hee old habits. Bulma beamed like a blooming flower. You're 16 this year, aren't you? I remember when I first met you, you were just 6 years old, Luo Tian said with a smile. I'm already an adult. Bulma nodded. In my understanding, adulthood starts at 18, right? Luo Tian said, thoughtfully, quietly studying Bulma. Admittedly, Luo Tian had witnessed Bulma's growth. From the little brat she once was into the beautiful young lady she had become. No, 16 makes you an adult. Bulma pouted. Fine, if you say 16, then 16 it is. Luo Tian chuckled. Once this summer vacation is over, I'll be starting high school. I plan to take advantage of this summer to fulfill my dream. I don't care. Luo Tian, you have to help me. You promised. You're not thinking of searching for the Dragon Balls, are you? Luo Tian asked. You still remember? I thought you'd forgotten. Bulma was taken aback, gazing at Luo Tian. How could I forget? Alright, it's time to get out, and about, Luo Tian said with a smile. When Bulma was 10, she discovered a Dragon Ball in her family's warehouse. Through investigation and research, Bulma uncovered some of the secrets of the Dragon Balls. However, at that time she was still too young. At that age, going out to search for the Dragon Balls was obviously not suitable. That was why Luo Tian had promised that once Bulma grew up he would accompany her to find them. Yeah, my sister has already gone traveling in space, Bulma nodded. Now that I've finally grown up, I want to take a trip to some alien worlds too. There will be chances later. Let's find the Dragon Balls first. Luo Tian smiled slightly, then asked casually, by the way, have you decided what wish you want to make? It's a secret, Bulma said with a grin. Luo Tian didn't press further. Naturally, he didn't use telepathy either. As if I wouldn't know what wish you have in mind. As for Bulma's sister Tights, she had left Earth 5 years earlier aboard Jaco's spaceship. Tights simply couldn't keep up with her family's pace. Every conversation left Tights feeling waves of helplessness. So when Jaco came to Earth for fun, she asked to leave Earth together with him. Her family did not object to this. In truth, Tights mainly wanted to gather material for her novels. When do you plan to set out? Luo Tian asked. The sooner the better, of course. Today then, Bulma said. Fine. Luo Tian nodded without objection. Afterward, Bulma told her parents about going out to search for the Dragon Balls. So you're going to look for the Dragon Balls? Bulma's mother asked with a smile. Oh my, Bulma has grown up before we even realized it. Dr. Briefs adjusted his glasses and looked at Bulma. Can they truly grant any wish at all? Not sure yet. We'll find out by trying, Bulma said. Are you going by yourself, Bulma? Dr. Briefs asked again. Of course not. Luo Tian is coming with me, Bulma said without turning her head. Good. With Luo Tian accompanying you, we can be a little more at ease. Dr. Briefs nodded. Oh, Luo Tian is going too. You won't come back with a child already, will you? Bulma's mother mused. Bulma had barely walked a few steps when she nearly stumbled to the ground. This family was impossible to live in. No wonder her sister had run away from home so early. She'd better slip away too. Immediately, Bulma took out the Dragon Radar and checked the nearest Dragon Ball to her. Luo Tian, look. The nearest Dragon Ball is still several thousand kilometers away. Bulma pointed at the map on the Dragon Radar, gazing at Luo Tian with eager anticipation. Let's set out while it's still early, Luo Tian nodded. The location on the Dragon Radar that Bulma had indicated was none other than Mount Pozu, where the young Goku lived. Hey, can't you at least praise me? I went through so much trouble to build this Dragon Radar. Bulma pouted sulkily. Oh, I thought you had bought it, Luo Tian said with a smile. Bulma, can something like this be bought? This is a detector I made based on the wavelength of the Dragon Balls. Forget it. Let's set off. Bulma took out a capsule and casually tossed it. Bang. The capsule transformed into a jet helicopter. Let's go. Bulma boarded the helicopter. Luo Tian settled into the co-pilot seat. Whoosh. The jet helicopter shot into the sky, speeding toward Mount Pozu. Less than an hour into their flight, an alarm began to blare from the jet-powered helicopter. Oh no, we've run out of fuel. Bulma ground her teeth. Who used this capsule last time? They didn't even fill it to the brim. What a terrible mistake. Helplessly, Bulma steered the helicopter down, landing it in a nearby mountainous region. Bulma then reverted the helicopter into a capsule and stowed it away. Not bad at all. The mountain air is genuinely refreshing. Bulma drew in a deep breath and turned to Luo Tian. Let's switch to a car for the rest of the mountain roads. It'll give us a chance to enjoy the scenery. Very well, Luo Tian agreed with a nod. Bulma casually tossed the capsule into the air, and it instantly transformed into a compact sedan. Immediately after, Bulma pulled out the Dragon Radar and studied it closely. Luo Tian, look. The Dragon Ball should be somewhere in this vicinity, slightly to the west. It appears to be on a mountain. Bulma pointed to the radar screen and looked at Luo Tian. The car wound its way up the mountain path. Just as Luo Tian had anticipated, they soon came upon Wukong playing in the foothills of Mount Pozu. Greetings, little one with a tail, Luo Tian said with a smile, looking down at the young boy. Little Wukong. At little Wukong's enthusiastic invitation, Luo Tian and Bulma followed him to his humble home. Little Wukong's home was modest, furnished only with a single bed and a wooden table. Directly the entrance, however, a 4-star Dragon Ball rested on a shelf, radiating a warm golden glow. Bulma's eyes immediately lit up. They had found it. Luo Tian, look. A Dragon Ball. It's right here, just as the radar predicted. Bulma excitedly grasped Luo Tian's arm. Just as the radar indicated, my device was perfectly accurate. Indeed it is. Luo Tian offered a slight nod. You're remarkably clever. What are you talking about? Little Wukong frowned, glancing between Bulma and Luo Tian. That's my grandfather. What exactly are you saying about him? You naive child knows nothing. Your grandfather looks utterly bizarre. Bulma rolled her eyes, dismissing little Wukong's protest as mere childish babble. Little Wukong scratched the back of his head and flashed a goofy grin. Wukong, you've grown quite tall. If you have no pressing matters, why not join us and train in the outside world? Luo Tian suggested. What do you mean by train or experience the world? Little Wukong blinked, clearly not grasping the concept. A true man should travel far and test his abilities. I am certain that one day, when your parents witness how much you have grown, they will be filled with pride and comfort. Luo Tian replied with a gentle smile. You speak as though you actually knew his parents, Bulma remarked. Actually, I get along quite well with his father, Luo Tian chuckled. Bulma stared at him in silence. You claim you know his father. You certainly know how to spin a tale. She decided to let it go. After all, Luo Tian was prone to exaggeration, and over the years Bulma had simply grown accustomed to it. Little did she know, however, that almost everything Luo Tian claimed was entirely truthful. And so it proved. Truth was indeed often held by the few. Bulma tossed another capsule device into the air, which instantly manifested as a sleek automobile. Shall we make our departure? Bulma announced. Luo Tian, you take the wheel. I need a short rest. Consider it done. Luo Tian offered no resistance. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, pushing the vehicle to its absolute limit. It feels incredibly slow. Compared to his own flying ability, it was sluggish by more than a modest margin. So I suppose I must make do. And so the grand adventure of Luo Tian, little Wukong, and Bulma seeking the Dragon Balls officially began. What followed was a nostalgic reliving of the classic saga for Luo Tian. Naturally, the companions they encountered along the way included a wise old sea turtle master Rashi, Oolong Yamcha, and others. Yet thanks to Luo Tian's presence, neither Master Rashi nor Yamcha harbored any ill intentions toward Bulma. Similarly, upon meeting Yamcha, Bulma felt no romantic. After all, in terms of mere appearance, Luo Tian left Yamcha 10 lengths behind. Blessed with an almost ethereal angelic aura, Luo Tian's handsomeness and refined demeanor were simply incomparable to that of ordinary men. With a vision of a man like Luo Tian standing beside her, Bulma found herself entirely unmoved by any other suitor. Once Luo Tian was certain Bulma held no interest in Yamcha, he departed midway through their search. Besides, the quest for the Dragon Balls yielded no increase in angelic energy. If gathering them had amplified his heavenly power, he might have stayed to see it through. As it stood, knowing exactly where the orbs lay, yet having to search for them incrementally, was decidedly tedious. Roughly 10 days after Luo Tian had returned home, Bulma finally came back covered in dust and looking utterly defeated. Well, did you collect all the Dragon Balls and grant your wish? Luo Tian inquired with a smile. Don't ask, Bulma sighed heavily. In the end, that wretched Oolong wished for something completely trivial. She groaned. It's entirely your fault for abandoning me halfway. If you had stayed, I might have actually succeeded in granting my wish. What wish do you truly desire? Tell me, and I might help you fulfill it. Luo Tian asked with a smile. No, I won't say. Bulma pursed her lips and shook her head vigorously. My wish is for you to fall in love with me, to stay by my side forever without ever abandoning me. Can you do that? However, Bulma kept such words locked deep within her heart. If she spoke them aloud, what if Luo Tian's heart already belonged to her elder sister? By the way, did her sister harbor feelings for him? If her sister liked him, would it be proper for a younger sister to compete with her own elder for the same man? Such a dilemma. And so the quest for the Dragon Balls came to a pause. Many years passed thereafter. During these years, much transpired. From the World Martial Arts Tournament to young Goku's battle against the Red Ribbon Army, then the defeat of Piccolo Daimaku, and finally son Wukong growing into adulthood, marrying Chi-Chi at the tournament. These events unfolded largely in accordance with Luo Tian's familiar Dragon Ball narrative. The sole difference was that Yuanba did not reside at Bulma's home and thus shared no connection with her. They could only be considered ordinary run-of-the-mill acquaintances. Yet one thing Luo Tian knew well. That fellow Yuanba had harbored unrequited affection for Bulma all along. But Bulma held not a shred of interest in him. Furthermore, whether it was the appearance of Tao Pai Pai or Piccolo Daimaku, Luo Tian refrained from intervening. Son Wukong could handle them, a Luo Tian saw no necessity to involve himself. Time drifted like water, relentless and swift. After Wukong vanquished the revived Piccolo, he and Chi-Chi relocated to Baozi Mountain to settle down. 5 years slipped by. In that span, Luo Tian honed his angelic power to the peak of the first stage, second level. A single step remained before reaching the third tier. Luo Tian, Bulma called out. Master Rashi just phoned and said you should come visit him. Very well. It has indeed been too long. I feel my strength has advanced rather slowly these past years, Luo Tian sighed. You have the nerve to say that. Son Wukong trains ceaselessly while you spend your days indulging in food and drink. Bulma rolled her eyes. Can you even call that strength? I've never seen you compete in the World Martial Arts Tournament. I am profoundly powerful. They are simply too weak, Luo Tian replied, shaking his head. Consider a game. I stand at level 100 now. Do you know how many levels Sun Wukong has reached? How many? Bulma inquired. At most perhaps 10, Luo Tian mused. Bulma. Then again, if I recall correctly, your elder sister mentioned that you effortlessly defeated 2 thugs when you rescued her back then, Bulma said thoughtfully. Now you see my prowess. Luo Tian smiled. Not at all. I only see that you are quite skilled at boasting. Bulma huffed. Let us be on our way. Wukong said today he plans to visit Master Roshi as well. Let us go. Luo Tian nodded. By the way, why hasn't your elder sister returned from the alien planet? I haven't seen her in quite some time. Bulma found herself at a loss for words. Perhaps she has grown accustomed to the life of interstellar travel, Luo Tian observed. Fine, let her be as she wishes. Bulma smiled. Whooshed. She piloted the jet-powered helicopter speeding swiftly toward the island where Master Roshi resided. The helicopter descended upon the island. Long time no see, Bulma pushed open the door. Ah, Miss Bulma and Luo Tian. Krillin hastened to greet them. My, truly a long time has passed, Master Roshi acknowledged. You two are rather heartless. I have phoned you several times inviting you over, yet not a single one of you appeared. Speaking thus, Master Roshi leaned close to Bulma's ear. So, have you confessed your feelings to Luo Tian yet? Roshi asked. Bulma rolled her eyes. Of course not. I am waiting for Luo Tian to confess to me first. You are nearly 30 this year, are you not? Master Roshi sighed. Look at Wukong. He is already married. Bang! Bulma delivered a sharp punch to Master Roshi's forehead. Mind your own business. Bulma declared indignantly. Do not speak ill of my age. I shall forever remain an 18-year-old maiden. Master Roshi wiped away the sweat. What were you two discussing? Luo Tian asked with a smile. Nothing at all. Master Roshi shook his head, hastily denying whatever he had just said. Luo Tian dismissed it with a chuckle and said no more. As for Bulma's feelings toward him, Luo Tian understood them clearly. As an angel, if he could not perceive such things, then the halo of an angel would be utterly useless. Only Luo Tian had not yet decided whether to commit himself to Bulma. My dream girl is not limited to a single female. By the way, where is Lan Shi? Why isn't she here? Bulma asked. She eloped with Tien Shinhan 5 years ago, Krillin replied. Bulma. Eloped? That Lan Shi actually ran off with Tien Shinhan. Hey. At that moment a voice came from outside. It's Wukong's voice. Krillin's face lit up with excitement. Oh, Wukong is here, Bulma smiled. Soon afterward, Luo Tian and the others stepped outside. Hello everyone, long time no see. Son Wukong waved at Luo Tian and the others, carrying a small child in his arms. A child with a tail. Krillin said reproachfully. Ha! Wukong chuckled. Wukong, I was just about to ask. This child is... Bulma could no longer contain her curiosity and asked. Yeah, are you babysitting for someone? Krillin also inquired. Ah, this is my son, Wukong said with a gentle smile. Bulma, Krillin, and Master Roshi were instantly stunned. Wukong has a son. How astonishing. Is that so strange? Wukong smiled. Hey Gohan, say hello to everyone. Wukong gently set little Gohan down. Hello everyone, my name is Son Gohan. I am 4 years old. Gohan introduced himself. Gohan, that is the same name as your late grandfather, Master Roshi mused. Indeed, Wukong nodded. You really gave me a fright. I didn't expect you to bring your son along, Master Roshi exclaimed, then whispered quietly to Bulma. Bulma, aren't you going to make a move? Look at Luo Tian. He shows not a single sign of aging after all these years. Bulma paused slightly. Furthermore, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but I have noticed the faintest lines appearing at the corners of your eyes, Master Roshi continued. If you do not seize the moment, you will become a fated wife by the time you reach a certain age. Bulma glared furiously. However, after carefully considering Master Roshi's words, she found them rather reasonable. Indeed, so many years had passed, yet Luo Tian's appearance had not altered in the slightest. When I was 6 years old, I first encountered Luo Tian. Luo Tian said he was already 20 at that time. Nearly 20 years have passed since then. He should be around 40 by now. A 40-year-old man showing no signs of aging at all. I really ought to seize the opportunity. Yes, I shall confess to Luo Tian as soon as I return home today. Even Wukong has a son now. Time is truly a cruel blade, shearing away youth with each passing moment. Oh, a tail. At that moment Bulma also noticed the tail behind Son Gohan. Haha, yes, exactly like mine used to be, Wukong laughed heartily. Could this child undergo any extraordinary transformations? Bulma's heart tightened, and she hurriedly asked. Has there been anything like that? Krillin also asked anxiously. Extraordinary transformations? What do you mean? Yukong did not seem to understand. For instance, during a full moon or something, Master Rashi prompted. Full moon. We sleep early. Yukong shook his head puzzled. Why do you ask? Nothing. Early to bed and early to rise, a good habit indeed. Master Rashi laughed boisterously. Yukong, is this child as strong as you? Krillin asked. Perhaps. Yukong nodded. I believe he possesses considerable potential. I attempted to train him, but Chi-Chi was quite upset. Why? Krillin seemed bewildered. That is such a pity. I agree it is regrettable, but Chi-Chi said the world has grown peaceful, so there is no need to continue cultivating. From now on it will be an era where one studies academics. Yukong explained. Ha, that mischievous little girl has become a scholar-oriented mother, Master Rashi chuckled. Is this a Dragon Ball embedded in Gohan's hat? Bulma noticed the Dragon Ball on the child's cap. Yes, it is the 4-star Dragon Ball. It was my grandfather's keepsake. After I retrieved it, I placed it on Gohan's hat. Yukong nodded. Later I also found the 3-star and 6-star Dragon Balls by chance, and they are now stored at home. Seeing these Dragon Balls once again stirs memories of the past. Luo Tian, what are you gazing at? Krillin noticed Luo Tian staring into the distant sky and couldn't help but ask. Someone is flying in the sky over yonder. Alas, I fear trouble is approaching. Luo Tian sighed. Just as Luo Tian finished speaking, Son Wukong also sensed something suddenly and immediately turned to gaze upward. What is it? Tian and the others. Bulma asked. I sense an overwhelmingly powerful energy drawing near. What could it be? A pallor washed over Wukong's face as cold sweat trickled down his cheek. What? Master Rashi was momentarily stunned. He has arrived? Wukong looked up at the sky. Little son Gohan clung tightly to his father's pant leg. Thud. The next instant a man with long hair descended from the heavens, landing before Luo Tian and the others. Upon his ear hung a peculiar device from which extended a green lens that covered his eyes. Raditz surveyed Luo Tian and the others present. What wish do you truly desire? Tell me, and I might help you fulfill it. Luo Tian asked with a smile. No, I won't say. Bulma pursed her lips and shook her head vigorously. My wish is for you to fall in love with me, to stay by my side forever without ever abandoning me. Can you do that? However, Bulma kept such words locked deep within her heart. If she spoke them aloud, what if Luo Tian's heart already belonged to her elder sister? By the way, did her sister harbor feelings for him? If her sister liked him, would it be proper for a younger sister to compete with her own elder for the same man? Hey, you've grown up, Kakarot. I recognized you at once. Raditz chuckled, gazing silently at Son Goku. You look exactly like your father. Huh. Son Goku was momentarily taken aback. Are you talking to me? Who is this guy? What's he saying? Krillin also looked utterly bewildered, though Raditz said that he still cast a second glance at Luo Tian. Why does this person seem somewhat familiar? In my memory, there was also a white-haired fellow on planet Vegeta. He looked rather similar, didn't he? Never mind, I must have mistaken him. Hasn't planet Vegeta already been destroyed? Besides, this guy's combat power is 0. What a pitiful wretch. How much combat power did that white-haired guy on planet Vegeta have? Can't remember. It's been too long. Never mind him for now. What's the matter? Wasn't your mission to eliminate all the Earthlings? Raditz said coldly. Why are there still so many humans here? What are you dawdling for? Hey, I don't know who you are, but I suggest you go back. Getting this drunk in broad daylight isn't good. Krillin wagged his finger and walked step by step toward Raditz. Krillin, don't get close to him. Son Goku quickly warned. Bang! As soon as Krillin approached Raditz, the tail coiled around Raditz's waist suddenly lashed out, striking Krillin with brutal force. Krillin was sent flying backward, his head smashing into the wall of the Kame house behind him. His head was deeply embedded in the wooden structure. Krillin! Son Goku exclaimed in shock. Ouch! Krillin let out a groan. Bulma was terrified, trembling all over, clutching Luo Tian tightly. You bastard! Son Goku erupted in fury. But then he noticed with astonishment the tail on Raditz's body. A tail! Son Goku was stunned. This guy has a tail. Finally recognized it. Raditz smirked. Recognized? What do you mean? Son Goku remained puzzled. Kakarot, have you forgotten even this? Unbelievable. Raditz was irritated. Hey, let me ask you, did you ever suffer a concussion or something like that? I'm not Kakarot. My name is Son Goku. Son Goku corrected him. Answer my question. Did you suffer a severe head injury when you were a child? Raditz barked. Yes, I don't remember clearly, but I did hit my head as a child. There's still a scar. Son Goku nodded. So that's it. Raditz understood. So what? Son Goku countered. Goku, long ago the late Gohan once said that he found a child with a tail. That child was extremely violent and completely uncontrollable. Master Rashi explained from the side. Then one day the child accidentally fell into a valley while playing, struck his head severely, and nearly died. But he survived thanks to his immense vitality. From then on his violent nature changed, and he became an obedient, well-behaved child. Was that me? Son Goku was slightly stunned. Yes. Master Rashi nodded. Bulma. Luo Tian, what do you think this means? Could that guy be related to Goku somehow? Bulma asked. Luo Tian smiled, but did not answer. Who exactly are you? Son Goku gritted his teeth and asked. You've completely forgotten everything, you brat. Raditz snorted. Fine, I'll make you remember your past. From now on you'll do what you're supposed to do. Ouch, ouch. At that moment Krillin crawled out of the house, gritting his teeth. Krillin, are you all right? Son Goku asked with concern. I'm fine. I can still take it. Krillin replied. Be careful. That guy's strength is extraordinary. I know. Son Goku nodded. Just facing him gives me a terrifying feeling. Let me tell you, Kakarot, first of all, you are not from this planet. You were born on planet Vegeta. You are a member of the proudest, strongest race in the universe, the Saiyans. Raditz declared loudly. Son Goku was stunned. Master Roshi's eyes widened. Krillin was utterly shocked. No wonder no matter how hard I tried I couldn't surpass him. So Goku is an alien. Saiyans. That sounds familiar somehow. Bulma muttered. And I am your older brother Raditz. Raditz continued. Son Goku and the others were shocked again. Goku's biological brother. Krillin said ruefully. Are they really brothers? Bulma looked at Raditz silently. They didn't look alike. Son Goku was also stunned. This guy is my brother. You're lying. Son Goku didn't believe it. If Goku is an alien, why is he on Earth? Krillin demanded. Hey, the answer is simple. Kakarot was sent here to eliminate the humans living on this planet. Raditz sneered. We Saiyans are a warrior race. Our job is to find suitable planets, exterminate the inhabitants, and then sell the planet at a high price to alien races. Son Goku and the others said nothing. If the inhabitants of a planet are too strong, we send adult warriors. For a low-level planet like Earth, sending a baby like you is enough. Raditz explained. And coincidentally, this planet has a moon. You could have wiped out all humans here in a few years. Have you forgotten even the most basic orders? If that's true, it's even more terrifying than King Piccolo. Krillin shuddered. Hey, what does the moon here have to do with me? Son Goku asked in confusion. Don't play dumb. On the night of the full moon, isn't that when we Saiyans unleash our greatest power? Raditz chuckled. Bulma and the others were dumbfounded. The three of them had clearly witnessed the terrifying sight of Son Goku transforming into a giant ape. Explain clearly. After Son Goku reverted from his giant ape form, he had forgotten everything that happened while he was transformed. Where's your tail? Where did your tail go? Raditz asked, startled. I cut it off a long time ago. Son Goku said. You idiot. So that's why you can get along with these Earthlings. You cut off your tail. Raditz shouted angrily. Enough. I'm not some Saiyan from another planet, nor am I your brother. None of this has anything to do with me. Son Goku shouted. You guys are the worst. I'm Son Goku, raised here on Earth. You'd better go back. Yeah. Bulma also waved at Raditz. Go on. That's right. No matter what happened in the past, Son Goku is now an Earthling. Master Roshi continued. Yeah, Goku saved our world. You'd better leave. Krillin said loudly. Haha, it's not that simple. Raditz chuckled softly. The Saiyans are a minority race. Planet Vegeta was hit by a giant meteor and exploded. Almost all Saiyans became cosmic dust, including our parents. Son Goku said nothing, mainly because he felt entirely unfamiliar with his biological parents. Among the remaining Saiyans, including you, there are only 4. Raditz explained. The other 2 and I were conquering other planets at the time, so we survived. Recently we found a planet that could be sold for a high price. Attacking it with just the 3 of us is a bit difficult, so I thought of Kakarot. Your combat power isn't fully developed yet, but if we combine our strength, we'll surely succeed. Son Goku remained silent. Awaken quickly, Kakarot. You should be excited. Can't you feel the Saiyan blood boiling within you? Raditz continued. Don't dream. I'd rather die than help you. Son Goku shouted. I noticed earlier. The one behind you is your son, isn't he? Raditz looked at Son Gohan. No, he's not. Son Goku quickly shouted. You can't fool me. His tail is the best proof. A smile appeared on Raditz's face. What are you going to do? Son Goku was alarmed. Since you as a father are not cooperating, I'll use your son. Raditz smirked. If you come any closer, I won't go easy on you. Son Goku clenched his fists and shouted angrily as Raditz approached step by step. Bang! Raditz drove his knee heavily into Son Goku's abdomen. Son Goku flew up into the air, then collapsed limply to the ground. One strike. With just a single blow, Raditz had knocked Son Goku down. Son Goku felt as if his body were falling apart. This guy is too powerful. I'm no match for him at all. Dad. Son Gohan rushed toward his father, but Raditz grabbed him from behind and lifted him up. Master Roshi raised his staff, wanting to attack, but knowing he was far outmatched. Krillin was trembling all over in fear. Bulma hid in Luo Tian's arms, her delicate body quivering with fear. Wah! Son Gohan burst into loud sobs. Kakarot, I will take this child with me. If you want him to return alive, you must follow your elder brother's orders. Raditz smiled. I will give you one day to consider it carefully. Tomorrow I expect proof of your obedience. It's simple. Kill 100 people on this planet by this time tomorrow, and pile the corpses here. Do you hear me? Tomorrow I will await your satisfactory reply. Honestly, I had no desire to kill my own younger brother or his child with my own hands. Absolutely. Insane. Krylin trembled all over. Very well, let me reiterate. Kill 100 Earthlings tomorrow, and pile the corpses here. Raditz said coldly. If you succeed, you may join our ranks. Of course, if you refuse, I will kill your son. Despicable, using a child as leverage, Krylin gritted his teeth. Sun Wukong, however, was severely injured and barely able to speak. If you don't want this child to die, prepare 100 corpses as quickly as possible. Raditz chuckled. However, the people on this planet cannot escape annihilation in the near future either. After we finish that, planet Earth will be our next target. Bulma was terrified. What did you say? Krylin's pupils contracted sharply. No way. Master Roshi's expression shifted repeatedly. The people on this planet. 3 of us could annihilate them all within a month. Kakarot, isn't killing 100 people now no different from the eventual outcome? Raditz smirked. Can you understand your brother's good intentions? You have no choice but to become your brother's accomplice and join his ranks. Give me back my child, Sun Wukong said through gritted teeth. I look forward to your satisfactory reply. This is all for your own good. Raditz smiled, then immediately soared into the sky. Defying orders is futile. Your incomplete combat power will never surpass your brother's. Wah! Father! Son Gohan cried out loudly, watching his father grow ever more distant. Gohan! Sun Wukong shouted. Whooshed! After ascending to a certain altitude, Raditz turned and swiftly flew away. Damn it! That beast! Sun Wukong could only watch helplessly as his son was taken away. I'm sorry, we cannot do anything to help you, Master Roshi said heavily. Wukong, are you alright? Krylin asked with concern. Somersault cloud. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and shouted toward the sky. Whooshed! A golden cloud sped toward them, landing beside Sun Wukong. Wait, don't act recklessly, Master Roshi hurriedly advised. It won't work. You'll be killed if you go. Bulma also urged. Krylin tightly embraced Sun Wukong, preventing him from seeking out Raditz. You'd be throwing your life away. You can't possibly defeat him. Wukong, can you defeat him now? Krylin asked. Luotian, hurry and dissuade him. Bulma urged Luotian, who remained silent. Go ahead, Wukong. Challenge your brother, defeat him, and bring your son back, Luotian said. Krylin. Master Roshi. Bulma. I told you to persuade him, and you're outright encouraging him to challenge his brother. You're sending him to his death. I've calculated it. Wukong's chances of winning this battle are virtually zero, Luotian pondered. Then why are you still letting him go to his death? Bulma asked with a bitter smile. As the saying goes, only by facing death can one find life. Luotian smiled. Death is also a beginning. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Bulma was at a loss for words. Luotian is right. Even if I can't defeat him, I must go retrieve my son, even if it costs me my life. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. Besides, he does have a weakness. His tail. If you grip his tail firmly, he loses all his strength. I experienced this firsthand before. That's true. But the question is, how do we grab his tail? Krylin countered. It's too difficult for just one person. Sun Wukong fell silent. Krylin. Master Roshi. So you mean the 2 of you should help you? Yes, Krylin, and I will do our utmost to support you. It's just unfortunate that you Ping and Tianjin Fan aren't here at such a critical moment. Master Roshi gritted his teeth and stepped forward bravely. Indeed, the 3 of us against him. But I have little confidence, Krylin said bitterly. It's a pity Luotian hasn't studied martial arts. Luotian. I've actually been dismissed by you. Luotian. Bulma, if we perish, please gather the Dragon Balls and ask Shenron to revive us. Krylin turned to say to Luotian and Bulma. Alright, leave it to me. Bulma didn't object. Krylin, that might not work. Sun Wukong shook his head. Shenron once said he won't grant the same wish twice. Meaning Krylin and Master Roshi have both been revived by Shenron once already, so this time it's probably Master Roshi. Krylin. Both fell silent. In other words, if they died in this battle, they might truly be dead, unable to be revived again. Are you still willing to help me? Sun Wukong asked again. Of course we are. Master Roshi wanted to cry. Needless to say, this time it's our turn to help you, Krylin said with tears in his eyes. We might really die this time. I haven't even gotten married yet. No, I don't even have a girlfriend. How about this? What if we gather all 7 Dragon Balls and ask Shenron to save this world? Bulma suddenly thought of a good idea and quickly proposed. Hey, that's not a bad idea. Krylin's face was filled with surprise and delight. Do you think we can gather all the Dragon Balls in one day? Master Roshi shook his head. Why, yes. Krylin drooped his head helplessly. Fine, we'll take the initiative. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. He probably wouldn't expect us to seek him out at a time like this. But we don't know where he is, Krylin asked. Bulma, do you have the dragon radar? Sun Wukong asked. I left a dragon radar here at Master Roshi's house. As Bulma spoke, she immediately ran to the room and retrieved the dragon radar. The group gathered around to examine the information on the dragon radar. There it is, he's moving at high speed. Sun Wukong pointed to one of the flashing dots. Where is he planning to go? Wouldn't happen to be heading into outer space, would he? Master Roshi had a bad feeling. He stopped. Thank goodness he's still on Earth for now, Bulma sighed in relief. Alright, let's move. We can't worry about anything else. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. You're right, maybe we can win. Krillin nodded. Though the odds are slim. Either way, after losing, he and his companions will attack Earth anyway. Might as well fight to the fullest. Master Roshi also gripped his cane tightly. None of you are up for this. Just then a voice came from nearby. The next moment Piccolo stepped forward from behind the house. Demon King Piccolo. Bulma's face changed color, and she threw herself into Luo Tian's arms again. Sun Wukong was also startled. Master Roshi was even more startled. Krillin was dumbfounded. What are you doing here? Sun Wukong asked. I followed that guy here, Piccolo said. So you've already seen him? Sun Wukong asked. Yes. Piccolo nodded. You won't be able to defeat him even with the two of them. Let me accompany you. Sun Wukong and the others fell silent. I believe you already know how powerful he is, Piccolo gritted his teeth. He is definitely beyond what either you or I could handle alone. But if we two join forces, there's a chance we could defeat him. That's true. Sun Wukong nodded slightly. But Piccolo, is this the sun rising in the west? Don't misunderstand me, Piccolo huffed. This isn't for the peace of Earth, nor do I care about the fate of your son. It's simply that his existence hinders my conquest of the entire world. If we join forces, we can eliminate that guy and his two companions first, then deal with you afterward. That way the world will return to my control. That won't work. I won't let you succeed. Sun Wukong smiled. But we can cooperate first to eliminate our common enemy. Exactly, I have no other choice, Piccolo said with a smile. Collaborating with you makes me feel disgusted. Bulma, lend me the radar. Sun Wukong held out his hand. Okay. Bulma handed the dragon radar to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong took the radar and leaped onto the somersault cloud. Piccolo, can you keep up with the speed of my somersault cloud? Sun Wukong asked over his shoulder. Don't underestimate me. How could the speed of your cloud compare to mine? Piccolo smiled faintly. Whoosh. The two no longer exchanged idle words and swiftly flew into the distance, soon disappearing from Bulma and the others' sight. Of course, they had not yet disappeared from Luo Tian's vision. Luo Tian's eyesight was quite keen, able to see the two from afar. Have the two of them reconciled? Krillin asked. No. It's not like that. Master Roshi shook his head. The two of them only have a temporary cooperative relationship. Currently, there's no stronger lineup on Earth than this. Perhaps the two of them truly can win. Is that so? Krillin murmured. This confrontation is worth watching, Bulma. Did you memorize the location on the dragon radar? Could it be dangerous? Bulma asked tremulously. It's fine. As long as we stay at a distance, there will be no danger. Master Roshi chuckled. Luo Tian, what do you think? Bulma asked. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian must be terrified by now, right? All these years, whenever Piccolo appeared, Luo Tian had somehow not been there. Today, he finally got to see a truly terrifying opponent. Krillin laughed heartily. That's because Luo Tian didn't want to fight. If Luo Tian had put forth his true strength, he would have defeated that guy long ago. Bulma declared angrily. Don't you dare speak ill of my Luo Tian. Krillin, you're being completely unreasonable. Haha, Bulma, you're quite amusing. Krillin burst out laughing. We'd better set out now? Goku may die in this battle. You need to be mentally prepared, Luo Tian said thoughtfully. What? Master Roshi paused, looking at Luo Tian in surprise. Don't joke around, Luo Tian. Are you saying Goku will die? Krillin wiped sweat from his brow. Indeed, as I mentioned earlier, there is a cultivation method known as emerging victorious from the brink of death, Luo Tian replied. If Goku dies in battle, then what about Raditz? Will he survive? Krillin asked. There is a high probability that both will perish together, Luo Tian stated. Krillin. Master Roshi. Ahem, Luo Tian, since when did you learn to predict the future? Master Roshi said with a wry smile. I already knew it. I simply rarely use such knowledge, Luo Tian smiled. Never mind, let's not discuss this now. We should get moving. Krillin suggested. As for Luo Tian's words, neither Krillin nor Master Roshi took them seriously. Did you really think fortune-telling could be accurate? Do you think your Grandma Crystal? But then again, it's time to teach Goku the Ultra Instinct, Luo Tian pondered. What? Krillin didn't understand. What was the Ultra Instinct? What was Luo Tian talking about? No, this time. I won't let Goku die, Luo Tian mused, resting his chin on his hand. Or perhaps it would be better to wait until he returns from King Kai's place before teaching him the Ultra Instinct. What are you saying, Luo Tian? Krillin asked. Nothing, I was just speaking off the top of my head. Don't worry about the details, Luo Tian smiled. Krillin fell silent. You've been muttering to yourself so much, what exactly are you talking about? Even Bulma looked confused. On a distant grassland, Raditz's spaceship was parked here. Raditz had brought Sun Wukong to the vicinity of the spaceship. However, Sun Wukong kept crying uncontrollably. Such a noisy brat, always crying. You still have Scion blood running through your veins. Raditz was nearly driven mad by Sun Wukong's constant crying, so he grabbed him by the clothes and threw him into the spaceship, locking him inside. Finally, it feels quiet now. Raditz took flight, deciding to go out and find something to eat. Beep. My. At that moment, the scouter on Raditz, I suddenly transmitted an alert signal. That's strange fighting power 710. Right nearby. Raditz's expression changed. Immediately, through the scouter's guidance, Raditz located the source of the fighting power. What? Is it that kid? Raditz's eyes widened, disbelief written all over his face. This can't be. Absolutely impossible. It must be a malfunction. When I was his age, my fighting power was only around 400. And I barely managed to reach 500 after enduring life and death battles on that planet with Vegeta. This little brat hasn't even gotten rid of his diapers yet. Which means he's never fought in a battle. How could his fighting power possibly exceed 700? If that's really the case, then this kid would be an elite warrior among Scions. Beep. The scouter transmitted another alert signal. Here it comes again. Fighting power still at 710. Must be a malfunction. Raditz snorted. How could that kid's fighting power possibly reach such a high level? Beep. That's another energy signature approaching fast from that direction. Raditz paused slightly as a new indicator appeared on his scouter. 1, 2. The fighting powers were 322 and 334 respectively. One of them was very close to Kakarot's fighting power. But they shouldn't be coming here. Kakarot clearly knew the chances of victory were nearly zero. Besides, he couldn't possibly know about this place. What a nuisance, something's seriously wrong with the scouter. However, when Raditz looked up and saw Sun Wukong and Piccolo appearing in the air, his expression suddenly changed. It's not a malfunction. This actually isn't a malfunction. How is this possible? That kid's fighting power absolutely cannot reach 710. Smack. Sun Wukong and Piccolo descended from the sky, landing directly opposite Raditz. So that's how it is, the other one is you. Raditz had seen Piccolo before. How did you know I was here? I'm not going to tell you. Sun Wukong snorted. Alright, I'll ask another question. What are you doing here? Raditz asked. Need I say it? Of course I'm here to get my son back, Sun Wukong declared. So you Scions are refusing to join our ranks? Raditz smiled. That's right. Sun Wukong refused outright. Do you want to betray your older brother? Raditz asked coldly. I don't have an older brother. Sun Wukong replied. Kakarot, your head is about to roll, do you know that? Raditz smiled slightly. You're too stubborn, I'm disappointed in you. And you really think the two of you together can defeat me? You're too naive. Stop wasting time. Piccolo snorted and tore off his cape, throwing it aside. Clang. The cape made a metallic clatter. Piccolo, so you're also training with weights? Sun Wukong turned to look at Piccolo. Yes, same as you. Piccolo nodded, stretching his arms. Feels so good to be free of this weight. Raditz watched silently. This guy's fighting power has increased to 408. I'm also training hard. Sun Wukong smiled and removed his weighted shirt and shoes. Raditz looked at Sun Wukong again. This kid's fighting power has reached 416. These two idiots. Ha ha ha, you really think you can defeat me like this? Raditz laughed loudly. This is hilarious. You dare challenge me with fighting power at this level. You two are completely overestimating yourselves. Victory isn't determined by strength alone. We have strategies to defeat you. Sun Wukong said coldly. I don't want to waste any more words with you, Kakarot. I no longer consider you my partner. You've become an obstacle in my path, a disgrace to our fighting race. I'm going to kill you. Raditz shouted. Sun Wukong and Piccolo immediately got into combat stance. Whoosh! Raditz charged toward the two of them at great speed, appearing behind them in an instant and striking both with a heavy elbow blow. After being struck hard, the two quickly regained their balance. Sun Wukong and Piccolo both looked at Raditz with shocked expressions. What a terrifying opponent so fast. Your defensive skills aren't bad, I'll give you that, Raditz smirked. But your deaths are only a matter of time. I'm going to increase my attack intensity. Sun Wukong clenched his teeth. I must find a way to grab his tail. Piccolo's face was filled with grave concern. I never imagined the gap between us would be so vast. By the way, while you're still alive, let me share some good news, Raditz smiled. The two surviving Scions are much stronger than me. Sun Wukong's pupils contracted sharply, his expression shifting rapidly. Piccolo's eyes widened in terror, cold sweat dripping down his face. Ha ha ha, now you realize the power of Scions. Raditz laughed maniacally. I don't need to say more. Either way, you're both dead. This is bad. Those two Scions are even stronger than him, Piccolo said grimly. We're doomed. I wish I hadn't heard that, Sun Wukong said with a bitter smile. Sun Wukong, aren't you excited? Piccolo asked. Don't joke about this. I don't feel excited at all this time. I only feel fear. My whole body is trembling, Sun Wukong said gravely. Piccolo. Hey, where did you hide my son? Sun Wukong asked. I don't have the time to hide him. He was crying nonstop, so I locked him in that spaceship over there, Raditz said coldly. There's a large crater behind you, and the spaceship is in it. Sun Wukong flew up and looked at the large crater behind him. Gohan, wait for Dad. After Dad defeats that guy, I'll take you home, Sun Wukong whispered. Ha ha ha, I advise you to stop dreaming. You think you can rescue him with your current strength? Raditz laughed wildly. Long before that happens, your lives will be over. Whoosh. The next moment, Sun Wukong and Piccolo attacked together, launching a fierce assault on Raditz. Bang! However, after just 2 or 3 exchanges, Raditz easily blocked their attacks. Piccolo was not so fortunate. One of his arms was instantly devoured by that surge of energy. Boom! The two colliding forces slammed into the earth, erupting with overwhelming power. After landing, Goku looked up toward the sky. Idiot, I'm right behind you. Raditz's voice sounded from behind Goku. Ha ha ha. So this is all the two of you can muster. How disappointing. Raditz sneered. Goku gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he rose to his feet. That bastard. Goku scratched his head, then looked at Piccolo and asked, Piccolo, are you alright? But when Goku saw Piccolo's severed arm, he couldn't help but be shocked once more. Ouch. It stings a bit. Piccolo smiled, faintly, cold sweat appearing on his face. But don't worry, I can keep fighting even with one arm. Huh. You two idiots. Your time is up. Raditz laughed wildly. With such pathetic skill, you dare challenge me? You're 10,000 years too early. Goku, do you have any new tricks? Piccolo asked. Sorry. No. Goku shook his head helplessly. I spent 4 of the last 5 years taking care of a kid. I didn't have time to develop any new techniques. I was hoping to save my strength. Piccolo smiled faintly. But I did train seriously, and I've made a new breakthrough. Hey, what are you two whispering about? Raditz sneered. Let me tell you, your little tactics are useless against me. Just come over and die. You say you've mastered a new technique. Is that true? Goku ignored Raditz and turned to ask Piccolo. It's true. Piccolo nodded. Can you do it with only one arm? Goku asked. No problem. But I need time to gather my energy. You fight him alone for now, and keep his attention. Piccolo chuckled. Originally, I was saving that move to destroy you. Huh. Looks like it's going to help me out big time now. Goku laughed. Don't celebrate too soon. If we beat this guy, you're next. Piccolo smiled. Still laughing even at death's door. Raditz let out a cold snort. Alright, I'm going to challenge him now. Goku's expression grew grave. You'd better hold on. Piccolo smiled. Whoosh. Goku shot toward Raditz at incredible speed and launched a fierce assault. Piccolo pressed his index and middle fingers together against his forehead, gathering energy to unleash the special beam cannon. Bam! After only a few exchanges, Goku was thoroughly beaten by Raditz. Raditz sent Goku flying with a kick. Goku tumbled across the ground, then quickly soared back into the sky, condensing a powerful energy wave in his hands. Not good. His power level keeps rising. 924. Raditz's expression shifted slightly. Is he concentrating all his energy into one point to boost it? As he spoke, Raditz suddenly seemed to realize something and whipped his head toward Piccolo. That one over there. Power level 1020. 1030. Unbelievable. It's still climbing. Raditz's face turned grim. Kamehameha. By then, Goku had already finished gathering his energy and hurled the wave toward Raditz. Raditz swiftly dodged the attack. However, Goku immediately controlled the energy wave and sent it hurtling toward Raditz once more. Bang! Raditz spun gracefully and caught the incoming energy wave with one hand. Kaboom! The energy wave exploded violently. But Raditz remained completely unharmed. Take this back. Raditz sneered, hurling an energy sphere at Goku in the sky. Bam! The sphere slammed into Goku. Struck, Goku plummeted from the sky. Raditz rushed in immediately, his fist aimed straight at Goku's head. Time to die. Raditz roared. You're the one who's going to die. Piccolo had already finished charging the special beam cannon. What a... Raditz turned toward Piccolo. Power level 1330. He's concentrated all his energy into his fingertips. Damn it. They can control their power freely. Special beam cannon. Piccolo thrust his hand forward, and a violet-red spiral beam of light shot toward Raditz. Huh. Raditz's face turned pale, and at the last moment, he barely managed to leap aside. Even so, his shoulder was grazed by the beam. Raditz's shoulder armor was blasted off, and blood seeped from the wound. Piccolo. Piccolo stood there utterly stunned. He actually dodged it. That guy is impossibly fast, even that couldn't hit him. Being able to damage my armor means that attack of yours was truly powerful. If it had hit me directly, I would definitely have been killed. Raditz was still shaken. I missed. This is bad. Piccolo was consumed by despair. I won't forgive you for this. The game ends here. A murderous intent surged across Raditz's face. Originally, he had only intended to toy with these two like little mice. But who would have thought that these two little mice would almost finish off this cat? Raditz suddenly felt a sense of crisis. If he kept playing around like this, he might end up being the one toyed to death. No, I have to kill them right now before any more trouble brews. I'll make you both vanish in an instant. Raditz's voice was ice cold. As he spoke, Raditz raised his hand about to annihilate Piccolo on the spot. Just then Raditz suddenly felt his tail tighten, as if someone had grabbed hold of it. What a... Raditz's face changed color. Piccolo was also stunned for a moment, staring at the figure that had appeared behind Raditz. Haha, you were too careless. I've got your tail now. Goku grinned and clamped down tightly on Raditz's tail. Why you? When did you? All the strength left Raditz's body, and he collapsed to his knees. Piccolo, quick, hit him with that move again. Goku shouted loudly. Alright. Piccolo snapped back to action, pressing his index and middle fingers to his forehead. Nicely done. Goku, whatever you do, don't let go of his tail. I can only use that move one more time. Kakarot, would you really kill your only brother? Raditz began to play the brotherly card. A scumbag like you deserves to be called my brother. You even tried to kill my son. Goku paused, then roared in fury. I won't kill him. I've truly repented. I'll leave this planet quietly and never cause trouble again. Raditz pleaded. Don't fall for it, Goku. Don't listen to his smooth talk. He would never do that. Piccolo shouted in warning. I'm begging you. Please believe me. Little brother, I admit that everything I did just now was absolutely unforgivable. Raditz spoke again with utmost sincerity. I'll definitely keep my promise. For a moment, Goku's heart softened. Idiot, don't let go of his tail. It's all a trick. Piccolo shouted. Please, Kakarot. Believe me. Raditz cried out. In the end, Goku's heart softened. His grip loosened, and the tail slipped from his hand. Goku, Piccolo roared. This idiot. How could he fall for such an obvious trick? Haha. Once his tail was free, Raditz smiled softly and slammed his fist into Goku's chest. Goku collapsed to the ground. Smack. Smack. Raditz pounced on Goku and rained down a barrage of brutal blows. Huh. An idiot like you is a rare sight indeed. A grin spread across Raditz's face. You fell right into my trap. You truly could never become a great warrior. You're despicable. Goku gnashed his teeth. I'm different. I'm a first-class warrior. I can kill my own brother without a moment's hesitation. A grin spread across Raditz's face. Would you like to see it? With that, he pressed down harder with his foot. Goku let out a series of anguished screams. In the distance, a helicopter was speeding toward the scene. Oh dear, looks like things aren't going too well. Luo Tian sighed. What's wrong? Kiririn quickly asked. I've already decided. This time I'm going to save Goku. Luo Tian smiled. What are you talking about? Kiririn was speechless. So in the end you still think Goku will lose to him, huh? You'll see. Luo Tian nodded. So mysterious. Kiririn didn't know what else to say. Alright Kiririn, keep quiet for a while. Bulma glared at him. Kiririn. It's not like I wanted to talk. It was Luo Tian who was talking, alright. Bulma, you're so biased. Faster, Bulma. We might still be able to help. Master Roshi said. Okay. Bulma accelerated the helicopter. Can I help too? The sea turtle beside them was sweating. Master Roshi. Bulma. Kiririn. Ahem. Why did you come along? Master Roshi said irritably. It was you who dragged me up here. The old turtle wiped his sweat. Do I? I don't seem to recall. Grandpa Gua pretended not to remember. The old turtle. You wicked old man. You must be planning to use me as a weapon and hurl me at that guy to knock him out, right? Battlefield. What do you think? You're next. Try my technique from just now again. Raditz said with a grin, looking toward Piccolo in the distance. Piccolo raised his hands at a loss. Piccolo knew very well that even if he used the Makenka Sappo again, this guy would dodge it. Goku continued to let out pained screams. Raditz wasn't in a hurry to kill Goku. Instead, he was torturing him bit by bit. Who told you to grab my tail earlier? Watch how I make you suffer. At that moment, Raditz's scouter suddenly emitted a warning signal. What the? Raditz was taken aback. Boom. Before he could react, Son Gohan tore through the spaceship hull and shot out from inside. Upon seeing this scene, Raditz was momentarily stunned. Piccolo's eyes bulged with shock, his expression one of complete disbelief. Son Gohan somersaulted through the air and landed gracefully on his feet. His teeth gritted in rage, his face contorted with fury as he clutched his fists tightly, staring fiercely at Raditz across from him. This is Goku's son. Piccolo was staggered. Gohan. Goku also paused in surprise, having not realized how Gohan had escaped. What the hell is this, you little kid? Raditz's face grew increasingly grim. Woo. Son Gohan wept, tears flowing from his eyes. Gohan, run, leave here quickly. Goku said breathlessly. His power level, 1307. Raditz was completely stunned when he saw Gohan's power level, cold sweat rapidly trickling down his face. Don't you dare bully my dad. Son Gohan roared. With those words spoken, Son Gohan became a streak of golden light hurtling directly toward Raditz's body. Bang! Son Gohan's head slammed forcefully into Raditz' chest. Raditz stumbled backwards several paces, barely staying upright. Simultaneously, Raditz felt pain radiating from his chest. Gohan. You. Even Goku was rendered speechless. Ah, father. Son Gohan regained his composure, his expression dazed. Gohan, are you all right? Goku quickly asked with worry. This little brat. Raditz balled his fists. His battle power has dropped to just one. Such tremendous fluctuation from mere emotional turmoil. Smack. Raditz lunged forward and dealt a crushing blow to Son Gohan's face, sending him collapsing unconscious. That cursed kid landed a nasty hit moments ago. Another strike like that, and I'm dead. How can this kid's combat power be so devastating? I must eliminate him before he gains any more strength. If this continues unchecked, the repercussions would be disastrous. With that thought racing through his mind, Raditz slowly advanced towards Son Gohan, resolved to end his life right then and there. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Stop right now, don't you dare lay a hand on him. Goku bellowed fiercely. Are you going to claim he's just a kid? That's absurd. That boy's combat power far exceeds yours. Before he learns to harness it, I'll exterminate him. Raditz tightened his grip and responded with a cold smirk. Rest assured, you two will meet again shortly. Of course, that will be in the next world. Ha ha ha. Raditz threw back his head and laughed heartily, continuing his advance towards Son Gohan. Whoosh! In that instant, Goku swooped from above and locked his arms around Raditz from behind. Raditz was stunned. Where did you get such strength? Raditz strained against Goku's iron grip. Piccolo, hurry! Use that attack again. Goku shouted urgently to Piccolo. I anticipated this would happen. I've already set everything in motion. Piccolo offered a faint smile. Patience, I'm nearly finished. Why didn't you seize his tail? It won't hold. They can detach their tails if necessary. Goku answered. What? You're aware of that as well. Raditz ground his teeth. With those words, Raditz fought violently, attempting to throw off Goku's hold. Goku maintained his grip on Raditz's shoulders with unwavering determination. Quickly, Piccolo. I'm running out of strength. Goku shouted desperately. Curse you. The collision with that kid earlier drained considerable energy from me. Raditz snarled, terror flashing across his features. Let me go this instant, Kakarado. You absolute fool. If I remain pinned, we shall both meet our deaths. Haha, that's precisely my plan. To drag you into oblivion alongside me. Goku's lips curled into a wide grin. Raditz stood paralyzed, disbelief washing over him. What an incredibly foolish decision. Why would you sacrifice yourself like this? Yes, this is the sole path to victory against you. Goku confirmed without hesitation. Son Goku, I shall not hesitate then. Piccolo's face broke into a grin as he swiftly gathered his energy. Frankly speaking, destroying you alongside him would be most advantageous for me. However, your comrades will swiftly restore you to life through the Dragon Balls. Hey, aren't you finished yet? I feel as though my ribs are about to shatter. Goku roared desperately. Release me. I confess my mistake. I swear I'll never set foot on this world again. Raditz trembled with fear. Idiot. Are you so gullible as to believe I'd repeat that deception? Goku retorted with a cold sneer. Raditz. This situation has deteriorated severely. I apologize for the delay. Are you ready? Purple-red energy crackled between Piccolo's extended fingers. Raditz's pupils constricted violently, pallor washing over his visage, his gaze consumed by absolute hopelessness. Far away, high overhead, a helicopter hurtled toward them at tremendous speed. Look, that's Goku's elder brother. Krillin cried out, having caught sight of Raditz from afar. It seems Goku is holding him from behind. Grandpa Gwa mused quietly. What purpose serves this embrace? Krillin questioned, confusion evident. Most certainly they intend mutual destruction, Luo Tian observed. What? Mutual destruction? Cease your frivolity, Luo Tian. This is no moment for humor. Krillin dabbed at his perspiring forehead. Is Goku attempting self-destruction? Grandpa Gwa looked contemplative. Krillin. Master, could you phrase that more favorably? Goku is going to self-destruct. Hey, what is Piccolo Daimao doing? Bulma asked. Makenka Sappo. As they spoke, Piccolo suddenly extended his hand forward, firing a spiraling beam of radiant energy straight toward Raditz and Son Goku. The spiraling light beam pierced straight through the hearts of Raditz and Son Goku, without any resistance. The two traced an arc through the air before falling to the ground, collapsed together. Upon closer inspection, two bloody holes had appeared on their chests. You beast! Raditz erupted in fury, unable to accept his defeat. I am so powerful, yet I was defeated by two brats like you. Ha ha ha! You deserved it. Piccolo laughed uproariously. At last he had eliminated that guy. Inside the helicopter, Bulma was stunned. Krillin was dumbfounded. Master Roshi's eyes bulged wide. All three stood paralyzed for a moment, unable to process what had just happened. Bulma and the others had clearly seen Son Goku's heart being pierced. Quick! Find a place to land immediately. Master Roshi was the first to regain his composure and urgently called out to Bulma. No way. Luo Tian was right all along. Did they really kill each other? Krillin wiped the sweat from his brow. In the distance. I refuse to accept this. Raditz raged inwardly. If I were given another chance, I would eliminate those two without hesitation. No, more accurately, all three of them, especially that little brat. If not for that kid bumping into me, Kakaroto, and I could have broken free even while embracing each other. Regret or not, it makes no difference. You're about to die anyway, Piccolo said with a light smile. Damn it. I never expected Kakaroto to sacrifice his own life as well. Raditz found it somewhat perplexing. If you wanted to kill me, I wouldn't mind. But throwing your own life away in the process seems rather unwise. You fool, Son Goku can be revived soon enough, Piccolo chuckled. What? How is that possible? Raditz was dumbfounded. On this planet there exists something called the Dragon Balls which can grant any wish, Piccolo said with a faint smile. Of course they can also bring the dead back to life. That's useful information, quite valuable indeed, Raditz sneered. Everything that has transpired has been reported to my two companions in the distant cosmos. Once they learn of my death, they will certainly avenge me. Piccolo. The two of you along with every inhabitant of this planet will be annihilated in an instant. By then you can have that so-called Dragon Ball resurrect me. A grin spread across Raditz's face. When will those two arrive here? Son Goku asked weakly. 1 year. 1 year from now, Raditz replied. 1 year. 2 even stronger scions. Cold sweat poured down Piccolo's body. Next time your chances of victory will be 0. Enjoy the pleasures of life while you still can. Raditz erupted into hearty laughter. Thump, thump, thump. Just then the sound of a helicopter engine echoed from the sky. It was Bulma piloting the helicopter arriving at their location. Thud. The helicopter landed nearby. Goku. Krillin was the first to dash towards Son Goku. Cough, cough. Krillin. Son Goku managed a faint smile. Goku, this isn't like you. Snap out of it. Krillin shouted loudly. Gohan is fine, he's just unconscious. Bulma said to Son Goku. Hurry. Do something to save him. Master Roshi urged anxiously. By the way, Lord Karen's Senzu beans should be able to restore Goku. Krillin. Lord Karen. Yes, but that place is far too distant. Could they possibly make it in time? It's no use. Grandpa Roshi. Krillin. It's probably too late. Son Goku smiled and gently shook his head. But as long as Gohan is safe, I can rest assured. Then I won't have to face Chi-Chi's scolding. Goku. You can't die. Krillin wept. Krillin, death is truly an unpleasant thing. Son Goku said with a smile. Krillin. Goku, don't worry, you'll be revived immediately. Krillin quickly replied. Hee, I'll leave it to you. Son Goku smiled. Step aside. Luo Tian gestured to Krillin. What? Krillin paused, looking up at Luo Tian. However, upon closer inspection, Krillin noticed that Luo Tian suddenly held a staff in his hand. No, it wasn't merely a staff. It resembled a scepter. Atop the scepter sat a blue crystal orb. What was that thing? I told you to move. I need to treat him. As Luo Tian spoke, he kicked Krillin aside. That fellow truly had no awareness. If we're any later, I'll have to retrieve him from the underworld. What a bother, Luo Tian sighed. After uttering these words, a luminous flame ignited atop his scepter. The luminous flame quickly enveloped Son Goku's body. Immediately, the bloody wound on his chest began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Snap! Soon the hole in Son Goku's chest completely restored itself. Flesh and blood regenerated. Son Goku suddenly opened his eyes, a look of utter confusion on his face. Krillin was frozen in shock. Master Roshi's eyes bulged wide as he rubbed them repeatedly. Bulma too stared in astonishment, alternating her gaze between Luo Tian and Son Goku, unable to process the scene. All right, Goku, get up and take a few steps. Luo Tian smiled. Son Goku promptly rose to his feet. What's going on? Son Goku felt completely restored. Moreover, his powers seemed to have increased significantly. Am I seeing this correctly? Goku, you're alive. Krillin still couldn't believe what he was witnessing. This is incredible. Luo Tian, you know healing magic? Master Roshi eagerly asked in surprise. Piccolo was completely stunned. This man named Luo Tian actually knew healing techniques. It's been a long time since I last used it. I'm a bit rusty. Luo Tian chuckled and returned his scepter. Son Goku and the others widened their eyes once more. Just now, what exactly was that in your hand? Krillin asked in disbelief. Nothing special, just my tool of trade. No need to concern yourself with such details, Luo Tian smiled. Krillin. What? Raditz was still alive. Upon seeing Son Goku springing around nearby, he was utterly dumbfounded. As Raditz lay dying, he vaguely realized that it was that white-haired man who had treated Kakarot. Was there really such an outstanding healer on Earth? No. I must deliver this news to Vegeta and Nappa as soon as possible. Damn it. I can't even speak right now. I feel like I'm about to die. Luo Tian, did you really save me? Son Goku asked. What else would you think? Otherwise you'd already be reporting to the underworld by now. Luo Tian smiled. Luo Tian, so you know healing magic? Son Goku exclaimed in astonishment. I'm completely healed, and not only that, I feel like my power has grown much stronger than before. whom your combat power is now approximately 800. Luo Tian nodded. What? Combat power 800? That's impossible. Raditz' eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief as he shouted loudly. Just the unique physique of scions. Look at you. You're almost dead and have forgotten things like that. Luo Tian chuckled lightly. You? How do you know about our scion physiology? Raditz was utterly shocked. However, after uttering those words, Raditz exhausted his final breath, kicked his legs once, tilted his head, and died. Oh dear. I was planning to tell you, but I didn't expect you to die like this. Luo Tian sighed. Son Goku and the others were completely speechless. Compared to Raditz's death, what surprised them even more was that Luo Tian actually possessed healing abilities. Luo Tian, when did you learn to heal? Krillin asked. I was born knowing. How do you believe it? Luo Tian smiled. Krillin. Can't have a conversation with this guy. You were born knowing how. Who are you trying to fool? You must have just learned it recently. Otherwise, why haven't I ever seen you use it before? In a distant corner of the universe on some planet, Raditz is dead. Nappa said expressionlessly. What a pathetic fellow. He was defeated by someone with a combat power of just over 1000. Vegeta gnawed on an alien's claw and shook his head. What should we do? Should we head to Earth after finishing here? Nappa asked. This news is quite interesting. It's about the Dragon Balls. They say any wish can be granted. Vegeta smiled and rose. Alright, let's set out now. Are we going to rescue Raditz? Nappa asked. Don't be absurd. What use would there be in saving such trash? Vegeta chuckled. How about the Dragon Balls granting us eternal youth? We could fight forever. I see. Fine, that sounds perfect. Nappa nodded, his face full of anticipation. By the way, Raditz seemed to mention someone who could perform healing before he died. Did you hear that? Vegeta asked. I caught fragments of it. Seems there's a guy named Luo Tian who learned some healing technique. Kakarot might have been saved by him. Nappa mused. You know what? Vegeta suddenly thought of something. If we capture this Luo Tian fellow and make him serve us combined with our scion's miraculous physique. What do you think? Nappa's pupils contracted sharply as if he too had realized something, a trace of delight appearing on his face. Earth truly is a remarkable place, Vegeta smiled. Though, I can't help but wonder if they're trying to deceive us. Nappa stroked his chin and thought. Wouldn't it be easier to just go and see for ourselves, eh? Vegeta smiled faintly. That said, Vegeta, there's something oddly familiar about this name, Luo Tian. Nappa pondered. It seems we had a scion by that name. Who can recall events from so long ago? Vegeta shook his head. Besides, even if such a scion existed, he would have perished long ago. The universe is vast. It's perfectly normal to encounter someone with the same name. And since his name consists of only 2 characters, the likelihood of overlap is even greater. True enough. Nappa nodded. Whoosh. Whoosh. The two ceased their idle chatter and boarded a spherical mini-spacecraft hurtling toward Earth at tremendous speed. Kakarot's son possesses extraordinary combat power compared to pure-blooded scions. Nappa addressed Vegeta aboard the ship. Vegeta, don't you think we made a mistake? No, we haven't erred. Raditz's energy was significantly diminished after being struck by that child. Vegeta replied. That child carries both scion and earthling blood, a hybrid with formidable power. If we continue producing individuals like him, the universe will once again belong to the scions. Nappa chuckled. Stop dreaming. If that child grows up, his strength will only intensify, and our situation will become exceedingly perilous. Vegeta snorted. You're right. Let's eliminate all the humans on Earth first. Nappa agreed. It's been ages since I last slept soundly. Vegeta closed his eyes. Then I'll see you in a year. Nappa responded. Earth. Having accepted the fact that Luo Tian possessed healing abilities, everyone gradually composed themselves and began making plans for what lay ahead. So in a year or 2, even more powerful scions will descend upon Earth. Son Goku mused. By the way, how did Goku's brother know our exact location? Bulma suddenly asked. He had a strange device on his face that could measure an opponent's power level and location. Piccolo interjected, casting a silent glance towards Son Gohan. Son Gohan had already fainted and was being held by Master Roshi. Is that the one? Bulma pointed to the scouter on Raditz's face. Luo Tian, could you help me remove it? Easy enough. Luo Tian smiled and stepped forward to remove Raditz's scouter. Bulma immediately strapped it on, pressed several buttons, and removed the back cover for a thorough inspection. I see how it works. Such advanced technology. It's malfunctioning slightly, but still operational. Bulma nodded. I'll take this back to study and improve it, and also go find Yajirobe and Tenshinhan along the way. Let's return to my place first. Master Roshi suggested. By the way, Piccolo, what are your plans going forward? Son Goku asked. Wah! Piccolo gritted his teeth, channeling his energy into his severed arm. Schlorp! Instantly, Piccolo's missing arm regrew before their eyes. Huff, huff, huff. However, regenerating his arm had taken a considerable toll on his stamina. Master Roshi. Bulma stared in utter disbelief. It looks like a lizard's tail. Krillin wiped the sweat from his brow. Amazing. Piccolo, so you can regenerate after all. Son, Goku chuckled. Goku, I plan to take your son away for training. Piccolo looked at Goku. What? What did you say? You want to take Gohan away? Goku was stunned. That's right. Piccolo nodded. I see, you want to eat him. Krillin said cautiously. Why would I eat him? Piccolo bellowed furiously. Goku did not speak, he just silently looked at Piccolo. If Gohan is properly trained, he can become a powerful warrior. That way a year from now he might be able to play some role against those two Saiyans. Piccolo said slowly, so I've decided to train Gohan. Even if you train Gohan. Isn't Goku still here? Krillin said quickly. Goku's strength is indeed remarkable, but he will definitely never become a qualified teacher. Piccolo said with a faint smile. Alright, you can take Gohan. Goku thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Goku, you can't be serious. Krillin exclaimed, Goku, you're too carefree. That's your own son. Are you really letting Piccolo take him away to train? Don't you want to ask your wife? We'll meet again in a year. Piccolo smiled, taking son Gohan from the turtle hermit. Whooshed. Piccolo soared into the air and swiftly left the area. Hey Goku, will Gohan be corrupted by him? Krillin was speechless. It's fine, I believe him. Goku smiled. Piccolo is right. He might be more suitable than me to be Gohan's first teacher. Krillin. Turtle hermit. Is Gohan even your biological son? How can you bear to do this? Then Goku, what are your plans now? Krillin asked. Of course I need to train hard too. Otherwise a year from now I'm afraid I won't be a match for those two. Goku's expression turned serious. Why don't we train together? At least we can be each other's sparring partners, Krillin suggested. Even though I'm far from your level now. Alright, both of you say no more. Luo Tian replied. From now on let me train Goku. Krillin. Turtle hermit. Bulma. They were all speechless. Goku looked at Luo Tian with curiosity. Goku, I do happen to have a new technique. Once you learn it, those two Saiyans won't even be qualified to fight you. Luo Tian smiled. What? Goku was taken aback. Ultra Instinct, Luo Tian said. Ultra Instinct? What's that? Krillin interjected confused. It's the body's ability to dodge on its own. Luo Tian explained. Once you master this technique, no matter how powerful your opponent is, you'll handle it with ease. What do I need to do? Goku asked. The principle is actually simple. It's about perceiving the sky, perceiving the earth, perceiving all of nature. When one day you feel that you have become one with the entire world, your Ultra Instinct will have achieved initial success. Luo Tian said with a smile. I don't understand. Goku scratched his head. What is all this? What does perceiving the sky and earth mean? Luo Tian, this is no time for jokes. If Goku loses to those two in a year, Earth is doomed. Krillin said with a pained expression. Goku, I won't force you to practice this technique of mine. Luo Tian smiled slightly. There's another option. I can send you to King Kai to learn his Kaioken. Once you learn the Kaioken, as long as your body can withstand the pressure, your power will increase exponentially. Who is King Kai? The turtle hermit asked thoughtfully. Never heard of him. Krillin shook his head. One is Ultra Instinct, the other is Kaioken. You don't need to answer right away. I'll give you 3 days to think it over. Once you've made your choice, come find me. Luo Tian smiled. Goku, I feel like this Kaioken he mentioned seems more powerful. It can even make your strength multiply several times over. Krillin said quickly. I've thought it through. I want to learn Ultra Instinct from you. Goku said with a serious expression. Goku, have you really made up your mind? Krillin exclaimed. Maybe that so-called Ultra Instinct Luo Tian talked about doesn't work at all. Krillin, don't say any more. I've already decided. Goku smiled and nodded. I believe Luo Tian can definitely help my power improve by a huge margin. Krillin fell silent. Well, since you've already made up your mind, what more can I say? Alright. That said, based on my calculations, if you spend a year training in Ultra Instinct, your comprehension may not be very profound. If you want to defeat those two Saiyans, I estimate there might still be a few problems. Luo Tian said slowly. See Goku. I told you. Learning that Kaioken is more suitable, Krillin said. Bang. No sooner had he said that than Bulma punched him in the head. Shut up. You talk too much. Bulma shouted angrily. Krillin covered his head and dared not make another sound. But don't worry. At the very least, I won't let you die. Luo Tian smiled. I'll study it a bit more and figure out how to teach you, at least giving you a move to save your life. Then, can I come to you in 3 days? Goku asked. 3 days? Fine, let's do it like that. Luo Tian nodded and said to Bulma, Bulma, it's time for us to go back. Okay. Bulma nodded. Whooshed. The next moment Bulma took Luo Tian aboard the helicopter and quickly left the scene. Goku, you're not serious, are you? You're really going to train under Luo Tian? Krillin asked with a wry smile. Yeah. Otherwise I don't have a suitable way to train on my own. Goku smiled. But, can Luo Tian actually do it? He only knows healing techniques. That so-called Ultra Instinct he mentioned feels like nothing more than a defensive move to me, Krillin said at a loss for words. Krillin was speechless. No, Krillin, I suddenly feel that Luo Tian is definitely far more powerful than we imagined, Goku said thoughtfully. What? How is that possible? Krillin was stunned. You'll know in time. Goku smiled. I also think. Luo Tian's performance today was definitely not that of an ordinary person. The turtle hermit also murmured softly. Even Master Mutant is saying that. Kiririn was astonished. After all, he felt he had known Luo Tian for quite a long time. After all these years, how could we not know what Luo Tian is really like? But today Kiririn heard from Goku that Luo Tian was by no means an ordinary man. Kiririn found it hard to accept. Is this still the same Luo Tian I know? That's right, don't forget. He was able to heal Goku's injuries with ease, said Master Mutant. It was just a healing spell, wasn't it? Kiririn said with a wry smile. A mere healing spell? Then you give it a try. Master Mutant retorted in annoyance. Kiririn hung his head. The problem is I don't know any techniques at all. Kiririn, you must always keep a humble heart. Master Mutant admonished. Goku is right. Luo Tian must be far more powerful than we imagine. Is that so? It's just that I really can't see it at all. Kiririn scratched his head. Forget about the healing technique for now. Have you noticed any change in Luo Tian's appearance over the years? Master Mutant asked. Appearance? What do you mean? Kiririn was taken aback. Ever since the day we first met Luo Tian, nearly 20 years have passed. Have you seen him gain or lose weight? Or has he grown old? By the age he claims, he should be 40 now. Yet there isn't a single wrinkle at the corners of a middle-aged man's eyes. Master Mutant said thoughtfully. Kiririn's eyes widened. Now that Master Mutant mentioned it, Kiririn realized it really did seem to be true. Before he knew it, Luo Tian really was already a man in his 40s. If one were a martial artist, even at 41 might not show any signs of aging. But the problem was that Luo Tian had always acted as if he knew nothing about martial arts. Even so, after all these years, he still looked exactly the same as when he first appeared. Not the slightest change. Not fatter, not thinner. That really was a problem. Just who is he? Kiririn was astounded. That's why I say Luo Tian must be extraordinary. We simply never paid attention to him before. Goku chuckled. Hey, I wonder, could it be that Bulma secretly gathered the Dragon Balls and asked Shenlong to grant Luo Tian eternal youth? Kiririn speculated. That's not entirely impossible. Master Mutant nodded slightly. No way. Goku smiled wryly. Alright, enough about that. Goku, since you've already made your decision, just follow your own judgment, said Master Mutant. It's a pity I have nothing left to teach you now. Goku laughed heartily. Haha, what are you saying, Grandpa Mutant? No matter what, you're the master who guided me at the very beginning. On board the helicopter. Luo Tian, you're not really planning to teach Goku some kind of ultra, whatever it's called, are you? Bulma turned to ask Luo Tian. That's right, what else did you think? Luo Tian smiled. What was it called again? Bulma asked. Ultra Instinct. Luo Tian replied. Can you really pull it off? Don't let him get beaten by those two scions. That would be a real problem, Bulma said, wiping sweat from her forehead. It all depends on his ability to comprehend. If he can't grasp it, then he probably really won't be able to beat those two scions, Luo Tian said with a slight smile. How can you still be smiling at a time like this? Bulma was speechless. In a few days I'll first see how well he comprehends. If it doesn't work, then I'll have him train his fundamentals first, Luo Tian said thoughtfully. Speaking of which, Luo Tian, Bulma looked at him again. That Ultra Instinct. Can you do it? I can. Luo Tian nodded. Can you beat those two scions? Bulma asked. Never mind two. Even 10,000 of them wouldn't be enough to beat me. Luo Tian sighed. Bulma, can we just talk normally? If you keep talking like that, I don't even know how to respond. By the way, how did you make that staff appear? Bulma asked again. See, like this, Luo Tian said as a staff suddenly materialized in his hand. Bulma's eyes widened. Fun, isn't it? Luo Tian smiled. Bulma rubbed her eyes, feeling as though she were dreaming. When did Luo Tian learn to do magic tricks? And, is this even magic? Somehow I suddenly feel that Luo Tian is a bit mysterious. In a verdant mountain region, Piccolo carried the unconscious Son Gohan and descended to a body of water nearby. Wake up, son of Son Goku. Piccolo held Son Gohan high above his head. However, Son Gohan remained fast asleep. Humph, this little brat. Piccolo gritted his teeth and casually tossed Son Gohan into the water. Son Gohan swallowed a few mouthfuls of water and immediately woke up. Then, looking utterly bewildered, he glanced around in every direction. Where am I? How did I end up in the water? I have something to tell you. Get up here, Piccolo said. Son Gohan was startled and turned to look at Piccolo behind him. Piccolo, however, wore a cold expression and a fearsome face. Huh, who are you? Son Gohan was frightened, then suddenly realized, where's my dad? Where did Daddy go? Help! Daddy! Son Gohan flailed about wildly in the water, searching for his father. Daddy, I'm scared, he cried out. How annoying! Piccolo gritted his teeth. I'll take care of you. With that, he flew up, grabbed Son Gohan, and dumped him onto the grass nearby. Wah! Son Gohan burst into loud crying. No screaming. If you cry again, I'll snap your neck, Piccolo threatened. That trick actually worked, and Son Gohan dared not cry aloud anymore. Alright, listen to me, Piccolo said coldly. First, your father is still alive, but he has no time to take care of you. You remember a little, don't you? He nearly died trying to defeat that man. What? That is, wah. Son Gohan looked utterly aggrieved and nearly burst into tears again. Hey, your dad isn't dead, so why are you crying? Cry again, and I really will strangle you. Piccolo stretched out his hands to scare Son Gohan. Son Gohan trembled in terror and stopped crying. Even if your father did die, that wouldn't matter. You must have heard of the Dragon Balls, right? Even if he died, he could be revived with the Dragon Balls. Piccolo said calmly. That's not the problem. The terrible guy who kidnapped you is dead, but in 1 year, 2 even more powerful comrades of his will come to Earth. Neither your father nor I are a match for them, so we need your strength. Train hard, and together we'll defend our Earth. Huh, can I really do this? I've never fought anyone before. Son Gohan paused, asking, with visible apprehension. You haven't realized it yourself yet, but there is a powerful energy dormant within you. That is why you must train to harness that energy effectively, Piccolo replied. You're lying. There's no powerful energy inside me. Son Gohan wore an expression of grieved injustice. Then let me show you the proof. Piccolo let out a sinister chuckle, seized Son Gohan by the head, and lifted him into the air. What are you doing? Let me go? It hurts. Son Gohan cried out, struggling desperately. Whoosh. Piccolo swept his arm forward with a violent motion. In an instant, Son Gohan was hurled toward a distant mountain. Piccolo's face was alight with anticipation. Let me see your true power. I want to see whether you can actually shatter that rocky peak. If you fail, don't blame me when you perish. At worst, I'll find the Dragon Balls and revive you. Wahaha. Son Gohan watched himself careening relentlessly toward the mountain, his expression darkening with dread. Suddenly, a blazing golden aura erupted around him. Boom. The golden energy slammed into the mountain with catastrophic force. Accompanied by a thunderous explosion that shook the heavens, the entire peak was obliterated into rubble. A sprawling chasm tore across the earth. Piccolo was utterly petrified. This kid is far too powerful. He is even more formidable than I ever imagined. Son Gohan. Did I really do that? I didn't expect myself to be this strong. But I'm so terrified. Piccolo silently gazed at Son Gohan, rendered speechless by a torrent of conflicting emotions. His heart grew heavy. He might very well be forging an enemy too dreadful to face in the future. Did I really do this? Son Gohan stammered. Now you finally understand, don't you? Piccolo responded. You can only unleash your latent power in moments of intense emotion. But such outbursts last only a fleeting instant, and that alone will never be enough to win. I will teach you the art of combat, so you may become the strongest warrior. But I don't want to be a martial artist. I want to become a great scientist. Son Gohan shook his head. Of course you can. As long as you defeat the 2 Saiyans who arrive here in 1 year, what you choose to be is no longer my concern. Piccolo continued, their objective is the extinction of all humankind on Earth. Should they succeed, not only will your dream of becoming a scientist vanish, but whether Earth itself endures remains an open question. But I'm still so scared. Son Gohan trembled uncontrollably. Stop being so pathetic. Do you wish for me to kill you myself? Piccolo barked, there is no time to waste. Begin now. Take off your shirt first. Terrified Son Gohan hastily stripped off his top, muttering between actions, I wish my father could teach me how to train. Regrettably, he cannot be a good teacher. He lacks the necessary severity. Seeing how spoiled you have become, I can already tell how leniently he has trained you. Piccolo smiled faintly. Moreover, your father himself consented to place you under my tutelage. Son Gohan felt tears welling up. Father, are you abandoning me? So shall we begin? Son Gohan asked pitifully. Indeed. We start now. For the moment, there is nothing else you must do. Only survive. Piccolo offered a faint smile. Survive? Son Gohan blinked in confusion. Precisely. You need only remain alive here alone in peace. If you can endure for 6 months, I will teach you the skills of combat. What? 6 months? Am I truly to be left entirely alone here? Son Gohan recoiled in fright. I'll die of loneliness. Fear not. You will never be truly alone. Beastly creatures that devour humans frequently roam these lands. Piccolo smirked. What? Are you leaving me here by myself? You are utterly cruel. Son Gohan was consumed by terror, his youthful face drained of color. Enough. I have no patience for idle chatter. If you can survive 6 months, it will prove you are an exceptional warrior, both in body and in spirit. Piccolo said coldly, do not forget the fate of Earth rests in your hands. You must believe in your own abilities and learn to wield them yourself. But I. Son Gohan looked utterly helpless. Listen carefully. Do not even contemplate fleeing from this place. The surrounding area is entirely desert. You are familiar with quicksand, are you not? Should you accidentally sink into it, not even I could rescue you. Piccolo smiled. Wait, where's the food? Where are the bathtub and the bed? Son Gohan asked again. My young master, did you truly expect me to provide such comforts, eh? Piccolo chuckled softly. Son Gohan. This is merciless. If you wish to harbor resentment directed at your fate, as I do mine. Having spoken these words, Piccolo shot skyward and vanished in an instant. In days of old he too had survived and grown in this forsaken place alone. Son Goku's son, endure and live well upon your own. Wait for me. Don't leave me behind. I'm afraid. Son Gohan sprinted after him in desperation. Yet Piccolo had long since disappeared beyond sight. Son Gohan burst into tears. No one came to heed him. Temple. Kami. Kami, what troubles you? Master Roshi asked. Has something occurred? That wretch Piccolo seems vastly changed from before, Kami murmured. Though his malicious nature persists, he has lost his former cunning and brutality. I have sensed it as well. The great demon king of old would never have permitted Son Goku's son to grow stronger. Mr. Popo nodded in agreement. Piccolo's transformation may stem from the knowledge that the soul of Raditz whom he slew has peacefully transitioned to another realm. Kami reflected. Until now those slain by the demon race have been barred from reincarnation, condemned to wander eternally in torment. Yet Raditz alone has reached another world. Mr. Popo remained silent, offering no reply. Furthermore, he may already know that we shall perish within a year. Kami declared. A year? Mr. Popo paused, momentarily startled. Yes. In 1 year Piccolo will be slain by those two scions. Kami nodded solemnly. As you are aware, Piccolo and I were once a single being. Should he die, I too shall cease to exist. Though I bear the title of Kami, the knowledge of my approaching demise weighs heavily upon my heart. Piccolo must have foreseen this as well. Thus he seeks to leave some legacy behind. Perhaps by training Son Goku's son. Kami, that individual named Luo Tian possesses healing abilities. Do you happen to know his origins? Mr. Popo inquired. I don't know, I never paid attention to him before. Kami said with a wry smile, but... Well, I was originally planning to take Wukong to train under King Kai after he died. But after this healing, I don't even know how to train Wukong anymore. Mr. Popo was speechless. Oh, the little one might be in trouble. Kami looked down at the earth at Son Gohan, crying in the wilderness. On the wilderness? Wah! Son Gohan was still crying. As he wept, he suddenly felt something was off. Son Gohan looked up and was startled to find a monstrous beast of enormous size in front of him. Moi! The beast was also slightly taken aback as it saw the little one. The beast's drool dripped down. I've been looking for food everywhere, and here you are right in front of my eyes. Oh, what should I do? Son Gohan was terrified. Without any hesitation, the beast opened its huge maw and lunged at Son Gohan. Son Gohan hurriedly fled. As he ran, he tripped and fell. The beast meanwhile opened its mouth wide, intending to swallow him whole. At this critical moment, Son Gohan suddenly leaped into the air, lightly jumping to a nearby mountain peak. The beast looked utterly bewildered. Where is he? Where did he go? Did I swallow him directly? How strange. Huff huff. Son Gohan breathed a sigh of relief. However, when Son Gohan saw his surroundings clearly, he was terrified. How did I get up here? I can't get down. I'm probably going to starve to death here. I'm done for. What should I do? Bowsy Mountain. What did you say? You handed Gohan over to Piccolo Daimao for training. Chi-Chi was so angry her nose twisted, hands on her hips, she shouted at Son Wukong. Well, Chi-Chi, just let Gohan train for a year. Son Wukong scratched his head and said apologetically, to be honest, I don't want to involve Gohan either, but after that battle with that guy, Gohan's performance really surprised me. Maybe 1 year later the one who can save the Earth will be Gohan. I don't care. You bring Gohan back immediately. He's just a child. Protecting Earth is an adult's business. Chi-Chi shouted angrily. You're really something. Chi-Chi. Son Wukong laughed. Did you hear me? Bring Gohan back right now. Even if he needs to train, isn't it better to train with you? Chi-Chi's voice grew louder. But I think it's more suitable for him to train with Piccolo. Son Wukong scratched his head. I don't care. I don't want to hear your explanations. Bring Gohan back immediately, or I'll never let this go. Chi-Chi shouted. Even if all humans are killed by them, you don't care? Son Wukong said with a wry smile. Yes, I don't care. These have nothing to do with Gohan. Chi-Chi fumed. Alright, I'll go find Gohan now. Nimbus. Son Wukong called out loudly. The Nimbus quickly descended. I'm off, Chi-Chi. Son Wukong waved and stepped onto the Nimbus. Whoosh. Son Wukong sped away on the Nimbus. Chi-Chi suddenly felt something was off. I feel like he's going to train not to bring Gohan back. Damn it. Wukong, do you want to ruin our son? Capsule Corporation headquarters. Bulma's home. After Luo Tian and Bulma returned home, Bulma plunged into the research lab, beginning to study the scouter obtained from Raditz. Luo Tian was sunbathing on a lounge chair in the yard. Before long, he saw a golden cloud speeding toward them. Slap. Son Wukong descended from the sky, landing beside Luo Tian. Wukong here so soon. Can't stand staying at home. Your wife must be upset that you handed Gohan over to Piccolo Daimao. Luo Tian smiled. Haha, Luo Tian, you figured it out. Son Wukong scratched his head helplessly. That's easy to guess. Luo Tian smiled. So can we start training now? Son Wukong asked. To be honest, I haven't decided how to train you yet. Luo Tian mused. For now, stay here and contemplate that willow tree over there. Willow tree. Sun Wukong was stunned, scratching his head in confusion. So troublesome, how do I contemplate it? How to contemplate is your problem. When you can feel that you and the tree have become one, I'll teach you deeper abilities. Luo Tian smiled. Contemplate that willow tree. Alright, I'll try. Luo Tian, your training method is really strange. Sun Wukong said, silently walking over to the large willow tree behind him, placing his hand on the trunk, and began to contemplate it. An hour passed quickly. In the research lab. Finally done. Great. With this scouter I can know their locations and battle power levels. Bulma giggled, took the scouter, and stepped out. Arriving in the courtyard, she saw Luo Tian sunbathing and Sun Wukong hugging the large willow tree with both hands. Bulma. What's going on? Why is Wukong hugging that willow tree? Hey Wukong. Am I seeing things? Is that you? Bulma thought her eyes were playing tricks. Bulma. Sun Wukong suddenly snapped back to reality. What are you doing? Bulma was speechless. Why are you hugging my willow tree? So troublesome. Luo Tian told me to contemplate this willow tree. Sun Wukong explained briefly. Bulma. What kind of training is this? Luo Tian, if you train him like this, you'll make Wukong stupid. Stand still. Let me check your battle power first. Bulma called to Sun Wukong. To make it easier to read, I changed the characters. 835. This number represents your battle power, Wukong. 835. Sun Wukong was stunned, scratched his head, and said, I remember Raditz saying my battle power was over 400 something. Is there a problem? Bulma was also a bit puzzled. But I noticed that after recovering my strength has indeed increased quite a bit. Sun Wukong mused. Let me check others. At a distant location, there are two battle power values. One is 139 and the other is 206. From this distance, it should be Master Roshi and Krillin. Bulma guessed. Is it Krillin and Grandpa Gohan? Son Goku asked, startled. Then the one with 206 must be Krillin. Has he already surpassed Grandpa? That's hard to say. Bulma shook her head. This precise device the Science can detect any powerful warrior in the world and their location. About 4000 kilometers away, there's someone with a power level of 250. 250. Son Goku fell silent. That guy with a power level of 250 must be Tien Shinhan. Luo Tian smiled and rose to his feet. Over 3000 kilometers away, there's someone with a power level of 177. Bulma pointed in another direction. 177. Could it be Yamcha? Son Goku guessed. There's another one very far away, about 800 kilometers, with a power level of 329. Bulma looked to the left rear. 329. Who could that be? Son Goku scratched his head, puzzled about who might have a power level of 329. Bulma, what about Piccolo? What's Piccolo's power level? Son Goku asked. It's gone. Your current power level of 835 seems to be the strongest on the planet's surface. Bulma shook her head. No need to look anymore, that 329 is Piccolo, Luo Tian said with a smile. What? Piccolo's power level is only 329. Bulma was stunned. Why is Goku so much higher? Scions have a special constitution. When they are near death and then revive, their power level increases dramatically. That's why Goku's power level has risen so much this time, Luo Tian explained with a smile. What? Is that true? How come I didn't know? Son Goku was stunned. There are many things you don't know, Luo Tian replied with a faint smile. Bulma, check Luo Tian's power level. Son Goku urged. Don't bother with me. I have no power level, Luo Tian said with a smile. Son Goku. Bulma. Nevertheless, Bulma quickly turned to Luo Tian and checked his power level reading. Power level. 0. Bulma was speechless. What? No way. Son Goku was dumbfounded upon hearing this result. Hey, that's not right. Even I have a power level of 1. How can Luo Tian be 0? Bulma felt something was off. Could I easily beat Luo Tian? That doesn't seem possible. Don't rely on such a boring device. A power level only measures the energy within your body, Luo Tian said with a dismissive smile. Moreover, in many cases, a person's energy fluctuates greatly with their emotions. Take Goku's son Gohan, for example. When his emotions fluctuate, his power level can reach over 1000, but normally it's only 1 or even 0. Hehe, Luo Tian, are you explaining all this just to prove you're stronger than me? Bulma teased. Goku, how is your meditation coming along? Luo Tian ignored Bulma. It feels really difficult. Son Goku scratched his head. How about this? I'll give you 3 days. If you can lower your power level to below 100 by meditating on this willow tree, you can continue, Luo Tian said. Bulma. Son Goku looked utterly confused. How could training lower his power level? I've said it before. A power level is just an index of energy, Luo Tian explained. For instance, your current power level is 835. Are you sure you can defeat me? What do you mean? Do you want to fight me, Luo Tian? Son Goku stared intently at Luo Tian. Fight me? You're not qualified yet. Once you have comprehended true Ultra Instinct, only then will you be worthy to challenge me, Luo Tian sighed. Son Goku. Bulma was also silent for a long moment. Luo Tian, you're really looking down on people. If you provoke Goku's fighting spirit like this, how will you ever handle it? Be careful, Goku might just punch you to death. Son Goku didn't know what to say. Although he found Luo Tian somewhat mysterious, he was confident he could defeat him. After all, my power level is now the strongest on the planet. It seems I have to make you give up before you'll let go of that stubbornness, Luo Tian sighed. Snap! A black cloth suddenly appeared in Luo Tian's hand. Seeing Luo Tian conjure a black cloth out of thin air, Bulma was once again astonished. Son Goku's eyes widened. How did that cloth appear? Luo Tian, what are you going to do? Bulma asked. Luo Tian demonstrated his intention through action. He wrapped the cloth around his eyes. I can't see anything now, Luo Tian said, smiling at Son Goku. Goku, attack me with all your might. Today I'll show you what true Ultra Instinct is. Son Goku. Bulma. They exchanged a quick glance. Bulma, do you think Luo Tian is serious? Son Goku asked. I don't know. Bulma was at a loss and quickly said to Luo Tian, this is no joke. Goku's power level is over 800. He could kill you with one careless move. Just attack with confidence. Do I look like I'm joking? Luo Tian remained perfectly composed. Fine, forget it. Bulma pouted, disgruntled. Anyway, if you get hurt, you can heal yourself, right? That's right, Luo Tian replied with a smile. Alright, I'll give it a try. I'm coming at you now, Luo Tian. Son Goku's face was filled with excitement, anticipation, and boundless confidence. I am now the strongest being on the planet. I want to see if you can dodge my attack, Luo Tian. Whooshed. Son Goku swiftly charged toward Luo Tian. However, he didn't use his full strength. If he accidentally killed Luo Tian, Bulma would surely come after him. I'd better take it easy. Son Goku threw a slow, deliberate punch toward Luo Tian's body. Yet just as his fist was about to touch Luo Tian's shoulder, Luo Tian gently sidestepped and easily evaded the attack. Goku, use all your power. I won't die, Luo Tian sighed. Bulma's eyes widened. Luo Tian had actually managed to dodge, but it seemed Goku hadn't yet unleashed his full power. Luo Tian, you should accept defeat while you can still walk away. Dodging Goku once doesn't mean you can evade every strike. Incredible. He actually dodged it. Goku exclaimed in astonishment, a familiar flash of excitement and anticipation returning to his expression. To think he could dodge that. Wait a moment. Why does this technique seem somewhat reminiscent of what Master Roshi once taught me? Clear as the sky, vast as the earth. It seemed as if something was beginning to stir within Goku's mind, a faint but undeniable resonance. Very well, I'll unleash my full power then. Take care, Luo Tian. Goku declared. Come at me, Luo Tian replied with a faint smile. All right, here I come. This time Goku unleashed everything he had. His speed reached its pinnacle as a swift punch hurtled toward Luo Tian. Just as Goku's fist was about to connect, Luo Tian's body shifted slightly, and once again, he effortlessly evaded the attack. What? You dodged it again. I refuse to believe it. Goku exclaimed in shock, once more increasing his pace. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. His fists rained down upon Luo Tian relentlessly. Luo Tian made no attempt to counterattack, simply weaving left and right with his eyes covered. Come on. If I were hit by someone with a combat power of barely 800, I'd be utterly humiliated. 800. Even if your combat power were 800 million, you still wouldn't land a single blow on me. With my current strength, only a god of destruction could possibly manage it. Huff huff huff. Goku fought for nearly 5 minutes straight, completely winded, yet he couldn't so much as graze Luo Tian's clothing. This. Goku's eyes bulged, a look of utter disbelief on his face. Bulma was equally stunned. Was Luo Tian really this fast? Goku didn't seem to be holding back. Could someone truly exert themselves this much while going easy? When did Luo Tian become this powerful? Shall we continue? Luo Tian chuckled, casually peeling off the cloth from his eyes. Whoosh. The cloth instantly vaporized. How are you doing this? Is it because your hearing is exceptionally sharp? Goku asked in disbelief. I told you this is called Ultra Instinct. Luo Tian smiled and continued. Normally when your body receives an attack, the signal first travels through your eyes, then to your brain for processing and judgment. This creates cumbersome delays. But if every part of your body can independently generate responses and automatically evade or counter incoming attacks, the processing speed becomes remarkably swift. Goku appeared to understand, nodding vigorously. If one day you can feel yourself merging with all things heavenly and earthly, then your grasp of Ultra Instinct will be considered somewhat accomplished. Luo Tian offered a gentle smile. I see. Goku nodded thoughtfully. However, while your speed is undeniable, what about your offensive power? Offensive power. Luo Tian chuckled. In a flash, he instantly reappeared behind Goku. In all martial arts, speed reigns supreme. Luo Tian's voice rang out from behind Goku. Goku's expression darkened instantly. Boom. Luo Tian delivered a single palm strike to Goku's back. Goku rebounded across the ground like a ball, eventually crashing heavily onto the earth. Pooh! Goku spat blood, immediately gravely injured. Bulma stood frozen in shock. Goku's eyes were wide with utter disbelief as he gazed at Luo Tian. How overwhelmingly powerful is that? If he had applied even a fraction more force, I would have died. Enough. Rest and recover properly. The training ahead will be brutal, and you may not yet be suited to pursue Ultra Instinct. Luo Tian spoke calmly. The sacred world. King Kai's expression darkened with each passing moment. Who exactly is he? King Kai asked in astonishment. When did such a terrifying being come into existence on Earth? To reduce Goku to severe injury with a single palm strike. How have I never known of his presence before? No. I know of him, but I had no idea he possessed such power. King Kai. Luo Tian's techniques bear a resemblance to those you once taught Goku. Master Roshi hastily remarked. Indeed. It gives the impression of divine techniques. King Kai mused. Divine? Could Luo Tian be a deity? Master Roshi scratched his head in confusion. I cannot say for certain. There is still insufficient information to determine. King Kai shook his head. Regardless, Luo Tian is a good person. With him around, those two scions should pose no problem, correct? Master Roshi said with a smile. Such matters cannot be stated so definitively. I'm wondering whether he has some reason preventing him from intervening. King Kai furrowed his brows. If he has always been this formidable, why reveal himself now? Why did he not engage when Raditz arrived? Master Roshi also found this perplexing. Roshi, please bring Krillin, Tien, and Kaiatsu to the sacred world. I shall personally instruct them in combat techniques. King Kai made his decision. In the blink of an eye, 6 months passed. Yajirobe and Tien were easily located. They trained diligently under King Kai's guidance each day. Gohan was living quite comfortably. Piccolo had specially prepared an orange outfit similar to Goku's for him and equipped him with a sword. Gohan was enjoying wild fruits when suddenly a dinosaur-like monster appeared in his line of sight. Gohan paused momentarily. Then he broke into a grin. Swish, swish, swish. Gohan effortlessly leaped through the grass, evading the monster's attacks with ease. Crash. The monster crashed headfirst into a distant mountain, dazed and disoriented. Rhying. Gohan descended from above, slicing off the monster's tail with a single sword strike. Now we get to eat meat. Gohan giggled happily, launching an energy blast at a nearby log. Flames immediately erupted from the wood. Gohan placed the meat upon the fire to roast. High above, Piccolo watched silently, a faint expression of satisfaction gracing his features. He's truly improved remarkably. It's time I taught him some real techniques. Piccolo smiled. As for Sun Wukong, under Luo Tian's guidance, he was also comprehending the natural world. It could only be said that he had achieved some minor progress. However, given the current situation, Luo Tian felt that when Vegeta arrived, Sun Wukong would likely be utterly defeated. Luo Tian, this is so difficult. It's already been 6 months and my strength doesn't seem to have improved much, Sun Wukong said with a bitter smile. It was quite normal for Sun Wukong to say such things. After all, at his current level, it would still be extremely difficult for him to truly master Ultra Instinct. It seems I may have been pushing you too hard, Luo Tian mused. Never mind, for the remaining months you should train under King Kai. King Kai? Who is that? Sun Wukong paused in confusion. Let's go. Luo Tian didn't waste words, immediately enveloping Sun Wukong in a brilliant light and vanishing into the void in an instant. Before Sun Wukong could even process what happened, he found himself in an entirely different world. This. Sun Wukong was completely stunned. That speed was simply too fast. What was happening? Where was he now? This is the underworld. When people die, they come here to register. Luo Tian explained. Look at that grand palace below. That's the palace of Lord Yinluo. Lord Yinluo. Sun Wukong was dumbfounded. Am I dead? If you really want to die, I can kill you right now, Luo Tian chuckled, accelerating their flight. Soon Luo Tian brought Sun Wukong to hover above King Kai's planet. Where is this now? Sun Wukong was struggling to keep up with the pace. This is King Kai's planet. Luo Tian smiled. Go train under him. But remember, don't neglect Ultra Instinct either. Good, I understand. Sun Wukong nodded. By the way, once those two scions arrive, I won't be able to intervene directly. Don't expect me to defeat them, even though it would be trivial for me. Luo Tian added. Sun Wukong nodded solemnly. Go. Luo Tian said, then kicked Sun Wukong downward. Bang! Sun Wukong crashed heavily onto King Kai's planet. Ouch! This ground feels wrong. My body feels so heavy. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, exerting extra effort to barely stand up. How strange, it feels like some force is pulling me down. Just then a gorilla walked over from afar. Ah, are you King Kai? Sun Wukong paused slightly. It must be, one shouldn't judge by appearances. Who could have guessed Luo Tian was so powerful? Apparently, besides Bulma and me, Krillin and the others don't know yet, right? And Master Ko is actually a cat. Hello, I'm Sun Wukong. I've come to study under you. Sun Wukong quickly bowed. Swoosh. The gorilla merely raised its arm and swayed its body, pacing awkwardly back and forth. Is this how it begins? Just by doing this movement, King Kai. Sun Wukong looked utterly bewildered. Alright, this planet seems quite peculiar. I'll just give it a try. Sun Wukong followed the gorilla babosu to learn. He raised both hands and swayed back and forth on the planet. This technique is really exhausting. King Kai, what exactly is going on with this planet? My body feels particularly heavy. Sun Wukong couldn't help asking. Also, King Kai, do you know about Ultra Instinct? The gorilla babosu remained silent, continuing to lumber forward with effort. Sun Wukong panted heavily and followed silently behind. Is this King Kai's fist technique? I feel like I should go back and continue comprehending the earth and nature. This King Kai's technique was simply absurd. Hey, what are you doing? Just then Sun Wukong suddenly heard a voice come from beside him. Sun Wukong focused his gaze and discovered a somewhat stout figure. The person appeared to be wearing sunglasses with blue skin and two antenna-like protrusions on his head. You? Who are you? Sun Wukong was taken aback. I am Dodonpa, King Kai said with a smile. You're Dodonpa? Sun Wukong scratched his head. Isn't it King Kai, eh? King Kai. You're the one named Dodonpa. This kid is quite unlikable. Idiot, I'm King Kai. King Kai retorted impatiently. Huh. Then who is he? Sun Wukong pointed at the gorilla beside him. He's my pet, Bobo, King Kai replied. Ha ha, so that's how it is. I wondered why something seemed off. Sun Wukong laughed heartily. You're the one who's off. Don't you think my joke was quite amusing? King Kai said with a dark expression. A joke? That Dodonpa one. Sun Wukong paused slightly. King Kai didn't want to speak anymore. Why do I feel like I'm the one being mocked? Is this kid here to cause trouble? Could it be that Eastern Kai sent him? I'll give you one last chance. Let me tell another joke and see. King Kai said with a stern face. Sun Wukong looked utterly confused. Hello? Hello? What? Is no one answering the phone? King Kai muttered to himself, then burst into belly laughs. Haha, that's hilarious. I've never heard such a funny joke in my life. What? What on earth are you talking about? Sun Wukong stared at King Kai as if he were an idiot. Luo Tian, hurry and take me back. I don't want to train with him anymore. King Kai. This kid must be some comedic creature sent here intentionally. Why have you come here? King Kai asked coldly. It was simply impossible to communicate with this kid. I was introduced to you by a friend, so I wanted to ask King Kai to teach me cultivation. Sun Wukong said. Go back home. The fact that you didn't laugh at such a hilarious joke shows your character isn't good. I don't like people like that, King Kai said impatiently. Ha ha ha, that's truly amusing. As expected of King Kai, this is the first time I've ever heard such a funny joke. Sun Wukong reacted extremely quickly and immediately burst into laughter. You're just now catching on. King Kai gave a dry laugh. Can you teach me to cultivate? Sun Wukong hurriedly asked. Of course there's no problem, but you need to pass an exam first. King Kai smiled. You must tell a joke that makes me the genius of humor. Laugh with your joke. Oh. Sun Wukong was speechless. Asking me to tell a joke. This is simply too difficult. Why do I suddenly feel so fortunate to have trained under Luo Tian? Well, if it's not a high-level joke, I won't laugh. King Kai smiled. If you can't manage it, then hurry back and return the way you came. The quilt. Carry it on your back. Sun Wukong suddenly declared. The king of the demon world was as if struck by lightning, utterly dumbfounded. This is just too hilarious. The king of the demon world couldn't help but burst out laughing. You laughed? The king of the demon world laughed, Sun Wukong quickly pointed out. Oh no. I accidentally laughed out loud. The king of the demon world wiped his brow. You're quite the character, kid. Are you a professional? Alright then, since you show some promise, I'll teach you the most amusing comedy techniques. I don't want to learn that. Teach me martial arts instead. Sun Wukong said. What? Martial arts? Why didn't you say so earlier? The king of the demon world was at a loss for words. I thought you had come to study the art of language. Alright, let me test your level and see how strong you truly are. The king of the demon world beckoned. Come at me with all your strength. I'm rather curious now. Why is movement so difficult here? My body feels incredibly heavy. Sun Wukong scratched his head and asked. Where do you come from? The king of the demon world asked. Earth? Sun Wukong replied. Earth? The king of the demon world was startled once more. Earth? How could someone from Earth possibly reach here? Has the passage between the divine realm and the human realm been opened? The king of the demon world looked around. No way. He didn't see any passage being opened. How did you get here? The king of the demon world asked with great curiosity. For someone from Earth to come here, they would have to be dead. Huh? Dead? Sun Wukong was amazed. After dying, you must also travel through the infinitely long snake way before you can reach me, said the king of the demon world. Snake way? What's that? Sun Wukong was puzzled. The king of the demon world. I feel like this kid is looking down on me. He actually doesn't know what snake way is. The infinitely long snake way. Sun Wukong scratched his head. Though called infinitely long, it's not truly infinite. It's simply very long. No one has measured its exact length yet. The king of the demon world explained briefly. I see. Sun Wukong nodded vigorously and replied, I was brought here by my friend, but I can't go into detail. You young fellow, what is there to keep secret from the gods? The king of the demon world smiled. Never mind, suit yourself. I'm not the type to pry into others' privacy. Since you come from Earth, you naturally find this planet heavy. Though this planet is not large in area, its gravity is 10 times that of Earth. So your body weight here is effectively 10 times greater. Sun Wukong was dumbfounded. No wonder I feel so heavy. Try jumping with all your might using maximum force, said the king of the demon world. Yes. Sun Wukong nodded earnestly. Thud. Sun Wukong jumped and achieved a certain height. Immediately afterward, Sun Wukong plummeted back down rapidly. Not bad, I can only jump this high. Sun Wukong scratched his head. Given the tenfold gravity, jumping this high is already quite impressive. The king of the demon world nodded with satisfaction. Alright then, since you've decided to train under me, let us begin. By the way, how long do you plan to stay and train here? The vicious scions are about to arrive on our Earth, so I need to strengthen myself as quickly as possible. Sun Wukong clenched his fists. Scions. Indeed, they are extraordinary. The king of the demon world nodded, his antenna twitching slightly. Very well, let me check when the scions will reach Earth. Currently 2 scions are aboard a spaceship speeding toward Earth. They will arrive in 158 days. That's amazing. You know about this too. Sun Wukong was astonished, then his expression grew grave. Only 158 days remain. The situation is rather urgent. Don't worry, 158 days is more than enough. The king of the demon world smiled confidently. Really? Sun Wukong was somewhat skeptical. Training here for 158 days is equivalent to decades of training on Earth. The king of the demon world smiled. Is that true? Sun Wukong half believed it. I get the feeling he's bragging. However, even if you train, you may still not be able to defeat those 2 scions. The king of the demon world seemed unconvinced about Sun Wukong's prospects. Scions are extremely powerful. Let me put it this way. Their strength already exceeds mine. Stronger than the king of the demon world. Sun Wukong was stunned. Yes, which is why I say you must surpass me before you can hope to defeat the scions. The king of the demon world smiled. Sun Wukong. Then let us begin. The king of the demon world smiled and called out to the gorilla. Babylusi walked over. First you must overcome the gravity here. The king of the demon world instructed. You try to catch Babylusi. If you can't even do this, don't bother with anything else. Sun Wukong nodded and went after the gorilla. After chasing for a while, Sun Wukong found the heaviness nearly unbearable. He immediately removed his weighted training suit. Much lighter now. Sun Wukong grinned and suddenly boosted his speed, swiftly closing in on Babylusi. However, just as Sun Wukong was about to approach Babylusi, the gorilla suddenly accelerated. Whoosh! Babylusi shot away like a rocket, disappearing in an instant. Then Babylusi made a silly face at Sun Wukong from afar. Kid, you think you can catch me? That guy is too fast. Sun Wukong was dumbfounded. No way, I can't catch him at all. If you can't catch him, just give up. The king of the demon world smiled. Can you give me something to eat? I didn't have a meal before coming here. Sun Wukong asked, scratching his head. The king of the demon world. This kid has quite the list of demands. The king of the demon world didn't object and promptly brought food for Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong devoured it heartily. Wonderful, I'm finally full. Unfortunately, compared to the food at Bulma's place, this has no taste at all. Sun Wukong held his stomach and said, You young fellow, at first you called me your majesty, the king of the demon world, and now you show no respect whatsoever. The king of the demon world scolded irritably. King of the demon world, aren't you lonely on such a tiny planet? Sun Wukong asked casually. You're young. There are many interesting things here, like counting how many blades of grass have grown, gazing at the sky, or taking a pee in the distance, and so on. The king of the demon world folded his arms behind his back, gazing at the sky with a smile. Sun Wukong. You call that fun? Recently, my greatest interest has been going for drives. The king of the demon world continued. Anyway, let's drop that topic. Go catch Babylusi quickly, or I won't teach you martial arts. Alright, I need to step it up. Sun Wukong nodded. By the way, put back the weighted clothes you took off earlier. King Kai suggested. Sun Wukong was taken aback. Why put them on? That would only make running even harder. Let me tell you something. The planet where the scions live has almost the same gravity as here, and that's where they train. King Kai said. Sun Wukong. You've already learned some of their secrets, but it's more than that. Scions are born with immense combat power. That's what makes them truly dangerous. King Kai chuckled. It's fine. I'm a scion too. Sun Wukong smiled faintly. King Kai. What the hell? I'm starting to think this guy is here to mess with me. By the way, Lord King Kai, have you heard of Ultra Instinct? Sun Wukong couldn't help but ask. What? King Kai had never heard of such a thing. Given his current divine rank, he knew of the angel race, but had little understanding of them, let alone Ultra Instinct. It's a special ability where the body dodges on its own. Sun Wukong with his back to King Kai grinned. Lord King Kai, you're picking your nose right now with your left hand. King Kai, damn it. You call that ultra instinct? You're clearly sensing the movement of my left hand through the fluctuations in the air. King Kai barked in irritation. What does that have to do with some special dodging ability? Oh, Lord King Kai, you knew I sensed it through air fluctuations. Sun Wukong was astonished. Idiot, I'm a god. If I didn't know that, I wouldn't deserve to be King Kai. King Kai roared angrily. Sun Wukong scratched his head. Enough nonsense, start training now. King Kai barked. You and your body dodging on its own special ability. This kid is really unlikable. Earth, the lookout. My. The Guardian suddenly froze. What's wrong, Lord Guardian? Mr. Popo asked beside him. Strange. I can't find Sun Wukong anymore. The Guardian's eyes widened. And Luo Tian has vanished too. Could they be in the restroom? Mr. Popo asked. The Guardian. Then where did they go? Popo asked. It feels like they've already left Earth. The Guardian pondered. Left Earth? No way. Mr. Popo was astonished. Luo Tian is at Bulma's house. The Guardian rubbed his eyes, utterly bewildered. He hadn't seen Luo Tian just a moment ago. How did he suddenly appear? The Guardian stared again at Luo Tian in Bulma's house. Hey old man, have you stared enough? Just then the Guardian suddenly heard a voice inside his own mind. The Guardian's body trembled violently, his expression shifting repeatedly. Was this Luo Tian speaking? Then to his horror, the Guardian realized Luo Tian was looking directly in his direction, a hint of slyness in his eyes. You've been observing me for 6 months, a total of 18 times, each time 2 or 3 minutes, accumulating 210 minutes. Luo Tian's voice rang out again. Fortunately, you didn't spy on Bulma or Tights, or else you might not exist anymore. The Guardian broke out in a cold sweat. Luo Tian. He knew I was watching him. And he even remembered every time I observed him. You're also a god, the Guardian immediately asked. You got it. Luo Tian laughed. A mere god of Earth like you having a conversation like this with me is already the peak of your existence. The Guardian. Considering that ignorance is excusable and that you'll be dead in half a year, I'll let it slide. Luo Tian smiled faintly. The Guardian was stunned. You really do know everything. Alright, that's enough. Luo Tian replied. I just want to ask one question, the Guardian hurriedly said. Go ahead. Luo Tian replied calmly. Where's Wukong? The Guardian asked. I sent him to King Kai's place. Since you asked, once his training is done you can go to the other world and pick him up. Luo Tian chuckled. What? Lord King Kai. The Guardian's expression changed drastically. Swish. Luo Tian waved his hand lightly. Instantly, an invisible surge of angelic power emerged, severing the Guardian's observation of him. Old man, considering you only took a few glances, I won't bother with you. Good thing you didn't try to pry into my private matters. Otherwise, Tisk, you'd be in trouble. Luo Tian, who are you talking to? Bulma came out at that moment, looking at Luo Tian. Who else? Luo Tian sighed slightly. Is it Wukong? Bulma turned to look for Sun Wukong. No, it's that old man, the Guardian. Luo Tian smiled. The Guardian? Bulma was a bit confused. The Guardian? Isn't he the one connected to Piccolo Daimao? How was Luo Tian chatting with him? She didn't see Luo Tian using a phone. By the way, where's Wukong? Last time he was contemplating that willow tree, my dad almost chopped him with an axe. I wonder what he's trying to comprehend this time. Bulma asked. Wukong. I've already sent him away. Luo Tian smiled. Sent away? Where? Bulma asked. Wukong isn't quite ready to train in Ultra Instinct yet, so I sent him to train with King Kai. Luo Tian smiled. But fortunately he's already laid a solid foundation for Ultra Instinct. As long as he trains well from now on, Tisk, his potential is limitless. Bulma was completely lost. What are you talking about? I don't understand a word. What King Kai? Who? The lookout. Lord Guardian, what's wrong? Mr. Popo asked. Nothing. It's a bit hot, so I'm sweating a lot. The Guardian laughed it off. Better not say anything about Luo Tian. He doesn't seem to like people knowing his secrets. I'll keep my mouth shut. Mr. Popo. Hot. You're a god. Are you affected by the weather? But what on earth did Lord Guardian see to make him look so terrified? By the way, call everyone over. The Guardian quickly changed the subject. Mr. Popo nodded lightly and soon summoned Tian Shin and Krillin and the others to the Guardian's side. Your strength has already surpassed mine. Mr. Popo and I have nothing left to teach you. From now until the decisive battle, return to the ground and continue improving yourselves. The Guardian said to Krillin and the others. The future is in your hands. Yes. Kulin and the others hurriedly replied. Can we take off these heavy clothes now? Yakalob asked. Why do they have to include me? I really had no desire to fight at all. In a certain mountainous region, Sun Wufan sat on the ground, his face bruised and swollen, grimacing in pain. It finally took me half a year to break my habit of crying. Baiku sat right beside Sun Wufan. Sun Wufan chuckled foolishly and asked, Uncle Baiku, have you ever fought Dad before? Our battle isn't over yet. After we defeat the Scions, it'll be your dad's turn, Baika huffed. But Dad once mentioned that the reincarnated Uncle Baiku isn't as vicious as he used to be. Sun Wufan giggled. Oomph. Baiku bared his teeth. You little brat, spitting out the brutal truth. I think so too, even though Mom and Grandpa are both terrified of you. Sun Wufan said with a smile. Baiku. Cut the chatter and go to sleep. Tomorrow's training won't be this easy. Baika scolded. Yes. Yes. Sun Wufan hurriedly replied. Right after Sun Wufan fell asleep instantly. What a little fool. Baika gritted his teeth. And so another 40 days passed. Sun Wukong had already adapted to the tenfold gravity on Jie Wang's planet. Smack! Sun Wukong quickened his pace and grabbed the black gorilla Babylusi in one swift motion. Caught it. Awesome. Sun Wukong excitedly hugged the gorilla. Well done. Jie Wang couldn't stop praising Sun Wukong's outstanding performance. He really was a gifted kid adapting to this planet's gravity so quickly. Not to mention, although this kid lacked manners, his heart was genuinely kind. Are you ready? My training is going to be even more grueling than you can imagine. Jie Wang shouted. Can you endure it? Yes, I will. Sun Wukong nodded, his expression full of excitement. After 40 days of cultivation, Sun Wukong suddenly felt his strength had increased by quite a lot. Gosh, this seems far more effective than that Luotian's Ultra Instinct. I'm really torn now. Should I keep training here, or continue mastering Luotian's Ultra Instinct? But I'm fully aware that Luotian's Ultra Instinct likely has more potential. However, if I can't defeat those two Scions, coming to Earth training in Ultra Instinct would be meaningless. I'd better focus on mastering Jie Wang's techniques first. Once I deal with those two Scions, I'll continue training under Luotian in Ultra Instinct. You must become the #1 in the universe, both in body and mind. Can you do it? Jie Wang asked. Understood. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, his face brimming with confidence. Before we start, let me have a cup of tea, Jie Wang said. Sun Wukong collapsed on the spot. After finishing his tea, Jie Wang began sparring with Sun Wukong. Thud. With a dull sound, Jie Wang backhanded Sun Wukong, sending him flying backward until he crashed onto the ground. So powerful. Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Good, keep going. Jie Wang urged. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in fierce combat across Jie Wang's planet. Kaioken. Jie Wang immediately unleashed the Kaioken, thoroughly pummeling Sun Wukong in the process. Sun Wukong ended up bruised and battered, grimacing from the pain. Exactly as you've seen, this is the Kaioken, a technique that greatly amplifies one's power, Jie Wang explained with a smile. Truly impressive. No wonder Luotian sent me to train under you. Sun Wukong laughed heartily. Who is Luotian? Jie Wang asked. You wouldn't know him. It's too complicated to explain, so let's drop it. Sun Wukong scratched his head. You brat. Don't leave it hanging like that. Jie Wang snapped impatiently. Training continued onward. The day Baijita and Naba were set to arrive on Earth drew ever closer. Meanwhile on Earth, Kalin and the others had begun their own hellish training. On Jie Wang's planet, Sun Wukong had already mastered the Kaioken, and Jie Wang, showing no reservation, also taught Sun Wukong the Spirit Bomb. Thud. Just moments ago, a spirit bomb controlled by Sun Wukong had smashed a rapidly moving boulder out of the sky. Not bad, well done, Sun Wukong. I didn't expect you to wield the spirit bomb with such proficiency already, Jie Wang said, genuinely surprised. Hee, this is the fruit of hard training. Sun Wukong grinned broadly. As I mentioned before, the spirit bomb gathers the life energy from all things in the world, grass, trees, humans, animals, and concentrates the chi from the atmosphere before unleashing it. Jie Wang explained. On such a tiny planet, a spirit bomb already possesses this level of destructive power. The Earth you fight on is many times larger, backed by the sun, which provides immense energy. You will soon wield a spirit bomb with unimaginable energy, one that might even destroy the very planet you're meant to protect. Therefore, avoid using it whenever possible. Only resort to it as a last measure, and even then just one shot. Got it. I'll defeat them with the Kaioken, Sun Wukong said with a smile. That said, this spirit bomb actually bears a slight resemblance to the Ultra Instinct I've been learning. There we go again. Don't bring up Ultra Instinct in front of me. Jie Wang snapped irritably. Last time you practiced it, your power clearly dropped. Well, Ultra Instinct just makes you feel like your strength has decreased. Sun Wukong laughed it off. But in reality, my power has actually increased. What nonsense is that? Jie Wang rolled his eyes and changed the subject. Let's drop it. The final battle draws near. The Scions will descend upon Earth tomorrow. By the way, you should hurry back to Earth to prepare. Right now, Sun Wukong paused slightly. What else? Do you plan to stay here until the new year? Jie Wang glared. Alright, I guess I should head back to Earth. Sun Wukong nodded. I still need to adapt to Earth's gravity. Good. Jie Wang nodded. Then the two stared blankly at each other. Lord Jie Wang, aren't you supposed to send me back to Earth? Please send me back quickly, Sun Wukong said. Jie Wang, you have got to be kidding me. You want me to send you back? You came here, however, you came figure out how to go back yourself. I have no way to send you back. Jia Wang barked. This is so troublesome. I don't even know the way back. Sun Wukong scratched his head, looking utterly helpless. Don't you say someone brought you here? Just have that person come back and pick you up, Jia Wang replied. That's true. But the problem is I don't know how to contact Luo Tian. Do you have a phone here? Asked Sun Wukong. Place one of your hands on my back, think of the person in your mind, and you'll be able to communicate with them telepathically, said King Kai. Really? Sun Wukong asked dubiously, then placed his hand on King Kai's back. Will this do? Hurry up. King Kai urged. Luo Tian, can you hear me? This is Sun Wukong. I've completed my training at King Kai's place. Can you bring me back? Sun Wukong communicated with Luo Tian telepathically. Then, nothing. Luo Tian did not reply. What's going on? It doesn't seem like he answered me. Sun Wukong was taken aback. King Kai, is your method even working? Could he have fallen asleep? King Kai was speechless. I don't know. Sun Wukong scratched his head. Think of a way to get in touch with his friends. Don't just stand there staring into space. King Kai barked. Right? Bulma. I can contact Bulma, and through Bulma, I can find Luo Tian, Sun Wukong said excitedly. With that, Sun Wukong immediately tried to reach Bulma. Bulma, it's me. I'm Wukong. Can you hear me? Sun Wukong said hurriedly. Huh? Wukong. Where are you? Did you come to our house? Bulma, who was in the middle of her research, looked confused when she heard Sun Wukong's voice. I'm at King Kai's place communicating with you telepathically. I contacted Luo Tian earlier and asked him to bring me back, but he didn't reply. Can you help me call him? Did he fall asleep? Sun Wukong asked. Luo Tian said he was in seclusion and told me not to disturb him. Bulma replied at once. What? Then how do I get back? Sun Wukong was speechless. Where are you? Bulma asked curiously. How should I put it? I'm in a very far away place, Sun Wukong explained. Now is not the time to discuss that. The Scions will reach Earth tomorrow, so I have to hurry back and get ready. What? The Scions are coming tomorrow. Bulma's face went pale. Yeah. Hurry up and find a way to get me back. Sun Wukong urged. I remember now. While Luo Tian was in seclusion, he told me that if you wanted to return, I should have you contact Kami and ask him to find a way to pick you up. Bulma said thoughtfully. Kami, can you bring me back? Sun Wukong nodded. Alright, I'll call Kami right now. After saying this, Sun Wukong immediately contacted Kami of Earth. King Kai, what the hell? You're treating me like a telephone, aren't you? Bulma had just finished talking with Sun Wukong when she saw Luo Tian open the door and walk in. Luo Tian, didn't you say you were going to go into seclusion? Bulma was stunned. Oh well, the seclusion just ended, Luo Tian said with a smile, then shook his head in disappointment. What a pity. I still haven't broken through. Broken through what? Bulma couldn't help but ask. First stage, third layer, Luo Tian replied. It feels like I'm improving too slowly. By the way, Wukong just communicated with me telepathically. He said he's finished his training at King Kai's and wants to come back, asking you to go pick him up. Bulma added. Also, Wukong said the Scions will reach Earth tomorrow. That's right. The Scions will reach Earth tomorrow. Why am I still here doing research? Didn't I tell you? Have him contact Kami, Luo Tian replied. I already told him, Bulma nodded. Then that's settled. Just take it easy, Luo Tian said with a smile. Don't worry. Nothing will go wrong. Even if the sky falls, I'll be the one holding it up. Kami, it's Wukong. I've finished my training at Lord King Kai's place. Can you come pick me up? Sun Wukong hurriedly contacted Kami. Wukong, you really went to Lord King Kai's place? Kami was astonished. Haha, yes, Sun Wukong laughed. Did Luo Tian send you there? Kami asked. Kami, don't ask about all that now. The Scions will arrive at Earth tomorrow. Get me back. I can't return by myself. Sun Wukong urged. Understood. Have you reached the starting point of Snake Way? Kami asked. Snake Way? Starting point? Sun Wukong didn't quite understand. After all, Sun Wukong had not used Snake Way when he came. Didn't you take Snake Way to Lord King Kai's place? Kami asked. Right, I didn't. Luo Tian brought me here, flying directly, Sun Wukong replied. Kami, King Kai, flew here directly. Just who is this person? To think he has such incredible power. Then there's no choice. I can't go directly to Lord King Kai's place either. I can come to the other world to pick you up, but you have to reach the starting point of Snake Way first. Kami explained. Sun Wukong, this is so troublesome. The question is, why don't you ask Luo Tian to pick you up? Kami asked. Luo Tian is in seclusion and said not to let anyone disturb him. He told me to find you, Sun Wukong replied. Kami, Luo Tian did seem to have said something like that. Then hurry up and fly along Snake Way. If you get close, I'll sense it and go pick you up right away. Kami suggested, but I'll give you fair warning, Snake Way is extremely long. In all these years, only King Yema has ever reached its end and met Lord King Kai. I can't be sure how long your return will take. Sun Wukong was on the verge of tears. Fine, I'll do my best. Sun Wukong replied. I'll inform Krillin and the others right away. Kami said in a grave tone. Let's go. Sun Wukong yelled, removing his hand from King Kai's back. This Luo Tian person you mentioned is by no means simple. He could come to this world without anyone noticing. King Kai marveled. Sun Wukong nodded vigorously. You should set off now. Oh, and while you're at it, change out of those heavy clothes. As King Kai spoke, the antennae on his head twitched slightly. Pop. In an instant, Sun Wukong's clothes were changed into a brand new set. Excellent. It feels so much lighter. Sun Wukong said excitedly. It's not just lighter, King Kai said with a smile. This is made from a specially sturdy fabric. Ordinary attacks can be deflected right back. Thank you, King Kai. Sun Wukong quickly thanked him, then looked down at his chest. Great, the turtle character is still the same. I was afraid it would be as ugly as King Kai's clothes. King Kai. This kid truly doesn't know what's good for him. Jia Wang's antennae twitched slightly, and the character turtle on Sun Wukong's back changed into the words Jia Wang. Go back now, urged Jia Wang. Be cautious. Your enemy is far more powerful than you imagine. Do not be careless. I understand. I will fight with all my might. Sun Wukong nodded solemnly. Jia Wang, thank you for your teachings. If I die, can I come here? Of course you can. Jia Wang smiled gently. I'm off. Sun Wukong waved his hand and immediately soared into the air. Smack. Sun Wukong leaped onto the serpent road in the sky and landed steadily. He gazed into the distance. This serpent road was incredibly long, its end was nowhere in sight. What a fellow with boundless potential and a heart as clear as crystal. I never imagined such a person could exist in the mortal world. Jia Wang chuckled. But who exactly is this Luo Tian he mentioned? He must be a god as well. Could he be the galaxy god? If it was the galaxy god, he came to my place, yet left without saying hello. How impolite. The galaxy god that Jia Wang mentioned was a deity of extremely high status. However, the galaxy god ranked lower than Jia Wang. After all, Jia Wang was the deity who governed the galaxies. The galaxy in question was actually the Milky Way. Moreover, this Milky Way did not refer only to Earth's own galaxy, it broadly referred to all such galaxies. The entire universe was composed of countless galaxies. The galaxy god mentioned by Jia Wang was the god of a single galaxy. If I ever have the chance to meet that god named Luo Tian, I shall give him a proper lesson. Jia Wang said with a smile. On the serpent road, Sun Wukong was still dashing at great speed. My body feels so light as a feather. Sun Wukong was elated. But this is no time for reflection. I must hurry back. He accelerated his flight. Earth. What? The Scions are coming tomorrow. How is that so fast? Gixian Ren had just received the news from the god and was startled. Hadn't there been over a month until the year was up? These two Scions came a full month earlier than expected. By the way, where's Wukong? Gixian Ren asked Yakaluabai, who had come to deliver the message. Wukong seems to have gone to Jia Wang's place for training. Oh, it will take a long time for him to return. Yakaluabai replied. As for whether he can make it back before the Scions arrive on Earth, I don't know. What if we're all dead by the time he returns? Gixian Ren wiped his sweat. Can't you fat man, say something more pleasant? By the way, have you been looking for the Dragon Balls? Gixian Ren turned to ask Kellen. Kellen. What? You haven't been looking, have you? Gixian Ren was speechless. Master, we've been busy training hard all the time. How could we have time to search for Dragon Balls? Kellen hastily explained. But Master, you're at home all day watching those unhealthy programs. If you have that much time, why don't you search for the Dragon Balls? What? Are you questioning your master? Gixian Ren adjusted his sunglasses. I was just telling the truth. Kellen hung his head, murmuring quietly. Stop the nonsense. Quickly notify Tianjin Fan and the others. Gixian Ren snapped irritably. If we had gathered the Dragon Balls earlier, it seems we could ask Shenlong to bring Wukong back to us immediately. Should we go search now? Asked Kellen. I'm afraid it's too late. Gixian Ren sighed. Capsule Corporation headquarters. Buorma's home. Speaking of which, did Kellen and the others forget to look for the Dragon Balls? Buorma suddenly noticed the Dragon Ball radar on the table. I suppose so. Luo Tian nodded. When can Wukong come back? Asked Buorma. At least a day's time. Luo Tian pondered. What? It takes that long? Buorma was astonished. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Luo Tian smiled slightly. Really? Buorma was skeptical. How could nothing happen? That Ladizi was so powerful. Wouldn't his two companions be even more overpowering? At worst, a few people might die. It's not a big deal. Luo Tian smiled. Buorma. At 1143 the next morning, Baijita and Naba's spaceships rapidly descended from the sky. Boom. The two spaceships carved golden arcs through the air and crashed directly into a town. Instantly centered on the two spaceships, two huge craters appeared on the scene. The city's residents were stunned. What fell from the sky? Is it a meteorite? It felt like a round thing landed. And there's one over here too. Many people gathered at the edge of the crater and peered down. Creak. The spaceship door opened and Baijita stepped out first. It's a person. Someone came out of it. Baijita looked over with a smile. The next moment Naba also flew out of the spaceship and landed beside Baijita. Who are they? What are they? Are they aliens? The onlookers were all astonished, whispering about the identities of the two. So this is Earth. Nice environment. Baijita looked around, an endless smile on his face. Is it interesting to greet these creatures? Naba chuckled lightly and abruptly raised his hand. Instantly, a powerful burst of energy exploded forth. Rumble. The next moment, with Naba at the center, all the surrounding buildings were instantly leveled. This town disappeared just like that. Ha ha, it seems my greeting was a little too enthusiastic. Naba's smile appeared. You've gone too far, Naba. Vegeta snorted. If you damage this planet too badly, it won't fetch a high price. It doesn't matter. Relax, Vegeta. Naba said with a grin. As long as we can find those wish-granting balls, won't it be fine? You mean the Dragon Balls? Vegeta snorted. First we find the one who killed Ladizi and get the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. Also we must find that healer. Yes. Naba nodded. If the Dragon Balls are nearby, our wish for eternal youth would be in vain. Vegeta glared. All because of your crude greeting. You idiot. I'm sorry. I forgot about that. Naba apologized hastily. First let's find the warrior with the highest combat power. He should be the one who killed Ladizi. Vegeta pressed the scouter and began to scan the combat power on this planet. Vegeta, this is rather unusual. There are more than 1 or 2 readings showing battle power exceeding 1,000. How could such a phenomenon exist on this planet? Nappa activated his scouter as well, and he found himself somewhat taken aback by the figures displayed on it. There's no need to panic. They are no match for us. Let's focus on locating the strongest fighter, which will make gathering information far more convenient. Vegeta smiled and turned his head toward a certain direction. Found them. There are 2 strongest energy readings at the same location. Alright, Nappa, let's go pay them a visit. The 2 immediately shot off at high speed toward the distance. With such low gravity on this planet, we're incredibly agile. Nappa burst into hearty laughter. Vegeta and Nappa descended upon Earth, and the moment they appeared, Krillin, Tin, Yamcha, Piccolo, and the others sensed their presence instantly. They're here. They're coming our way. Piccolo clenched his fists, fully prepared for battle. Yes. Son Gohan nodded, his expression grave. Capsule Corporation headquarters. Bulma, watching the television news, had already pieced together the truth. Luo Tian, they've actually come. Bulma quickly put on her scouter. Aren't you going to assist them? This device can detect their location. No need. Luo Tian shook his head. Leave it to Goku and the others. You have to trust their abilities. Actually, I don't want you throwing yourself to certain death either. Bulma nodded. What are you talking about? If I won, I could wipe them out in an instant. Luo Tian chuckled. Luo Tian, I admit you're incredibly powerful. Even Son Goku from a year ago couldn't match you. But these are Saiyan's. Bulma's expression shifted once more as she glanced at the scouter's readings. Luo Tian, look at the battle power on this scouter quickly. Krillin and the others have all boosted their power to around 1,000. Luo Tian. But those 2 Saiyans are even stronger. Truly terrifying individuals. Bulma said solemnly. I told you battle power doesn't prove everything. Look at me. I have a power level of 0, and yet I still managed to give Goku a sound thrashing, Luo Tian replied. Bulma chose to keep silent. By the way, Bulma, you might want to start packing your things, Luo Tian mused. Huh? Pack for what? Bulma paused and turned to look at Luo Tian. We may need to leave Earth soon. It would be wise to prepare yourself mentally. Luo Tian smiled. Leave Earth? I really don't understand what you're talking about. Bulma was at a loss. Never mind, this isn't the time for that. Why hasn't Goku come back yet? The mountainous region where Piccolo and Son Gohan were located. Piccolo had already removed his weighted clothing. There's nothing to fear. We're far stronger now than we were a year ago, Piccolo said to Son Gohan. Yes. Son Gohan felt a trace of nervousness. Something's approaching from over there. Piccolo suddenly grew alert. And someone else is coming from that direction. Are they Saiyans? I thought there were only 2. Son Gohan panicked. Whoosh. Just then Krillin descended from the sky. Are they Saiyans? Son Gohan was startled. Long time no see, Piccolo, Krillin said with a smile. It's you. What brings you here? Piccolo snorted. You don't happen to be planning to challenge the Saiyans yourself, do you? Yes, I've been training hard as well, Krillin nodded. So there must be other fools coming here as well, Piccolo smirked. Yes. Everyone will be coming. I'm closest, so I arrived first. Krillin thought to himself, you dare call us fools. Never mind, I probably can't beat him anyway. Better not argue with him. I remember now. You're from Master Roshi's school, Son Gohan suddenly exclaimed, turning to Krillin. That's right, I'm Krillin. Krillin smiled. You've grown quite sturdy, just like Goku when he was young. My father often talks about you. He said you're small in stature, but incredibly formidable. Son Gohan replied. Calling me small? How rude. As if he's any taller himself, Krillin huffed, his face darkening. Can you fight alongside us? Son Gohan asked eagerly. Fighting alongside only Uncle Piccolo made him feel uncertain. Having this bald man here gave him far more confidence. However, training under someone like Piccolo must have been quite grueling for you, Krillin asked. Though I must say, how could Goku possibly trust you to Piccolo's care? Uncle Piccolo is a good person, Son Gohan replied earnestly. Enough chatting. They're here now, Piccolo said coldly. Krillin and Son Gohan looked up and were stunned to see 2 figures hovering in the sky above them. These two both possessed tails which they coiled around their waists. Their attire bore a striking resemblance to Raditz. Above in the sky, Vegeta and Nappa were also gazing down at the trio beneath them. Ha ha, one more has joined us. 3 in total. Nappa chuckled. Kakarado isn't here. I wonder what he's up to. They seem well prepared. Perhaps that Kakarado will appear as our trump card in the end, Vegeta murmured with a faint smile. Let's descend. The two dropped from the sky, landing opposite Piccolo and the others. Seems like you can't wait to fight, can you? Vegeta asked with a grin. That's correct. Piccolo nodded. Before we begin, I'd like to ask, what is your purpose in coming to Earth? Because of that voice. That's it. Vegeta smiled. You were the one who killed Raditz, weren't you? Voice. Piccolo paused in confusion. Didn't Raditz tell you about this? This little device can also serve as a communicator. Vegeta pointed to the scouter on his head. Vegeta, that guy appears to be a Namekian, Nappa said, glancing at Vegeta. Likely. No wonder Raditz was defeated by him. Vegeta nodded. A normal Earthling would have no chance against Raditz. Namekian. Piccolo was slightly stunned. Piccolo, so you're an alien after all. No wonder. Krillin wiped a bead of sweat. Really, Uncle Piccolo? Son Gohan learned something new. Piccolo. I see. Namekians possess not only extraordinary battle power, but also remarkable magical abilities. I've heard of people who wield magic, Vegeta exclaimed, as if having a revelation. In that case, you must be the one who created the Dragon Balls, aren't you? What? Does this guy know about the Dragon Balls too? Krillin was astonished. Finding the Dragon Balls is our most important objective, so hand them over now. What are Namekians to us? They're nothing more than flies, Nappa sneered. In any case, I should still thank you. I've finally figured out what I am. Piccolo smiled faintly. Unfortunately, the Dragon Balls weren't made by me. All I know is fighting. If you want to know whether I'm a fly, just try me. With that, Piccolo had already settled into a fighting stance. At the lookout. Cammy, I never would have guessed you were an alien. Mr. Popo said. No wonder I look different from everyone else. Cammy gave an awkward smile. I created the Dragon Balls a long time ago. At the time, I had a strange feeling as if I'd seen them somewhere before. Perhaps it was something like Dragon Balls created by someone on Namek. My ancestors' memories are still preserved in my mind. Capsule Corporation headquarters. Bulma's home. Luo Tian, those two scions are heading to where Piccolo and Gohan are, right? Bulma looked at the positions on the scouter. Huh. Someone with a power level of 981 is heading over there too. Who could it be? It couldn't be Krillin, could it? Bulma, don't be so frantic. Luo Tian was sunbathing on a recliner in the courtyard. As I told you, even if the sky collapsed, I could protect you. Bulma was speechless. What kind of time was this for bragging? You're very strong, but why don't you go fight? Forget it. You'd better not go. If you died in battle, I would be heartbroken. On the ground. Tell us where the Dragon Balls are now. Do you want us to force it out of you? Vegeta said indifferently, not taking the three in front of him seriously at all. Power levels 981, 1220, and 1083. You three idiots. With that little bit of power, you still want to fight us, eh? Nappa sneered contemptuously. He had already detected all three of their power levels through his scouter. Nappa, take off your scouter. As he spoke, Vegeta removed his own scouter first. Why, oi? Nappa was puzzled. These guys' power levels keep rising as the battle shifts. Those numbers are completely unreliable. Depending only on the scouter's values can affect your judgment in battle. Vegeta explained. You're right. Nappa nodded and removed his scouter. That coward Raditz trusted the scouter's numbers, dropped his guard, and that got him beaten. Coward. Raditz. Piccolo wiped off sweat. You and Goku barely managed to beat Raditz, Krillin said in a low voice. Piccolo could only say, coward. Haha. Krillin gave a hollow laugh, feeling terrible all over. Oh, by the way, let me ask you something else. Where's the person who healed Kakarot? He didn't come? Don't tell me it's you, Baldy. Vegeta turned his gaze to Krillin. It's not me. I don't know any healing techniques. Krillin hastily denied it. Then who is it? Vegeta smiled. I heard on the scouter's communication log. That man seems to be called Luo Tian. Am I right? Krillin fell silent. Tell me, where is he? Vegeta asked. Krillin did not speak. There's no way I'm telling you. I might be afraid of dying, but I won't betray my friends. Well, to be precise, he's Bulma's almost boyfriend. If I said anything, Bulma would definitely kill me. In a certain sense, Bulma is far scarier than those two scions. Fine. I knew you wouldn't say anything. Vegeta gave a cold snort. In that case, let me show you what we're made of. Nappa, you still have some Saibaman seeds, right? Plant them all. I still have 6 seeds, Nappa nodded. You really know how to have fun, Vegeta. Saibaman. What is that? Gohan and Krillin both looked baffled. Nappa casually produced a small bottle from behind him. Crack. Nappa poked 6 holes in the ground with his finger, poured the seeds into them, and watered them with a special liquid. Crackle. All at once the soil loosened and 6 green-skinned aliens emerged from inside. Good. Your targets are those 3. Teach them a harsh lesson. Vegeta commanded. Bam. Bam. Just then Tien Shinhan Kairatsu and Yamcha descended from the sky and landed beside Krillin and the others. Sorry we're late. Yamcha said with a smile. Yamcha, you came too, Krillin exclaimed. Hehe, a few more pieces of trash have arrived. Vegeta smiled. Why come here to throw away your lives? Nappa said sneering. Heh, exactly 6 of them. How interesting. The same number as the Saibamen. Vegeta grew interested. Perfect. How about the 6 of you fight our little soldiers? Let's play a game together. What game? You bastard, stop beating around the bush and get serious. Piccolo bellowed angrily. Don't lose your temper. Isn't this a good thing? It gives Goku time to rush over, Krillin quickly urged. Fine, I'll go first so you can witness the results of my training lately. With those words, Tien Shinhan immediately stepped forward. Once he learns how powerful Saibamen are, he'll be scared out of his wits. Nappa roared. Vegeta, however, did not laugh. He felt that this three-eyed man was rather strong. A Saibamen might not be his match. Then start with that one. Remember, fight hard and don't underestimate the enemy. Vegeta ordered. Vegeta commanded. The first Saibamen in line stepped forward. At once a fierce battle broke out between the Saibamen and Tien Shinhan. Tien Shinhan suddenly lashed out with a palm strike, sending the Saibamen flying backward. After it landed, the Saibamen's head split in two, spraying a mass of corrosive liquid. Tien Shinhan swiftly dodged it. Bam! Taking the initiative, Tien Shinhan slammed his elbow hard into the Saibamen's head. The Saibamen let out a miserable scream and collapsed to the ground on the spot. Nappa was dumbfounded. What was going on? Why was this thing so fragile? But that was a Saibamen. Its strength was on par with Raditz. Great job, Tien Shinhan. Krillin shouted encouragement. Brother Tien, you're incredible. Paozu shouted enthusiastically. Ha, just as I predicted. This is getting more interesting by the moment, Vegeta smiled. Ugh. Chui pushed his teeth together in pain, finding it difficult even to stand up. Tien silently looked over at him. Damn it. This can't be. Chui's power level was 1200. His energy could rival Raditz. Nappa said in utter disbelief. Perhaps that three-eyed man's power level has already surpassed Chui's, Vegeta remarked with a smile. But how is that even possible? No way, Nappa protested. He's just an Earthling, Vegeta. Didn't you say so yourself? An Earthling standing no chance of surpassing Raditz. Oh, did I say that? Vegeta shot Nappa a sharp glance. Nappa jumped, then frantically shook his head. Haha, that was me who said it. I misremembered. My sincerest apologies. You did, Nappa muttered under his breath. Vegeta said nothing further. Nappa, you were the one who said it, and now you won't even admit it. Smack. At that moment, the Chui whom Tien had knocked down finally rose from the ground. Brother Tien, that guy's getting back up. Paozu gasped in alarm. Bang. Just then Vegeta suddenly extended his index and middle fingers, pointing at Chui from a distance. With a dull boom, Chui exploded into countless fragments on the spot, his body completely shattered. Everyone present, including Piccolo, were stunned. What a ruthless bastard. Krillin trembled uncontrollably. Sweat beaded on Piccolo's face as well. That scion had reduced that monster to rubble in an instant. What terrifying destructive power. Nappa felt a twinge of unease. Vegeta, what are you doing? He asked. Leaving him alive would only waste time. He wouldn't win anyway. Vegeta said indifferently. Chui let his guard down from the start. I told him to fight with everything he had, but he treated my words as wind to his ears. The other CS shivered in terror, no longer daring to underestimate their opponents. Who's next? Vegeta asked. This time we must defeat them. Don't disgrace us, do you hear? Nappa ordered. One of the CUIS stepped forward. Alright, I'll handle this one. Krillin stepped forward eagerly. Let me take this one. The game is almost over, Yamcha said with a smile, stopping Krillin and stepping out first. Yamcha, let me go, Krillin urged. Krillin, you've already died once. If anything unfortunate happens again, you can't be revived. Yamcha smiled. I'm going. Krillin thought about it carefully. It was true. Fine, go ahead. After all, if you die, there'd still be a way to bring you back. Yamcha and the Chui faced each other. In the next instant, both of them flickered and suddenly vanished from sight. Bang, bang, bang. They've disappeared. Son Gohan cried out. Idiot, they're moving at high speed. Sense their aura properly. Everyone, but you can see them, Piccolo instructed. Son Gohan suddenly understood. Soon Yamcha and the Chui escalated their battle from the ground into the sky. Boom. Energy surged into Yamcha's palms, and he unleashed a powerful Kamehameha wave straight at the Chui. The Chui was hit dead on and slammed back onto the ground, white steam rising from his charred body. Not again. Nappa was beside himself with exasperation. When did CUS become so fragile? Smack. Yamcha landed at the edge of the crater left by the defeated Chui, looked down at the motionless figure, and allowed himself a light smile. These monsters aren't nearly as strong as you'd imagine. Come on, the remaining 4. All of you at once. I'll handle all of you alone. Hehehe, this time it's you who's underestimating your opponent, Vegeta chuckled. What? Yamcha paused in confusion. Shink. The Chui who had just lain defeated suddenly surged upward, wrapping its arms tightly around Yamcha. An expression of endless glee spread across the Chui's face while despair etched itself into Yamcha's. Boom. The Chui gathered all its remaining energy and detonated itself on the spot. Following a thunderous explosion, when the smoke cleared, Yamcha lay motionless on the ground. Piccolo and the others were all startled. Humph, an ignorant fool. Vegeta smiled faintly. Impressive. He actually triggered a self-destruct. Piccolo's expression shifted slightly. Yamcha. Krillin dashed toward Yamcha's location in an instant. Krillin. I can't make it. It was my carelessness. Yamcha whispered weakly, looking up at Krillin. Yamcha. Say nothing. I'm calling Luotian over to heal you right away. Krillin hurriedly responded. But Yamcha grabbed Krillin's hand and shook his head desperately. What's wrong? I know you like Bulma, but that doesn't stop Luotian from healing you. Krillin was baffled. At a time like this, do you still care about such things? Yamcha, do you really think I care about that? I mean, it's too late. Luotian should have appeared by now if he intended to. Tell Bulma. I. Yamcha's words came in broken fragments. Before he could finish, his head lolled to the side, and he breathed his last. You wanted to say you love Ms. Bulma, right? Krillin sighed, hanging his head in tears. Unfortunately, one heart harbors affection, while the other flows away without regard. Even that sliver of consciousness left in Yamcha. Yamcha, I wanted to tell Bulma I wished her happiness. You damn idiot teammate. I can be revived. I'm not beyond saving. Why would I say something like that? You bastard Krillin. How on earth does your brain work? Still, when Yamcha finally came to his senses, he found himself transformed into a spectral form and standing within the underworld. So I did die after all. Yamcha lamented deeply. Yamcha must have had a terrible premonition, which is why he went in my place. Krillin gritted his teeth. It should have been me who died. Damn it. A Chui with such strength only managed to draw a tie. Absolutely unacceptable. Nappa was still complaining from the sidelines. These CYS were comparable to Raditz in power. You should count yourselves lucky. Damn you. I will never forgive you all. Krillin's forehead veins bulged slightly, his face a mask of boundless rage. Everyone stand back. I'll show you the fruits of my training. At Bulma's house, someone has died. A flicker of alarm crossed Bulma's face. I believe it was Yamcha, Luotian mused. How did you know that? Bulma paused, turning to look at Luotian in surprise. I can sense them. Luotian smiled. Bulma was speechless. At least it was Launch who died. If Krillin had fallen, there would be no way to revive him. Bulma breathed a slight sigh of relief. Launch always had a crush on you, didn't you know? Luotian asked with a smile. I didn't know, and I don't want to know either. Bulma shouted indignantly. I've been pining after you all along, you know. Just thinking about it makes me angry. You don't know everything, do you? I really wish I could see the scene in person. This detector can only sense their battle power, but not what's actually happening on the battlefield. Bulma gritted her teeth and murmured, but going to the scene feels too dangerous. Easy enough, let's just watch the projection instead. As Luotian spoke, a scepter suddenly appeared in his hand. Snap! A shimmer of light erupted from the crystal ball atop the scepter, projecting into thin air. Instantly, the beam of light formed a holographic image near Bulma, much like a projector casting its shadow. The projection showed Vegeta, Krillin, and the others. See this? Bulma's beautiful eyes widened in utter disbelief. Oh my, Krillin is about to unleash his big move, Luotian said with a smile. Bulma was completely stunned. Not because of Krillin's attack, but because she couldn't blink away from Luotian. Hey Luotian, how did you do that? Bulma asked hurriedly. It's simple, just do what you want, Luotian chuckled. It's pretty good, almost as if you were there in person. What? What kind of person are you? Bulma was now certain that Luotian was absolutely not an ordinary human. What if I told you I'm a god? Would you believe me? Luotian smiled gently. A god? Bulma wiped a bead of sweat. Suddenly the image of Lord King Kai appeared in Bulma's mind. She found it hard to associate Luotian with a deity. Bulma thought that god seemed rather weak. Just then, to her astonishment, she saw a powerful golden flame suddenly erupt from Krillin's hands. Indeed, Krillin was unleashing his ultimate attack. Whoosh! A mighty golden energy wave surged toward Vegeta and Nappa's position. Tenshin Han run. Tenshin Han quickly launched himself into the air. This looks terrifying. Ping Pao wasted no time and immediately flew skyward. The energy is immense, but the speed is sluggish. Still, it's better to dodge, Piccolo said to Gohan. Gohan sprinted to evade. The Cybermen scattered in all directions. Heh! Krillin controlled the Kamehameha, making it suddenly surge upward as it approached Vegeta and Nappa. Whoosh! The energy wave fell from the heavens, splitting into 6 beams of light that rained down upon Vegeta and the others. Vegeta and Nappa merely watched silently. That's it. Boom. A series of explosions erupted across the battlefield, kicking up massive clouds of dust. Huff! Huff! Krillin panted heavily, having expended a considerable amount of energy with that attack. That was amazing, bald uncle, Gohan exclaimed excitedly. The moment those words left Gohan's lips, a Cyberman flew out from the dust and charged straight toward him. Gohan froze in terror. Slap. Just as the Cyberman was about to strike Gohan, a large hand grasped its arm. Dare to seek death, Piccolo said coldly. Bang. Piccolo delivered a fierce punch to the Cyberman's chest. Then with a casual toss he hurled the creature skyward and unleashed a beam of light from his mouth. Swish. Instantly the Cyberman was reduced to rubble in midair and vanished. Krillin and Tenshinhan were utterly shocked. We're no match for him at all. This guy is too powerful. Krillin was also rendered speechless. As expected of Piccolo. Whenever he spots an enemy, he eliminates it swiftly. Tenshinhan said with a forced smile. Thank you, Piccolo, Uncle, Gohan thanked. No need to thank me. I was just warming up before the battle. Piccolo chuckled. Do you really think those two Scions are dead? You're far too naive. As his words faded, the figures of Vegeta and Nappa gradually emerged from the dust. It seems you Namekian can't wait any longer, Vegeta's voice echoed from within. The next moment Vegeta and Nappa walked out. Gohan's face turned pale with shock. Krillin was terrified, cold sweat streaming down his face. Tenshinhan's expression shifted repeatedly. Ping Pao's face went completely white. As you wish the game is over, Vegeta smiled. The real battle begins now. Those two are so powerful. Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment. That was Krillin's full power attack, wasn't it? They weren't hurt at all. That's right, Luo Tian nodded. Has Goku not returned yet? Bulma asked. Not yet, Luo Tian smiled. By the way, how exactly did you make this projection? Bulma curiously examined the hologram. Well, explaining would be too complicated. Figure it out yourself, Luo Tian said with a smile. Bulma, let me handle this. I'll wipe out all 5 of them in an instant, Nappa smiled faintly. Be my guest, Vegeta replied without objection. Let me play with you properly. A grin spread across Nappa's face as energy began surging around his body. The ground trembled violently. Brother Tian, my psychic powers have no effect on him. Ping Pao cried out. Earlier Ping Pao had used his telekinetic ability on Nappa, trying to make his stomach ache. Terrifying creature. Krillin's entire body was trembling. Gohan was even more terrified, his face drained of color. Piccolo's expression was extremely grim. I truly underestimated those two Scions. Who dares to come and seek death? Nappa bellowed. Piccolo and the others were completely frozen in fear. Nappa's energy was simply too overwhelming. Since you won't come to me, I'll come to you instead. Nappa sneered, transforming into a golden streak as he charged toward them. In an instant Nappa appeared directly in front of Tenshinhan. Tenshinhan's face contorted in shock, instinctively raising his guard against the attack. Smack. In the next moment Tenshinhan's arm was torn off as easily as paper by Nappa's single punch. Tenshinhan screamed in agony. Brother Tian. Ping Pao cried out in horror. Pitiful wretch. Vegeta offered a faint smirk. This one goes first. Prepare to meet your doom. Nappa lunged forward, his fist aimed to crush Tien into oblivion. Tien grit his teeth, enduring the excruciating agony in his arm, and suddenly rocketed skyward. You despicable scoundrel. I will never forgive you. Seething with rage, he prepared to launch a devastating assault against Nappa below. Humph. Nappa chuckled softly. Whoosh. In an instant he shot upward and materialized directly before Tien, delivering a merciless kick that sent him reeling. Tien plummeted from the sky, gritting his teeth as he stubbornly struggled to rise. Brother Tien. Kaiatsu's expression cycled through shock and despair. What a tenacious fighter. Still refusing to yield, even now. Nappa sneered. Young Gohan trembled in sheer terror. How dreadful. Is this what a Scion truly is? I fear I shall perish here today. This creature. His energy is monstrous. Piccolo said gravely. That beast. Krillin gritted his teeth and charged forward, determined to offer aid. Leave him. He is beyond saving. Piccolo remarked. Move aside. Krillin ignored him, hurtling toward Tien with relentless speed. Meddlesome fool. Nappa scoffed, flicking his wrist as a massive energy blast rained downward. Boom. A colossal crater erupted where Krillin had stood moments before. A blackened chasm yawned below. Krillin's face drained of color. I was mere inches from being obliterated. Such terrifying power. Where is Kaiatsu? Krillin suddenly remembered and frantically searched for his companion. He was certain Kaiatsu had been nearby. Could he have been killed? Hey Nappa, watch your back. Vegeta called out unexpectedly. Nappa paused in confusion. Snap. At that very moment Kaiatsu dropped onto Nappa's back. Kaiatsu. Krillin gasped in horror. Tien's face contorted in utter despair. Little one, what are you attempting to do? Get down from there immediately. Nappa reached behind himself to grab Kaiatsu, but the boy's tiny frame made him remarkably difficult to seize. Kaiatsu, whatever you're planning, leave at once. Tien bellowed. Farewell, brother Tien. Please do not die. Kaiatsu offered a faint smile. Kaiatsu, don't tell me. You intend to. Tien's entire body shook violently. Never. Stop this at once. Tears trickled from Kaiatsu's eyes. Boom. An overwhelmingly powerful energy erupted from his body. Kaiatsu had self-destructed. Kaiatsu. Self-destructed. Bulma's face went pale. Luo Tian remained silent. Kaiatsu was once revived by the Dragon Balls, but this time, even Shinran cannot restore him, can he? Bulma asked Luo Tian. Rest assured, since Piccolo is a Namekian, there must exist even more powerful Dragon Balls on Namek. Luo Tian said calmly. Gather all 7 and Kaiatsu shall be resurrected. Namek. Bulma blinked in surprise. Why does everything seem so meticulously calculated? Just moments ago, weren't you advising me to prepare for our departure from Earth? Bulma quietly regarded Luo Tian. Why are you looking at me? Luo Tian sighed. Truthfully, I possess the ability to restore the dead. Yet if I intervene in every tragedy, they will grow dependent upon me and lose the drive to cultivate and strive. That would be unfortunate. Can you revive Kaiatsu? Bulma was utterly astonished. Indeed, Luo Tian nodded. You bear absolutely no resemblance to a dragon god you know. Bulma wiped her brow. This youth fought bravely, perishing alongside his enemy. Piccolo smiled faintly. Yet no sooner had he spoken than Nappa's figure emerged from the heavens above. Ha, utterly futile. Nappa chuckled. You have no conception of our true power. Piccolo and the others stood stunned. Kaiatsu had sacrificed himself, and this creature remained unscathed. Moreover, the explosion seemed to have inflicted no damage upon him at all. Once I finish dispatching the three-eyed brat, I shall deal with the rest of you. Nappa laughed coldly. If I could annihilate every one of you with effortless ease. He survived completely unscathed. Krillin trembled uncontrollably. Kaiatsu was once rescued by the Dragon Balls. He cannot be revived again. Tien clenched his fists, fury consuming him. Allow me to send you to join your friend in the afterlife. You ought to thank me for this kindness. Nappa called from above. I will never forgive you. Tien ground his teeth. Listen carefully. There is a vulnerability in his attack pattern. Piccolo instructed Krillin. When the moment arrives, we only need to do this. Piccolo outlined his strategy to both Krillin and Son Gohan. What a brilliant scheme. I wish you success. Vegeta remarked with a smirk. Piccolo, standing idle seems unwise, does it not? One might miss a precious opportunity. Vegeta smiled. Continue your foolish mirth. When Son Goku returns, you shall have ample reason to weep. Piccolo spoke coldly. Oh, Son Goku, who is this figure? Does he possess any notable abilities? Vegeta smiled faintly. Swoop. Meanwhile, Nappa launched another attack toward Tien. Swoosh. Just as Nappa drew near Tien, Piccolo rapidly appeared behind him and delivered a devastating punch straight to his face. GHHHH. Caught entirely off guard, Nappa was sent flying backward. Krillin swiftly delivered a powerful kick, sending him crashing to the ground. Gohan, your turn. Krillin shouted. Attack now. Piccolo commanded. Son Gohan. Wah. Gohan trembled violently with fear. How terrifying. Gohan. Piccolo barked again. Krillin. This foolish child. Piccolo cursed in frustration. There is no time to waste. Let us strike together. Krillin declared. Swish. Both warriors unleashed their most powerful techniques upon Nappa. Whoosh. In this critical moment, Nappa swiftly adjusted his posture and evaded the assault. He dodged it. We've missed our opening. Krillin clenched his fists in regret. Damn it. Piccolo ground his teeth. Nappa wiped the blood from his face and glared at Piccolo and Krillin with murderous intent. You two performed admirably. Must you rush to your deaths out of sequence? Nappa sneered coldly. Kaiatsu, I will avenge you. Wait for me. I shall not let you face that world alone. Tien had made his decision, gathering the full force of his ki into a devastating energy wave. Qigong Cannon. Tien Shinhan thrust his hand upward, aiming the Qigong Cannon at Nappa's body as it crashed down with a thunderous roar. Arg. Nappa was instantly engulfed by the Qigong Cannon. Yet Nappa remained unscathed, completely unharmed. Tien Shinhan was utterly despondent. Damn it. Tien Shinhan coughed blood, his body slumping limply to the ground, and he died. Idiot. He used up the last of his strength only to die in vain. Vegeta sneered. Goku, hurry up and come. Krillin shouted at the top of his lungs. Haha. Nappa chuckled. That three-eyed fool died without me even lifting a finger. Could it be? You're immortal. Piccolo was so terrified that cold sweat poured down his body. Krillin trembled uncontrollably. Son Gohan's face turned deathly pale. Goku. Krillin called out Son Wukon's name again. Why aren't you here yet? If you don't come soon, we'll all be dead. Goku. Who is that? Vegeta was taken aback and muttered to himself. Why does this bald guy keep calling out for this Goku person? Another one's dead. Now it's your turn, you three. Nappa said with a grin. Leave that Namekian alive for now. Oh, I still need to ask him about the Dragon Balls later. You're lucky, Piccolo. He thinks only you know about the Dragon Balls. Krillin said with a bitter smile. The outcome is the same. His goal is to kill us all. Piccolo replied calmly. We're comrades in fate now. I never thought it would come to this. Krillin sighed. Do you have any confidence in winning? No. Piccolo answered bluntly. Krillin. Damn it. Couldn't you at least give me a little comfort? Your answer is way too realistic. I didn't expect this monster to be so powerful either. The scion who came before was far more terrifying. Piccolo let out a faint smile. At the lookout. Goku still hasn't returned. Kami's face was pale. Can you still not sense Goku's energy? Mr. Popo asked. Hurry, Goku. I'll die if you don't come back soon. Kami said gravely. Piccolo is about to be killed. Kami, why not send Luo Tian to fetch Goku? Luo Tian can send Goku to King Kai's place, so he should be able to bring him back. Mr. Popo suggested. That's impossible. If Luo Tian could do it, it wouldn't be such a problem. Kami shook his head. Perhaps Luo Tian has his own reasons for not intervening. Mr. Popo remained silent. At the battlefield. Let's fight on the ground. It's more suitable there. Piccolo said to Krillin. Krillin nodded slightly. The two descended from the sky and landed on the ground. It's all the same. You two are just struggling in vain. Nappa sneered contemptuously, diving from the sky and charging toward Krillin and Piccolo. Dad. Son Gohan covered his eyes in terror. He's coming. Krillin felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Piccolo clenched his fists tightly, overwhelmed by a feeling of helplessness. Nappa, wait. Just as Nappa was about to annihilate the three of them, Vegeta suddenly shouted loudly. Nappa stopped midair with a sharp halt. Piccolo and Krillin were both startled, turning their heads to look at Vegeta. What does he want? Vegeta, why are you stopping me? Nappa asked, utterly bewildered. Don't rush. I have a few questions for them. Vegeta said with a smile. What? Nappa was speechless. Is that all? Is the son Wukong you're talking about Kakarot? Vegeta asked with a grin. Am I right? Yes. So what? Krillin nodded. What? It's this late. Why hasn't he come yet? Where the hell are Kakarot and that guy named Luo Tian? Why haven't they shown up? Vegeta asked with a smirk. Or is he planning to ambush us from afar? You should know that even a sneak attack won't do us any good. Vegeta was indeed curious. Kakarot is still alive, isn't he? Why hasn't he appeared yet? That little guy is his son, right? If he doesn't show up soon, he'll probably be killed by Nappa. A sneak attack? Doesn't seem likely. So your savior is Kakarot. Vegeta smirked. He couldn't even beat Raditz. What good would he be even if he came? He's different now. He's become incredibly strong. Krillin said hastily. You can never defeat Son Wukong. Piccolo gritted his teeth. Ha ha ha, why hasn't he come? Is it because he's scared and ran away? Nappa laughed. He will come. Dad will definitely come and take you down. Son Gohan shouted. Hehehe, you sure have a lot of faith in him. Vegeta chuckled. Interesting. Fine, let's wait until he gets here. What? Are you kidding me? That Kakarot guy isn't coming. Stop wasting time and finish them off. Nappa shouted. We'll wait 3 hours. After that, no more waiting. Vegeta held up 3 fingers. 3 hours. Nappa was furious. 3 hours for what? We've been sleeping all this time, and we're itching for action. Waiting is pointless. This is utterly stupid. I'm going to kill them. With that, Nappa dove from the sky, ready to annihilate Piccolo and the other two. Nappa, you're disobeying again. Vegeta said. Nappa seemed to suddenly realize something and screeched to a halt midair again. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I lost control for a moment. Nappa quickly apologized. Alright, that's settled. I've extended your lives. You should be grateful to me. Vegeta said with a smile. Luo Tian, that short guy is really something. The big guy Nappa actually listens to him. Bulma exclaimed in amazement. The short one's name is Vegeta? He's the prince of the Scions, known as the elite warrior of the Scion race. Luo Tian explained. He's a prince. Not much to look at. Bulma observed quietly and shook her head. Can Goku come back within 3 hours? Probably. Luo Tian mused. I wonder if Goku can beat this Scion prince. Bulma was uncertain. Maybe he can't even beat that big guy. We'll find out when Goku returns. Luo Tian smiled. The battlefield fell silent. Both sides had temporarily ceased their combat, waiting for Son Goku's arrival. I'm sorry. I was too afraid. I couldn't. Son Gohan said, his face filled with guilt and terror. What good is a coward like you? You've betrayed my expectations. Piccolo snorted. Never mind. This is his first battle after all. Krillin interjected. However, Piccolo silently cast a glance toward the distant Vegeta. The tall one was already terrifying enough. Yet that petite Vegeta was even more powerful. How could they possibly prevail? Even if Son Goku arrived, it might still be too difficult to defeat them both. Hey Vegeta, why are we waiting for Kakarot? Nappa asked in confusion. The reason is simple. He is a traitor to the Scion race. Vegeta picked up the scouter and placed it back over his eyes. We must punish the traitor and personally kill his son and his companions right before his eyes. Then we'll deal with him slowly, making him writhe in agony. In 3 or 4 hours we'll put on an exhibition of hell. I see. That's wonderful, Vegeta, Nappa realized. If he arrives within 3 hours, we'll proceed exactly as I just described. Vegeta smiled. Kakarot is all yours. I'll handle the other 3 myself. Nappa said eagerly. As you wish, but make sure the Namekians reveal the location of the Dragon Balls, Vegeta commanded. Understood. Nappa nodded. I just wish Kakarot would come. Also that healer named Luotian has likely gone into hiding. When we exterminate all the humans, we must find him. Vegeta pondered. Making him serve us would certainly be advantageous. Haha, true enough, Nappa agreed. Remember everything I've told you, Vegeta warned again. I've already explained the purpose of our visit. I hope you won't force me to repeat myself. In the distance. Why hasn't Goku arrived yet? Where could he have gone to train? Krillin scratched his head. I heard Luotian took him to train. But now we've completely lost contact with him. I don't know when my dad will return either, Son Gohan pouted. We should flee while we still can. There's no point in standing here if victory is impossible, Krillin suggested. You fool. Their goal is to exterminate all humans. Running away won't help at all, Piccolo snorted coldly. Goku, please, come quickly and show them what you're made of. Krillin gritted his teeth. Why hasn't that healer come? Is he afraid? Piccolo suddenly asked. You mean Luotian? Krillin paused before responding. Aside from him, are there any other healers? Piccolo replied calmly. Well, Luotian can't fight right. If he came, he'd be wiped out immediately. Better not bother. Krillin shook his head. Besides, even if he healed us now, we still wouldn't stand a chance against those two. 3 hours passed swiftly. Son Goku continued flying rapidly along the Snake Way. Yet the path stretched endlessly before him with no end in sight. Damn it. I've been flying for so long, why haven't I reached the starting point yet? Son Goku was utterly speechless. He suddenly remembered how Luotian had brought him to King Kai's planet in the blink of an eye. Why was he still flying for so long? Just how fast was Luotian's speed? Son Goku couldn't even imagine it. It was simply terrifying. Comrades, please hold on. Son Goku was extremely anxious. The time has come. There's no need to wait any longer. Vegeta said indifferently. That coward Kakarot won't be coming. My dad isn't a coward. Son Gohan shouted loudly. Why hasn't Goku returned yet? Krillin's face changed. Fine, let me deal with them slowly. Unfortunately, Kakarot isn't here. Nappa clenched his fist. I'm going to die. Damn it. I still don't even have a girlfriend, Krillin wanted to cry. We only have a sliver of hope. But if we succeed, Piccolo suddenly said. Krillin paused. Son Gohan also turned to look at Piccolo. First, Krillin will draw his attention. Then I'll seize his tail while he's distracted. Piccolo continued. The tail is his weak point. When he's unable to struggle, Gohan, you'll strike him with all your might. Yes, yes. Son Gohan nodded vigorously. I won't run away this time. Please rest assured. Though he said so, cold sweat streamed down his terrified face. Of course Earth's fate rests in your hands, Piccolo said. Gohan, if you have confidence, your energy is actually stronger than mine. Son Gohan felt his heartbeat quicken. So tense. Haha, are you ready to die? Nappa's smile appeared. Goku still hasn't made it back. Will all three of them be killed? Bulma's face lost its color, beads of sweat sliding down her cheek. Oh my, it seems Goku has returned, Luotian said with a smile. Returned? Where? Bulma was stunned. Kami should be going to fetch him, Luotian said. Underworld. Goku. Quick. Grab onto me. Kami called out. Please, Kami, Son Goku hurriedly said. King Yama looked completely bewildered. Who is this kid? Where did he come from? He had the feeling that this guy had gone to King Kai's planet. But how had he gotten there so quickly? Whooshed. Kami appeared on Earth's sacred world with Son Goku in a flash. Alright, I'm heading out. Son Goku waved at Kami. It all depends on you, Kami said. Good luck, Goku. Master Roshi encouraged. Whooshed. Son Goku leaped down from the sacred world at incredible speed. Everyone Gohan. Stay safe, Son Goku called out. As Son Goku passed by Karen Tower. Goku, these are the last 2 Senzu beans. Take them. Lord Karen casually tossed 2 beans to Son Goku. Son Goku immediately consumed one, restoring his stamina to peak condition. Flying Nimbus. Son Goku stepped onto the golden cloud. Whooshed. The flying Nimbus carried Son Goku toward Piccolo and the others at high speed. Wah! Krillin let out a battle cry and charged fiercely toward Nappa. What? You actually want to attack me proactively? Nappa was deeply surprised. Was this bald boy trying to throw his life away? Looks like some kind of trap, Vegeta chuckled. Wah! As Krillin closed in on Nappa, he suddenly unleashed a powerful energy blast from both hands, slamming it directly into the ground. Immediately after Krillin shot straight up into the sky, Nappa stood there completely bewildered, looking up at the small bald figure high above. Little Baldy, what are you up to? Is that supposed to be an attack on me? Here's our chance. Piccolo swiftly appeared behind Nappa and grabbed hold of his tail. Nappa froze. Gohan. Now, Piccolo shouted. Wah! Son Gohan gritted his teeth and stepped forward, preparing to strike Nappa. Excellent. We did it, Krillin exclaimed excitedly. You idiot. But Nappa merely sneered, driving his elbow directly into Piccolo's head. Piccolo. What is going on? Didn't I have his tail? Why is this guy still so strong? I feel so dizzy. Son Gohan, who had been about to launch his attack on Nappa, quickly slammed on the brakes, his face turning pale with fright. Krillin was equally stunned. What's happening? Piccolo felt his body growing increasingly fatigued. Hey, don't you dare die on me. You haven't told us where the Dragon Balls are yet. Nappa grabbed Piccolo by his clothes. What's going on? Krillin wore a thoroughly confused expression. Ha 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 ha, you miscalculated. Vegeta burst into laughter. Did you naively think we would leave our weaknesses unguarded? Oi. Ha ha ha, the most powerful being on this planet is surprisingly fragile. Nappa smiled disdainfully and loosened his grip slightly. Thud. Piccolo collapsed to the ground, already unconscious. We're finished. Krillin trembled, all over despair written across his face. Let this one sleep for a while. I'll have some fun with the kid. Nappa smiled faintly, eyeing Son Gohan across from them with interest. Starting with Kakaroto's son. Hey, you carry Saiyan blood in your veins too. I actually quite like you at first. But your father was heartless, watching his own child die and not rushing to help. Bang! As Nappa spoke, he delivered a savage kick to Son Gohan's body. Gohan was sent flying through the air. Bang! Whack! Nappa backhanded him with a powerful slap, sending Son Gohan soaring through the air once more. Gohan's body crashed heavily into a distant rocky mountain before tumbling back down. Krillin gasped in horror. Hey, get up already. Let's have some real fun. Nappa smirked. Damn it. Son Gohan gritted his teeth and forced himself to his feet. That's more like it. Now this is entertaining. Nappa threw back his head in wild laughter and charged towards Son Gohan. Bang! Krillin seized the opportunity and delivered a flying kick to Nappa's face. Without hesitation, Krillin followed up with a powerful punch to Nappa's chest. Nappa was sent reeling backward. Krillin sped after him, preparing to deliver a finishing blow. However, Nappa's reaction was remarkably swift. He immediately righted himself and prepared to counterattack. Krillin was alarmed and rapidly retreated, performing several flips in midair to create distance from Nappa. Impressive agility, Vegeta remarked with a smile. You bald monk, watch how I deal with you. Nappa erupted in fury. This insufferable bald kid had to be dealt with first. With that thought, Nappa charged rapidly toward Krillin's position. Destructo Disc. Krillin raised his hand and a disc-shaped energy formation materialized. The disc spun at incredible speed, emitting an eerie whistling sound. Hey! Krillin hurled the Destructo Disc directly at Nappa. For trivial trick. Nappa smiled casually, intending to tank the attack with his bare body. Such a small attack hardly seemed threatening. Nappa, evade immediately. Vegeta shouted urgently. Nappa hesitated for a split second before quickly dodging aside. SCHHK. The Destructo Disc appeared behind Nappa and sliced an entire massive mountain cleanly in half. You fool, couldn't you even recognize the danger of that technique? Vegeta was genuinely exasperated. Trouble. Krillin's spirit sank into despair. He had nearly eliminated that guy. That Saiyan named Vegeta was being incredibly meddlesome. Damn it, I'll kill you. Nappa, still rattled, immediately flew into a rage. A ball of energy erupted in his hand and was hurled directly at Krillin. Krillin wasted no time and leaped upward. Haha. Nappa smiled faintly. I knew you'd fly up. Prepare to die. Nappa raised his hand, intending to annihilate Krillin midair. However, at that critical moment, Piccolo suddenly awoke. A purple-red energy blast erupted from Piccolo's hand, striking Nappa squarely in the back. Ah! Nappa let out an agonizing scream. Huff! Huff! Piccolo was also exhausted to no and gasping heavily for breath. Crash! Krillin fell from the sky, badly injured. He had been struck by the energy backlash from Nappa's attack. You bastard! Has he woken up already? Nappa growled through clenched teeth. Ha 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 ha, Nappa, can't you handle this yourself? Vegeta laughed heartily. I'm furious. I spared your life only to search for the Dragon Balls, and you dare act so recklessly. Nappa was so angry his nose seemed crooked. Piccolo, however, paused and suddenly turned to look behind him. What is that presence? Piccolo was astonished. A powerful aura is approaching our location. Indeed, the presence is incredibly strong and strangely familiar. Son Gohan's face was filled with anticipation. What are you talking about? Nappa asked. It's Son Goku. Son Goku is here. I knew he would come. This guy made us wait far too long. Piccolo said with a smile. Papa's here. This is great. Papa has come to rescue us. Son Gohan exclaimed excitedly. Kakaroto. Where's that guy? Nappa hesitated. He hadn't seen him anywhere. Oh, they've sensed a powerful aura. Vegeta bent down and picked up the scouter from the ground. Is it really Kakaroto? After arriving on Earth, Vegeta had not engaged in combat, but had been steadily training his ability to sense ki. Therefore, whenever possible, he avoided using the scouter. Now seeing that Piccolo and the others had already sensed Kakaroto's presence. However, Vegeta himself could not detect the other's aura. It seemed that sensing ki required continued refinement and patience. Vegeta strapped on the scouter and pressed the activation button. When he saw the combat power reading on the scouter, Vegeta's expression changed dramatically. Vegeta, is Kakaroto coming? Asked Nappa. I'm not sure if it's Kakaroto, but he will arrive at the scene in 4 minutes. Vegeta turned his head to look into the distance, and said in a deep voice, a guy with a battle power of about 5,000. What? Battle power 5,000? Are you kidding me? Nappa's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. It must be that Vegeta guy who made a mistake. Vegeta was also shocked. This low-class warrior unexpectedly raised his battle power to this level. This seems a bit troublesome. Moreover, his battle power of 5,000 is probably just his surface. It's possible that this guy can further increase his combat strength. This time they are panicking a bit, said Piccolo. Yeah, Goku will definitely defeat them. Kiririn's face was full of anticipation. Great, Dad is coming. Son Gohan was also extremely excited. Nappa, kill those two quickly. If they join forces, it will be more troublesome to deal with them. Vegeta made a prompt decision and ordered Nappa, and doing this will also serve as a warning to Kakarot. What? Piccolo's expression changed. Son Gohan was even more startled. Kiririn's face turned pale. What about the Dragon Balls? Asked Nappa. It's fine, I have another way, Vegeta smiled. We can go to the homeland of the Namekians, that is to Namek, to find even better Dragon Balls. Although the matter of the Dragon Balls may not be reliable, I think it should be true. That Kakarot guy's battle power reading reached 5,000. Could the scouter be malfunctioning? Nappa still couldn't believe that Sun Wukong's battle power could reach such a high value. This guy named Vegeta is too shameless. He promised to wait for Goku to come. Now he suddenly changes his mind. Bulma clenched her fists. Normal. If they joined forces, they really would be in danger. Luo Tian smiled. Has Goku become that strong? Bulma was slightly startled. Not bad, Luo Tian nodded. Goku's current battle power is indeed around 5,000. Bulma also saw Sun Wukong's battle power reading through the scouter and added, but that guy named Vegeta has an even higher battle power. He actually reached 18,000. Even if Goku goes, he won't be a match for him. Don't worry, Goku still has the Kaioken, Luo Tian smiled. And if he can grasp the essence of Ultra Instinct, Vegeta will be beaten by him. It depends on how much Goku can comprehend in this battle. Uncle Piccolo, you step aside. Let me deal with him until Dad gets here. Son Gohan gritted his teeth and said to Piccolo, if Uncle Piccolo dies, the God of Earth will also die, and the Dragon Balls will be finished. Don't say such useless things. How can you deal with this guy? Piccolo shook his head. If this continues, the consequences are unimaginable. Damn, I can't move anymore. Kiririn had just been injured and was lying on the ground, finding it difficult to even stir. Kid, who do you think you're going to deal with? With you? Nappa gave a sinister laugh and quickly charged towards Son Gohan. Why not? Son Gohan kicked out fiercely, directly hitting Nappa's large face. Nappa flew backward and crashed headfirst into the mountain behind him. Boom. The mountain collapsed, burying Nappa under the rocks. Piccolo was stunned. This kid Gohan is much stronger than I imagined. Slap. Nappa soared into the sky and quickly returned to face Son Gohan. You little brat, the game ends here. Nappa was furious. I actually got kicked away by this little brat. I am so embarrassed. Go to hell. Nappa gathered a ball of electric light in his hand and hurled it at Son Gohan. Son Gohan was terrified. I'm so scared. Whoosh. At this critical moment, Piccolo, without any hesitation, appeared directly in front of Son Gohan, spreading his arms to block the incoming energy. Son Gohan was stunned. Kiririn was also shocked. Is this the Demon King Piccolo I know? Rumble. Accompanied by a deafening roar, Piccolo forcefully blocked Nappa's energy attack with his own body. Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan fell to the ground in fear, sobbing quietly. Run, Gohan. After saying this, Piccolo collapsed to the ground. Son Gohan was terrified and rushed to Piccolo's side. Uncle Piccolo. Why did you save me? Run, Gohan, run, Piccolo said weakly. Uncle Piccolo, please don't die. Dad will be here soon. I beg you, don't die. Son Gohan burst into tears. This idiot messed up my order. Nappa gritted his teeth. Anyway, it's all the same. They'll all die sooner or later. How pathetic. I, the great Demon King Piccolo, ended up protecting a child. Piccolo smiled. It's all because of you, father and son. Your kindness influenced me. Gohan, now you are the only one I can talk to. I have enjoyed the months spent with you. As he spoke, tears rolled down from Piccolo's eyes. Don't die, Gohan. After saying this, Piccolo closed his eyes. At the temple. Huff. Huff. The God of Earth was panting heavily, his body covered in cold sweat. God. Mr. Popo was greatly alarmed. My life is about to end and Goku hasn't arrived yet, the God sighed. But in the end, Piccolo surpassed me as a god. I am truly happy. God. Mr. Popo fell silent. Mr. Popo, I entrust this place to you from now on. After saying this, the god's body became transparent, and the next moment he vanished. Wah! Son Gohan burst into loud crying. Beep beep. A new battle power reading appeared on the scouter Vegeta was wearing. Son Gohan, tears streaming down his face, glared at the murderer opposite him. Demon Flash. Son Gohan shouted, gathering a powerful energy in his hand. Battle power 2,800. These guys' battle powers are indeed unpredictable, Vegeta said in surprise. What? Battle power 2,800. Nappa was also a little surprised. Seeing the incoming energy blast, he fiercely slapped it away. Bang! The energy bullet immediately changed direction and flew to the side. Boom! A massive explosion erupted on the distant ground. Sun Wufan's face turned pale, utterly despairing. This little brat actually has such immense power, it's numbed my hand. Naba grinned. His combat power has suddenly dropped. Seems like he's exhausted all his energy. Vegeta glanced at the reading on the scouter. Sorry Uncle Bike, I didn't hit the enemy, and now, I don't even have the strength to run away. Sun Wufan turned his head and grinned foolishly at Bike. Thud. Sun Wufan dropped to his knees having lost all will to fight. Damn it. Bastard. Kellen gritted his teeth. However, Kellen was also badly injured and couldn't get up. Ha ha ha, son of Kakaluo, prepare to die. Naba laughed heartily, raising his foot to crush Sun Wufan. Kellen couldn't bear to watch. Hey, is even Wufan going to die? Burma also dared not look. He's only 5 years old. He won't die. Wukong has arrived, Luo Tian replied. Really? Has Wukong arrived? Burma immediately searched for Sun Wukong's figure. Thud. Naba stomped down heavily towards Sun Wufan. The next moment Naba found his foot had stomped onto the ground. The earth cracked. What's going on? Where is the person? Vegeta was also astonished. That guy's speed is incredible. Naba looked again and suddenly noticed that little Sun Wufan had somehow climbed onto a golden cloud. What is that? Is it the Jindo Yun? Sun Wufan immediately realized. Up there. Vegeta instantly looked up toward the sky. High above Sun Wukong hovered looking down at Naba and Vegeta. Whooshed. Sun Wukong descended from the sky. Him finally appeared. Vegeta's smile appeared. Wukong, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you for so long. Kellen was on the verge of tears. Dad. Sun Wufan was also excited. Kakaluo, you've finally shown up. Vegeta chuckled. Wouldn't it have been better for you to stay hidden? You had to come and die. Sun Wukong said nothing, walking step by step toward Bike. Naba. What's he doing? Bike. Sun Wukong reached out and touched Bike's body, finding it stiff. Uncle Bike died protecting me, said Sun Wufan. Sun Wukong. He looked around and noticed Tianjin Fan and Lu Ping lying dead on the ground. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, anger spreading across his face. All your foolish companions are dead, quite a shock, isn't it? Oh, and there's another brat who's been blown to pieces. Naba laughed heartily, gloating. But don't be sad. You'll soon join them in the next world. As Vegeta said, wouldn't it have been better to stay hidden? You had to come and seek death. Is that so? And Jiaozi? Sun Wukong's expression grew even darker. Naba beamed. Even the god. Sun Wukong's face was filled with rage. Beep beep. Vegeta silently looked over. This guy's combat power is rising continuously. Damn it. Luo Tian told me that if I can suppress my anger, I can take a step closer to Zizai. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. But controlling it is too hard. Luo Tian, I'm sorry. Please allow me to be willful this once. Luo Tian. What is Wukong talking about? Burma was puzzled and turned to look at Luo Tian. I once told him that to master true Zizai, he needs to suppress his anger, Luo Tian explained. Actually, it's not really suppression. It's more like letting go. In other words, don't let these emotions affect your judgment. I don't understand. Burma shook her head. But it sounds really difficult. Yes, if it were that easy, it wouldn't be Zizai, Luo Tian smiled. So, Wukong still can't do it. Burma mused. Yes, Luo Tian nodded. On the battlefield, Sun Wukong walked toward Naba. What? You want to come and die? Then I'll grant your wish. Naba snorted and swung a fist at Sun Wukong. Whooshed. However, Sun Wukong simply flickered and vanished. Then he appeared beside Sun Wufan. What? How did that guy get over there? Naba was astonished. Wufan, I'm sorry I'm late. It's really remarkable that you two held on. Sun Wukong said, these are Xiando. Split them in half, one for each of you. Xiando? Did you get them from Jalan Xianren? Kellen asked. This is the last one, Sun Wukong said. Kellen. Wukong, you should eat it. Kellen said. It's fine, I've already had one. Sun Wukong smiled. No, better keep it just in case. Eating it won't help us much. Kellen said with a bitter smile. Don't worry, if you don't eat it, I'll throw it away, Sun Wukong replied. Besides, we still have Luo Tian, don't we? Luo Tian. Didn't come. Kellen wiped sweat. I don't think he will. Alright, eat it quickly. Wufan, you too. With that, Sun Wukong split the Xiando in half and gave them to Kellen and Sun Wufan, who ate them. The two quickly stood up. Vegeta. Naba. Hey Vegeta, what did he give them? Those two seemed to have almost fully recovered from their injuries. Naba asked, stunned. This planet is really full of surprises, Vegeta smiled. That bean can actually heal their injuries and even restore their stamina. I saw he split the bean in half. If it were a whole bean, it might have fully healed them. There's something so miraculous. Naba was also astonished. But unfortunately, it seems that was the last one. Vegeta shook his head. If we could find more beans, then we wouldn't need that guy named Luo Tian. Naba pondered. That's true, Vegeta nodded. Krillin, your martial arts skills have improved remarkably. I can feel it, Son Goku told Krillin. I've also trained harder than ever before. Krillin forced a bitter smile. But it's still not enough. I'm far weaker compared to them. Everyone has been dying one after another. Gohan, I hardly recognize you anymore. You've grown quite powerful as well. Son Goku looked at Gohan. Yes, it was all thanks to Uncle Piccolo who taught me. I wish I could have been of more help, Gohan cried. Piccolo is dead. The Dragon Balls can no longer work their magic, and no one can be revived, Krillin said grimly. Damn those two beasts. Son Goku remained silent as rage slowly built within him. Goku, let's fight these two together. All three of us. With Goku there we should definitely be able to defeat one of them. Krillin clenched his fist, and said then asked, by the way, I heard you went to train with King Kai. Is that true? Yes. Son Goku nodded without explaining much, responding immediately, I want to face both of them alone. You both stay far away so you don't get hurt. Alone? Krillin paused in surprise. No matter how strong you are, you can't beat both of them. The power of these two is simply unimaginable. Yes, Dad. Son Gohan nodded. Son Goku didn't speak, but the anger around him grew increasingly intense. Upon seeing the expression on Son Goku's face, Krillin seemed to understand something immediately and quickly pulled Son Gohan away from the scene. I've never seen Goku this angry before. Krillin whispered, leave it to Goku. There's no problem. Son Goku said nothing more and walked step by step toward Nappa. What? Why do you still look so indifferent? Are you challenging me? Nappa sneered. I will never forgive you. Son Goku erupted in fury, his energy surging wildly. Instantly, the overwhelming presence caused the entire area to shake. Rocks flew into the air while waves crashed against the shore. Combat power 7,000, 8,000. Vegeta's expression changed as he saw the power levels displayed above. How could this low-class warrior reach such a level? Fortunately, he still has a long way to go compared to me. But I can't let him continue growing stronger. Upon sensing Son Goku's immense power, both Son Gohan and Krillin were terrified. Neither could have imagined his energy would increase to such a degree. Hey Vegeta, what's Kakarot's combat power? Nappa quickly turned to ask Vegeta. Over 8,000. Vegeta gritted his teeth. What? 8,000 combat power must be a mistake. The machine must be malfunctioning, right? Nappa's pupils contracted sharply, his face filled with utter disbelief. There's no need to panic. I haven't even used the King Kaioken yet, Son Goku said calmly. King Kaioken. Vegeta was stunned. An Ultra Instinct as well, Son Goku stated coldly. I don't understand what you're talking about. Vegeta laughed. How dare you speak arrogantly to me, Nappa? Nappa let out a fierce roar and lunged wildly at Son Goku. Bang! Only a dull thud was heard, and when they looked again, Son Goku had somehow appeared behind Nappa, delivering a kick to his back. Nappa fell to the ground abruptly. Vegeta stood frozen. Son Gohan was equally stunned. Krillin's eyes widened in shock. What on earth is happening? Damn it. Nappa climbed up from the ground, utterly bewildered. When did this guy get behind me? I couldn't see him at all. You bastard. I'll never forgive you, Nappa fumed. Displaying all that aggression, but you're just a paper tiger. Son Goku said calmly. What did you say? Try saying it again. Nappa's face contorted with rage. You dare call me a paper tiger? I figured it out from your earlier attacks, Son Goku said flatly. Good. I'll show you my true strength right now. Nappa spoke, and powerful energy layered around his body as he charged towards Son Goku at high speed. Bang bang bang. Nappa launched a fierce assault against Son Goku. Son Goku didn't counterattack, merely dodging the incoming punches and kicks with ease. Wah! Nappa roared and threw another fierce punch. The fist missed. Nappa focused his eyes and suddenly realized Son Goku had vanished. Where did he go? Where did he run to? Over here, Son Goku called from afar. Nappa only located Son Goku's position by following the sound. Nappa's expression shifted repeatedly. Did you see clearly? Dad's movements, Son Gohan asked. No. Krillin wiped his sweat. Goku has become far too powerful. Vegeta remained silent. How could Kakarot grow this strong in such a short time? Swish. Son Goku moved in an instant, appearing directly above Nappa and stepping on his head with both feet. This was outright humiliation. Wah! Nappa, feeling the weight of his pride shattered, swung both fists fiercely at Son Goku. Bang! Son Goku instantly appeared in front of Nappa and delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. Awoo! Nappa let out a piercing scream, his entire body writhing in agony. That last punch was for Janu, Son Goku said. Bang! Immediately afterwards, Son Goku struck again, sending Nappa flying backward. Just as Nappa was about to crash into the mountain behind him, he kicked off the surface and launched himself into the air. You bastard! Nappa's forehead veins bulged as he hurled a massive energy blast downward. The energy rained from the sky towards Son Goku. I don't even need to dodge attacks at this level, Son Goku scoffed, his aura flaring. The incoming energy blast was instantly shattered by his overwhelming pressure. Next up is revenge for Tenshinhan. Son Goku launched himself into the air, positioning himself directly above Nappa. With a powerful kick, he brought his heel down hard on Nappa's head. Nappa plummeted from the sky. Whoosh! Son Goku closed the distance instantly. This one's for Piccolo, he declared, delivering another kick. Bang! Nappa crashed into the stone mountain, behind him his body partially embedded in the rock. But he quickly recovered, leaping back to his feet with unrestrained fury. "You monster, I will never forgive you," Nappa roared. "You are remarkably resilient. Surprising that you could withstand such a devastating attack," Sun Wukong remarked, a trace of genuine astonishment coloring his tone. "I am a distinguished warrior of noble lineage. How could I possibly be bested by a low-class brute like you?" Nappa bellowed. "Wukong is truly phenomenal. It appears he can triumph over them." Krillin sighed in relief. "That's right, Dad, don't hold back." Son Gohan added with visible joy. "I never imagined Wukong would grow this powerful." Bulma exclaimed, utterly amazed. "I wonder if it stems from your guidance or King Kai's. He has transformed into someone entirely different." "He is currently employing techniques instructed by King Kai," Luo Tian answered honestly. "Oh, has he not been utilizing Ultra Instinct all along?" Bulma queried. "How could Ultra Instinct be mastered so effortlessly?" Luo Tian chuckled. "If he had already awakened it by now. Tisk, he would be nothing short of a transcendent existence." Bulma fell silent. "Is Ultra Instinct truly that formidable? I find myself comprehending Luo Tian less and less each day. Whatever. Let us simply observe how Wukong defeats them." "You imbecile. Maintain your clarity of mind, Nappa," Vegeta roared. "A calm judgment will secure your victory. Remain composed and do not act with rashness." Nappa paused, then seemingly snapped out of his daze, his volatile temper subsiding considerably. "Thank you, Vegeta. Thanks to you I have regained my composure." Nappa hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Vegeta had no desire to speak further. Such a simple-minded fool. "It seems I shall be forced to intervene personally if this continues." "You are correct. I was blinded by rage, but now I shall unleash my true capabilities." Nappa said, his countenance gradually settling into calm as he fixed his gaze upon Sun Wukong. "Are you prepared, Kakarado?" "Kakarado, enough with the posturing. Just come at me already," Sun Wukong stated coolly. "Humph. Save your tough talk. I shall show you the full measure of my strength firsthand." Nappa let out a scornful snort, his energy flaring to life as he raised his two extended fingers skyward. Instantly, a cataclysmic explosion erupted precisely where Sun Wukong had been standing. With a swift rush, Sun Wukong ascended into the skies. "There you are." Nappa sneered, hastily giving pursuit and unleashing a ferocious barrage of attacks. Sun Wukong handled the assault with relative ease, though a flicker of surprise crossed his mind. This fellow's reflexes are remarkably sharp. After exchanging several swift blows, Sun Wukong swiftly created distance between himself and Nappa. "Hey, you are actually taking this seriously," Sun Wukong smiled. "You truly believe that represents my full capability?" Nappa countered with a cold laugh, suddenly gaping his mouth wide open. Sun Wukong paused for a fraction of a second. A devastating beam of searing light erupted from Nappa's maw, hurtling directly toward Wukong's position. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively unleashed the Kamehameha wave. The battlefield was instantly swallowed by a thick cloud of smoke and debris. A fearsome opponent. To generate that magnitude of energy in such a brief span. Vegeta murmured, equally astonished. As the smoke slowly cleared, Nappa's battered and grievous visage was revealed. "That was my ultimate technique." And he simply shrugged it off. Nappa gazed at Sun Wukong in utter disbelief. What a tenacious bastard. To be struck dead on by my energy wave and still stand unscathed. When on Earth will I be able to extinguish him? Sun Wukong wore a similarly stunned expression. "All right, that is enough. Return to the ground, Nappa," Vegeta called out from below, looking upward. Nappa looked down at Vegeta. "Pathetic. You could not even best a mere Kakarado and force me to intervene personally." Vegeta spat out angrily. Sun Wukong also turned his gaze toward Vegeta, his expression growing grave. "That individual. Even the giant fears him," Krillin said grimly. Son Gohan was trembling so violently he could scarcely stand. "You worthless beast. Let Vegeta deal with you." Nappa gritted his teeth, his face twisted in bitter resentment as he sneered, "You had best beware. Vegeta will end your wretched life in an instant. He is the prodigy warrior for whom planet Vegeta itself is named. So this Vegeta fellow is finally stepping onto the field." Bulma watched silently. Indeed, Luo Tian nodded. "But judging by the power level readings, Wukong stands no chance against him." Bulma pouted. Smack. Luo Tian firmly smacked her on the posterior. "Ow. Why did you hit me?" Bulma glared. "How many times must I tell you? Power levels mean absolutely nothing. Why can you never seem to grasp that?" Luo Tian retorted irritably. Bulma fell silent. "You can scold me all you wish, but why strike me there?" For some inexplicable reason, a flush of crimson spread across Bulma's cheeks. Luo Tian was at a loss for words. "Blushing right now? This is hardly the appropriate moment. Can you not see the front line remains engaged in combat? I will obey orders and let Vegeta finish you off, but I swear I will not let this end here." With those words, Nappa plummeted downward at tremendous speed, diverting his course toward Krillin and Son Gohan. "No, they are targeting them." Sun Wukong cried out in alarm. "Kaioken, Sun Wukong instantly activated the technique. With a piercing rush, he accelerated to his absolute peak, slamming into Nappa's back with devastating force from behind. PTHHH. Nappa spewed a fountain of blood from his lips. By the time Sun Wukong landed, Nappa was already critically wounded. Wukong hoisted the battered scion high into the air and casually tossed him toward Vegeta. He cannot continue fighting. Take him and leave this planet immediately, Sun Wukong ordered coldly. Krillin and Son Gohan stood paralyzed with shock. What on earth had just transpired? They had not even perceived him moving. Vegeta's countenance grew increasingly somber. In a mere instant, this man had pushed both his speed and strength to their absolute limits. How in the world did he accomplish that? Vegeta. You. Beast. Nappa extended a trembling hand toward Vegeta, his face etched with profound unwillingness. I have lost like this. I was actually defeated by a low-class warrior. Vegeta. What the hell? Who are you calling a beast? Do you wish to die? Humph. I know you are not insulting me, but that damn gesture of yours is thoroughly infuriating. This utterly useless piece of trash. Wukong, what was that just now? Did you learn that technique from King Kai? Krillin asked. Yes, this is known as the Kaioken. Sun Wukong nodded with a smile. The Kaioken allows one to regulate the aura throughout the entire body, causing it to surge instantaneously. If executed successfully, it multiplies not only strength and speed, but also destructive power and durability several-fold. You are truly remarkable. Did Luo Tian take you to King Kai's residence? Krillin inquired. I shall recount the matter to you at a later juncture, Sun Wukong replied with a faint smile. Sun Wukong chuckled. All right, keeping things rather mysterious, are we not? Krillin shook his head. But then again, Wukong, your composure is remarkable. This is no child's play. With an ability this potent, why withhold it from the very beginning? I apologize, but it is not quite as you imagine, Sun Wukong explained. If one fails to properly control it or align their entire bodily aura, they will end up causing their own demise before the battle even commences. Furthermore, King Kai explicitly cautioned that this technique must not be overused. It is advisable to maintain it within a twofold multiplier. Exceeding that limit places an unbearable strain upon the physique. Rather than vanquishing the adversary, it will inevitably destroy the practitioner. I comprehend. Now Krillin nodded, finally grasping the concept. Son Gohan also nodded fervently beside him. So this is the Kaioken. Bulma had caught Wukong's words and glanced once more at the scanner readings. At that precise instant, Wukong's power level skyrocketed to 1600, drawing perilously close to Vegeta's. However, with a deficit of 2000, he still appears outmatched. Luo Tian remained silent, simply gazing quietly at Bulma. Bulma's complexion grew even rosier. Luo Tian, I am merely looking at you. Why are you blushing? Fine. I will cease mentioning power levels, all right. Bulma huffed. Luo Tian offered no reply. Vegeta, you damnable beast. Save me. Nappa reached out desperately toward Vegeta, crying out for aid. Vegeta. Looking downward at Nappa, Vegeta seized his outstretched hand firmly. Thank you, Vegeta. Thank you so much. Nappa hurriedly professed his gratitude. Do not thank me just yet, Vegeta replied with a faint smile. With a swift rush, Vegeta violently flung his arm outward. In an instant, Nappa was hurled high into the upper atmosphere. What are you doing, Vegeta? Nappa screamed in terror. I have no use for defective scions, Vegeta murmured softly, his body erupting into a blazing golden aura. With another piercing rush, a colossal wave of concentrated energy slammed downward toward Nappa, suspended in the sky. Vegeta, you son of a... Nappa shrieked in sheer agony. Accompanied by a thunderous detonation that shook the heavens, Nappa was obliterated into nothingness. Sun Wukong's face paled in alarm. Sensing the immediate peril, he urgently seized Gohan and Krillin, making a hasty retreat from the vicinity. A truly terrifying existence. Willing to slaughter his own kin, Krillin shuddered, still reeling from the ordeal. Sun Wukong was sweating profusely, a palpable chill running down his spine. His presence is utterly horrifying. I fear I may not stand a chance against him himself. Both of you return to Master Roshi's residence immediately. A grim premonition weighed heavily upon Sun Wukong as he issued the command. Son Gohan blinked in surprise. Very well. Krillin nodded, swiftly grasping Gohan's arm. We must depart from here at once. But, Gohan hesitated. That individual possesses power beyond our comprehension. Our presence here would serve no purpose and would only become a burden to Wukong. Krillin explained urgently. It appears we face a truly formidable predicament. His strength has already surpassed my worst imaginings, Son Wukong said gravely. I believed my cultivation efforts had been sufficiently rigorous. Yet this scion, named Vegeta. I never anticipated he would attain such staggering heights. Hey Goku, could you fight somewhere else? Krillin suddenly had a thought and asked. What do you mean? Son Goku asked, puzzled. If we smash their corpses to pieces, it'll be hard to revive them later, Krillin explained. Revive? Didn't Piccolo already die? If Piccolo dies, Kami will disappear too, and the Dragon Balls will vanish as well, Son Goku said. Krillin, I'm afraid they may no longer be able to be revived. We'll discuss the details later. If Goku can win, there might still be a sliver of hope, Krillin said. If I can win. Alright, I'll give it my all and defeat him, Son Goku nodded. Hey, what's wrong? Where did all your swagger go? You're clearly discussing how to run away, aren't you? Vegeta shouted up at them from below. Alright, I'll handle everything. Son Goku nodded. Goku, I'm truly sorry for always making you shoulder this burden alone. You must come back alive. You are my best friend. Krillin extended his hand towards Son Goku. Son Goku nodded, then patted Son Gohan's head. Gohan, if Dad comes back alive, I'll take you fishing. Yeah. Son Gohan's face lit up with anticipation. Whoosh! Son Goku descended from the sky and landed directly opposite Vegeta. You should be well aware that there's no escaping me, Vegeta snorted. He didn't give the slightest thought to Krillin and Son Gohan. With their pathetic combat power, I could blow a fart and kill them both. Do whatever you want. Once I finish off Kakarado, I'll slaughter everyone on this planet. Oh right, I'll also need to find that guy named Luo Tian. Having that healer serve me might just allow me to become a Super Saiyan. Hee Frieza, just you wait. Once I become a Super Saiyan, I'll be the #1 warrior in the universe. Me, Vegeta, I will rule the entire universe. An endless anticipation spread across Vegeta's face. I have already mapped out my future. As long as there is a healer present, I can endlessly exploit the Saiyan nature bug. The bug works like this: after nearing death, and recovering a Saiyan's combat power will double. Waha, just thinking about it gets me excited. Once I gather all the Dragon Balls and wish for immortality. TSK. This universe shall be ruled by me, Vegeta. Vegeta's smile grew even broader. At this moment, Vegeta felt the Super Saiyan calling out to him. Let's move our fight somewhere else. Do as you please, Vegeta smiled. Whoosh, whoosh. The two of them shot off into the distance at incredible speed. Alright, there's no one and no animals around here. Son Goku looked down and chose the rocky mountainous area below, landing there. Vegeta also landed gracefully. If a low-class warrior like you should be honored to fight an elite warrior like me. Vegeta smirked at Son Goku. Saiyans are tested for their warrior potential from birth. Those with lower combat power like you were sent to planets without strong opponents. In other words, you were discarded. Is that why I came to Earth? Well then, thank you ever so much. Son Goku smiled. But even though I'm a discarded low-class warrior, through hard work I can surpass elite warriors. If you really know how to joke, Vegeta chuckled lightly. Then let me show you that no matter how hard you try, you will never cross this chasm. The two no longer wasted words and immediately assumed their battle stances. Whoosh! Son Goku struck first, launching an attack at Vegeta. In merely an instant, the two clashed dozens of times. Bang, bang, bang. They exchanged blows, fighting from the ground up into the sky. So amazing, Goku. He's matching Vegeta evenly. Bulma watched with eager anticipation. Remember this moment well, for it will be someone's peak. Luo Tian smiled. Are you talking about Goku's peak moment? Bulma nodded, understanding. True enough. From what Vegeta said, he's the elite warrior of the Saiyans, a genius among geniuses. While Goku is merely a low-class warrior, an inferior substandard one. Now this low-class warrior is challenging an elite warrior. Wouldn't that be his peak moment? Not at all, Luo Tian replied. I was referring to Vegeta's peak moment. Bulma looked utterly bewildered. What did he mean? How could this become Vegeta's peak moment? I'm getting more and more confused. After this battle, it will be difficult for Vegeta to ever surpass Goku. Luo Tian smiled. Why do you say that? Bulma was stunned. The battle between Son Goku and Vegeta continued. This was the first clash between two Saiyans bound by fate. After this battle, the two of them would share a complex bond of love and hatred. While Son Goku and Vegeta are true loves, Luo Tian blesses them with a lifetime together. Forever side by side. Well, Kakarado, you stand no chance against me, do you? Vegeta, already gaining the upper hand, delivered a punch straight to Son Goku's chest as he spoke. Son Goku slid backward. Vegeta swiftly closed the distance and attacked again. Kakarado, show me that technique you used when you defeated Nappa. I'd like to see it. As Vegeta spoke, he delivered another kick that sent Son Goku spiraling down from the sky. Son Goku quickly adjusted his posture midair and landed on his feet. Son Goku's expression grew serious. You're indeed formidable. I know you haven't revealed your full strength, but you far exceed me in speed and energy. Son Goku smiled. Very well, I understand. Let me show you the Kaioken. Son Goku gritted his teeth and red aura erupted around his body. Hiya! He raised his hand forcefully, and a surge of powerful energy blasted toward Vegeta. Vegeta reacted instantly, leaping upward with incredible speed. Whoosh! Son Goku shot upward in pursuit, heading straight for Vegeta. Bang! Son Goku landed a heavy punch right on Vegeta's face. Immediately after, Son Goku unleashed a ferocious barrage of attacks. Bang! After several exchanges, Son Goku kicked Vegeta, sending him flying backward. Son Goku gave chase, intending to deliver a finishing blow. However, just as Son Goku drew near, Vegeta executed a magnificent spin. Bang! Vegeta kicked out, striking Son Goku cleanly and sending him flipping through the air several times. Son Goku was shocked. Have you reached your limit? I thought you were stronger than this. Vegeta smirked and pressed a button on his scouter. Quite impressive, I must say. Your combat power has reached 16000. A low-class warrior boosting his power to this level is indeed noteworthy. Son Goku. This guy is incredibly strong. Alright, let me end this fight now. Vegeta's smile widened. As soon as he finished speaking, energy surged wildly from Vegeta's body. The overwhelming aura changed the very color of the surrounding landscape. The clouds in the sky, overwhelmed by Vegeta's powerful presence, cleared from overcast to sunshine. Son Goku was utterly astonished. You're finished, Kakarado. Prepare to die. Vegeta sneered. Whoosh! He shot towards Son Goku at blinding speed, ramming his head directly into Son Goku's face. Son Goku was sent flying backward. Vegeta chased after him and kicked him down from the sky. Son Goku quickly adjusted his body, landed on his feet, and looked up into the sky. Idiot! I'm behind you. Vegeta's voice rang out from behind Son Goku. Bang! Vegeta delivered a flying kick. Son Goku tumbled through the air several times before barely managing to stop himself. Son Goku looked up and discovered to his astonishment that Vegeta had appeared directly above him. This guy seems to be gathering energy. Whoosh! Sure enough, Vegeta formed a golden energy sphere and fired it straight at them. Double Kaioken. Son Goku hastily leaped upward. Haha. Vegeta chuckled lightly and launched another energy blast from his hand. Son Goku caught mid-air, found it difficult to dodge, and narrowly avoided being hit by the powerful energy. Fortunately, Son Goku reacted quickly and barely evaded the attack. Even so, his shirt was torn to shreds. What a formidable opponent. Bulma trembled as she spoke. If this continues, Goku might actually lose to that Vegeta. That's exactly what I've been saying. This is Vegeta's peak moment. Luo Tian smiled. Bulma fell silent. Why do I get the feeling you know everything? Son Goku descended from the sky and landed opposite Vegeta. It seems double Kaioken won't be enough to defeat this guy. I have no choice. Even if my body is shattered, I won't back down. I must use triple Kaioken. Hey, I deliberately held back earlier so you could dodge easily. Vegeta's smile returned as he looked at Son Goku. Killing you outright would be too boring. Son Goku. Far away behind a certain rock. Yajirobe was hiding there. I'm so scared. Please don't find me. I really don't want to fight. What's wrong? Kakarado. Too afraid to approach me. Let me show you what I am truly capable of. Son Wukong smiled. Triple Kaioken. Stop at once. Wukong. Your body cannot possibly withstand the triple Kaioken. King Kai exclaimed urgently. However, the King of Kai was well aware that without employing that technique, there would scarcely be any hope of victory. It was over. He was destined to lose. A steady beep echoed from Bulma's scouter as the battle power readings surged continuously. This? Luo Tian. What is happening? The numbers on the detector are completely abnormal. Wukong's battle power. 1700-1800-21000. Bulma gasped in shock. Careful, it is going to explode. Luo Tian warned. Almost as soon as those words left his lips, the scouter detonated without warning. Bulma fell silent. You did not warn me earlier. I nearly lost my eyesight from the blast. What just happened? Bulma stared in disbelief. Wukong has activated the triple Kaioken. His battle power should have reached around 24000. Luo Tian explained. Your scouter is an older model. Its maximum threshold is 20,000. Anything beyond that will cause it to overload and explode. Bulma was left speechless, but almost immediately her attention shifted to the detector strapped to Vegeta's eyes. His detector seems to be perfectly fine, Bulma remarked. His model is relatively newer and can withstand higher battle power readings. Luo Tian offered a faint smile. So unproductive. We really should have confiscated his scouter for proper analysis. Bulma rested her chin in her palm. What? Battle power 24000. Vegeta felt utterly stunned upon seeing Son Wukong's power reading. How could this be possible? Was the detector malfunctioning? No. He could feel the overwhelming aura radiating from Wukong with absolute clarity. The detector was absolutely not faulty. Then what on earth was happening? Whoosh. At that very moment, Son Wukong shot toward Vegeta at blinding speed, landing a devastating punch squarely on Vegeta's cheek. Vegeta was sent flying backward. Wukong closed the distance, instantly delivering a fierce kick that sent Vegeta soaring into the sky. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta swiftly righted himself in midair. Whoosh. Wukong pursued him again. Vegeta spread his arms wide, attempting to block the incoming assault. Smack. However, Wukong abruptly altered his trajectory mid-flight. Boom. Appearing behind Vegeta, he delivered a crushing kick straight to Vegeta's face. Crash. Vegeta plummeted from the heavens like a living cannonball, carving a massive crater into the mountainous terrain. Grr. Enraged beyond measure, Vegeta's aura erupted violently, leveling the entire surrounding area in an instant. "You worthless bastard," Vegeta roared. Even as he spoke, Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of crimson energy hurtling straight toward him. Thud! Wukong's knee slammed violently into Vegeta's side. Vegeta winced in sharp pain and immediately retaliated with a backhand swing. Wukong deftly dodged the strike and countered with a heavy punch straight to Vegeta's abdomen. Ugh! Pain drained the color from Vegeta's face. Cold sweat poured down his brow as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. "You damn jerk." Fury boiled over in Vegeta's veins, his pupils congested with jagged red capillaries. Huh. Meanwhile, Wukong was gasping for air in ragged, heavy breaths. The triple Kaioken was placing an unbearable strain on Wukong's body as well. "Damn it. I refuse to believe your power has surpassed mine." Vegeta ground his teeth, his wrath churning skyward. "This guy. He is stubborn as hell. I cannot seem to finish him off." Wukong managed a bitter smile. "If this drags on much longer, I might actually end up getting counter-killed. I will absolutely not permit such an outcome." Vegeta trembled with uncontrollable rage. "I am the prodigy of the Scion race. How could I possibly be defeated by a low-class warrior?" Sun Wukong watched Vegeta with keen vigilance. "My body feels like it is tearing apart. The triple Kaioken really is unbearable. If this continues, I am likely going to die. It is no good. I cannot keep using the Kaioken. It is time to try out Luo Tian's Ultra Instinct." With that thought in mind, Wukong took a deep, steadying breath. Swish! In the very next instant, he deliberately dispersed all the energy surrounding his body. "I will never forgive you. Never." Vegeta roared, his rage peaking. "I am going to blow you and this entire planet to smithereens." As he spoke, Vegeta began to amplify his aura to its absolute limit. "What did you say?" Wukong's expression suddenly shifted. Beep. Hardly had Vegeta finished speaking when he suddenly noticed Wukong's battle power plummeting at a dizzying rate. It dropped from over 10,000 straight down to 1,000. Vegeta froze in confusion. What in the world is going on? Why has his power dropped so drastically? Could the detector finally be malfunctioning? Furrowing his brow, Vegeta felt the burning anger within him gradually subside. "I see. The technique you just unleashed must have exceeded your physical limits, right?" Vegeta scoffed. "You are running on fumes now? Am I correct?" Wukong offered no response. What is wrong with Wukong? Bulma was equally stunned as she too had sensed that Wukong's presence had completely transformed. "Wukong intends to unleash Ultra Instinct." Luo Tian chuckled. "Is this the same Ultra Instinct you taught him?" Bulma paused, slightly taken aback. "Exactly. Who else would possibly teach him?" Luo Tian replied with a smile. "Didn't you say that given his current capabilities he would not be able to comprehend true Ultra Instinct?" Bulma quickly asked. "You could understand it that way." Luo Tian explained. "If we were to categorize Ultra Instinct into several tiers, such as low, mid, high, Zen Divine, True Divine, Supreme Divine. Well, let us stick with that classification for now." "Bulma, you just made those tiers up on the spot, didn't you? And also, this classification, I get low, mid, and even Supreme Divine. But what exactly does Zen mean in this context?" Bulma wiped a bead of sweat from her forehead. "I just threw them together. Do not dwell on the details." Luo Tian smiled. Bulma was left with no retort. "All right then, whatever you say goes. So, does that make Wukong's current level low tier?" Bulma inquired. "Yes, precisely so." Luo Tian nodded. "And what about you? What tier do you belong to?" Bulma asked. "I fall under the Supreme Divine tier." Luo Tian replied. "Bulma. Luo Tian, can we please have a normal conversation? Meaning your abilities far surpass Wukong's by more than a little. If we were to further subdivide the Supreme Divine tier into 5 stages, I would only be at the first stage." Luo Tian sighed reflectively. That was precisely his intended meaning. The Grand Minister, on the other hand, was already at the 4th stage. He was arguably not far from reaching the 5th. Bulma was rendered speechless once again, as if anyone has actually reached the 5th stage of Supreme Divine yet. Bulma pouted. "No one has achieved it yet, but it will not be long." Luo Tian smiled. "Bulma." Another stretch of silence descended. "Then tell me, what kind of power would the 5th stage possess?" Bulma asked. "What kind of power?" Luo Tian scratched his head. "Well, for instance, at the 2nd stage one could casually flick a wrist and shatter the entire cosmos." Bulma decided it was best not to respond. "Shatter the entire universe with a wave of your hand. Come on, do not joke around. I might believe you could destroy a planet. After all, that Vegeta himself possessed the capacity to annihilate Earth. But claiming you could crush the whole universe. That was simply absurd." "Fine." Luo Tian had already exaggerated beyond count on numerous occasions, so she simply chose to ignore it. "Can Wukong defeat Vegeta using the low tier of Ultra Instinct?" Bulma asked. "We shall see." Luo Tian smiled. "Somewhere in the distance. We are almost at Kame House. Keep pushing, go on." Krillin called out. "Why yes. Yes. Son Gohan nodded. The moment those words left their lips, both suddenly felt something deeply unsettling shift behind them. What is happening? Why has Wukong's aura suddenly dropped so drastically? I can barely sense his presence anymore. Krillin skidded to an abrupt halt. Father. Has father been defeated? Color drained from Gohan's face. What exactly is going on? Just moments ago, Wukong's aura was clearly dominant. Krillin wore a thoroughly puzzled expression. Planet Kai. Wukong. What in the world are you doing? King Kai was similarly bewildered. If you had simply continued using the triple Kaioken, you would have definitely obliterated Vegeta. Even if it left you critically injured, you would at least have ended this guy. Why did you suddenly disperse your energy? The battlefield. Humph. I can plainly see that your body is utterly exhausted. Judging by the readings on that detector, your battle power continues to fall. Vegeta burst into hearty laughter. Son Wukong remained silent quietly, turning his focus inward to commune with the surrounding mountain range and the natural landscape. Battle power 900, 800, 700. It is still dropping. Vegeta's grin grew ever broader. Phew. Wukong drew in a deep measured breath. Battle power 100. Vegeta's smirk widened further. In your current state, a mere flick of my wrist would be enough to exterminate you. 100 battle power, is it? Wukong gritted his teeth, stilled his mind once more, and immersed himself in the tranquility of the mountains before asking, Hey, what is my current battle power? Still 100. Vegeta sneered. Cut the mysterious act. Since your power has fallen to this pitiful level, I will see you off personally. With that, Vegeta aimed his finger squarely at Son Wukong's body. Swoosh. A mighty energy blast shot from Vegeta's finger aimed directly at Son Wukong's position. Chua. To Vegeta's astonishment, Son Wukong merely shifted his body slightly and effortlessly evaded the energy attack. In the next instant, Son Wukong appeared behind Vegeta. What? Vegeta was stunned. What was happening? Why was his speed so incredible? His power level was clearly only 100. Reacting swiftly, Vegeta delivered a fierce kick toward the Son Wukong behind him. Chua. Son Wukong easily dodged Vegeta's attack. Bang. Son Wukong then slapped him squarely on the body. With a muffled impact, Vegeta was sent flying and crashed heavily into the rocks behind him. Boom. Enraged Vegeta shot straight into the sky. Damn it. That shameless cockroach must have noticed my scouter was malfunctioning and used his power level to manipulate my judgment. Vegeta was so furious his nose seemed crooked. Crunch. He tore off the scouter from his eyes and crushed it to fragments. Vanish along with this planet. Vegeta's energy surged wildly as he aimed at the Son Wukong below. Son Wukong's expression changed. Oh no. This is troublesome. Should I switch to Kaioken? I still can't release a Kamehameha in Ultra Instinct mode. Damn it. This guy. Forget it. Kaioken Kamehameha. Son Wukong gathered tremendous energy with both hands. My Gallic gun is unmatched. Die. Vegeta roared and fired his energy wave towards Son Wukong. Kamehameha. Without hesitation, Son Wukong released his energy wave, shooting upward into the sky. Boom. The two energy waves collided midair, unleashing an enormously powerful aura. What? It resembles my Gallic gun so closely. Vegeta hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and increased his energy output. Son Wukong exerted every ounce of strength he had. Both warriors poured all their power into the clash. Son Wukong was slightly weaker, and his energy wave was gradually pushed back. Double Kaioken. He clenched his teeth and activated Double Kaioken. Boom. Tremendous energy erupted from Son Wukong's body. In an instant, a vast shockwave surged upward, engulfing Vegeta completely. Thanks to his luck, Vegeta was only struck by the outer edge of the energy wave. The Kamehameha carried him high into the sky until he disappeared from view. Huff. Huff. Son Wukong panted heavily, his body utterly exhausted. He felt as though every bone in his body had come apart in indescribable agony. This is bad. I too hard and can't use Ultra Instinct anymore. I'm sorry, Luo Tian. Son Wukong smiled bitterly. Did Wukong win? Bulma quickly asked Luo Tian. Not yet, Vegeta is still alive. Luo Tian shook his head. What? Are you serious? He can't be killed. Is this guy immortal? Bulma was utterly shocked. Speaking of which, Vegeta has been hunting me down, wanting me to serve him. I'm considering whether I should go finish him off and make him work. Luo Tian rested his chin deep in thought. Bulma. Let's talk about it later. Luo Tian smiled. Battlefield. Great job, Wukong. Well done. Yamcha exclaimed happily and quickly appeared beside Son Wukong. Yamcha, why are you here? Son Wukong was startled. Couldn't you sense me? Yamcha grinned. You were busy fighting that guy, so it's normal you didn't notice me either. But honestly, you actually managed to drive off such a powerful opponent. Truly impressive. Saying this, Yamcha stepped forward and patted Son Wukong on the back. Oh. Son Wukong let out a pained cry. What's wrong? Yamcha asked. I used to move my body, couldn't fully withstand, Son Wukong said weakly. Oh, so that wasn't an ordinary technique, Yamcha mused. Hey Yamcha, you'd better leave here quickly. Sun Wukong smiled bitterly. What do you mean? Yamcha's expression changed. You don't mean? That guy. Yes, he's still alive. If he had died so easily, I wouldn't have needed to exert myself so much, Sun Wukong smiled. But it should be fine. You're far stronger than he is, Yamcha said nervously. As I just said, my body can't take any more strain. That last attack was probably my limit. Sun Wukong looked up at the sky. Is that so? Yamcha felt his spirits sink. He quickly waved at Sun Wukong. Well then I'll leave now. I have something to attend to. Yamcha finished speaking and immediately slipped away. High above, Sun Wukong's Kamehameha pushed Vegeta up beyond the clouds. Vegeta strained with all his might and finally broke free from the energy wave. Veins bulged on his forehead, his face twisted with endless rage. You bastard! Vegeta roared. Why can Kakarot's power level exceed mine? I am the premier warrior of the Saiyans. I will never lose to a low-class warrior. Kakarot, just you wait. I'll transform into an Oozuru and make you feel true despair. Saying this, Vegeta searched around for the moon. However, after looking everywhere, he couldn't find the moon at all. What the hell? To wipe out everyone on this planet as quickly as possible, I specifically chose the day of a full moon to arrive. To defeat Kakarot, I must transform into an Oozuru. Ha ha, Saiyan, save your breath. The moon no longer exists, King Kai laughed. That Namekian named Piccolo already destroyed it. However, King Kai was now somewhat puzzled. Just now Sun Wukong's aura suddenly vanished, yet his power level unexpectedly increased significantly. What's going on? How strange. The current situation isn't looking good. Sun Wukong has very little strength left. Even if that Saiyan doesn't transform into an Oozuru, Sun Wukong still can't escape the crisis. Fortunately, that Saiyan's energy is also fading, so we could use the spirit bomb against him. Luo Tian, what's Vegeta doing? Is he looking for the moon? Does he want to become an Oozuru? Bulma asked. Yes, Luo Tian nodded. By the way, where's the moon? I almost forgot. Haven't seen the moon in quite some time. Bulma also looked around searching for the moon. Piccolo destroyed the moon, already no need to look, Luo Tian replied. The moon is gone. Bulma wiped her brow. What curse did our Earth's moon incur? It was destroyed once by that old Master Mateto long ago, and now it's gone again. The sky gradually grew dark. It was nearing dusk. Sun Wukong looked up at the sky. What is that guy Vegeta doing? Why hasn't he come down yet? Is the sky so entertaining? Vegeta. I get it. That bastard has driven me mad. Kakarot must have destroyed the moon beforehand. Damn it. I'm furious. Forget it, there's no other choice. Although this will reduce my power. Just wait. I'll make that guy feel endless terror. Swoosh. Vegeta rushed down from the sky and landed opposite Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong watched Vegeta warily, thinking of a strategy. It seems the only way to defeat him is to use the spirit bomb. The Ultra Instinct Luo Tian taught me probably can't be used now. My body can only gather a spirit bomb at this point. Hey Kakarot, you think destroying the moon means you're safe? Vegeta shouted. Moon? I don't know what you're talking about. Sun Wukong looked utterly confused. Stop pretending. Vegeta said coldly. Let me explain the secret behind why we transform upon seeing a full moon. Transform? What do you mean? Sun Wukong was puzzled. You know, moonlight is sunlight reflected off the moon, right? When sunlight hits the moon, it emits a certain electromagnetic wave. During a full moon, this wave can reach 17 million hertz. Vegeta explained. When the eyes absorb electromagnetic waves above 17 million hertz, the reaction travels to the tail, triggering the transformation. Sun Wukong. What are you talking about? I don't understand a word. What's an electromagnetic wave? What's 17 million hertz? What's going on? What do you mean by all this? Planets throughout the universe have moons, big or small, but only during a full moon can they emit electromagnetic waves exceeding 17 million hertz, Vegeta continued. However, only Saiyans can create an artificial full moon above 17 million hertz. Just mix the oxygen from this planet into that energy sphere. As Vegeta spoke, a glittering golden energy ball suddenly appeared in his hand. Kept you waiting, Kakarot. Your time has come. Vegeta panted heavily. Creating the artificial full moon had consumed a massive amount of his energy. As an elite warrior, I shouldn't have to fight a low-class soldier like you. It would demean my status. Vegeta smiled. You should feel honored instead. Huff. Huff. Vegeta breathed heavily. What is he doing? After releasing that energy sphere, his aura has dropped significantly as well. I still can't figure it out. Sun Wukong was utterly bewildered. Whoosh. Vegeta waved his hand and hurled the condensed energy sphere into the sky. What is that thing? Sun Wukong was perplexed. Bloom my moon. Vegeta shouted. Slap. Suddenly a full moon appeared in the sky. What are you doing? That thing. Sun Wukong was speechless. You should regret not having a tail, Kakarot. Vegeta said, his eyes fixed on the artificial full moon in the sky. Sun Wukong seemed to suddenly realize something, his expression shifting repeatedly. Roar. In the next moment, black fur sprouted on Vegeta's face, his mouth protruded outward, revealing sharp fangs, and his pupils turned a deep crimson. Howl! Vegeta raised his head and howled, pounding his chest with his fists. Sun Wukong was stunned. Ha ha ha, how about it, Kakarot? You're finished now, aren't you? Vegeta laughed heartily. Sun Wukong was completely dumbfounded. How could this happen? Can he even transform? This is bad. Sun Wukong had a foreboding feeling. In the distance. What is that? A powerful evil aura is rising continuously. Kellen shivered all over. Father's aura hasn't increased. Father's aura dropped just now, but for some reason it suddenly rose again. Sun Wufan couldn't understand either. That evil aura is too strong. What on earth is happening? Kellen scratched his head. Father. No, I have to go back. Sun Wufan gritted his teeth. Where are you going? Back to Wukong. Kellen asked. Father will be in danger. If this continues, he will die. Sun Wufan said solemnly. But that guy is extremely powerful. We're no match for him. Kellen clenched his fists. I don't care about that. I have to go back. After saying that, Sun Wufan turned and flew swiftly toward the battlefield where Sun Wukong and Vegeta were fighting. Wait, Wufan, I'll go with you. Kellen chased after him. A giant ape. A giant ape monster. After seeing Vegeta's colossal form, Sun Wukong seemed to recall something, and figures flashed through his mind. Wukong, on the night of the full moon, giant ape monsters appear. Don't go outside. It's safest to sleep at home. Old Wufan said to Sun Wukong. I made your tail disappear, and from today onward it will never grow back, hoping it won't bring you trouble, and hoping our moon can return. The kami said. Sun Wukong suddenly understood. I finally understand. How terrifying this is. I never expected I was the one who trampled Grandpa to death. The monster that caused chaos at the World Martial Arts Tournament was also me. I'm sorry, Grandpa. If I die, I'll go to the other world to apologize to you. But this guy is really full of energy. I'm afraid I'm no match for him. Let me tell you, after transforming into a giant ape, my combat power is 10 times greater than usual. Vegeta smiled. What? Sun Wukong's face turned pale. Take this, Kakarot. Vegeta's enormous fist came crashing down like a mountain. Sun Wukong quickly leaped aside to dodge Vegeta's attack. However, Vegeta was faster, flying up and kicking the airborne Sun Wukong down. Sun Wukong bounced off the ground a few times and lay there, finding it difficult to move. Ha ha ha. Vegeta let out wild laughter and charged at Sun Wukong again. Kaioken. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, activated the Kaioken once more, and shot into the sky. Bang! Vegeta's tail lashed out like a whip, striking Sun Wukong heavily. Sun Wukong tumbled several times in the air, nearly falling to the ground. Ha ha ha, how about it, Kakarot? You can't beat me. Vegeta laughed maniacally. Damn it. This guy is so agile. I don't have time to gather the spirit bomb. Sun Wukong said with a troubled expression. Even the five-fold Kaioken probably won't work against him. Vegeta charged again. Ultra Instinct. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and quickly activated Ultra Instinct. Swish! Sun Wukong immediately dodged Vegeta's attack. This brat. He's quite agile. Vegeta was a little surprised. But no matter how agile you are compared to my giant ape transformation, you're far inferior. Bang! Vegeta's large hand reached for Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and desperately dodged using Ultra Instinct. This little fly, let me deal with you. Vegeta was furious, swinging his hand again to swat Sun Wukong out of the sky. Swish! Sun Wukong used Ultra Instinct again to evade Vegeta's attack. Then he delivered a fierce kick to Vegeta's arm. Oomph, was that your attack? It doesn't seem like much. Vegeta chuckled lightly, showing no concern. Damn it. My Ultra Instinct mastery is incomplete and my attacks have little effect on him. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. If this continues, I'll be defeated sooner or later. Moreover, my body can no longer endure using techniques. This time I've truly reached my limit. There's no other way. Solar Flare. Seeing Vegeta charging at him again, Sun Wukong immediately placed his hands on both sides of his cheeks. Instantly, an extremely blinding radiance emanated from around Sun Wukong's head. Caught off guard, Vegeta was hit. Oh, my eyes! Vegeta cried out in alarm. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong quickly flew away from the scene and landed on a large rock in the distance. Then Sun Wukong raised his arms. Earth, ocean, all living beings, please lend me a little of your energy. Sun Wukong said weakly. Fortunately, gathering the spirit bomb doesn't require much strength. Otherwise, I'd have no way to deal with him. Damn it. That beast dazzled my eyes. Vegeta was furious. Soon his vision gradually returned to normal. Where did that bastard go? Vegeta looked around for Sun Wukong. Damn it. Of all times, the scouter is missing now. I shouldn't have destroyed it earlier. But you can't escape. I can vaguely sense your aura. Oh no. He's about to find me. Sun Wukong panicked. It's almost done. The spirit bomb is almost complete. Found you. Die. Vegeta roared, firing a powerful energy blast from his mouth towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was stunned. Boom. With a deafening explosion, Sun Wukong was knocked to the ground by the powerful energy. Damn it. I didn't expect him to strike so quickly. I miscalculated. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and climbed to his feet. This is troublesome. The spirit bomb I worked so hard to gather has dissipated. Hey, you stubborn fellow. Vegeta snorted. I can see you're nearing your limit. I'm finished. This time I truly have no hope of winning. Sun Wukong smiled bitterly. Ha ha ha, I'm going to crush you, cockroach. Vegeta stepped forward with his massive foot, aiming to stomp Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong struggled to dodge. Bang! Vegeta swatted him like a fly, sending him crashing into a mountain. Sun Wukong tumbled down the mountain. Crack! Vegeta's foot came down. With a crisp sound, Sun Wukong's left leg shattered instantly. Oh, sorry, I'm really sorry. I've crushed your leg. Vegeta laughed heartily. Sun Wukong cried out in pain. Now I'm going to pierce your heart. Vegeta extended a finger towards Sun Wukong's heart. You should be proud to die at the hands of an elite warrior like me. I have failed completely. The gap between us is too vast. Sun Wukong smiled wryly. I'm glad to have fought you, but to die like this, I am not reconciled. Enough chatter. Die. Vegeta, unwilling to listen to more, swiftly brought his finger down. Ultra Instinct. Sun Wukong shouted. Slap. At the critical moment, his body dodged Vegeta's attack. Then Sun Wukong gathered a powerful energy sphere in his right hand and blasted it directly into Vegeta's eye. Vegeta cried out in pain, clutching his eye. Haha, I've truly reached my limit this time. Sun Wukong chuckled. Now I don't even have the strength to wipe my sweat. Do as you please. Damn you. You low-class warrior. You dare to mark my face. Vegeta, enduring the sharp pain in his eye, grabbed Sun Wukong's body with his huge hand. I'll crush you into meat paste and make dumplings for the dogs. Sun Wukong let out agonized cries. Luo Tian. Wukong is done for. Think of something quickly. Buer Ma was frantic. Well, Luo Tian smiled. Don't you know healing? Try to sneak over and heal Wukong. Buer Ma suggested. Wukong is a scion. He's on the brink of death now. You said that after he's revived, his combat power will skyrocket. At that time, he'll definitely be able to defeat Vegeta, right? Bulma, I didn't expect you to have learned to use your brain. Luo Tian said with a smile. But, if it's dangerous, forget it. I don't want you to die because of this. Bulma said, but if Goku is killed by him, the entire Earth will be in danger. Alright, I'll make a trip then. Luo Tian nodded. Smack. He withdrew his scepter. Whooshed. In an instant, Luo Tian transformed into a brilliant flame as dazzling as a diamond and appeared at the battle scene. Luo Tian called out to Vegeta. Hey Vegeta, that's enough. Vegeta was stunned for a moment and looked down at Luo Tian. Vegeta, holding Goku tightly, looked at Luo Tian and asked, Who are you? I am the healer you are looking for. Don't you remember me? Luo Tian said. Luo Tian smiled slightly. When you were 3 years old, you challenged me, and I beat you up. Vegeta was stunned. 3 years old. Why does this person look so familiar? White hair. Silver white hair. This unique hair color seems to be exactly Luo Tian of our planet Vegeta. That captain of the guard. Yes, I remember, he was the captain of the guard, and he held a high position on planet Vegeta back then. But wasn't planet Vegeta destroyed? This guy is still alive. Are you that captain of the guard, Luo Tian? Vegeta asked. You finally remembered. Luo Tian laughed. Sun Wukong looked confused. What does that mean? What is a captain of the guard? Why do I feel like Luo Tian and Vegeta know each other? What is going on? Am I seeing things? Are you really captain of the guard, Luo Tian? Vegeta exclaimed in amazement, his scarlet eyes wide. You're still alive? So you came to Earth a long time ago. Luo Tian nodded. You can think of it that way. How rare. I didn't expect there to be another living scion on Earth besides that cockroach. Vegeta chuckled lightly. Luo Tian called out, let Goku go first. What? Luo Tian, did you come here just to plead for this guy? Vegeta snorted. Instead of letting Sun Wukong go, he squeezed him even harder. Sun Wukong let out a cry of pain. By the way, I heard them say there's a person named Luo Tian who can heal. Could it be you? Vegeta asked, smiling at Luo Tian. It's me. You're right. Luo Tian said, and suddenly a scepter appeared in his hand. At Bulma's house. Bulma looked stunned. Where is he? Where are you, Luo Tian? Where did you go? I can't find you. And this projection is gone. What? Vegeta couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the scepter in Luo Tian's hand. What is that? I've never seen anything like it before. Actually, what I want to tell you is that the destruction of planet Vegeta was not caused by a meteorite impact, but was personally annihilated by Frieza. Luo Tian sighed. Such an important piece of news I haven't told anyone else, but I specifically told you. Vegeta frowned. Luo Tian said, drop the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Turn back from the wrong path, Vegeta. Vegeta, what kind of nonsense are you talking about? Who's turning back with you? You say? Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta. Vegeta snorted and asked. I just want to know why he would do that. Have you heard of Super Saiyans? That's right, Frieza was afraid that someone among the Scions would become a Super Saiyan, so he destroyed planet Vegeta. Luo Tian said, actually what I want to say is that this matter is also related to Beerus. Do you believe me? Beerus. Who is that? Vegeta had already forgotten who Beerus was. Never mind, we'll talk about Beerus later. Luo Tian said with a smile. Let him go now. What? If you really are captain of the guard, Luo Tian, you should know my status. As a Scion, you should unconditionally obey my orders. Vegeta snorted. You are always so arrogant. That's not good. Luo Tian shook his head. Forget it, I'll heal Goku first. Smack. As Luo Tian spoke, a healing light immediately emerged from the crystal ball on his scepter. The healing light enveloped Sun Wukong's body. Instantly, Sun Wukong's injuries healed at a visible speed. At the same time, Sun Wukong's aura was also continuously growing stronger. What? This guy's energy is skyrocketing. Not good. You really can heal. Vegeta was greatly alarmed. Without a moment's hesitation, his massive tail swung toward where Luo Tian was. Smack. Luo Tian extended a single finger and easily blocked Vegeta's tail. What? Vegeta was stunned. My tail swing was actually blocked by this guy with just one finger. When did the captain of the guard become so powerful? I don't believe it. Kaioken. Sun Wukong also immediately erupted with his powerful energy. Smack. In the next moment, Sun Wukong broke free from Vegeta's grip and delivered a heavy kick to Vegeta's chest. Blood gushed from Vegeta's mouth, and he stumbled backward, finally landing on the ground with a thud. Smack. Luo Tian waved his hand. Instantly, the artificial full moon in the sky disappeared. Whooshed. Vegeta's body also rapidly shrunk and returned to its original form. Luo Tian, thank you so much. You've been a great help at this critical moment. Sun Wukong breathed a sigh of relief, feeling the surge of energy. Within him, his face filled with surprise. I feel my strength has greatly increased. Is this the special constitution of the Scions? Luo Tian nodded. Vegeta, on the other hand, turned pale. Vegeta, you're finished. Sun Wukong said to Vegeta. I won't accept this. Vegeta shouted. I'll kill you. As he spoke, his aura erupted again, and he flew towards Sun Wukong at high speed. Smack. Vegeta punched Sun Wukong with full force. However, Sun Wukong easily raised his hand and blocked the attack. This time, after his revival, Sun Wukong's battle power directly soared to 2,000. In contrast, Vegeta at this point was almost at the end of his strength, his battle power having dropped drastically at most around 1,000. What? How can this be? Vegeta was stunned. But soon he understood. Then he immediately looked at Luo Tian not far away. What are you looking at? Luo Tian said with a smile. Vegeta, I told you turn back from the wrong path. It's still not too late. Luo Tian propped his chin and mused. I'm even considering whether to heal you too, so you can settle the score again. If you can fully heal my wounds, I guarantee that even if I defeat Kakarot, I will leave this planet immediately. Vegeta's mind stirred, and he quickly said to Luo Tian, how about it? We are both Scions, but after my near-death revival, the battle power I can gain will far exceed Kakarot's. The reason is simple, I am a genius warrior. Is that so? Luo Tian smiled slightly. Believe me. Vegeta said. Please believe me. When my injuries are fully healed, I'll capture you and make you willingly serve me. Yes, that's settled. By the way, I'll wipe out all the Earthlings. Of course, I'll give that Kakarot special treatment and torture him to death. As for Vegeta's thoughts, Luo Tian knew them all too well. Wukong, what do you think? Luo Tian turned to look at Sun Wukong. Do you want to have another bout with this guy, eh? Alright, the last round wasn't really satisfying. I'm willing to fight him again. Sun Wukong nodded. But this time I don't want you to use the Kaioken. Luo Tian said. Even if he beats you to a pulp, don't use the Kaioken. Can you promise me that? Not using the Kaioken. That's really troublesome. Sun Wukong scratched his head, then quickly made up his mind. Alright, then I'll use Ultra Instinct from the start. Smack. Luo Tian wasted no more words and directly blasted the healing light onto Vegeta. Instantly, Vegeta's injuries rapidly healed. You too continue. I won't interfere here. Good luck. Luo Tian smiled, transformed into a brilliant radiance, and vanished in a flash. Vegeta. Sun Wukong. Both silently looked at each other. Kakarot, let's begin. This time I'll beat you so badly you won't know which way is up. Vegeta grinned fiercely. Who? Sun Wukong took a deep breath and immediately dispersed the energy around his body. This is getting more and more interesting. So you've been learning from this guy? Vegeta chuckled. Yes. Sun Wukong prepared for battle. Let me tell you what a captain of the guard is. Vegeta snorted. The so-called captain of the guard is considered an elite warrior among the Scions. Back then, every guard had a battle power of around 8-0 or more, and our captain of the guard was said to have surpassed 1-0. But as time passed, his battle power has probably increased dramatically over the years. Is that so? Sun Wukong wasn't very interested in this. I estimate that this guy's battle power is at least 300, maybe even as high as 5000. Vegeta began to estimate Luo Tian's battle power. Vegeta had transformed into a giant ape, which increased his battle power by 10 times, but at that time, he had little energy left. That's why Vegeta made such a numerical estimate. Luo Tian is also a scion. I hadn't expected that. Son Goku chuckled. But I think you may be underestimating him. Prepare to meet your death. Kakarot. Vegeta sneered coldly, his energy erupting wildly. Planet Yardrat. King Kai rubbed his eyes vigorously. What was going on? What was happening on Earth? In the brief moment I was at the restroom, it felt as though the game had been reloaded from the very beginning. Why are both Son Goku's and that Scion's injuries completely healed? And it seems they both intend to fight once more. What is the meaning of this? King Kai was beginning to question his own sanity. I clearly remember Vegeta transforming into an Oozuru and seizing Son Goku in his grasp, intent on crushing him to death. What have I missed? In the distance, Son Gohan and Krillin were also rushing forward at great speed. Upon witnessing the state of Son Goku and Vegeta, both were equally bewildered. I'm not imagining this, am I, Gohan? Krillin scratched his head. Why does Vegeta's aura feel increasingly potent? Dad's aura has indeed grown significantly weaker, nearly imperceptible. Color drained from Son Gohan's face. Wait. Goku is still standing over there. He appears completely unharmed. Krillin pointed toward the distant Son Goku. Son Gohan was equally perplexed. Boom, boom, boom. The very next moment, Son Goku and Vegeta engaged in fierce combat once again. By their agreement, Son Goku did not employ Kaioken this time, but instead unleashed Ultra Instinct. What manner of technique is this now? King Kai was utterly confounded once more. Why wasn't he utilizing Kaioken immediately? Boom. Upon channeling Ultra Instinct, Son Goku effortlessly evaded Vegeta's assault and delivered a devastating palm strike to his chest. Vegeta staggered backward, nearly collapsing. But he quickly righted himself and charged at Son Goku anew. Boom. Son Goku sidestepped Vegeta's incoming fist with a slight shift of his body, then seized his arm and drove his elbow forcefully into Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta vomited a torrent of blood, his face contorted in sheer disbelief. My Ultra Instinct is truly this formidable. Son Goku gazed at his own hands in astonishment. This. What is happening? Vegeta was dumbfounded. I can now perceive his aura to some degree. I can clearly sense that his power level differs from mine by an entirely different caliber. Yet why can I not best him? No, I will never ever be defeated by a low-class warrior like you. Vegeta roared, driving his energy to its absolute limit. Boom, boom, boom. Vegeta launched a relentless barrage of attacks at Son Goku. Son Goku responded with composure. Furthermore, as the battle persisted, Son Goku unexpectedly discovered that his mastery of Ultra Instinct was growing increasingly refined. Boom. Son Goku suddenly launched a flying kick, slamming it squarely into Vegeta's chest. Vegeta was sent hurtling backward, his body skidding across the earth and carving a lengthy furrow. Crash! Vegeta collided heavily with a boulder behind him. The rock crumbled, burying Vegeta beneath the rubble. Ewarg! Vegeta erupted in furious rage, his aura surging wildly and reducing the entire area to flatland. Damn it, I will never forgive you. Vegeta glared ferociously at Son Goku. How could I possibly lose to a low-class warrior such as you? You cannot even defeat me, yet you wish to challenge Luo Tian. I suggest you abandon such fantasies. Son Goku said with calm composure. Gallic Gun. A powerful energy sphere erupted from Vegeta's palm. The energy blast hurtled towards Son Goku. Whoosh. With a mere flicker of Ultra Instinct, Son Goku effortlessly sidestepped the Gallic Gun. Simultaneously, Son Goku pushed his speed to its limit, his figure blurring as he materialized behind Vegeta. Boom. Son Goku landed a crushing punch squarely on Vegeta's back. Vegeta spat a mouthful of blood and landed face first upon the ground. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Vegeta roared furiously. Bulma's residence. Luo Tian, where did you just go? How did you vanish so suddenly? Bulma rubbed her eyes in disbelief upon seeing Luo Tian's return. Don't you recall you asked me to rescue Goku? So I went. As Luo Tian spoke, he casually cast aside the scepter. Click. The crystal orb atop the scepter immediately projected a holographic image. The holographic image revealed Son Goku mercilessly dominating Vegeta. You actually went. Bulma was at a loss for words, her beautiful eyes wide with utter incredulity. What else did you expect? Luo Tian smiled. Bulma examined the holographic image more closely. Something was amiss. It was true that Goku had recovered, but Vegeta appeared to have recovered as well. Let them both recover, it makes for a more worthy opponent. Luo Tian smiled faintly. So I took the liberty of healing Vegeta's injuries as well. Bulma. The battlefield. What is happening? Their vitality and injuries seem to have been fully restored. Yajirobe was somewhat bewildered as well. I merely stepped aside to relieve myself, and upon my return everything had transpired thusly. I have a strange sensation as though I've returned to before their battle commenced. Moreover, that Scion's eye, one had clearly been nearly destroyed by Goku's attack. Why has it healed completely? Especially Goku's attire. Good heavens, it has been fully restored. And that Scion's battle armor is similarly repaired. It was not merely Yajirobe who found himself perplexed. Even Krillin and Son Gohan were completely bewildered. However, the two parties soon converged. Yajirobe. Krillin paused in surprise. Who? Son Gohan was startled. Gohan, he is one of our own. Krillin explained, then inquired. Yajirobe, have you been stationed here all along? Something like that. Yajirobe nodded. Do you happen to know what transpired just now? Krillin hastily asked. I must regrettably inform you that I stepped away to the lavatory, and upon my return events had unfolded in this manner. Yajirobe replied. Son Gohan. Krillin. Failing at a critical juncture. It gives me the impression that they have begun their battle afresh. Krillin mused. Yajirobe nodded vigorously. You perceived it as well. I had presumed it to be mere illusion on my part. What exactly is happening? Krillin scratched his head. Dad seems to be in the advantage now, said Son Gohan. Thankfully, that is the most reassuring thing. Krillin nodded. But strangely, Goku's energy seems to be getting very weak. But Dad hasn't lost to him yet. Son Gohan replied. Goku's energy is fading, his power is decreasing, Krillin pondered, but his strength is actually greatly enhanced. What on earth is going on? Even you don't know? Yajirobe asked. Krillin fell silent. If I knew, would I be this puzzled? I never expected Ultra Instinct to be this effective, Son Goku said excitedly. Huff. Huff. Vegeta, however, was panting heavily, his expression shifting repeatedly. How is this possible? I will never lose to a low-class warrior like you. Slap. Vegeta gritted his teeth, raised his hand, and a gleaming golden energy sphere appeared in his palm. What? That's... Son Goku's face slightly changed color. Bloom my moon. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta hurled the energy blast high into the sky. Instantly, the energy blast radiated a golden light, standing out conspicuously in the twilight. Oh no, it's an artificial full moon. Son Goku's expression shifted repeatedly. Roar. Vegeta transformed into a colossal black gorilla. Ultra Instinct. In the face of absolute power, you cannot defeat me. Vegeta roared, charging forward with his massive feet and stomping towards Son Goku. Son Goku swiftly dodged to the side. But soon Vegeta's other large hand lunged downward. Startled, Son Goku leaped and evaded. Humph! Vegeta snorted, extending his claws and slapping down. This time Son Goku was midair, and although he had mastered the most basic level of Ultra Instinct as defined by Luo Tian, he simply lacked the ability to dodge. Boom! Vegeta's claws struck Son Goku. Like a cannonball, Son Goku plummeted from the sky, leaving a crater in the ground. Ha ha, Kakarot, look at you now. Vegeta laughed wildly, stepping forward with his giant foot to crush Son Goku. Son Goku gritted his teeth, quickly rolling across the ground. Boom! Vegeta's massive foot slammed down beside Son Goku, shaking the earth violently. Pretty agile, Kakarot. Vegeta snorted, lifting his foot again. I stomp. I stomp. I stomp. I'll crush you, you low-class warrior. Son Goku kept rolling on the ground. Then he shot upward, gathering energy in his hands and aiming at Vegeta's body. However, as soon as Son Goku gathered energy, he switched back to his normal energy form. His power drastically diminished. Boom! Vegeta backhanded Son Goku across the body. Whooshed! Son Goku was sent flying backward. Not far away. Damn, Goku is going to lose to him. What's going on with this guy? Why did he suddenly become so huge? Yajirobe exclaimed. By the way, he turned into this earlier. The tail. That's it. The tail. If we cut off his tail, he'll revert. Krillin's mind sparked. Tail, eh? Son Gohan was also taken aback. Alright, Gohan and Yajirobe, distract him from the front while I sneak around and cut off his tail, Krillin suggested. The two nodded vigorously. Quick. At this rate, Goku will definitely lose to him. Krillin called out. Krillin and Son Gohan sprang into action. Yajirobe. Don't drag me into this. I'm terrified. I'm just here for the ride. Boom. Vegeta slapped Son Goku, sending him floating into the air. Then Vegeta punched the airborne Son Goku. Son Goku was knocked even higher into the sky. Just as Vegeta had said, against overwhelming energy intensity, the basic level of Ultra Instinct that Son Goku had practiced was far from sufficient. After all, Vegeta's combat power upon transforming into the Great Ape had reached nearly 300. As Son Goku flew backward, blood gushed from his mouth. How's that, Kakarot? Your Ultra Instinct still has a long way to go. Vegeta laughed wildly. Slap. After speaking, Vegeta reached out and grabbed Son Goku, squeezing him in his hand. Let's continue where we left off. I recall I was about to crush you into paste and feed you to the dogs as meat buns. Vegeta laughed, tightening his grip. Oh! Son Goku cried out in pain. I sensed someone nearby. Vegeta paused, sensing something. Over here. Let my father go. Son Gohan's voice rang out from beside Vegeta. Isn't this Kakarote's brat? Did you come back just to see your father's final moments? Vegeta chuckled. You've arrived just in time. He's about to die, and this time no miracle will happen. Meanwhile, Krillin had silently appeared behind Vegeta, gently raising his hand. Destructo Disc. A rapidly spinning golden disc materialized in Krillin's hand. Gohan, get away from here. Son Goku screamed in agony. Watch closely, I'm about to snap his neck. Vegeta said with a grin, Kakarot, a low-class warrior, is always a low-class warrior. No matter how hard you try in the face of a genius warrior, you'll always be utterly crushed by me. Though transforming into a giant ape is somewhat unfair. But who told you not to transform into one? Who told you to cut off your tail? After all, transforming into a great ape is one of our Scion abilities. Well, it's not unfair. This is a fair fight. Because history is always written by the victor. Whoosh! At that moment, the Destructo Disc came hurtling toward Vegeta. At the critical moment, Vegeta leaped lightly, dodging the attack. Krillin was startled. I sensed another presence. Vegeta glanced sideways at Krillin. You're quite loyal, not just the little one, but you, the bald guy, came too. And you even know about the tail. Son Gohan trembled with fear. Krillin was even more panicked. This is bad, he's seen us. And he even dodged my Destructo Disc. Not only that, but he's still in his great ape form. That makes him extremely difficult to deal with. Don't rush, everyone. After I eliminate Kakaluot, I'll deal with you all properly. Vegeta chuckled lightly. Uerma's home. How did we return to the previous scene? Luo Tian, you didn't just bring a TV to fool me, did you? Uerma wiped her sweat. I looked over and over again, feeling as if I had watched the same plot twice. Luo Tian. This guy Wukong, after all, still lacks combat experience. When Vegeta was condensing the artificial full moon, just now you should have shot it down. Now look. Your autonomous Ultra Instinct is only at the most basic stage. How could you possibly defeat Vegeta, whose power is 10 times yours? Prepare to die. Kakaluot, this battle ultimately belongs to me. Vegeta laughed maniacally, about to twist Son Wukong's head off. Crack. At this critical moment, Yaki Luobe leaped into the air and severed Vegeta's tail with a single slash. After landing, Yaki Luobe quickly ran behind a rock and hid. Damn, there's another one. Vegeta felt his energy rapidly dissipating. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Vegeta returned to his normal state. Slap. Son Wukong was also thrown to the ground by Vegeta. Severed. As expected of Yaki Luobe, you really did it. Krillin laughed heartily. Huff, huff, huff. Vegeta was gasping heavily. As for Son Wukong, he gritted his teeth and stood up firmly from the ground. Terrible. My body is so badly injured that using autonomous Ultra Instinct is inconvenient. This is trouble. Son Wukong clenched his fists. Boom. Vegeta punched fiercely, aiming directly at Son Wukong's chest. Autonomous Ultra Instinct. Son Wukong's body dodged on its own and slammed his knee heavily into Vegeta's chest. Vegeta spit blood from his mouth and backhandedly slapped Son Wukong across the face. Not good. After being squeezed by this guy a few times, my body is nearly falling apart, and using autonomous Ultra Instinct is no longer smooth. Son Wukong wiped the blood from his face. Boom. Vegeta kicked again, knocking Son Wukong to the ground. Whoosh! Then Vegeta leaped into the air, aiming his knee to strike Son Wukong's position. Whoosh! Son Wukong gritted his teeth, sidestepped to avoid Vegeta's knee, and slammed his elbow heavily into Vegeta's chest. Vegeta's pupils contracted sharply, and his expression turned extremely grim. This blow caused Vegeta serious injury. However, Son Wukong's body twisted so violently just now that his bones were nearly dislocated. Huff, huff, huff. Both of them were gasping heavily, momentarily unable to do anything to each other. You can't move anymore, can you, Kakaluot? Vegeta laughed loudly. Son Wukong remained silent. Indeed, my body feels extremely heavy. That twist just now was too much, and I seem to have sprained my back. This is a tragedy. To prevent those guys from causing trouble, let me first eliminate them. Vegeta sneered coldly, and was about to fly towards Son Wukong. Whoosh! Son Wukong casually grabbed a stone and hurled it at Vegeta. Boom! The stone struck Vegeta directly in the back. Vegeta spewed blood from his mouth and stumbled to the ground. Damn you, Kakaluot. Even in this state, you're still causing trouble. Vegeta flew into a rage, immediately rushed over, grabbed Son Wukong, and threw him with all his might. Son Wukong arced through the air and crashed heavily into a rocky mountain. By the time Son Wukong landed, he could barely get up. This time I'd like to see if you can still move. Vegeta snorted, soared through the air, and stomped on Son Wukong's arm. Crack! A sound of bone shattering came from Son Wukong's arm. Son Wukong's arm was crushed into pieces. Son Wukong let out a piercing scream. Whoosh! Vegeta aimed his fingers at Son Wukong's legs, and two beams of light flickered in his hands. Boom. The two beams struck Sun Wukong's legs, crippling them. I'd like to see what other means you have to resist. Huff huff huff. Vegeta was also exhausted, and due to his injuries his energy was greatly depleted, leaving him with little stamina. Sun Wukong lay on the ground, trembling in pain, gritting his teeth. I've lost after all. This guy is so tenacious. But I was once in the lead. Is this what an elite warrior is like? Now let me finish off those 3 minions, then find a place to recover, and also seize the opportunity to capture Luo Tian. The Earth trip will be considered a complete success. Vegeta chuckled coldly. I can't afford to delay, though I must hurry. If Luo Tian catches up with my current strength, I'm no match for him. Whoosh! Vegeta flew swiftly towards Sun Wufan's direction. Wufan, run! Kulin was alarmed and shouted hastily. Sun Wufan. Run? How can I run? This guy is so fast. I can't escape at all. Sun Wufan trembled all over from fear. Let me take out this little brat first. Vegeta grinned menacingly. Boom. Vegeta punched Sun Wufan heavily in the chest. Sun Wufan clutched his chest, his face turning pale. How is it Earth's hybrid? Your former formidable strength. Why is it so pathetic now, eh? Vegeta chuckled lightly. Hurry and show your true power, or else you'll die. As he spoke, Vegeta glanced sideways. He saw that behind him the bald-headed man was rushing over at high speed. Little bald head, you think you can ambush me? Boom. Vegeta kicked Kulin directly in the head. Bang bang bang. Kulin's body bounced off the rocky ground, and by the time he landed, he was nearly unconscious. Little bald head, don't you want to die in order? Vegeta chuckled lightly. It's over. This is the worst thing. Yaki Luobe hid behind a rock, trembling with fear. Hey, you useless piece of trash. Your father is trash, you are trash, your whole family is trash. Believing this was still not enough to vent his anger, Vegeta grabbed Sun Wufan by the collar and lifted him up. Boom. Vegeta's head slammed heavily into Sun Wufan's face. Oh. Son Gohan let out a series of agonized cries. Though you're a waste, your blood is still red, Vegeta snorted. I'll let you die beside your father. I'm quite merciful after all. Whoosh. Vegeta tossed Son Gohan aside carelessly. Bang! Son Gohan fell beside Son Goku. Gohan. Son Goku gritted his teeth, unable to move even an inch. Dad. Son Gohan struggled desperately. Gohan, your father is too badly injured to move. You go fight in my stead. He's already very weak now. Son Goku spoke to Gohan. I've already gravely wounded him several times before this. Kakarot, I didn't expect you to be so tenacious, still conscious even now. Vegeta chuckled softly. No way, Dad, he's too strong. I'm no match for him at all, Son Gohan said through gritted teeth. Very well, in order, first kill Kakarot, then his son, then that bald brat from earlier, and finally the one who cut off my precious tail. Vegeta snorted and said indifferently. Yajirobe hastily hid himself in terror. This guy? He actually still remembers me. This is bad. Gohan, even if you can't beat him, you can still dampen his spirits, said Son Goku. Your power far exceeds his current state. Besides, you have Krillin to help you. Oh. Krillin gritted his teeth and struggled to his feet. No use, I can't move either. Son Gohan shook his head. You bastard. Do you want everyone to die in vain? What did Piccolo teach you? Son Goku roared angrily. Bang! Just as Son Goku's words fell, Vegeta descended from the sky, driving his knee heavily into Son Goku's abdomen. Oh! Son Goku's face contorted in pain, he felt utterly terrible. Son Gohan was horrified. You useless piece of trash, you've caused me quite a bit of trouble. Vegeta grunted. Bang! With that, Vegeta kicked Son Goku in the head again. Luo Tian, can you heal him again? Bulma grabbed Luo Tian's arm and asked. No can do. Healing consumes immense energy, the next time I can heal is a month from now. Luo Tian sighed. Do you really think I'm a walking remedy? Healing once is a favor, refusing is my right. And if everyone relies on me, who will protect this earth? As an angel, I can't be responsible for guarding the entire planet, can I? After all, my sights are set far beyond this tiny earth. Huh, only once a month. Bulma's eyes widened. Like my period, Luo Tian. Your metaphor? I'm at a loss for words. What do we do now? Bulma panicked. At this rate, Goku and the others will be killed. Now's the time to start praying. Luo Tian said. Bulma. A brief silence. If Vegeta can't transform this time, Goku might actually win. Bulma sighed. In a sense, Ultra Instinct can also be a transformation, Luo Tian replied. But Goku's comprehension isn't sufficient yet, so he can't undergo another transformation. Transformation? Bulma was puzzled. Into that ugly great ape form again. No. Luo Tian smiled. According to my classification, the intermediate level can transform, that is, change one's appearance. Intermediate. Transformation. Bulma couldn't understand. But later one returns to simplicity, Luo Tian added. What do you mean? Bulma asked. That is the beginner, intermediate, and even the mega and divine levels are all forms of transformation. But when you reach the true God and super God levels, transformation becomes meaningless, just like my current normal state, is super god level. Luo Tian smiled. Forget that for now. Let's pray together. Bulma smiled wryly. On King Kai's planet, King Kai silently watched Son Goku and the others on Earth. What a pity. So close to victory. King Kai sighed, but surprisingly that strange technique of Goku's worked quite well. However, if you already know such a peculiar move, why come to learn my Kaioken? I just don't understand you. What exactly did Goku learn? I recall him mentioning it once. Now I've forgotten. Never mind, it's not important. Survive first, then talk. At the battlefield, Vegeta was still torturing Son Goku. How disgraceful. I, the most talented elite warrior, have spent so long fighting a low-class warrior. Good thing the Scions died young. Only the two of us and that half-breed remain. No, there's also that captain of the guard, Luo Tian. Is Luo Tian a Scion? Probably right. How could he be our captain otherwise? Good. If there were more Scions alive, word would spread, and I'd be humiliated. I'll crush you, low-class warrior. Vegeta stomped on Son Goku repeatedly. Stop. Son Gohan roared, his aura surging wildly. What? Vegeta froze for a moment, then turned to look at Son Gohan. I'll defeat you. Son Gohan shouted. Oh, with you little brat. Vegeta sneered contemptuously. Wah! A golden flame suddenly burst from Son Gohan's hands. The golden flame hurtled toward Vegeta. Vegeta leaped lightly, dodging the energy blast. Bang! Son Gohan struck swiftly, landing a powerful kick on Vegeta's body. Vegeta flew backward, his face filled with disbelief. That half-breed from Earth actually hit me. How infuriating. Vegeta quickly adjusted his stance and kicked at Son Gohan. Son Gohan took the hit and flew backward. But soon he gritted his teeth and charged at Vegeta again. Bang bang bang. Son Gohan launched a fierce assault on Vegeta. Krillin, come here, Son Goku called out to Krillin, seizing the opportunity. Krillin staggered to his feet and walked towards Son Goku. Goku, it's no use. That guy is still too strong. Why don't you let Gohan escape? Krillin asked. Now I'm entrusting you with the spirit bomb I've gathered from Earth. Son Wukong addressed Kellen. What are you going to give me? Kellen was taken aback. The spirit bomb. It's the spiritual energy I've painstakingly collected from Earth, though about half of it has dissipated. Still, it should be enough to deal with him. Son Wukong explained, this is the only way left to defeat him. What? Kellen was utterly bewildered. Could you elaborate a bit more? I'm having trouble following. I still don't quite understand. Kellen said. Just take my hand. Son Wukong urged. I still don't get it. Kellen replied. Just take my hand quickly. Gohan is about to be killed by him. Son Wukong pressed. All I have to do is take your hand. Kellen asked. I'm counting on you. Son Wukong said, struggling to lift his hand and transferring the spirit bomb to Kellen. Whoa, what is this? Kellen was astonished, sensing a powerful energy materializing in his palm. Hold it in your palm and focus it into a sphere. Son Wukong instructed. Smack. Following Son Wukong's method, a blue orb of light abruptly appeared in Kellen's hand. Kellen, now hurl the spirit bomb at that guy. You must hit him no matter what. I'm counting on you. Son Wukong cautioned. In my current state, I can't create another spirit bomb. Understood. Don't worry, leave it to me. Kellen nodded. Vegeta and Sun Wufan were also locked in a critical battle. Sun Wufan was covered in wounds, blood streaming down and staining his clothes. This guy is incredibly strong. After fighting Dad for so long, he still has so much power left. Sun Wufan gritted his teeth. This brat is no joke, but he's nearing his limit. Vegeta snorted. No, I have to finish them off quickly. If this drags on, how can I deal with that Luo Tian? Damn it. If it comes down to it, I'll have to retreat to space for a while. And none of you combined can match me. But you've performed admirably, quite impressive. Vegeta let out a sinister grin. Now die. With that billowing energy, flames erupted from his hands. The energy blasts hurtled towards Sun Wufan. Sun Wufan leaped aside. But Kellen's eyes lit up. This was the perfect opportunity. Whoosh! Kellen flung his arm, hurling the spirit bomb straight at Vegeta. Reacting swiftly, Vegeta's face contorted when he saw the incoming orb. What is this? I sense a threat to my life. Not good. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta instinctively jumped, evading the spirit bomb's path. Gohan, watch out. Kellen cried out in horror as he realized the spirit bomb, after missing Vegeta, was now hurtling towards Sun Wufan. Sun Wufan. Uncle Kellen, your aim is truly remarkable. Are you trying to hit me? Gohan deflected. The spirit bomb is ours. Those without evil intent can send it back. Sun Wukong communicated telepathically to Sun Wufan. Sun Wufan was momentarily startled. Then, closing his eyes, he gritted his teeth and pushed forward with all his might. Boom. The spirit bomb rebounded and shot toward Vegeta in the sky. Vegeta. Damn. I can't move. Curses. Fighting that brat has drained too much of my energy. Boom. The next moment, the spirit bomb struck Vegeta directly. Crackle. Crackle. Blue arcs of electricity surged from the spirit bomb, electrocuting Vegeta, who screamed in agony. Whoosh! Then the spirit bomb carried Vegeta into the sky, disappearing in an instant. We hit him. Fantastic, Kellen exclaimed. Phew. Yakiluo Bei also sighed in relief, collapsing to the ground. Dad, Sun Wukong leaning on a rock approached. We finally made it. Sun Wukong managed a weak smile. How did you think we would lose to him? Kellen laughed. Both of you are injured. Sun Wukong smiled. But you're hurt worse. Kellen replied. We won. We won. Burama jumped for joy. As she bounced, she ran to Luo Tian and planted a kiss on his cheek. Luo Tian. I suspect you're doing this on purpose, taking advantage of me. I don't celebrate too soon. He's still alive. Luo Tian chuckled. What? Burama's face paled. No way, don't scare me. As she spoke, on the holographic display, a figure plummeted from the sky and crashed heavily to the ground. Falling from such a height, wouldn't he be killed outright? Burama asked. He's a psion. Sun Wukong exclaimed in shock. Don't worry, it's a corpse. Kellen reassured. As he spoke, he walked slowly toward Vegeta, muttering as he went. This villain. He got what he deserved. Kellen snorted. Still, I should dig him a grave. Is it your grave? Vegeta's eyes suddenly snapped open, a cold sneer on his face as he stared at Kellen. Kellen was horrified, his face turning deathly pale. Sun Wukong was stunned. Sun Wukong looked as if he had lost all hope. Yakiluo Bei, who had been about to show himself, quickly hit again. You've made me suffer greatly. Did you really think I'd die so easily? Vegeta snorted, rising to his feet. That was a heavy blow, but I still have enough strength to take care of you. Bam! With that, Vegeta backhanded Kellen, sending him sprawling to the ground. I'll finish you off first, then recover my strength. Vegeta sneered. Kellen clenched his teeth and struggled to his feet. You've pushed my power to its limits. Vegeta said coldly, you trash. You've forced an elite warrior like me to this extent. That deserves some praise. But now it's time to wrap this up. All of you die. Arg. With that, an immense surge of energy erupted from Vegeta. Suddenly, a massive explosion centered on Vegeta. The area was blasted into a vast crater. Huff huff. Vegeta gasped heavily. This time Vegeta was truly at his last gasp. He glanced sideways and was startled to see that everyone present was still alive. What the hell? Such immense destructive power, and yet those three bastards are still alive. Vegeta's liver ached with fury. I can't take this anymore. Should I retreat now? Don't forget that bastard Luo Tian is still lurking in the shadows. What if he heals them? Vegeta shivered. With that thought, Vegeta dared not stay on Earth any longer. Gritting his teeth and trembling, he pulled a remote control from his bosom. Just as Vegeta was about to press the button on the remote, he suddenly sensed something amiss behind him. Turning his head, he saw a fat man charging at him with a blade. Damn it! Vegeta was greatly startled. It was Yajirobe. The moment Vegeta was distracted, Yajirobe gritted his teeth, bravely stepped forward, and swung his blade at Vegeta. SJRR. The blade struck directly onto Vegeta's back. Instantly, Vegeta's armor was split open, and the treasured sword cut deep into his bones. Bang! Vegeta fell from the air. Yajirobe burst into laughter. Ha ha, perfect. Perfect. You bastard. You deserve this. Die. Yajirobe roared with laughter. See, even I, Yajirobe, am better than you. Son Goku and the others remained silent. Their injuries were too severe, they couldn't even speak. Damn it. Vegeta climbed to his feet. What? Yajirobe trembled in fear. Holy crap. Is this guy immortal? Even with wounds like that, he's still getting up. You despicable coward, attacking me from behind. Vegeta gritted his teeth. I'll kill you. Yajirobe panicked and swung his blade horizontally at Vegeta. Vegeta dodged the attack. Huff huff. Vegeta was truly exhausted. I'll kill you. Kill you. Kill you. Yajirobe continued to swing his treasured sword. Slap. Vegeta grabbed Yajirobe's wrist and knocked his sword to the ground. Sorry. Did that hurt? I was just joking, I accidentally cut off your tail. Yajirobe quickly begged for mercy. Actually, I really admire you. Let's be friends. Bang. Vegeta kicked Yajirobe's fat head. Yajirobe tumbled several times on the ground before crashing headfirst into a distant rock, nearly losing consciousness. I can't take this anymore. Vegeta gritted his teeth, picked up the remote from the ground, and pressed the button. Whoosh! The spaceship came flying toward Vegeta in an instant. Damn! I can't believe I'm leaving this planet in such a disgraceful way. Vegeta growled indignantly. Thud! The spaceship descended from the sky and landed beside him. Hey Luo Tian, he's getting away. Bulma said urgently. Are you reluctant to let him go like this? Hey. Luo Tian smiled. Of course. Look what he did to Goku and the others, Bulma nodded. Then I'll go give him a warning. Luo Tian said casually, withdrawing the scepter floating in the air. Whooshed. In the next moment, Luo Tian transformed into a dazzling flame as brilliant as a diamond and vanished in an instant. By the time Bulma realized it, Luo Tian had already left the scene. That guy? He's trying to escape. Krillin gritted his teeth and stood up stubbornly. That thing is a spaceship. Oh, Baldy, you think you can stop me? Vegeta glanced at Krillin sidelong, not taking him seriously. In your current state, you want to stop me? Bang! Vegeta punched Krillin in the stomach. Krillin spat blood, slid backward, and collapsed to the ground. You little piece of trash. Who can stop me if I want to leave? Vegeta bellowed. Krillin gritted his teeth, but couldn't get up. Son Gohan also clenched his teeth. Unfortunately, he was heavily injured too. As for Son Goku, there was no need to mention him. You've done remarkably well, beating me, an elite warrior, to this state. You should be proud, Vegeta sneered. Once I've healed, I'll come back and finish you off properly. Remember me, well, you scum. Next time there won't be any miracles. That despicable bastard. Krillin cursed through gritted teeth. I'll ask again. I'm leaving now. Who dares to stop me? Vegeta shouted. As if saying it once wasn't enough. Who dares to stop me? Vegeta yelled again. Son Goku and the others didn't move. They couldn't stop him. The guy still had so much energy. Slap. Just as Vegeta finished speaking, a figure appeared on the scene. It was Luo Tian. What? You. Vegeta's face changed color. Vegeta, if you want to leave, just leave. But you had to shout, who dares to stop me? Aren't you just asking for a beating? Luo Tian sighed. Damn. Vegeta was horrified. When did this guy get here? Didn't he leave? Bang. Luo Tian kicked Vegeta, sending him flat to the ground. Then Luo Tian pressed his foot on Vegeta and rolled him around on the ground. Krillin was stunned. Son Gohan's eyes went wide. Am I seeing things? Isn't that guy Bulma's boyfriend? When did he show up here? Yajirobe muttered under his breath. Luo Tian. What's he doing here? Krillin snapped out of his brief daze. Haha, amazing. He's kicking Vegeta around like a soccer ball. Who is he? Son Gohan asked weakly from the side. His name is Luo Tian. He's Bulma's boyfriend. Well, more accurately, her almost boyfriend. They haven't confirmed it yet. Krillin lowered his voice. Son Gohan nodded. To be more precise, Bulma has a crush on him, Krillin added. Son Gohan. I'm just a kid, you don't need to tell me all that. The rich don't know how the poor suffer. I still don't have a girlfriend, Krillin scratched his head. Uncle Krillin, is this really the time to talk about that? Son Gohan wiped his sweat. Anyway, that guy Vegeta doesn't have much energy left. We were just intimidated by his presence. Krillin gritted his teeth. I should have punched him just now, then he wouldn't have been able to escape. But this works too. I never expected Luo Tian to be so brave. He's just a healer. When have you ever seen a healer join a fight? Gohan remained silent. You make a lot of sense, Uncle Krillin. How should I deal with you? Luo Tian stepped on Vegeta, rolling him forcefully across the ground. Vegeta dared not speak in anger. Should I just kill him? Luo Tian murmured, thoughtfully. Luo Tian, hurry and kill him. There's a knife on the ground. Krillin called out. Wait. Goku suddenly shouted. I'm sorry, Luo Tian. Could you let him go? Goku quickly added, please forgive my selfishness. Luo Tian smiled, but did not respond. Goku stopped joking. He killed so many of our friends, and even planned to wipe out everyone on Earth. Krillin shouted. If you let him leave, he'll come back once he recovers. Perhaps. Goku replied. You showed mercy to Piccolo before, but doing this now would be a grave mistake. Krillin gritted his teeth. He's nothing like Piccolo. He has no emotions. You should understand that better than anyone. I know Vegeta possesses incomparable strength, Goku nodded. But I can't explain it. I just don't want him to die yet. It would be such a waste. You say waste. Krillin didn't know how to respond. I've trained under Luo Tian, and even visited the KO. My strength has grown greatly. Goku replied, but compared to Vegeta, I still have an enormous gap. To be honest, I lost. Vegeta. What the hell? If we only count our base forms, I lost to you. I only barely defeated you after transforming into an Oothrou. But if I survive and return next time, I'll definitely crush you properly in my normal form. Although I lost to Vegeta, I felt a profound joy within my heart, just like when I first met Piccolo. Goku continued, perhaps it's because I'm a Saiyan. This bad habit. Krillin clenched his teeth. Next time I'll definitely surpass him, even if he transforms into an Oothrou. I'll defeat him. Goku gritted his teeth. I know this is wrong, but let me handle him alone. Luo Tian, what do you think? Krillin didn't know how to intervene. Enough, Goku has said his piece. Let the guy go. Luo Tian smiled faintly and delivered a flying kick to Vegeta's body. Bang! Vegeta was launched high into the air and flew straight into the spaceship. Damn it! Vegeta bared his teeth. However, Vegeta dared not linger too long, fearing Luo Tian might change his mind. Slam! The spherical spaceship hatch closed. Whooshed! The spaceship shot skyward, disappearing in an instant. That idiot! What a miscalculation! Why didn't you kill him? Babidi muttered resentfully. I'm sorry, Krillin. Goku hurriedly apologized. Hey, don't worry about it. Although it feels wrong to the friends who died, perhaps there's another way to bring them back. Krillin smiled and turned to Luo Tian. By the way, Luo Tian, can you help heal us? No. Luo Tian shook his head. Krillin. Such a blunt response. Luo Tian already treated me once before. I imagine his healing technique can't be used consecutively, can it? Goku guessed. Luo Tian. Ah, Goku. You really understand me. Yes, once per month, and at most 2 people. Luo Tian smiled. What? There's a time restriction too. Krillin was at a loss for words. Gohan, are you alright? Goku turned to his son. Dad, I'm fine. Gohan stubbornly crawled over then collapsed beside Goku. It hurts, it hurts. Goku burst into hearty laughter. Soon an airship appeared in the sky. It was Bulma and the others. Bulma had waited at home for Luo Tian with no sign of him, so she took the family airship over, picking up Master Roshi and King Kai along the way. Chi-Chi happened to be at Master Roshi's house and came along as well. The airship descended from the sky and landed beside Luo Tian and the group. Creak. The airship hatch opened. Gohan. Chi-Chi rushed forward, first bypassing Goku entirely and embracing Gohan tightly. Mom. I'm okay. Gohan managed a strained smile. Gohan, you've suffered so much. It's terrible that you were caught up in this battle. I will never let you leave my side again. Chi-Chi cried. Gohan is fine, but Goku is critically injured. Krillin said. Chi-Chi held Gohan tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. Hey Goku, are you alright? Master Roshi approached to ask. I'm sorry. I let that scion escape. Goku apologized. No, it's remarkably impressive that you showed him mercy. King Kai said with a smile. Ah, it's King Kai. Goku paused slightly. Luo Tian, when did you arrive? Bulma asked. I've been here a while. Luo Tian smiled. That guy was too powerful. Apart from us few, everyone else was killed. Krillin sighed. Yes, I saw everything. Bulma nodded. Krillin looked bewildered. You saw everything. Did you actually witness the battle? Piccolo is dead and Kami is. Goku said solemnly. So the Dragon Balls no longer exist. I know. There will be a way. Bulma smiled. We can go to Namek, the planet they mentioned. Perhaps Dragon Balls exist there. Krillin. That's my line. Don't steal my lines. How do you know that? Krillin was astonished. Idiot. That's simple, okay? Anybody with a brain could figure it out. Bulma sniffed. Fine. Then let's go find their bodies first. That way we can use them for resurrection, Krillin suggested. Next, the group worked together to place the bodies of Tien, Yamcha, and Piccolo into the freezer and carried them onto the airship. Everyone stepped onto the airship. By the way, Bulma, how did you know about the Dragon Balls? Krillin asked. You're not really saying you witnessed everything, are you? I get it now. That's why Luo Tian appeared so promptly. Alright, stop rattling on in front of me. Tell us about the Dragon Balls on Namek. Bulma huffed at Krillin. Well, Vegeta said to that deceased individual, since we cannot find the Dragon Balls here, let us seek them on planet Namek. Krillin spoke up. That means if we can truly locate planet Namek, we may yet find the Dragon Balls. Wonderful. Then those who perished can be revived. Lord Karen nodded. Can Uncle Piccolo be revived as well? That's wonderful. Son Gohan exclaimed with delight. Gohan, what nonsense are you spouting? Chi-Chi glared at him. Yes, if Piccolo can be revived, then Kami can also be brought back and the Dragon Balls here will be restored as well. Krillin said joyfully. But then again, I have considered this matter thoroughly. Even if we know of planet Namek, do any of you know its precise location? Bulma inquired. Krillin fell silent. Who would know? As for planet Namek, according to Earth's records, it lies at coordinate SU-83, sector 9045YX. Luo Tian replied. Bulma, Krillin, Son Gohan, Lord Kar-10 and Lord Karen alike wore expressions of astonishment. Do not be alarmed. I possess knowledge of astronomy above and geography below, familiar with the ways of ancient and modern times. Luo Tian said with a smile. Planet Namek was once an extraordinarily beautiful world. Long ago, due to abnormal climate shifts, all the Namekians there perished. Now the planet is gradually restoring its former appearance. By the way, it was precisely because the planetary environment had deteriorated that the former Kami was sent to Earth by his father. How do you know all this? Krillin wiped sweat from his brow. Read more books instead of clinging to those inappropriate comic volumes all day like Lord Kar-10. Luo Tian chuckled. Lord Kar-10. The impudent brat. Why drag me into this? Krillin's face turned red as well. Indeed, regarding Master Matato's so-called comics, he had not exactly been innocent either. Krillin, no wonder you are rather frail. You should read fewer of those things, Luo Tian remarked. Krillin broke into a cold sweat. Such brutal honesty. Luo Tian, you wretch, saying such shameless things. Luo Tian speaks the truth. The heavenly god must have fled from planet Namek as a refugee. Lord Karen interjected. Having lost his memories, he no longer remembers his childhood. He was still a child back then. What a tragic ordeal. Can't the Dragon Balls grant any wish? Yaklob asked in puzzlement. Why didn't the Namekian who created the Dragon Balls use them to halt the abnormal climate changes? That is impossible, Lord Kar-10 replied. Shenron has already declared that wishes exceeding the capability of the Dragon Balls creators cannot be fulfilled. To put it plainly, Shenron is not omnipotent. So the Dragon Balls are not all that remarkable then. Yaklob snorted. Yaklob is correct. The wishes the Dragon Balls can grant are indeed limited. Luo Tian nodded. However, if we speak of the Super Dragon Balls, TSK, the possibilities are nearly boundless. Super Dragon Balls. What are those? Krillin asked. The Super Dragon Balls are scattered across the universe. Each one is as vast as an entire planet. Luo Tian replied. The Dragon Balls on planet Namek are essentially fragments gathered from the Super Dragon Balls, which is why they can grant wishes. This is also why the Namekian Dragon Balls have limitations on the wishes they can grant. All present, Son Goku, Bulma, and the others, gazed at Luo Tian as though he were speaking an incomprehensible language. What are these Super Dragon Balls? I have never heard of them. Let us set aside the matter of the Super Dragon Balls for now, Luo Tian said. It is time to pay a visit to planet Namek. The Namekians are a peace-loving race who have always safeguarded the tranquility of their homeworld. Our own King Piccolo came into existence precisely because before becoming Kami he was corrupted by the evil influences of Earth's inhabitants. Luo Tian speaks the truth. Indeed, there are such wicked people in this world. Yaklob nodded. You cannot resist butting in, can you? Lord Karen scolded Yaklob irritably. In that case, Kami Yamcha and Tian Shinhan may all be revived, Lord Kar, Ten agreed, nodding. You are far too naive. Your thinking is naively simplistic. Bulma sighed. We know the general location of planet Namek. Bulma, that is not quite accurate, Luo Tian corrected. What do you mean approximately known? The location is precisely where I stated. Fine. Assuming Luo Tian is correct, how do we reach planet Namek? Bulma asked. By spaceship, of course, Krillin replied. That is precisely why you are being naive, Bulma shot back. I just computed it. Using the fastest spaceship in the world constructed by my father to reach planet Namek. Guess how long it would take? Krillin suddenly realized the situation was more problematic than he had imagined. An enormously large figure, 4339 years and 3 months. One would require immortality to make such a journey, Bulma lamented. 4339 years. Son Gohan was equally speechless. Krillin and the others were dumbfounded. I believe the issue is not so grave. Krillin suddenly thought of something. We can take the Scion spaceship. Their spacecraft should be considerably faster. Did not the Scion Vegeta flee in a spaceship? Lord Kar-Ten asked. I have seen Vegeta's spaceship. The interior space is quite cramped. Only one person can fit inside, Krillin explained. I am referring to that other deceased bald individual. His spaceship must be somewhere. And my elder brother's spaceship. Though it has already been destroyed, Son Goku chimed in. As long as we acquire one spaceship, we can take it back and study it carefully. Bulma thought this plan was rather sound. It should be near Eastern City, the place where the Scions first wrought devastation. We must search for it immediately, Lord Kar-Ten suggested. Haha, I anticipated this long ago, so I retrieved this. Krillin grinned, producing a remote control from his bosom. This belonged to Vegeta. Simply press one button, and the spaceship will arrive automatically. Bulma took the remote and examined it closely, nodding slightly. This device was certainly worth investigating. The following day, West City Hospital. Son Goku had already been admitted to this hospital. This is truly tormenting. I must still wait 4 months for my injuries to heal. Son Goku looked utterly despondent. I do not even know whether I will recover to my former condition. It remains to be seen. Don't worry, just wait patiently for a month, and the immortal beings will grow, replied Immortal Jolin. A month. After a month, Luo Tian will be able to heal me with his healing technique too. Sun Wukong was speechless. Gohan and I have only been in the hospital for 3 days, and we've already recovered quite well, yet you're lying here like a mummy. Kellen laughed. If I took such a severe beating, yet they wouldn't let me stay in the hospital, Yakaluabai said helplessly. Your real purpose is the hospital food, isn't it? Immortal Jolin chuckled. TCH, do these hospitals even have any food worth mentioning anymore? Yakaluabai glared. Yakaluabai, do you still remember what happened when the Scion hit you? Kellen teased, sorry, I have great respect for you. Let's be friends. Isn't that what you said? You bald idiot, say that again, and I'll beat you flat. I was deliberately tricking him. Yakaluabai bellowed angrily. Ha! Everyone present burst into laughter. Speaking of Luo Tian, you were quite brave to stomp on Vegeta, making him roll on the ground like a spinning top, Kellen commented with a smile. Luo Tian responded with a faint smile. Sun Wukong did not add anything. As for the fact that Luo Tian and Vegeta already knew each other, Sun Wukong chose not to mention it. Sun Wukong was not the type to gossip. Moreover, he was eager to continue learning the Ultra Instinct from Luo Tian. I must recover from my injuries as quickly as possible. Now I finally understand how powerful the Ultra Instinct truly is. Hey, turn on the TV. At that moment, Bulma rushed into the hospital room and immediately switched on the television. The TV was broadcasting a news report. According to sources, this spherical object was discovered in the destroyed Eastern City. Its nature remains undetermined. It may be some kind of spacecraft from outer space. That's a Scion spaceship, Kellen exclaimed. Hee right. Bulma giggled. When this object was found, there were originally 2 of them. For unknown reasons, one of them has already flown away from the site. The news continued. This is troublesome. It's already been discovered by the relevant government departments, sighed the Turtle Hermit. How interesting. I'll use this remote control that Kellen picked up to make the thing fly away and give them a scare, Bulma said with a grin. Will that work? Kellen felt a bit skeptical. Don't underestimate me. I'm a genius. I already repaired this remote control last night. Bulma said confidently. We can watch its movement direction on the TV. Perfect. With that she pressed a button. On the TV the spaceship did not move. Why isn't it moving? Bulma was baffled. I want to see too. Sun Wukong lying on the hospital bed couldn't see. It seems you pressed the self-destruct button, Luo Tian said with a smile. Bulma turned her head to glance at him. Don't joke. I worked so hard on this remote. How could I press the wrong button? Boom. At that moment an explosion appeared on the TV screen. Bulma. What on earth happened? This object suddenly exploded. It's unknown what caused it, but the buildings in this area have been reduced to rubble, reported the news anchor. It really was the self-destruct button. Kellen was speechless. That remote control, I went through so much trouble to get. And you just wasted it like that. It's over, our last hope is gone, Immortal Jolin sighed. It's over. Kellen slumped to the floor, not wanting to speak anymore. This is terrible. I wonder if the flying Nimbus can make it there, Sun Wukong muttered. It's all your fault for picking up that remote control. Bulma glared. Kellen. And now it's my fault. Hey. Suddenly a person covered in black soot appeared outside the window. Bulma was startled. Who is this guy? It's Mr. Bobo. Kellen recognized him immediately and hurried over to greet him. Follow me. I found a spaceship, Bobo said. Huh. Bulma was taken aback. Is there really a spaceship, Mr. Bobo? Kellen asked quickly. Perhaps, Bobo replied. Perhaps. What does perhaps mean? Kellen was confused. It might really be a spaceship, but I'm not entirely sure. That's why I hope someone can come with me to take a look. I'll lead the way. Bobo answered. Miss Bulma, you're the only one who knows about spaceships, Kellen said. Luo Tian, will you come with me? Bulma tugged at Luo Tian and whispered, that guy is so scary. What if he takes me to some isolated place and tries to molest me? Luo Tian. All right, I'll accompany you, Luo Tian nodded. Mr. Bobo. Who would molest you? You're overthinking. Slap. Luo Tian immediately scooped up Bulma and jumped onto the flying carpet. Well, we're off. Mr. Bobo smiled amiably at Luo Tian. Whooshed. In an instant the flying carpet disappeared. In just a blink it arrived at a desolate, uninhabited place. Here we are. Let's descend, Mr. Bobo said. We're already here. Bulma was astonished looking around. What place is this? It feels so cold. Slap. Luo Tian's staff materialized in his hand. Instantly the crystal ball atop the staff transformed into a set of clothes swiftly covering Bulma's body. Bulma was stunned, turning to look at Luo Tian. Not cold anymore, right? Luo Tian smiled. This thing of yours, can it produce clothes? Bulma asked in amazement. Yes, it can not only conjure clothes, but also make them disappear. Want to find a place to try? Luo Tian grinned. Bulma. Mr. Bobo pretended not to hear. I brought you here to see the spaceship, so please stop flirting. This is the Yunza Bitter Highlands, Mr. Bobo changed the subject. Yunza Bitter? Bulma was puzzled. Luo Tian, isn't this the edge of the earth? How did we get so far away in an instant? Where is it? It seems to be over there, Mr. Bobo pointed into the distance and began walking in that direction. Hey Luo Tian, is there really a spaceship here? Bulma was starting to doubt this dark-skinned fellow. It's a good thing you came with me. If he had bad intentions toward me in such a deserted place. Cough cough, don't think so badly of people. Luo Tian wiped his sweat. Found it right here, this is it. Mr. Popo pointed at a large structure ahead. No, to be precise, it was a strange-looking spaceship. The spaceship seemed to have been neglected for a long time with moss growing all over it. Luo Tian, hurry up and hold me so I can jump down and take a look. Bulma extended her hand. Luo Tian let out a faint sigh. It's only about a meter high, and you need me to carry you down. Fine. Luo Tian picked up Bulma and gently leaped down. Is this a spaceship? Shh. Mr. Popo asked. We need to check it to find out. Bulma approached, tore off a piece of moss, and examined the ship's material. What kind of material is this? It doesn't seem like metal. How strange. What exactly is this thing? Can you explain it more clearly? Bulma turned to ask Mr. Popo. 100 years ago the god once told me about the past, Mr. Popo replied. He said that when he was very young he lived on this Yunzabit Highland. I asked him, Yunzabit is a hard place to survive. How did you manage to live there? God said he didn't know why he was in such a place, that seemed he had hit his head and lost his memory. Goku also hit his head and lost his memory, Bulma nodded. These aliens are really interesting. They always manage to bump their heads. Mr. Popo, you sure know how to chime in. I don't even know how to continue. Go on, Bulma said. I asked God, do you have a father and mother? Mr. Popo continued, God said he had no parents, only a letter that said, I will definitely come wait for me. What does that mean? Can you make it clearer? Bulma was utterly confused. Namekians have no gender distinction, Luo Tian said with a smile. What? Namekians don't have men and women. Bulma was astonished. What a strange race. How boring they must be missing out on the greatest joy in the world. Mr. Popo was on the verge of tears. What are you two talking about? Are you putting on a comedy act? Go on, Bulma said. Mr. Popo didn't want to speak anymore. A brief silence. In his youth, God silently waited for his parents. Well, to be precise, he waited for his father. Though he didn't know the outcome, he patiently remained here. Mr. Popo replied. He said there was a home in Unapologetic, and he believed his father would return there. Of course, at that time, God didn't know he had no mother, but he waited a long time and no one came. And it was very hard to find food in that place. How terrifying. A race without men and women. I wonder how they reproduce, Bulma mused. They lay an egg, and that's how they give birth, Luo Tian said. Huh. Bulma wiped her sweat. That's a bizarre way to have children. Mr. Popo wiped his sweat. Are you even listening to me? Cough. God waited for about 30 years, then finally left his home in Unapologetic. Mr. Popo continued, but God would often go back to check, yet nothing had changed there. What does all this have to do with this spaceship? Bulma asked. Let me finish. Mr. Popo said helplessly. God said that sometimes when he thought about it, that home felt very wonderful. Having seen so much of the world, he could appreciate how unique that home was. Round with 4 legs like an insect. No handle or lock on the door, or just say a word to open it. Say a word. Bulma was puzzled. Just say Piccolo, Mr. Popo said. Snap. The moment the words left his mouth, a circular platform descended from the spaceship. Is this the entrance to the ship? Bulma exclaimed in surprise. Step onto it, and try, Mr. Popo said. Luo Tian, carry me up. Bulma said. Luo Tian. You can't even move without me. I've spoiled you too much. Luo Tian immediately picked up Bulma and stepped onto the circular platform. Mr. Popo continued to wipe his sweat. You two just keep showing off your affection. Mr. Popo then stepped onto the platform as well. Just say Piccolo again to close it. Mr. Popo said. Snap. The circular platform flew upward. The 3 of them instantly appeared inside the ship. Take a good look. Is this a spaceship? Mr. Popo asked. Yes, it should be. Bulma nodded. God is a Namekian. Long ago on Namek, due to unusual weather, many of their kind perished. So God must have come to Earth in this spaceship. If this really is a spaceship, then everything I said before makes sense. I thought you weren't listening to me. Mr. Popo was in tears. Thank goodness you were paying attention. This should be a spaceship, or after all, it doesn't look like a home at all. Bulma did a quick study of it, nodded affirmatively, then walked to the control console. Let's see if I can operate it. The fact that the entrance moves means it still has a power system. Is this a button? Doesn't look like it. What about this? Not that either. Strange, could there be some kind of password? Yes, if it were that easy to start, God would have known when he was a child. Mr. Popo replied. It doesn't seem to rely on buttons. What does it rely on? Bulma was deep in thought. Its voice, isn't it? Luo Tian said with a smile. Right, its voice. Luo Tian, you're amazing. Bulma's eyes lit up. But what kind of voice? Is it Piccolo again? Mr. Popo asked. Probably not. That's the password to enter. Bulma shook her head, then spoke to the console. Start up. Fly, hurry up and fly. The spaceship didn't respond. Maybe try the Namekian language, Luo Tian said with a smile. Right? The Namekian language. That strange language God and Piccolo used at the World Martial Arts Tournament. That must be Namekian. Bulma's eyes sparkled. If it's Namekian, I can speak it, Mr. Popo replied. Really? Bulma exclaimed in delight. Originally in Piccolo's language, it means a different world. Mr. Popo explained. Try using the Namekian language to make it take off. First, head to the vicinity of Jupiter, Bulma suggested. Immediately, Mr. Popo spoke to the control console in the Namekian language. Slap. A line of text appeared on the console. It indicates understanding, Mr. Popo translated. Whooshed. In an instant, the spaceship soared into the sky, left Earth, and quickly appeared near Jupiter. Taken off guard, Bulma fell directly into Luo Tian's arms. Oh my, that's incredible, we're already at Jupiter. Bulma was overjoyed. Such speed. Much slower than my flying, Luo Tian mused. Bulma. Mr. Popo, can you fly to Jupiter? Look at how boastful you are. The Guardian did say you were remarkable, but I've discovered you're quite skilled at bragging. Success, Luo Tian. This is wonderful, now they can be saved. Bulma excitedly grabbed Luo Tian's hand. Yes, wonderful. Perhaps the Guardian can be revived. Tears streamed down Mr. Popo's face. At the hospital, Bulma enthusiastically told Sun Wukong and the others about the spaceship. With this ship's speed, we can reach Namek in a month, Bulma explained. I'll make a few modifications inside, and in about 5 days we can depart. Using the Guardian spaceship to go to Namek, that's truly amazing, Purin said excitedly. Hope is about to become reality. Master Karen nodded slightly. Mr. Popo will need your help on the trip to Namek. Bulma turned to look at Popo. Well, I cannot go, Mr. Popo shook his head. Why? You're the only one who knows the Namekian language. How can we go without you? Bulma retorted. Mr. Popo cannot leave. The temple must not be unattended for 2 months. Rest assured I will teach you the Namekian language. Mr. Popo replied. Then it has to be Miss Bulma who goes. If the spaceship encounters any trouble, you're the only expert. Kiririn suggested. Bulma. Luo Tian, are you a prophet? You told me to prepare, and now it's actually happening. It seems no one else can go to Namek. Fine, there's no danger anyway. I'll install a bathroom, a comfortable bed, and a stereo system. Bulma said, and Luo Tian, you're coming with me. Me? Luo Tian pointed at his own nose. Yes, any problem? Bulma pouted. The journey is too long. A whole month of flying. Luo Tian wiped his brow. Oh dear, what am I going to do for a month? Bulma's eyes sparkled with anticipation. 1 month. That meant she could spend an entire month alone with Luo Tian. That's right. I can really deck out the inside of the spaceship. I'll set up a romantic cabin. Perfect. Luo Tian. What are you thinking? Your thoughts? Really or something? I want to go too. I want to see what the Namekian dragon looks like. Son Goku said pitifully. Goku, you'd better focus on recovering and think about how to deal with that scion, especially when he turns into a giant ape. Kiririn advised. But speaking of which, if Luo Tian goes, who will treat Goku a month from now? Don't worry about that. The Senzu beans will be ready in a month. Master Karen said. I'm going too. Please take me. Suddenly Son Gohan clenched his fist and declared. Everyone turned to look at him. Gohan, you're just a child, don't joke around. Chi-Chi quickly tried to dissuade him with a smile. I'm not joking. I have to go. Son Gohan said firmly. Gohan, don't be silly. The round trip alone takes 2 months. Chi-Chi was getting angry. No, I must go no matter what. I want to personally revive Uncle Piccolo, Son Gohan replied. Well said, Gohan. Son Goku smiled. What nonsense are you talking? What does this have to do with Gohan? What if something happens? Chi-Chi shouted angrily. Another 2 months away. Gohan has already been away from me for over a year. What about his studies? He's fallen far behind the other children. No more foolishness, I absolutely forbid it. Everyone present fell silent. Piccolo's business has nothing to do with you. You're a child. Do what children ought to do. Chi-Chi yelled. Bulma nodded vigorously. Chi-Chi, you're absolutely right. I'm going on a trip with Luo Tian. Having a little brat tagging along as a third wheel is totally inappropriate. Don't let him go. Shut up. Mom, you're annoying. Son Gohan shouted. Chi-Chi stood frozen. Gohan had changed. He had become a bad boy after spending time with Piccolo. Mom, this isn't the time to say that. Everyone is fighting desperately to protect our Earth. We have to revive the dead and then fight the scions to the death. Son Gohan gritted his teeth. I can fight too. I have to do my part. Mom, do you understand? I'm sorry for being rude earlier. Chi-Chi, it's better to send Gohan off happily, the Ox King advised from the side. Chi-Chi lowered her head. If Gohan goes, then Kiririn should go too, so you'll have company on the journey. Bulma thought seriously and said to Kiririn. Huh, I have to go too. Kiririn was taken aback. Alright, though it's a pity, I won't be able to train for 2 months. Okay, it's settled. I'll start learning the Namekian language first. Let's meet at Kame House in 10 days, Bulma suggested. It's good to have Kiririn along. I can't exactly go on a date with Luo Tian while dragging a little brat like Gohan along. Kiririn can keep Gohan company, so he won't be lonely. Then Luo Tian and I can do whatever we want. The spaceship's room. I must make it extremely sealed. Yes, soundproof too. Preferably with a touch of romance. The room should have a bathroom. More importantly, the atmosphere. Once the door is closed, only Luo Tian and I will be inside, and those two will know nothing. In the following days, Bulma brought the spaceship back to the Capsule Corporation headquarters to conduct research and modifications alongside her father. Truly remarkable. The universe is so vast, and there are many geniuses far greater than me. Dr. Brief sighed with deep emotion. Dad, stop sighing and get to work, Bulma said. Bulma, make sure to wear this. Dr. Briefs took out a small box and handed it to Bulma. Bulma was taken aback. She took the small box, opened it, and looked inside. As soon as she saw its contents, her face flushed bright red. Dad, why are you giving me this? Bulma exclaimed angrily. You two aren't married yet. Are you planning to have a child now? Dr. Briefs adjusted his glasses and replied, What are you talking about, Dad? Bulma shouted. If you want a child now, then forget I said anything. Dr. Briefs laughed heartily. The day of departure finally arrived. Luo Tian and Bulma boarded the modified spaceship and landed on the island where Kame House was located. Krillin had been waiting there for a long time. Everyone's sorry to keep you waiting, Bulma greeted as she got off. Miss Bulma, can this thing really go into space? Krillin asked. Of course, Bulma replied unfazed. By the way, where's Luo Tian? Krillin asked. He's on the spaceship, too lazy to come down, Bulma answered. Speaking of which, Miss Bulma, on this trip to Namek, are you going to confess your feelings to Luo Tian? Krillin asked in a low voice. Bang! Bulma punched Krillin to the ground with one blow. Mind your own business. Take care of yourself. Bulma glared. That hurts. Why get so angry? Krillin wiped his sweat. What about Gohan? Isn't he here yet? Bulma asked. He said he wanted to say goodbye to Goku first before coming, Krillin said, then scratched his head and suggested, by the way, Miss Bulma, I wonder what the weather is like on Namek. Should we bring an umbrella or something? Do whatever you want, Bulma rolled her eyes. Oh, here comes Gohan, Master Roshi said, looking up at the sky. Vroom vroom vroom. A small plane descended rapidly from the sky. Chi-Chi and her father Ox King came to send off Son Gohan. Son Goku also wanted to come, but he was injured and still lying in the hospital. Sorry we're late, Chi-Chi said apologetically. So this is a spaceship. Amazing, Ox King said, staring at the oddly shaped vessel. The spaceship looked like an insect. Gohan, you must be very careful and remember to brush your teeth after meals, Chi-Chi instructed Gohan. Gohan looked sullen. Everyone looked closely and noticed that Son Gohan was dressed very neatly with his hair combed flat. Haha, is that really you, Gohan? What happened to your hair? Krillin was highly amused. Dad laughed at me too. Son Gohan looked like he was about to cry. Anyway, this is humanity's first journey into space, into an alien planet. Shouldn't we dress a bit more formally? Chi-Chi said with a smile. Alright, let's get going, Bulma said at a loss for words. They sure could talk. Please make sure to bring back the Dragon Balls, Master Roshi said. Got it. Krillin nodded. Several of them stepped onto the circular platform. Grandfather, Mom, Master Roshi, and Turtle, we're leaving. Take care of yourselves, Son Gohan said his goodbyes one by one. Remember to write to me. And don't slack off on your homework, Chi-Chi said, wiping her tears. Bulma. This Chi-Chi really something else. Even on Namek she still wants Gohan to do homework. Poor Gohan. It seems my parents never forced me to do homework. Actually, I was a top student since childhood. I'm so smart, so beautiful, and all the teachers really like me. Don't forget I was able to develop a powerful laser gun at age 5. Slap. The circular platform lifted off and entered the spaceship. Everyone, you're here. Luo Tian sat in the cockpit waving at Bulma and the others. Luo Tian. Are you sitting there to pilot the spaceship? Krillin asked. You guessed it. I've never flown a spaceship before, and this time I'm definitely going to give it a try, Luo Tian nodded. Krillin. By the way, Miss Bulma, where should I put my backpack? Krillin asked. Anywhere. You're really dragging your feet. Hurry up and sit down, Bulma said irritably. Luo Tian started up. Got it, Luo Tian nodded, then addressed the console. Target Namek. Let's go. The console displayed a line of text. To make controlling the spaceship easier, Bulma and Dr. Briefs had modified the system to use Earth's common language. Thus, ordinary speech could now launch the spaceship. Of course, Luo Tian could also speak Namekian if needed. As an angel, it would be embarrassing not to know a language. Even if he didn't, learning it would only take a few seconds. Whoosh! The spaceship shot into the sky, piercing through the atmosphere in an instant and entering the starry expanse. The spaceship moved so fast that Son Gohan and Krillin, unprepared, nearly stumbled. Luo Tian, Miss Bulma, we haven't buckled our seat belts yet, Krillin said hastily. Now you can move freely. It's stable once we're out of the atmosphere, Bulma said calmly. Huh, we've already flown out. That was too fast, Krillin exclaimed in amazement. I want to see Earth, Son Gohan hurried to the window. Miss Bulma, where are you going? Krillin asked, seeing Bulma heading toward the inner room. Mind your own business. Do I need your permission for what I do? Bulma snapped. After saying that, she entered the room and closed the door. Krillin looked confusedly at Luo Tian. Luo Tian, did you two have a fight? Krillin asked. No, Luo Tian shook his head. She seems really angry today, Krillin said. That's perfectly normal. Women have those days, Luo Tian chuckled. What do you mean? Krillin didn't catch on, mainly because he'd never had a girlfriend and wasn't familiar with such things. Alright, enough gossip. It feels like we're flying too slowly. Luo Tian turned to look out the window. Slow? Krillin was astonished. They had already left the solar system in an instant. How could that be called slow? Forget it, let's take it slow, Luo Tian sighed. Perhaps wandering through the cosmos is also a form of cultivation. You're right, Luo Tian, Krillin nodded. I really need to step up my training. Even though I'm on a spaceship, I can still practice in other ways. Uncle Krillin, I'll train with you too, Son Gohan quickly said. With that, he opened his backpack, took out a brand new set of clothes, and put them on. Hee, I made this outfit secretly behind Mom's back, Son Gohan grinned. The clothes were styled after Piccolo's attire. You really respect Piccolo, huh? Krillin remarked, glancing at it. Yes, just as much as I respect my father, Son Gohan nodded. Alright, let's meditate and train, Krillin suggested. Yeah, I was thinking the same, Son Gohan agreed. Without further ado, the two sat cross-legged on the floor and began their training. Not long after, Bulma came out of the room. Luo Tian, what are those two doing? She asked. Are they training? Yeah, Luo Tian nodded. Luo Tian, I've prepared some delicious food. Come with me, Bulma said softly. Slap. As soon as Bulma said that, Krillin opened his eyes. Huff, huff, huff. Krillin panted on the floor. Gohan, you're really something. With Saiyan blood and Piccolo's special training, I'm far behind. But Uncle Krillin knows so many amazing techniques, I really admire him, Son Gohan said with a smile. By the way, Bulma, you said you prepared food. Can you spare some for us? Krillin asked. Bulma. Bulma felt terrible. That was the gourmet meal she had prepared to share with Luo Tian. A camel at dinner, in fact. And now he wanted some. No way. Bulma glared at him. Fine. I won't eat then. Krillin wiped his sweat. By the way, Luo Tian, aren't you going to teach them Ultra Instinct? As soon as Bulma asked, she regretted it. Why did I have to open my mouth? If Luo Tian teaches them Ultra Instinct, when will he have time to spend with me? Them? Don't even think about it. It's not suitable. Luo Tian shook his head. What's Ultra Instinct? Krillin asked in confusion. Wasn't Goku using it when they weren't around? Bulma was slightly surprised. Seems like it. Luo Tian smiled. Even if they were there, they probably wouldn't know the name. That's true, Bulma nodded. What are you two talking about? Krillin was puzzled. Nothing. I've always wanted to ask, where do you think that scion who escaped went? The one named Vegeta, calling himself the Prince of the Scions. Bulma laughed. He's so short for a prince. Not at all like the Prince Charming in my imagination. Krillin. Why are you judging his appearance? Where could he have gone? Krillin didn't know either. Wasn't the Scion planet destroyed long ago? Bulma said. Yeah, and he was pretty badly injured. He must have gone to some technologically advanced planet, right? Krillin speculated. Well, Goku's older brother once said that they seek out planets with suitable environments, eliminate the indigenous inhabitants, and then sell them to aliens. Bulma mused. I think this guy named Vegeta must be receiving treatment at the alien's place. After he heals on that planet, he'll probably come back to Earth, right? Krillin had a bad feeling. We need to buy time quickly. Speaking of which, how was the Scion planet destroyed? I heard it was destroyed by a massive meteorite impact. Bulma still couldn't figure it out. You say the Scions have such advanced technology. Couldn't they even detect a meteorite of that size heading for their planet? I always feel there's something else going on. To be precise, the planet Vegeta where the Scions lived was marked for destruction. It was only a matter of time. Luo Tian smiled. Bulma, Krillin, and the others looked at Luo Tian with confused expressions. What does marked for destruction mean? We don't understand. Luo Tian, what do you mean? Bulma asked. Simply put, the god of destruction wanted to destroy planet Vegeta, so he had someone obliterated. Luo Tian explained planet Vegeta was not destroyed by a massive meteorite impact. God of destruction. Haha. What kind of god is that? Krillin laughed dryly. He is a very powerful god. Even the current me could at best tie with him, Luo Tian said, resting his chin on his hand. Krillin. Son, go on. Both fell silent. Then that god of destruction you mentioned is pretty weak. Just to tie with you? Planet Frisia, no. 79. The 18th day since Vegeta left Earth. Vegeta's spaceship sped toward this planet. The staff on the planet immediately received the signal. It's a combatant. That signal is Vegeta's. Strange we didn't get word of his return. Something must have happened. Hey, this is the administrator. Mr. Vegeta is back, go out and greet him. Slap. Vegeta's spaceship landed in the deceleration bay. Outside, 3 underlings stood at attention. However, after waiting for a while, they saw no response from Vegeta. What's going on? Life signs are very weak. He's using a life support device. Hurry and send him to the treatment room. The 3 quickly sent Vegeta into the medical machine for treatment. The Frisia Force's medical equipment was quite advanced. Before long, Vegeta's body returned to normal. Vegeta opened his eyes and stepped out. Unfortunately, his tail hasn't grown back. The underling said quickly. It's fine, it will grow back on its own later, Vegeta said calmly. Mr. Vegeta seems to have endured quite a bit of hardship. Even a battle suit of this strength got torn, the underling remarked. Where is Frisia? Vegeta asked. He went out, the other replied. By the way, Chui said he wants to talk to you after you finish treatment and asked you to go to the training room. Humph, tell him I have nothing to say to him, Vegeta snorted, already putting on a new battle suit. You forgot to wear your scouter. The underling took out the scouter. No need, consider it a gift. Vegeta ignored him and turned to leave. I'll go to Earth first thing tomorrow. No matter what, I will defeat Kakarot. No. My tail is gone. I can't transform into a great ape. But it's fine, my battle power should be close to 5,000 now. That Kakarot's battle power is at most 3,000. However, Vegeta then fell silent. Previously, Kakarot used that strange Ultra Instinct, which didn't seem to be measured by battle power. This is damn awkward. Moreover, there's that Luo Tian guy on Earth. No, I'd better go to Namek first. First find the Dragon Balls and make a wish. As long as I become immortal, I can surpass Frisia and rule the entire universe. Vegeta took a step forward, lost in thought. Hey Vegeta, you seem pretty badly injured. At that moment, a purple-skinned alien covered in spots looking somewhat like a toad appeared directly in front of Vegeta. This person was named Chui, who had never gotten along well with Vegeta. Raditz and Nappa are dead. Who made the invincible Scions lose face like this? Chui laughed loudly. Get lost, I don't have time for your nonsense, Vegeta snorted. Hey listen. Chui grabbed Vegeta's shoulder with his large hand and said with a smile, Lord Frisia is very angry about your unauthorized actions. Humph, my affairs are none of his business, Vegeta snorted coldly. Take your dirty hand off me. However, Lord Frisia is magnanimous. He has forgiven you. Chui continued, Because you discovered something very meaningful. What do you mean? Vegeta suddenly had a bad feeling. Lord Frieza is very pleased perhaps he can achieve immortality, Chui said looking at Vegeta with a smile. What? The place Frieza is going to is. Vegeta's face changed color. That's right, Namek. Chui smiled. Vegeta's expression changed repeatedly. This is bad. That guy must have learned about our conversation through the scouter. I was too careless. If I don't make my wish before him, I'll be forever under his control. Vegeta, you seem to be planning to find the Dragon Balls to gain eternal youth, don't you? Now you'd better give up that idea, haha, Chui laughed. Lord Frieza plans to kill all Namekians after he makes his wish. That bastard. Vegeta flew into a rage and immediately rushed to his spaceship. Whooshed. The spaceship shot up and sped toward Namek. I won't let you succeed. The Dragon Balls are mine. Vegeta shouted. Vegeta, stop right there. Chui also boarded a spaceship and chased after Vegeta. Bulma's spaceship. Unbeknownst to them, the ship had been traveling for 10 days. Inside, Son Gohan and Krillin were still meditating and training. At that moment, Bulma opened the door. You two really know how to. Passing the time this way is not a bad choice. Bulma sighed. So boring. A month is just too long. Son Gohan and Krillin stopped training and silently looked at Bulma. It's because you have nothing to do. Krillin replied. What did you say? I have nothing to do. I'm the one who fixes the minor problems on the ship, don't you know that? Bulma snapped. Krillin wiped his sweat. I haven't seen you do anything. The system issues are software problems. Can you understand them? Bulma glared. If the ship goes off course, we could collide with a meteor. Huh. Yes, you've worked hard, Miss Bulma. Krillin quickly said. By the way, where is Uncle Luo Tian? Son Gohan hurriedly changed the subject and asked. Luo Tian. Bulma was also slightly startled. Yeah, where is Luo Tian? He said he was going outside just now, but I didn't pay attention. But there's no sign of him outside. Didn't Luo Tian come out? Bulma panicked. I don't know. Gohan and I have been training outside. I don't know if he ever came out. Krillin scratched his head. Find him quickly. What are you waiting for? Bulma shouted. Krillin and Son Gohan immediately started searching. Krillin casually opened a nearby drawer. Idiot. Would Luo Tian be in a drawer? Bulma yelled. Right. Krillin wiped his sweat. Could Luo Tian be standing on the table? Bulma shouted at Son Gohan. Son Gohan gave a dry laugh. He's not outside. The spaceship is only this big. Krillin said with a wry smile. If Luo Tian were here, we would definitely see him at a glance. Could he have gone back to Miss Bulma's room? Son Gohan asked. Bulma hurried back to her room. As Krillin said, the spaceship was only that big. Although Bulma's room was decorated cozy, it was actually only about 10 square meters. A glance around the room would tell if anyone was there. Luo Tian. Don't scare me, where did you go? Bulma felt her mind go blank. Luo Tian was gone. This was really bad. The question was, where could he have gone? What? Not in your room, either. Krillin was stunned. Uncle Luo Tian has no trace of aura fluctuation, otherwise we could pinpoint his location. Son Gohan said. What's going on? How could he suddenly disappear? Krillin was perplexed. We're in outer space, where could he have gone? Bulma's face grew even more awful. Could it be that Vegeta has already gathered the Dragon Balls and made a wish to transport Luo Tian over? Krillin speculated. After all, when Vegeta was severely injured, Luo Tian stepped on him and rolled him around like a ball. Bulma's face turned pale and she nearly fainted. If Vegeta really used the Dragon Balls to transport him, that would be terrible. Luo Tian would probably be doomed. No, Uncle Krillin, if Vegeta really gathered the Dragon Balls, how could he make such a trivial wish? Son Gohan shook his head. I dare say he wouldn't make such a wish. That's true. Krillin nodded. But the problem is, Luo Tian just disappeared like that. At the Galactic Patrol headquarters. In the room where Mei Ersi was. Brother. What brings you here? Mei Ersi hurriedly greeted with respect. Nothing much to do, just thought I'd drop by, Luo Tian said with a smile. Alright. Mei Ersi was left speechless. You came to see me just because you had nothing to do. By the way, isn't your Galactic Patrol planning to make a move against Frieza recently? Luo Tian inquired. Indeed, he is a cancer in the universe. We must find a way to apprehend him. Mei Ersi nodded slightly. However, our Galactic Patrol members are limited in strength. If it were just me, without using angelic power, capturing him would be somewhat troublesome. Seeing that you're still at the first stage, first layer, puts my mind at ease, Luo Tian smiled. Mei Ersi. Can't we just have a normal conversation? Are you here just to show off? But brother, you've progressed so quickly. In less than 100 years, you've already reached the peak of the first stage, second layer. Mei Ersi said with a smile. Too slow, still too slow, Luo Tian shook his head with a sigh. You must know the Grand Minister himself has reached the peak of the fourth stage. Mei Ersi fell silent. You're actually comparing yourself to the Grand Minister. Mei Ersi, you need to set a goal for yourself, and see who you compare yourself to. If you confine yourself to such a small circle, you won't make much progress. Luo Tian patted Mei Ersi on the shoulder. Mei Ersi was speechless. As for the Frisia matter, you'd better not get involved. Leave it to me. Luo Tian said. Huh, you're going to make a move against Frisia. Mei Ersi was taken aback looking at Luo Tian. Dealing with a mere Frisia. Do I need to personally intervene? Luo Tian chuckled. I could easily teach any disciple to defeat him. Brother, have you taken on a disciple already? Mei Ersi asked in astonishment. Sort of a half-disciple, Luo Tian smiled. I only taught him Ultra Instinct. Mei Ersi kept wiping his brow. Ultra Instinct. That's a technique only gods can cultivate. This disciple you mentioned is human, right? Mei Ersi asked. Luo Tian nodded. Can humans also cultivate Ultra Instinct? Mei Ersi asked in amazement. In my presence anything is possible, Luo Tian smiled. Huh, brother, you never cease to amaze me. Mei Ersi gave a wry smile, then asked, this human you mentioned, how far has he progressed in Ultra Instinct? It's been too short a time, he's merely at the threshold. Luo Tian smiled faintly. Merely at the threshold? What does that mean? Mei Ersi was puzzled. The first stage, first layer. Then his strength would be comparable to mine. Does the seventh universe still have such a powerful human? Luo Tian. Ahem, you're overthinking. Luo Tian was speechless. I thought so. Mei Ersi chuckled dryly. So far no human has surpassed us angels, even if we're only apprentice angels. It's extremely difficult for them. Yes, you're right, Luo Tian nodded. The Ultra Instinct I'm referring to according to my classification is divided into levels beginner, intermediate, advanced sign, divine, true divine, and super divine. So brother's disciple is only at the beginner level. Mei Ersi understood. Correct, Luo Tian nodded. Beginner level. Not even sign yet. That's truly weak. Mei Ersi smiled wryly. It's fine, take it slow. I believe one day he will reach great heights. Luo Tian smiled faintly. Then according to brother's classification, where do we stand? Mei Ersi asked. We are at the super divine level, Luo Tian smiled. Alright, Mei Ersi nodded. By the way, I heard that in the galactic prison, there's a very powerful being locked up. Something like Moro. Luo Tian asked. Brother, you even know about Moro? Mei Ersi nodded and replied, Moro's strength is indeed formidable. But after 10 million years of erosion, he is now at the end of his tether. I believe in about 20 more years he might just die of old age in prison. You'd better keep a close watch on him. Don't let him escape. Luo Tian smiled. Haha, brother, you're joking. How could that happen? Mei Ersi shook his head. Alright, I should be going. Luo Tian stood up. Don't worry about the Frisia matter. Understood, Mei Ersi nodded. Whoosh. Luo Tian transformed into a dazzling burst of light and vanished from the Galactic Patrol Space Station. Shortly after Luo Tian left, Jiako entered Mei Ersi's room. Hey, did someone just visit? Jiako asked. My brother just dropped by, Mei Ersi smiled. Your brother? Oh, I remember. Your brother is called Luo Tian, right? Jiako knew Luo Tian. Yes, Mei Ersi nodded. Did he come to see Miss Taisi? Jiako asked. Miss Taisi? The novelist? Mei Ersi asked back. Yes, Jiako nodded. Seems like it, Mei Ersi smiled. Near the space station, on a planet under Galactic Patrol jurisdiction. Taisi was there working on her creations. She was experiencing life and writing novels. Over the years, Taisi had indeed produced several sci-fi works. However, her works always seemed to lack a certain something, falling short of expectations. Consequently, Taisi was not very famous. She was still writing, racking her brains in front of the computer. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock came at the door. Who is it? Is it the delivery? I'm not eating until I finish my 10,000 words today. Taisi called out. Taisi opened the door. It's me, said Luo Tian. Huh. Taisi was startled. That voice sounded familiar. Who could it be? It sounded like. No way. Taisi hurried over and opened the door. Luo Tian. Is it really you? What brings you here? Taisi was both surprised and delighted. Bored and idle, just thought I'd drop by, Luo Tian smiled. Really? You only come to see me when you're bored? Taisi rolled her eyes. So still writing. Luo Tian glanced at the computer screen. With just one look, he could see all the content Taisi had written. This novel. It was really something. The novel Taisi was writing seemed to be mainly about the Galactic Patrol, recounting their boring exploits of upholding justice. No wonder Taisi's novels weren't selling well. Taisi, I've actually had an idea for a while. To create some heroic figures to save this world. Luo Tian mused. For example, a wealthy young master with a talent for high technology like Bulma's who one day gets captured by villains. Let's call him Stark for now. The villains want him to develop new weapons. Stark pretends to agree but secretly builds a suit of armor, puts it on, and wipes out the villains. What do you think of that story? Thud. The mouse in Taisi's hand slipped off the desk. Taisi stared wide-eyed at Luo Tian, unblinking. I just came up with that on the spot, Luo Tian smiled. Taisi. A story just thought up on the spot is already this captivating. Is there no justice? Am I really cut out for writing novels? The title should be Iron Man, Luo Tian pondered. Taisi. Even the name sounded promising. Ahem. Luo Tian, you're a genius. It's a shame you don't write novels, Ta-isi sighed in admiration. Alright, I find this story very interesting. I'll try to write it down later. And then have your father turn it into a movie. I think it would be great to watch, Luo Tian smiled. Ta-isi's eyes lit up. The story Luo Tian told could definitely be made into a movie. Why did she suddenly feel she had been working in isolation? Living on this alien planet for so many years, she still couldn't match Luo Tian's imagination. By the way, did you come alone? Ta-isi asked. Yes, Luo Tian nodded. Bulma didn't come with you? Ta-isi asked. Bulma is on her way to planet Namek, Luo Tian replied. Planet Namek? What's that? Ta-isi was puzzled. That planet. It's too complicated to explain. I'll tell you later, Luo Tian smiled. Ta-isi. But speaking of which, Luo Tian, after all these years your appearance hasn't changed at all. Ta-isi studied Luo Tian, a little surprised. At our age, shouldn't we have crow's feet by now? I am immortal, Luo Tian said with a smile. Ta-isi. Can't you just talk normally? After chatting with Ta-isi for a while, Luo Tian stayed on the planet for a few more days, telling her all the plot details about Iron Man. Then Luo Tian bid farewell to Ta-isi and vanished into the vast expanse of space. Whooshed! Luo Tian transformed into a dazzling light, like a diamond. Before long, Luo Tian caught up with the spaceship, speeding toward planet Namek. Slap! Luo Tian's figure flickered, and his body directly penetrated the spaceship, entering it. Bulma and the others searched for a while, but upon realizing they couldn't find Luo Tian, they had no choice but to give up. The spaceship was so small that if he wasn't there, he simply wasn't there. By now it was already night inside the spaceship. Krillin and Son Gohan had only just fallen asleep when, oops, has it already become bedtime? Luo Tian greeted them. Krillin and Son Gohan instantly jolted awake. They both stared at Luo Tian in utter shock. Had they stumbled upon a ghost? Why are you looking at me so surprised? Luo Tian asked with a smile. You aren't seeing things right. Is this really you, Luo Tian? Krillin rubbed his eyes. Yes, unless you had someone else in mind. Luo Tian chuckled. Son Gohan was equally stunned. We clearly searched every corner of the spaceship, but couldn't find any sign of you. Where on earth did you come from? Hey Bulma. Luo Tian has appeared. Krillin hurriedly rushed to knock on the door. Bulma had specifically made the door with excellent soundproofing. Krillin knocked for quite a while before Bulma finally heard him. What is it? Bulma came out fully dressed, rubbing her eyes. But as soon as Bulma stepped out, she saw Luo Tian appearing right beside her. Luo Tian. Is that you? Bulma was stunned. It's me. Luo Tian smiled. Bulma's eyes immediately welled up with tears as she rushed forward and tightly embraced Luo Tian. It's alright, I just went out for a stroll, nothing wrong. Luo Tian comforted her with a smile. Bulma. Son Gohan. Krillin. You're saying you just took a stroll outside. Did you think this was some sightseeing trip on Earth? As long as you're safe, that's what matters. Bulma breathed a sigh of relief. As for where Luo Tian had been, Bulma didn't ask. Just as Bulma said, as long as Luo Tian returned safely, everything else didn't matter. Luo Tian. I really did just go out for a stroll. Look, you won't believe me even now. If I told you I was a god, you probably wouldn't believe that either. When you eventually learn my true identity, don't say you won't drop your jaws in shock. On the 34th day since leaving Earth, the spaceship carrying Luo Tian and the others finally approached their destination, Namek. Above the starry sky. That must be Namek, right? Krillin asked in surprise. This planet looks enormous. Yes, from this angle the planet's surface area must be at least 10 times that of Earth. Bulma nodded. Though I have to say this entire planet is green. It's quite beautiful. Is this green? Grassland? Son Gohan asked innocently. The green is water, Luo Tian replied. Isn't water blue? Son Gohan asked, puzzled. You don't understand, do you? That's why your mother made you study. Luo Tian smiled. Son Gohan. Enough talking, fasten your seatbelts. The impact during landing will be quite intense. Bulma said. Understood. Son Gohan quickly responded. We'll begin landing at an appropriate terrain, Bulma said to the control panel. Beep. The control panel displayed a message indicating understanding. Whooshed. The spaceship rapidly descended toward Namek's surface. Soon the spaceship landed safely on Namek's blue terrain. Namek's sky was green, its land was blue, and 3 suns hung in the heavens above. These 3 suns were likely far enough from Namek that their radiated warmth kept the temperature at a comfortable 20 degrees, neither too hot nor too cold. Success, we've finally reached Namek. Bulma's face was filled with anticipation. Hold on a moment, let me check the atmospheric composition. We need to proceed carefully according to protocol. If there's sufficient oxygen. Even though I prepared oxygen masks, those have time limitations. As Bulma spoke, she glanced over and spotted Luo Tian and the others already standing outside the spaceship. Bulma completely lost it on the spot. How could they disregard the procedures entirely? Oh, I can finally breathe some fresh air outside. Luo Tian took a deep breath. I've had enough of spaceship rides. Next time you won't catch me on one again. Not ride a spaceship. Then how would you get back? Krillin asked. Of course I'd fly back, Luo Tian replied. Krillin wiped sweat from his brow. We've already reached Namek. Can we not boast for once? Still, what amazed Krillin was that Luo Tian had suddenly vanished midway through the journey, only to reappear moments later. Where on earth had he gone? That question remained an unsolved mystery to this day. Bulma hadn't given permission to ask, so we couldn't press the issue. Never mind, it wasn't the right time to dwell on this now. Uncle Krillin, this place reminds me a lot of where I trained with Uncle Piccolo, Son Gohan said. This is the same place where we first fought the Saiyans, isn't it? Krillin also noticed how similar the environment here was to that place on Earth. Perhaps it's instinctual. When you're in a location resembling your homeland, you can face challenges with greater composure. Hey, why did you two act so recklessly and run outside? Do you have any idea how dangerous that is? Bulma demanded angrily. It's fine, Bulma. The oxygen composition on this planet is quite similar to Earth's. Luo Tian smiled. Bulma glared at him. A brief silence. Let's focus on finding the Dragon Balls first. Bulma huffed indignantly, pulling out her dragon radar and pressing the button on it. Hey, why is Miss Bulma angry again? Are you two really not arguing? Krillin whispered to Luo Tian. I never argue with anyone. Luo Tian chuckled. She seems a bit displeased that we came down first, Son Gohan murmured. Beep. At that moment the dragon radar emitted a signal. Look, there really is a Dragon Ball signal. Bulma said excitedly. Really? That's wonderful. Krillin was equally thrilled. So this means Uncle Piccolo can be revived, Son Gohan said with tears in his eyes. This is amazing, Luo Tian. You're amazing. Bulma said, then gave Luo Tian a sweet kiss on the cheek. Krillin. Son Gohan. Luo Tian felt utterly exasperated. She's taking advantage of me again. Should I return the favor? Uncle Krillin. There's an extremely powerful aura over there. Son Gohan suddenly turned his head toward a certain direction. Krillin paused for a moment, then immediately looked in that direction. As expected, Krillin could sense that there were powerful auras there. I can sense many powerful presences, Son Gohan said gravely. Ah, and something feels off. A cold sweat ran down Krillin's face. What are you thinking? Those auras should belong to Namekians, right? Bulma said Kami and Piccolo are both so powerful. What about their fellow Namekians? It's not surprising that they have strong auras, is it? But those auras feel quite evil, Krillin said, his expression darkening. Yes, Son Gohan nodded. Didn't Luo Tian say that Namekians are all peaceful people? They've always been protecting their own harmony. Bulma pointed to the dragon radar. Look, isn't this direction exactly where the 4 Dragon Balls are clustered according to the radar? Maybe Bulma is right. They must be Namekians, Krillin forced a smile. Let's go meet the Namekians first. Bulma suggested. Ha, I'm a bit nervous too, Krillin laughed. Oh my, look over there. Whose spaceship is that? Luo Tian pointed toward a spaceship streaking across the sky in the distance. Krillin's son Gohan and Bulma all turned to look in that direction simultaneously. And then all 3 of them were completely stunned. What the hell? This was Vegeta's spaceship. How could this be? Bulma was so frightened that her legs went weak and she collapsed directly onto Luo Tian. Why, yes. That's Vegeta's spaceship. Krillin exclaimed in shock. How could this have happened? Son Gohan was on the verge of tears. We're doomed. This is bad. Bulma's face turned pale. Gohan, quick, hide your aura. Don't let him detect us. Yes. Son Gohan immediately complied. It is indeed Vegeta. No one else would be here. Krillin ground his teeth. What on earth is going on? Has he recovered from his injuries? Son Gohan asked grimly. This is terrible. He must be here to find the Dragon Balls too. Krillin guessed. What should we do? Our plan is ruined. Should we return to Earth first? Bulma suggested. If he finds the Dragon Balls, it'll be a real disaster. Krillin clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Miss Bulma, you need to inform Earth about this immediately. Then you and Luo Tian should head back as fast as possible. What about you two? Bulma asked. We'll stay behind to search for the Dragon Balls. Krillin said. Don't worry, we have the Dragon Radar. It'll be much easier to locate them. Gohan, what about you? Are you confident about this? Yes, I'll stay too. Son Gohan nodded firmly. Then I'll send word to Master Roshi first. Bulma said. After you and Luo Tian return, we'll have Goku come help you. It'll take 2 months for round trip, so hang in there. Krillin. Son Gohan. 2 months. That's way too long. Hey, did you hear that? It was Master Roshi, right? A Scion has already arrived on Namek too. Hurry and notify Goku. Bulma said. What? There's no way. Master Roshi was utterly shocked. Alright, don't tell Chi-Chi, Bulma added as an afterthought. Alright, that's all for now. Everything will be discussed once I return. After saying that, Bulma hung up the phone. Oh, another spaceship is coming. Luo Tian pointed to yet another vessel streaking across the sky in the distance. Krillin. Son Gohan. Bulma. All 3 were dumbfounded. Why is there another one? Bulma's legs buckled. Luo Tian, help me. I feel like I'm about to faint. What's going on? Aren't the Scions extinct? Krillin exclaimed. That. Luo Tian, we can't stay here any longer. Let's hurry back to Earth. Buer Ma, clutching Luo Tian's hand, said tremblingly to Kulin and Sun Wufan. Do your best, oh, I'll bring Wukong over soon. Since we're here, how can we leave so easily? Luo Tian smiled faintly. Don't joke, Luo Tian. It's dangerous for us to stay. Buer Ma quickly said, don't forget when Beiji Ta was severely injured, you rolled him around like a ball. If he knows you're on this planet, he'll probably come after you right away. I don't want you to be killed by him. Don't worry. Even if he trains for 10,000 years, he can never defeat me. Luo Tian laughed. All right. Hurry back. What time is it now? Can't we talk properly? Buer Ma was about to cry, pushing Luo Tian toward the spaceship. Miss Buer Ma, wait a moment. Kulin said anxiously, then asked Sun Wufan, if it's no good, let's head back to Earth too. Huh? Why? Sun Wufan was stunned. Because there's more than one opponent. Even if we have the Dragon Ball radar, it's useless. Kulin gave an awkward smile. Besides, I don't mind. But if something happens to you, Sun Wufan, how will we explain to Wukong and Chi-Chi? In that case, the Dragon Balls will fall into their hands, Sun Wufan said. Let's give them up this time and use the Dragon Balls next time. Kulin chuckled. Oh dear, if they fulfill their wish, they'll kill the Shenlong or destroy the entire Na Mei Kuxing. Luo Tian said with a smile. Sun Wufan. Kulin. Luo Tian was right, it seemed to make sense. Huh. Uncle Kulin, someone's coming over there. Sun Wufan was startled and said quickly. Kulin also immediately sensed the two faint auras there. Is it Beiji Ta? Buer Ma tightly grasped Luo Tian's arm. It's not Beiji Ta. The aura is much weaker than his. Kulin said. Are they Na Mei Kuxing people? Sun Wufan asked. As they spoke, two aliens wearing battle suits appeared on the opposite bank. They're not Na Mei Kuxing people. Kulin exclaimed. Judging by their outfits, they look like Psiots. But their faces don't look like Psiots. Sun Wufan said. I have a bad feeling. Kulin gritted his teeth. Yes, they don't look like friends at all. Buer Ma tightly clutched Luo Tian's arm. Let's hold our breath and catch them off guard later, Kulin said to Sun Wufan. Yes. Sun Wufan nodded. In the distance, the two underlings of Fu Li Sa's army were silently observing the four people opposite. They're not Na Mei Kuxing people. I wonder which planet they're from. Never mind them. Our orders are to kill everyone on this planet. The two said and immediately leaped into the air. Poor guys, they have no combat power. They must be here on vacation. Don't let them escape. Destroy their spaceship first. Saying that, one of them raised his weapon and aimed at the direction of the spaceship. Whooshed. An energy blast directly pierced the central system of the spaceship. Instantly, a wisp of smoke rose from the spaceship. Ha, these unlucky guys coming to this planet at such a time. Kulin and the other two were stunned. It's over. That guy actually destroyed the spaceship. This is trouble. You insisted on hiding your auras. Now look, the spaceship is destroyed. You don't have to go back. Luo Tian covered his mouth and chuckled. Kulin. Sun Wufan. Buer Ma. Luo Tian, please spare us. When is this? And you're still laughing. Am I seeing things? That guy is laughing foolishly, one of them said coldly. A bunch of useless trash. The other also laughed. Kulin, you two, what are you waiting for? Go over and finish them off, Luo Tian said irritably. Sun Wufan, release your aura. Those two are nothing special, Kulin said. Did you hear that? Ha, he says we're nothing special. These guys are really arrogant. Slap. Kulin and Sun Wufan's auras erupted. In an instant, they appeared directly in front of the two. Boom, boom. They launched their attacks, a punch and a kick, striking the vital points of the two. Rumble. The two fell into the water and died instantly. Brilliant. Kulin gave Sun Wufan a thumbs up. Sun Wufan also smiled happily. Not brilliant at all. Buer Ma shouted angrily. Didn't you see the spaceship was destroyed, eh? Buer Ma hurried over to inspect the spaceship. Upon seeing this, Buer Ma was immediately despairing. It's over. The spaceship is completely destroyed. It can't be repaired. We can never return to Earth. Buer Ma wept. If you want to go back, it's actually easy. I'll fly you back later, Luo Tian said. Buer Ma. Luo Tian, Miss Buer Ma, let's leave here first. There might be even stronger guys coming. Kulin suggested. Yeah, I sense many auras. They don't feel like Na Mei Kuxing people. They must be Beiji Ta's allies, Sun Wufan nodded. We should find a place to hide first. Be optimistic. Maybe the Na Mei Kuxing people will help us repair the spaceship, Kulin comforted. Alright. There's no other choice now. Buer Ma wanted to cry. What a bad start. They had just arrived at Na Mei Kuxing and encountered such a big trouble. A few kilometers away from Luo Tian and the others, Beiji Ta and Qiu Yi stood facing each other. Beiji Ta, we really are fated enemies. I've waited a long time for this day. Finally, it's time for our decisive battle. Qiu Yi sneered, his face full of confidence. Now your combat power is far behind mine. It seems your trip to Earth didn't fully heal your injuries. Idiot, you think you can challenge me? Beiji Ta chuckled. Let me tell you, I've learned quite a few tricks on Earth. The skill of running away, I suppose, Qiu Yi laughed. It's the ability to freely control my combat power. Vegeta said with a smile. Use your scouter to check my battle power value. As he spoke, Vegeta's aura gradually erupted. Beep beep. 1800. So it's about the same as mine. Xiao-Yi was stunned. Idiot, I fought desperately on Earth. You've been idling around with Fu Li-sa. How can you compare to me? Vegeta sneered and raised his combat power again. 19. It's still rising. Xiao-Yi was stunned. Bang! The scouter eventually couldn't withstand the higher energy value and exploded on the spot. Xiao-Yi was terrified, his face turning pale. How about it? You toad, are you trembling with fear now? Vegeta chuckled. Vegeta, wait. I've thought of a great idea. Xiao-Yi quickly said. How about I work with you? Actually, I've long been dissatisfied with Lord Fu Li-sa, no, with Fu Li-sa. Isn't that a good idea? If we join forces, we can definitely defeat Sabo and Duo Liya. A disgusting guy like you isn't worthy to be my ally. Vegeta sneered. I'm not lying. Believe me. Xiao-Yi secretly gathered energy in his hand, then suddenly looked behind Vegeta and said in surprise, Ah. Lord Fu Li-sa. Vegeta was greatly alarmed and quickly looked back. Behind him, there was no one. You idiot. Xiao-Yi sneered and recklessly blasted the energy in his hand toward Vegeta. Rumble. Instantly, the place where Vegeta stood was flattened into ruin. Ha ha ha, you deserve it. You're out of luck. Even if your combat power is stronger than mine, you're still no match for me. Xiao-Yi laughed wildly. Idiot, you underestimate me. I thought you were something special, but you're nothing. Vegeta laughed, his voice sounding behind Xiao-Yi. You? When did you dodge? Xiao-Yi's face changed color as he turned around. When combat power increases, speed naturally increases accordingly, Vegeta laughed. You've completely angered me. Xiao-Yi trembled all over, his face filled with despair. Without any hesitation, he flew away to escape. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Vegeta caught up with Xiao-Yi. Bang! Vegeta punched Xiao-Yi in the chest, sending him airborne. Then Vegeta pointed his finger at Xiao-Yi's body. Rumble! Xiao-Yi was instantly reduced to dust scattering down from the air. Filthy scum. Vegeta snorted, but a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Slap. He landed from the sky onto the ground of Na, Mei Kuxing silently contemplating. Fu Li-sa and his men already know my movements through their scouters. I should have no problem dealing with Sabo and Duo Liya. Only Fu Li-sa I can't defeat yet. I've already overheard their conversation through the scouter. It seems the Dragon Balls only work when all 7 are gathered. In that case, I just need to find 1 Dragon Ball. Once they've gathered 6, I'll figure out a way to steal those 6. If everything goes smoothly, I can obtain eternal life. Then I can defeat Fu Li-sa. Once I eliminate Fu Li-sa, I will be the #1 in the entire universe. The entire universe will be ruled by me, Vegeta. A certain village. Frieza and his men had just obtained the 4th Dragon Ball in this village. At that moment, the scouter on Zarbin's eye had also burst due to Vegeta's immense battle power. I'm sure the scouter must be malfunctioning. Vegeta's battle power actually exceeds 200, Zarbin said in a low voice. What? 220. Dodoria's lips trembled, utterly terrified. His power should never exceed 1800. How is that possible? There's nothing to be surprised about. Vegeta went through a life-and-death battle on Earth. Frieza chuckled. After all these years, you've been letting a max-level player fool around in the newbie village. That guy must have been stifled, don't you think? His trip to Earth must have put him in a crisis, so it's only natural that his power increased. Zarbin and Dodoria remained silent. With that level of battle power, the two of you working together can defeat him. Frieza smiled. Vegeta's goal is probably the same as mine. To gain eternal life or an immortal body. Only by finding the Dragon Balls can he overcome us. Vegeta has never shown me proper respect. He went to Earth without my orders, clearly intending to usurp my position. Zarbin. Dodoria. Those Scion monkeys deserve to die. Let him strut around for a few more days. Frieza said with a light laugh. By the way, Lord Frieza, there was an area over there where 2 battle power signatures appeared, but they vanished quickly. Zarbin pointed in the direction where Luo Tian and the others were. Oh. Frieza turned his head to look at Zarbin. They came with ill intent. Their battle power surged in an instant, and after defeating those 2 scouts, their signatures disappeared again. Zarbin continued. How strange. That direction is completely different from Vegeta's. Frieza shrugged indifferently. Yes, the 2 of them had a battle power of about 1500. Zarbin replied. 1500. No threat to me, but their attitude is far too arrogant. Next time we find them, we must eliminate them. Frieza snorted. As expected. Vegeta's real battle power is 2400. That bastard. It's higher than I imagined. Dodoria's face changed color again. He took out Shui without breaking a sweat. Nothing special. Let's continue searching for the 5th Dragon Ball. Frieza smiled. There are 10 Namekian signatures in that direction, a subordinate reported immediately. Understood. If they have the 5th Dragon Ball, that would be perfect. Frieza said with a grin. Never let your guard down. Besides Vegeta, there are others who want the Dragon Balls. Yes, sir. Let's go. Frieza beckoned. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Frieza and his subordinates all rose into the air. Frieza led the way, his subordinates following behind as they sped swiftly toward the Namekian village, the area where Luo Tian and the others were. Luo Tian, Miss Bulma, we should leave quickly. Staying here will get us discovered, Krillin suggested. Can't you fly? Take me and Luo Tian with you. Bulma said. We'd like to, but we have to conceal our energy signatures. Flying requires a lot of energy and the enemy can easily pinpoint our location with their scouters. Son Gohan said. You're wrong. Flying doesn't require energy. As long as you feel one with the entire nature, you can lift off. Luo Tian smiled. Krillin. Son Gohan. Both remained silent. Easier said than done. Why don't you try flying yourself? Watch this. As Luo Tian spoke, his body already hovered in the air. Krillin's eyes widened. Son Gohan was also stunned. Can you sense any energy from me? Luo Tian smiled. Krillin and Son Gohan shook their heads vigorously. You have no energy signature at all. But speaking of which, Luo Tian, when did you learn to fly? Krillin asked, composing himself. I've known since birth. Luo Tian replied with a smile. Stop joking. You're not going to tell me you could fly as soon as you were born, are you? Krillin laughed bitterly. That's exactly what I mean. Luo Tian nodded. Krillin wiped the sweat from his brow. Uncle Krillin, Uncle Luo Tian. Look at that cave ahead. That spot seems like a good place. Son Gohan quickly pointed to a cave not far ahead. Not bad, Gohan. Hiding there would indeed make it hard to be discovered. Krillin nodded, then looked at Bulma. Miss Bulma, please bear with it, and stay hidden there with Luo Tian for a while. At this point, the matter of Luo Tian's flying ability no longer mattered to Krillin. Flying was nothing special. By suppressing our energy and making our bodies float, Gohan and I could do it too. But there was no need to bother. Alright, there's no other choice now. Bulma nodded. At least Luo Tian can keep me company. Luo Tian and the others then headed toward the cave. Just as they arrived at the cave entrance. Oh my, there are so many energy signatures over there speeding toward us. Luo Tian looked up at the sky. Son Gohan and Krillin immediately reacted, their faces turning pale. Hide quickly, Krillin exclaimed. They must be the accomplices of those two villains from earlier. Son Gohan guessed. Bulma was also startled and quickly pulled Luo Tian into the cave. Krillin and Son Gohan swiftly concealed themselves. They're coming. Krillin gritted his teeth. Son Gohan trembled all over from fear. Damn it. Did we expose ourselves? Krillin clenched his fists. They're here. Son Gohan's face was covered in cold sweat. The next moment, they saw Frieza leading his group flying across the sky in the distance. They're gone, Bulma said. Thank goodness they weren't coming for us. Who were those people? They flew too fast, so I couldn't see anything. Krillin and Son Gohan, however, were trembling all over, their faces ashen with terror, and they collapsed to the ground. Hey, what's wrong with you? Bulma was stunned. They were scared by that person, Luo Tian said with a smile. Who? Bulma asked. Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe. Luo Tian replied. Emperor of the Universe? Are you kidding? Bulma was dumbfounded. Luo Tian, what did you say? Emperor of the Universe. Krillin was also stunned and quickly asked. He's the one who rules the entire 7th universe with an iron fist. His name is Frieza. Luo Tian answered. He was the one who destroyed planet Vegeta back in the day. Huh. Krillin couldn't process it for a moment. This doesn't match what I know. Wasn't planet Vegeta the Scion homeworld destroyed by a massive meteor impact? Krillin scratched his head. No, back on the spaceship you said planet Vegeta was within the destruction range, and that it was the work of a god of destruction. The god of destruction ordered Frieza to wipe out planet Vegeta. Do you understand now? Luo Tian smiled faintly. The god of destruction. Are the gods and the emperor of the universe in cahoots? Krillin laughed dryly. I'm increasingly convinced you're messing with me. Cahoots is a good word. If the god of destruction heard that, you'd be in for a world of trouble. Luo Tian chuckled. Krillin. By the way, Luo Tian, what did you mean by 7th universe? Bulma asked from the side. Don't you know? The universe we live in is called the 7th universe. There are many universes, currently 12 in total. Luo Tian said. Ahem. Let's change the subject. Krillin didn't believe it. In fact, it was only natural for Krillin to be skeptical. After all, given their current level of knowledge, they had only just entered the cosmos. The god of destruction was far too distant for them. Miss Bulma, quickly check the Dragon Ball radar, Krillin said. Check. What? Bulma was momentarily confused. Earlier 4 Dragon Balls were together. See if they're with that group. Krillin asked. Bulma hurriedly took out the Dragon Ball radar and pressed the button. Sure enough, Bulma looked closely and saw the 4 Dragon Balls moving rapidly. Just as I thought. Krillin felt like a deflated balloon. Son Gohan was also drenched in cold sweat. Gohan, did you see that? The one flying at the very front. Krillin said in a grave tone. Yes, I saw him. Son Gohan nodded. I sensed an incredibly terrifying aura from him. So frightening. That short guy? Is he really the Emperor of the Universe Frisia, as you said, Luo Tian? That guy's aura truly has the majesty of a cosmic emperor. Krillin's face was etched with despair. He's definitely far stronger than Vegeta. The moment I saw him I felt like I was about to die. The others are strong too, but compared to him they're nothing. Someone even stronger than Vegeta. Bulma mused. Is he really the Emperor of the Universe? Are you kidding me? We're competing with a cosmic emperor for the Dragon Balls. We can't confirm his identity yet, but I think he's probably Vegeta's ally. They're wearing the same kind of armor. Krillin said through clenched teeth. That group just flew toward the direction of another Dragon Ball, Bulma said. Do they have a Dragon Ball radar too? They don't have a Dragon Ball radar, Luo Tian replied. They find the Dragon Balls by locating the Namekians. Where exactly is that Dragon Ball located? Krillin looked at Luo Tian and then asked Bulma. In that direction about 14 kilometers away. Bulma said. Uncle Luo Tian is right. Isn't that precisely where Uncle Krillin sends the Namekians? Son Gohan nodded. If that's truly the case, the Namekians are likely in grave danger, Krillin said grimly. I must go and investigate. I'm coming too. Son Gohan clenched his fists. Very well, but you must be extremely careful, Bulma said. Luo Tian and I will use a capsule corp item to set up shelter in this cave and wait for your return. All right. Please relay the situation to Master Mateto, Krillin nodded. I'd like to go as well. Luo Tian said. Absolutely not. How could you bear to leave me all alone here? Bulma cried out in a delicate tone. If absolutely necessary I could send you back to Earth, Luo Tian mused. You don't seem to have much use staying here anyway. Bulma. How could you speak like that? Luo Tian, you're so detestable. Gohan, can you conceal your energy signature as much as possible and move swiftly? Krillin ignored Luo Tian and Bulma. I'm definitely not taking you along, Luo Tian. If we encounter trouble, won't Bulma destroy me? Yes. Son Gohan nodded. The two quickly leaped into the distance and soon disappeared from sight. Earth. After consuming a senzu bean, Son Goku's body instantly recovered. He immediately boarded the spaceship modified by Mr. Briefs brought along the senzu beans and shot into the starry expanse. This spaceship was the one Goku had ridden to Earth when he was young. It would only take 6 days to reach Namek. Goku had already heard from Master Roshi that Krillin and Gohan had encountered a new crisis on Namek. A new enemy had appeared. It was said that this person was known as the Emperor of the Universe. Inside the spaceship. This vessel is truly remarkable. Never mind, now is not the time for sentimentality. I must begin training promptly. Goku swung his arms. It would only take 6 days to reach Namek. This was wonderful. I must train diligently during these 6 days. But what exactly should I cultivate? Decided. I will continue to cultivate the ultra instinct that Luo Tian taught me. But soon Goku felt a bit at a loss. This is the void of outer space. What am I supposed to sense here? Can I only try to comprehend this spaceship? What a headache. If all else fails, I'll start with the Kaioken technique. I want to train both abilities simultaneously. Alright, that's settled. Fortunately, I had asked Bulma's father to construct a gravity system for me beforehand. I'll begin by adapting to the gravity. The gravity at King Kai's place is 10 times that of Earth. I'll start with 20 times. Click. Goku pressed the gravity button. Instantly, he felt his body grow incredibly heavy. Goku collapsed flat onto the floor, having an intimate encounter with the spaceship's deck. Goku, perhaps I should just directly sense this spaceship as it is. When can I merge with this spaceship and I shall consider it a success? Namek. We're approaching. You must hold your breath and slowly draw closer to them, Krillin said to Son Gohan. Yes. Son Gohan nodded. A cliff appeared ahead of the two. Son Gohan and Krillin cautiously made their way toward the cliff. Such intense energy. Krillin said grimly, his expression unusually grave. Indeed. Son Gohan's heart pounded in his chest. The two lay on the edge of the cliff, gazing downward. What they saw was a village along with Frisia and his companions within the village. Uncle Krillin, is that their residence? Their house resembles our spaceship quite closely, Son Gohan observed. What are they doing? Krillin paused, glancing at Frisia, and whispered, I have not seen the others before, but those three, especially the one seated within that circular object, radiate a terrifying power. Could it be, as Luo Tian said, that this fellow is indeed the Universe Emperor Frisia? Uncle Krillin, if that's true, how did Uncle Luo Tian know he was the Universe Emperor? Son Gohan asked curiously. I heard the Brief family had contact with the Galactic Patrol. I suppose Luo Tian obtained some information from them, Krillin speculated. So does that mean I must read more books? Son Gohan asked innocently. Krillin, what kind of logic is that? I'm completely bewildered by you. Look quickly. Uncle Krillin, they're holding Dragon Balls. Son Gohan suddenly noticed the Dragon Balls clutched by Zarbon and Dodoria. What enormous Dragon Balls. Are the Dragon Balls on Namek this large? Krillin exclaimed. Below, Dodoria seemed to catch some faint disturbance from this direction and turned his head to look back. Son Gohan and Krillin hastily withdrew their heads. That was too close. They nearly got discovered. What is it, Dodoria? Frisia asked with a sideways glance. Nothing. There was merely a faint energy response from that direction, but it has already vanished. Probably a small animal or insect, Dodoria surmised. Frisia dismissed it without further concern. How perilous. Krillin took a deep breath. Indeed. Son Gohan nodded vigorously, also breaking into a cold sweat. Inside the cave, Bulma took out a capsule corp item and materialized a house. Subsequently, Luo Tian and Bulma entered the room. Fortunately, I prepared plenty of food. At least surviving here for half a year shouldn't be an issue. Bulma pondered, but then again it's hard to say. If he's a voracious eater like Gohan, and Goku, a month might be the absolute limit. Don't worry, it won't take nearly that long. Once Goku arrives, everything will be over. Luo Tian smiled. Goku, how will he come? Bulma paused, asking. Our spaceship was destroyed. He has absolutely no means of reaching us. Goku has already departed. It will take approximately 6 days to arrive at Namek. That means we can return to Earth in no more than 6 days, Luo Tian smiled. Luo Tian chuckled. Make the most of these 6 days on Namek. Bulma. Make the most. You say make the most. I've even arranged a couple's room, and you remain completely unmoved. Luo Tian, don't you have any affection for me at all? Bulma sighed softly. Huh, how did you know that? Bulma suddenly snapped out of her reverie, and looked at Luo Tian asking. There is nothing I do not know. Luo Tian smiled. Then, do you know? Bulma's face flushed red. By the way, Bulma, would you like to see how things are going with Krillin and the others? Luo Tian changed the subject. As he spoke, a scepter instantly materialized in his hand. Bulma. This thing appeared again. No way. Can this device be used on Namek as well? Yes. As Luo Tian spoke, the crystal ball atop the scepter immediately projected a holographic image. The scene displayed was precisely what Krillin and Son Gohan were experiencing from their perspective. Bulma was stunned. I always thought this device of yours transmitted images via satellite. But it seems that's not the case now. Bulma wiped her brow. Luo Tian smiled. Bulma suddenly felt a sense of unease. She realized that the more she learned about Luo Tian, the more unbelievable she found him to be. It was simply too incredible. I've been by your side day and night for so many years. I suddenly realized that my understanding of you is still merely the tip of the iceberg. Take a good look at their situation. Now is not the time for reflection. Luo Tian smiled at Bulma. Are those Namekians? They look a lot like Piccolo. Bulma pointed at the Namekians appearing on the image, saying in surprise. Yes. Luo Tian nodded. Hurry up. If you want to live, get out here now, someone shouted. The next moment, several Namekians were subdued by members of Frisia's army. What do they plan to do to those Namekians? Bulma had a bad feeling. Uncle Krillin, are they all Scions? In the image, Son Gohan suddenly asked. No, although they wear the same battle suits, they should not be the same race. Krillin replied. The Scions are probably down to just Vegeta besides you and Goku. Son Gohan did not respond. By the way, Goku's brother once mentioned that they wipe out all inhabitants on habitable planets and sell them to aliens. Perhaps they are those aliens. Krillin guessed. Vegeta doesn't seem to be here. He must be searching for the Dragon Balls. Scions. Are there really only Vegeta and Goku left? Bulma asked. Gohan counts as a Scion, right? But he should be considered an Earthling. No, there are still a few surviving Scions. They simply do not know it yet. Luo Tian replied. There are more. Bulma paused and looked at Luo Tian. Yes, at least 4 or 5 more. Luo Tian smiled. Where are these people? Bulma asked. Does it matter where they are? You can't beat them anyway. Luo Tian said with a smile. Bulma. Luo Tian, you always know how to kill a conversation. Is the person you mentioned really the Emperor of the Universe? Bulma pointed at Frisia seated in the flying pod. Yes. Luo Tian nodded. Then I don't understand. According to what Goku's brother said, wiping out all inhabitants on suitable planets and selling them to aliens. Bulma mused. He is already the Emperor of the Universe. Who else would he sell them to? An organization called Sitha, which is dedicated to collecting resources across the universe. Frisia, and they are merely in a cooperative relationship. Luo Tian replied. Sitha? Who's that again? Bulma wiped her brow. No matter how much they talked, was another enemy appearing. Do not worry. By the time Sitha appears, it will likely be over 20 years from now. Luo Tian smiled. Bulma. Luo Tian, is what you're saying true or false? I suddenly feel like you're bluffing me. But at the same time, everything you say sounds reasonable. At that moment, those Namekians also noticed the Dragon Balls being held by Zarbon and Dodoria. There were 4 Dragon Balls in total. You have all seen this. I am Frisia, who has come to collect your Dragon Balls. Frisia said with a sinister smile. Where have the others gone? According to my investigation, there are 10 people here in total. The leading Namekian, who was the elder of this village, remained silent. What? Are you planning to keep silent? If so, I have no choice but to kill you all. Frisia sneered. The elder's face changed color, turning an even deeper shade of green. Immediately, the elder responded in the Namekian language. Do not speak in Namekian. Use a language we can understand. I know you can speak my language. Frisia smiled faintly, trying to play tricks on me. Do you really think this Emperor of the Universe is so easily deceived? You are far too naive. Elder. A brief silence followed. The others have gone to work in the fields. Only the elderly and children remain. The elder knew he could not continue pretending and had to reply. But this was fine too, but would buy some time. When those young people returned, he would punish them properly. Did they really think Namekians were easy to bully? We are also very powerful. Very good. Answer my questions honestly, and you will not be in danger of losing your lives. Frisia smiled. Now continue to answer my next question. Where are the Dragon Balls? I suppose there should be one here. We do not know. We do not have such a thing here. The elder replied directly. Haha. Frisia chuckled. Dodoria, the second Namekian who was killed, told me something quite interesting. Yes, Lord Frisia. Dodoria nodded. He said the Dragon Balls are only given to recognized heroes. The first person was very stubborn and had no intention of cooperating with me. To punish him, I killed him. Frisia smiled. So the second person told me everything. He said the Dragon Balls were created by the 7 oldest elders on this planet. Now the 7 Dragon Balls are carefully guarded by the 7 elders. They compete in wisdom and strength, debating the reasons for making wishes. Only those whom the elders deem worthy heroes have a chance to obtain the Dragon Balls. But as I just said, they were obstinate and refused to give me the Dragon Balls, so I had no choice but to kill them. Thus obtaining the first Dragon Ball also required considerable effort on my part. What did you say? Is there such a thing? The elder's face turned pale with shock. Luo Tian, he said the Dragon Balls were made by 7 elders. Bulma asked in surprise. Aren't the Dragon Balls supposed to be created by one person? Obviously that man is lying to Frisia. Luo Tian smiled faintly. Do they really take Namekians for fools? In truth, even if the Dragon Balls were handed over to Frisia, it would still be exceedingly difficult for him to achieve his wish. Why is that? Bulma asked curiously. The Dragon Balls on Namek have a special rule, Luo Tian explained. They only grant wishes to those whom the 7 elders consider truly worthy. If Frisia were to obtain them through violence, the elders would simply refuse to fulfill his wish. Moreover, the Namekian Dragon Balls can only be used once before requiring a year to recharge. So that means... Bulma's eyes widened. Even if Frisia collects all 7 Dragon Balls, he might not be able to make the wish he desires. Exactly, Luo Tian confirmed. The Namekians are far from helpless. Their wisdom and resolve are not something Frisia's brute force can easily overcome. Bulma fell into deep thought. She had always known that Namekians were a peaceful and wise race, but she had never imagined their Dragon Balls carried such unique protections. Looking at the holographic image, she watched as the elders remained resolute in the face of Frisia's threats. Is that so? Bulma paused, slightly taken aback. Vegeta and Frisia have no idea about Dragon Shinron whatsoever. They naively believe that simply collecting all 7 Dragon Balls will directly grant their wish. Luo Tian smiled. Bulma's eyes lit up. That actually made perfect sense. Because whenever we spoke of the Dragon Balls, we never once mentioned Shinron. Setting aside the matter of summoning Shinron, let's talk about Vegeta and Frisia's wishes. Both desire immortality, but with the Namekian Dragon's abilities accomplishing such a wish. Tisk it would be exceedingly difficult. Luo Tian shook his head. They are far too naive. Besides, is immortality truly so desirable? I could simply capture and imprison you, which would be absolute torment. In the end, it would be better to simply die. What are you talking about? Bulma retorted. As the saying goes, a painful life is better than an honorable death. Well, you make a fair point. Luo Tian did not argue further. As an angel, he valued composure and had no reason to debate trivial matters. You say they are obedient. That is utter nonsense, the elder bellowed. Absolutely. The other elders would never hand over the Dragon Balls to you. The old man beside the elder shouted loudly. But of course I have a way to make them behave themselves. Frisia smiled. Zabo, teach them a lesson. Yes. Zabo gave a slight nod, his figure blurring as he swiftly appeared beside the speaking elder and delivered a flying kick straight to his neck. The old man didn't even have time to cry out before collapsing dead on the spot. You bastard. Another elder erupted in fury, launching an energy blast toward Zabo with his hands already charged. Zabo sneered and casually tossed a Dragon Ball into the air. Boom. The elder's energy beam struck the spot Zabo had occupied. However, Zabo had already launched himself skyward. The energy blast hit one of his subordinates behind him instead, killing him instantly. Boom. From high above, Zabo unleashed an energy burst. With a deafening explosion, the elder's charred body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Zabo descended gracefully, extending his hand to catch the falling Dragon Ball. The entire sequence was executed with flawless precision, a masterpiece of movement. What a ruthless monster. Krillin gritted his teeth. Damn it. Gohan clenched his fists. But both knew clearly that they stood no chance against these foes. Not to mention that cosmic tyrant Frisia himself, even his 2 subordinates here, are beyond our capabilities. How about it? Shouldn't you be more cooperative now? Frisia smiled, watching the elder with keen interest, then glanced at the two children beside him. The elder fell silent. What is your purpose in collecting the Dragon Balls? The elder asked. To fulfill a modest wish of mine, to preserve my youth and achieve eternal life. Frisia smiled. His wish is the same as Vegeta's. Krillin said. That Vegeta also desires eternal life. Perhaps they are not even on the same side, Gohan speculated. I don't know. Krillin shook his head. You bastards. I'd rather die than hand over the Dragon Balls to you, the elder said coldly. Ha ha ha, so you choose death over surrendering the Dragon Balls. Frisia chuckled. The people on this planet are all so stubborn. Then tell me, if I kill those two children, will you remain this stubborn? What? You won't even spare children? The elder's face twisted with horror as he roared in anger. Damn it. Gohan felt the same visceral rage, his fists clenched tight. They are utterly despicable. Bulma growled, biting her lip in fury. Luo Tian remained silent. It was not that he lacked compassion. To Luo Tian, many matters were merely part of the universe's cyclical process. You could save them all. And then what? Destroy Frisia. Doing so would bring no progress to the seventh universe. Sustained development would benefit the entire cosmos. Therefore, Luo Tian needed to cultivate Sun Wukong, making him stronger to drive the universe's progress. Of course, he should find time to reprimand Beerus as well. It was entirely Beerus's laziness that had relegated the seventh universe to near last place among all 12 universes. Before reprimanding Beerus, his strength must surpass him at least. Otherwise, failing to defeat Beerus, that would be terribly awkward. Luo Tian, someone's coming over there. Bulma suddenly pointed at the horizon on the holographic display, her face alight with excitement. Beep beep. Dodoria also immediately detected several power levels through his scouter. Such formidable battle aura, Lord Frisia. Who are they? Dodoria frowned slightly. The elder's face also broke into a look of relief upon seeing the three young men appearing in the sky. They've arrived. The elder looked as though he had spotted a savior. It's the Namekians. They've come to rescue us. Bulma exclaimed excitedly. Luo Tian said nothing. I won't crush your hopes. If you knew those three Namekians were utterly powerless, you wouldn't be so thrilled. The three young Namekians bore expressions of pure fury upon their faces. Seeing the two elderly men lying on the ground only intensified their rage, veins bulging on their foreheads. I had a terrible feeling something was wrong. And it was. I heard reports of someone attacking the village and seizing the Dragon Balls. It's all true. I will never forgive you. You have destroyed the peace of Namek. Each of the three spoke their piece, glowering at Frisia and his companions. Such trouble, just as the Dragon Balls were within our grasp. You deliberately come to throw away your lives. Why not simply continue working in your fields? Frisia sighed. Be careful during the fight. They are quite powerful, the elder instructed the three young men. Go for it, the children beside them cheered. Ha, do you wish to fight us? Frisia found this utterly hilarious. Dodoria, what are their power levels? Let me check. Dodoria pressed a button on his scouter and replied. Don't be disappointed, but their battle power is only around 1,000. Their battle power is only around 1,000. That's hilarious. You think you can defeat us with a combat power of only 1,000? Several of Frisia's subordinates let out cold laughs. No, those three were just hiding their aura. They didn't even realize it, Krillin mused. Back then, Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz were all taken aback by the same thing. Son Gohan nodded in agreement. The next moment, Frisia's subordinates charged toward the three Namekians. Voila! One of the Namekians launched a flying kick, sending the foremost Frisia subordinate flying. Bang! The Frisia subordinate crashed headfirst into a rocky mountain behind him and died instantly. Dorelia was momentarily stunned. Bang! Another Namekian unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks against an alien resembling a crocodile. Boom! Yet another Namekian fired a burst of energy from his palm, striking directly at Frisia's subordinate Bailey. Bailey was hit and sent flying backward. Just as he flew past Sabo kicked him again, sending him hurtling further. Bailey crashed into the distant lake, dead beyond any chance of revival. Here's the key point. Remember this fellow. His name is Bailey. He'll likely appear in about 20 years. Luo Tian pointed at the man Sabo had kicked to death. Do you mean? He's still alive? Bulma asked. You can think of it as something for future exams, Luo Tian said. Bulma. Battle scene. What's going on? Didn't you say their combat power was only around 1,000? Sabo asked in confusion. Strange. Their combat power has jumped to 3,000. Dorelia pressed a button on his scouter and couldn't help scratching his head. Meanwhile, the three young Namekians grew more fierce with each passing moment, beating Frisia's subordinates into wails of agony. Great work. Kill them all. Krillin exclaimed excitedly. Son Gohan also wore a look of joy. Finally, they could vent their pent-up frustration. They're not ordinary, Frisia remarked. I see. Namekians can freely control their combat power. It's quite rare to encounter such individuals. Dorelia glanced at the readings on his scouter. The elder, however, silently observed the remaining scouter devices scattered nearby. Currently, only 3 scouters remained undestroyed. If those 3 were destroyed, they would be unable to locate us. Children, let me go, the elder said to the 2 kids. Damn it, let me handle this personally. Dorelia set the Dragon Balls aside and asked, should I kill all 3 of them? As you wish, Frisia said indifferently. Hey. At that moment, the elder struck suddenly. A golden flame shot from his hand, directly hitting the scouter on Dorelia's head. The scouter was destroyed on the spot. Frisia was momentarily taken aback. What was this old man trying to do? You bastard. Dorelia was also bewildered. With an attack at your level, you think you can hurt me, yeah? Whooshed. The elder took to the air. Frisia and the others were stunned once again. This guy's actions were completely unpredictable. What is he doing? It doesn't appear he's fleeing. And he should know well enough that escape is impossible. Whooshed. 2 beams of light shot from the elder's hands, striking the 2 scouters on the ground. Oh no. His target is the scouters. Sabo suddenly realized it. Damn it. I'll kill you all. Dorelia erupted in fury. I feel like I'm being played for a fool. Scouters. Krillin paused. That device can detect our location and combat power levels, Son Gohan nodded. Right, didn't Luotian mention it? They don't know the exact location of the Dragon Balls. Krillin suddenly understood. But the scouters can locate Namekians, so that old man must have realized this and destroyed the scouters to prevent them from tracking us. Whooshed. Dorelia shot straight up into the sky, charging toward the elder. Elder. The 3 young Namekians' expressions turned grim. Dorelia, hold on. Kill those 3 young ones first, Frisia quickly ordered. I'm still waiting for that old man to reveal the Dragon Ball's location. You fool, why attack him first? Dorelia paused briefly, then snapped back to attention, flipping through the air several times before landing beside the 3 young Namekians. In just 10 seconds I can wipe you out. Dorelia sneered. Do you think we 3 are made of paper? The 3 Namekians were furious. Actually, in my eyes you are nothing but paper, Dorelia chuckled. His figure blurred, and he suddenly appeared behind one of the Namekians. Thwack! Dorelia extended his claw forward, piercing straight through the Namekian's back. Instantly his claw emerged from the front of the Namekian's chest. The other 2 Namekians were utterly stunned. This guy is far too powerful. He wasn't bluffing. Boom. Dorelia opened his mouth wide, unleashing a powerful energy blast that struck the second Namekian. In an instant, that Namekian was reduced to a mist of blood, completely annihilated. The elder and the 2 children were petrified with shock. The remaining young Namekian's alertness spiked, and he quickly created distance from Dorelia. Before long, the Namekian gathered 2 balls of light energy between his palms, merged them together, and hurled them straight at Dorelia. Rumble. A massive explosion erupted where Dorelia had been standing. A faint smile crossed the Namekian's face. As the smoke cleared, Dorelia emerged completely unharmed. What? The Namekian's face turned pale. This guy took my full power attack head-on and came out unscathed. Whooshed. Dorelia flew straight at him, ramming his head forcefully into the Namekian's chest and driving him backward into the mountain behind him. Blood gushed from the Namekian's mouth as he died on the spot. The elder was terrified, cold sweat pouring down his face, his eyes filled with utter despair. You know running away is futile. Why not come down and we can discuss this properly? Frisia called out to the elder in the sky. The elder. A brief silence fell. The elder descended from the sky. That's the way it should be. Frisia smiled. You destroyed our most important scouters, so hand over the Dragon Balls as compensation. You already know what kind of people we are. If you continue to resist, these 2 children won't survive. An expression of anger appeared on the elder's face, but he was powerless to stop it. After a moment of hesitation, I can give you the Dragon Balls, but you must guarantee that those 2 children will not be harmed. The elder spoke coldly. Frisia nodded readily. Those damn bastards. Son Gohan was so furious that his whole body trembled. Gohan, don't act on impulse. They are not that easy to deal with, Krillin urged quickly. These guys are absolutely disgusting. I can't stand watching this anymore. Bulma also grit her teeth and said. At this moment, the elder took the Dragon Balls out of the room and handed them to one of Frisia's subordinates. Hurry up and leave with the Dragon Balls. The elder spoke coldly. Thank you for your trouble. Frisia smiled faintly. The elder remained silent. By the way, can you tell me where the remaining Dragon Balls are? Frisia asked with a smile. Absolutely absurd. We Namekians would rather die than betray our companions, the elder shouted angrily. Enough. According to the agreement, you have the Dragon Balls, so leave now. So you're the same, Frisia smiled. No one on this planet would betray their own kind. In that case, I have no choice but to kill you and the children. What did you say? The elder's expression changed repeatedly. You damn liar. Your shameless trick. Bang. Dorelia threw a punch straight at the elder's face. The elder was sent flying and fell to the ground, blood streaming from his face. Didn't you agree? If I hand over the Dragon Balls, you won't kill us. The elder questioned in anger. But what's the point if the Dragon Balls don't add up to 7? Frisia smiled. You destroyed our scouters, so you won't tell me where the other 2 Dragon Balls are. I'm in a difficult position too, don't you think? Look, I'm a very reasonable person. I've said it. I would rather die than betray my companions, the elder growled through gritted teeth. The two children were so scared that they clung to each other tightly. Fine, since you want to die, I'll oblige, Frisia said with a faint smile. Frisia-sama, without the scouters can we still find the Dragon Balls? Sorbet asked. There are only 2 Dragon Balls left. As long as we find the other villages or Namekians, it will be no problem. Frisia pondered. Anyway, no matter what, he won't tell us. Kill all 3 of them. Yes. Doreally nodded. Truly despicable. Shameless. Bulma grit her teeth. Luo Tian did not respond. One gets used to such things after a while. You run. Run far away. The elder instructed the 2 children. I'll show you. The Namekian's anger. The elder spread his arms, shielding the 2 children behind him. And the 2 children didn't hesitate at all, running backward as fast as they could. Whooshed. A beam of light from Frisia's hand swept past the elder's ear. Bang. With a muffled sound, one of the children died on the spot. What? Krillin was greatly shocked. Damn it. Son Gohan was even more furious, his whole body trembling. The elder was also stunned. Such a fast speed, I didn't even have time to react. This is really bad. Smack. Just then Doreally grabbed the elder's neck and twisted it hard. Crack. The elder's neck was broken and he died on the spot. Hee hee, you don't have time to show your divine power anymore. What a pity. Doreally smiled and then kicked the elder's body twice. Gohan, endure it. We are completely powerless. I want to save them too, Krillin said, noticing that Gohan had been trembling with anger for a long time. On the scene, only one child remained. This Namekian child was so terrified that he lost all composure, with despair written all over his face. Too terrible. The elder and all of them were dead. Wah wah. The child hurriedly fled. But how could such a small child escape? Doreally directly landed in front of the child like a demon. Killing such a small thing is really boring, Doreally sneered, raising his fist. Die. Stop. Son Gohan could no longer contain himself, letting out a roar and soaring into the sky. Son Gohan's sudden appearance stunned everyone present, including Frisia. Idiot. That rash kid. Bulma exclaimed. He'll be killed like this. Don't worry, he won't die that easily. Luo Tian smiled. What? Who was talking just now? Doreally was stunned. Bang. Son Gohan descended from the sky and delivered a flying kick that slammed into Doreally's fat head. Doreally, caught off guard, crashed headfirst into the house behind him. Idiot. Krillin was anxious. You're too rash. Damn it. I can't just stand by and watch Goku's son die. Whooshed. Krillin, without the slightest hesitation, charged down directly. Doreally stood up at this time. Who are you? Doreally was furious with anger. You fat pig, I'm here to kill you. Son Gohan shouted. What did you say? Doreally chuckled lightly and was about to attack Son Gohan. Just then Krillin descended from the sky and kicked Doreally's head. Doreally collapsed again. Idiot. Run. Don't just stand here foolishly, Krillin said, grabbing the Namekian child in his arms and flying upward. Son Gohan also quickly escaped the scene. They're not Namekians. Frisia mused. As for them escaping, Frisia didn't care too much. They were just 3 little flies. Let them go. Doreally could handle it. These bastards. Doreally held his head and stood up. You damn people, you didn't fight honorably. You actually ambushed me. That's unacceptable. I won't forgive you. Doreally, hurry and chase them. What are you standing there for? No matter what, you must catch them. Frisia commanded. Why-ya-ya. Doreally rushed into the sky at high speed, chasing towards Krillin and the others. This is terrible. They don't seem to be able to handle that pink fatty, do they, eh? Bulma exclaimed. It's fine. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we can make a run for it, Luo Tian said with a smile. Is that so? Bulma glanced at Luo Tian. Why do you seem to know everything? Gohan, fly with all your strength. If we get caught, we're finished. Krillin called out to Son Gohan. Yes. Son Gohan nodded. Whooshed. However, Dodoria was even faster and before long had already caught up to them. No good, he's faster than us. He's almost catching up. Krillin gritted his teeth. I've already given it my all. How about we land and fight him? Son Gohan suggested. We are no match for him at all. Run. Krillin shouted. Fight him? Are you kidding? Can't you see how powerful this guy is? He'll crush us. Ha ha ha. You can't escape. Dodoria's voice echoed from behind. Krillin's eyes darted and suddenly an idea struck him. Gohan, take this kid. Krillin tossed the child to Son Gohan. Gohan, whatever you do, don't look at me. Your eyes will temporarily go blind. Understood. Got it. Son Gohan nodded vigorously. Solar flare. Krillin placed both hands against his cheeks. Instantly, a dazzling burst of light radiated outward from Krillin's bald head in all directions. Dodoria's pupils contracted sharply as his vision was blinded by white light. Ack! My eyes. Dodoria quickly covered his eyes. It worked. This technique really comes in handy. Krillin exclaimed, then called out. Hurry, Gohan, let's find somewhere to hide. The 3 of them immediately descended to the ground and found a concealed spot to hide. Well done. Krillin, you're actually quite clever. Bulma breathed a sigh of relief. We should be safe for now. Ah, if only you had followed up Solar Flare with a spirit sword, that guy would have been dead. Luo Tian smiled. Spirit sword? You mean that disc-shaped energy blast Krillin released? Bulma blinked in surprise. Yes. Luo Tian nodded. That does make sense, Bulma agreed, then added with a sigh, his solar flare was blinding, yet our projection was completely unaffected. That's great. Indeed. Even though the holographic image is incredibly close to reality, it still isn't reality itself, Luo Tian said, nodding. Above in the sky, Dodoria's vision gradually recovered. Darn it. You brat. Where did you run to? Dodoria scanned the area with his eyes searching for the three of them. I will never let you off. Get out here right now. Darn it. You jerk. This is so infuriating. I was humiliated by some little bald-headed kid. It's alright. He won't be able to find us because that old grandpa destroyed all their scouter devices. Krillin said with lingering fear, smiling slightly. If they still had scanners, he could have easily tracked us down. Darn it. Those little kids are too hard to find. It's driving me crazy. Dodoria's whole body trembled with rage. I'll flatten this entire area. Whoosh. Dodoria shot straight into the sky. Is he giving up? Son Gohan asked. But Krillin suddenly felt a bad premonition. No good. We need to leave here immediately, Krillin cried out. Boom. Right after Krillin and the others had just departed, Dodoria released a powerful energy blast from his hand, obliterating the entire area into a lake. Ha ha, you three idiots, this is what happens for messing with me, Dodoria laughed maniacally. Although Lord Frieza ordered me to bring them back alive, eliminating them is far better than letting them escape. Still, who exactly were those two guys? Forget it, I can't worry about that now. Anyway, they're already dead. Dodoria turned and walked away. Phew. We finally survived. Krillin breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. Son Gohan nodded. Let's head back to Bulma's place first, Krillin suggested, then asked the child beside him, can you fly? Yes. The child nodded, released Krillin's grip, and floated into the air. He hurriedly said, thank you for saving me. No need to be so polite. If you want to thank someone, thank Gohan. Without him, I never would have had the courage to rescue you. Krillin laughed heartily. The child. You're too honest. Uncle Krillin, don't say that. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to escape his pursuit. Son Gohan replied. Anyway, thank you both, the child said gratefully to Son Gohan. By the way, what's your name? Krillin asked. My name is Den, the child replied. Alright, let's not worry about that for now. Let's head back to Bulma and Luo Tian first. And then we'll discuss what to do next, Krillin suggested. Inside the room where Luo Tian was located. They're coming back. Bulma pondered. Though now that I think about it, bringing back this Namekian child might actually be quite helpful to us. Yeah, Luo Tian nodded. Luo Tian, can your projection switch to Frieza's perspective? Bulma asked. Or maybe switch to that fat guy's view. I sense that Vegeta is about to ambush him, Luo Tian smiled. What? Aren't they on the same side? Bulma asked in surprise. Of course not. When did I ever say they were allies? Luo Tian smiled. Alright then, I want to see Vegeta's fight. Bulma nodded. I wonder if that Vegeta can actually beat him. Let's watch and see. Luo Tian said, controlling the orb on the staff with his angelic power. Click. The crystal ball switched to another scene. It was precisely centered on Dodoria's location. At this moment, Dodoria was making his way back toward Frieza's position. Darn it, not having scanners is such a hassle. Dodoria sighed. At least this planet isn't very large. It's considerably smaller than the planets we've conquered before. Dodoria muttered to himself as he flew. Just then Vegeta suddenly dropped from the sky and kicked Dodoria with full force. Dodoria was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing straight into the lake. Soon after, Dodoria clumsily crawled out of the water. Who kicked me? Could it be those two brats again? Darn it. I won't forgive you. However, the moment Dodoria climbed ashore, he was stunned to discover Vegeta standing on the bank. Vegeta, you fiend. Striking when one's back is turned. You're despicable. Dodoria bellowed. Dodoria, it's been quite a while, hasn't it? Vegeta chuckled. Finally caught you alone. What do you intend? Dodoria's voice turned icy. To eliminate you, of course. Vegeta gave a light laugh. Scions are truly arrogant. Dodoria sneered. Hand over your scouter obediently, and perhaps I'll forgive your earlier insolence. I see. So that's why I suddenly couldn't receive your signals. I was wondering about that. Vegeta smiled. So your scouters have been destroyed. No wonder you had no idea I was closing in. What? You were eavesdropping on our conversation. Dodoria's tone turned cold. It'll take you several days to return to planet Frieza for new scouters, won't it? Vegeta said, removing the scouter from his face. He hadn't planned to bring it initially, but feeling it might prove useful, he had taken it along when he departed. Fortunately, I brought it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known Frieza's movements. You want this? Vegeta held the scouter and tossed it directly to the ground. Oh, you're being quite sensible, Vegeta. Dodoria was slightly surprised. Handing over the scouter will work in your favor. I'll put in a good word for you with Lord Frieza. Perhaps you won't die so soon. Idiot. With a cold laugh, Vegeta stomped on the scouter. Crack! The scouter was crushed to pieces on the spot. What? Dodoria was stunned. That Vegeta? What is he thinking? Why did he crush the scouter? Bulma asked in bewilderment. He has learned to sense energy. Luo Tian replied. What? So? He can sense Krillin and Gohan's energy now. Bulma asked in astonishment. Luo Tian nodded. This is terrible. We need to warn them as soon as possible. Bulma's face paled. Hey Vegeta, have you lost your mind? Even if you won't give it to me, you didn't have to destroy it. Dodoria shouted. I no longer need such a thing. Vegeta smiled lightly. What? Aren't you also planning to search for the Dragon Balls? Without a scouter, how will you know Lord Frisia's location and the positions of those Namekians? Dodoria asked. Idiot. When I was on Earth, I saw that the people there could sense an opponent's strength and location without a scouter. Vegeta laughed. The Scions who live on Earth possess this ability, so I can do it too. Dodoria was speechless. This bastard. If that were true, they'd be in serious trouble. Once you grasp the knack, it's easy to learn. Vegeta said with a smile. You and Frisia focus only on energy. That's far from enough. I used to be the same. You really called it Luo Tian. Bulma looked at Luo Tian in amazement. How often have I been wrong? Luo Tian chuckled. Bulma. On second thought, it seemed like quite a lot. You strike me as a prophet now. Bulma said with a smile. I see. The little one I was chasing earlier was an Earthling, wasn't he? Yeah. Dodoria suddenly realized. I didn't expect you to have allied with Earthlings. Earthlings? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. How could Earthlings come here? Stop talking nonsense. If there were any Earthlings, I'd eliminate them first. I don't care about any of that. Get out of here now if you want to live. Dodoria barked. I've decided to spare you. You should be grateful. Hehehe, what are you afraid of, Dodoria? Vegeta laughed lightly. Why haven't you attacked me yet? I get it. It must be because you witnessed my battle with Chui and know how formidable my power level is, right? So you're scared. You've already seen my numerical reading, haven't you? That number is inaccurate. The scouter must be malfunctioning. Don't you dare belittle me. Struck to the core, Dodoria flew into a rage. A massive surge of energy instantly gathered in his hands, and he unleashed a desperate barrage toward Vegeta's direction. Idiot, I'm behind you. Vegeta's voice sounded from behind Dodoria. Dodoria's expression changed, and he spun around, hurling a punch at Vegeta. Slap. Vegeta easily deflected Dodoria's attack, and sent him sprawling to the ground with a swift kick. Dodoria scrambled to his feet, wiped the blood from his mouth, and his face was etched with terror. Hehe, Dodoria, so this is all you've got? I thought you were something special. Vegeta sneered contemptuously. Bastard. Dodoria ground his teeth. By the way, what battle power reading did you get from your scouter? Vegeta asked with interest. 24,000. What are you implying? Dodoria didn't understand. Fool. That was only a fraction of my strength. Vegeta laughed. Now my power level has reached at least 50,000. What did you say? Dodoria's pupils contracted, his face a mask of disbelief. We Scions grow stronger with every battle. If my opponent is powerful, I become even more so. Vegeta smiled faintly. I nearly died on Earth. My strength has indeed increased considerably. Now do you understand what it means to be a warrior race? Hehehe, did you think I wouldn't notice? The planets you've assigned me to were all easily conquered. You've kept my power from advancing for over 20 years. Dodoria, this guy isn't stupid after all. I thought he was oblivious. I went to Earth on a whim just to see what would happen. Vegeta laughed. And it didn't disappoint. Impossible. Your power level can't be 50,000. 50,000. That's on par with the Ginyu Force. Dodoria shouted. Think whatever you like. Even if it were only 24,000, that's more than enough to destroy you. Vegeta chuckled, aiming his hand at Dodoria. Alright, I'm done wasting words. In your next life, try to be reborn as a decent person. Wait, Vegeta. If you let me go, I'll tell you a secret. Dodoria blurted out hastily. Oh. Vegeta chuckled. The secret of your Scion planet, Planet Vegeta, Dodoria said. Oh, are you trying to tell me that our planet Vegeta wasn't destroyed by a meteor impact? Vegeta asked with a smirk, but was destroyed by that bastard Frisia himself. Because he feared the birth of a Super Scion among us Scions. Am I right? Dodoria? How? How do you know? Dodoria felt utterly defeated. That kind of thing is easy to figure out. Vegeta said with a light laugh. Though our Scion technology is average across the universe, it's still relatively advanced. Just one meteor to destroy planet Vegeta? Did my father not know a meteor was coming? Dodoria, when did this guy get so smart? Thinking about how I've been used since childhood makes my blood boil. So you'd better die. Vegeta snorted coldly, and a surge of energy erupted from his hand, blasting Dodoria into oblivion. What a terrifying guy. Bulma's face paled. He kills without blinking. What if I told you that this guy will become a good person later? Luo Tian said with a smile. Bulma. Me? Believe you my foot. Could such a vicious villain ever become good? And that Galactic Emperor might also become a good person later, believe it or not. Luo Tian added. Bulma was speechless. Luotian, you sure know how to joke. Vegeta becoming good. Maybe there's a slim chance. But that guy Frieza. No way in hell. Dodoria is dead. The mighty Dodoria fell to me, Vegeta muttered to himself as he hovered in the air. Ha ha ha, I've become this strong. Even I'm amazed. The battle on Earth was worth it. Right, there's something I need to confirm. That Dodoria said some Earthlings came to Namek. I also sense two powerful energies heading swiftly in that direction. I doubt they're Earthlings. But they don't feel like Namekians either. Forget it, I'll go check it out. If they are Earthlings, I'll wipe them out first. Whoosh! Vegeta transformed into a golden streak of light, speeding toward Krillin and Son Gohan's location. Oh no, Vegeta is after Krillin and Gohan. They're in danger. Bulma cried out. Luotian quickly switched the view to Krillin and Gohan's perspective. Almost there. Bulma is in that cave ahead, Son Gohan pointed into the distance. You have a good memory. Krillin scratched his head. Those two idiots. They've led Vegeta right here. Bulma's face turned white with fear. What? Something's approaching. And it's fast. Krillin suddenly came to his senses and turned to look behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, Krillin grabbed Din and Gohan and dove down to the rocky ground below to hide. Uncle Krillin, he'll find us here. Son Gohan's face also changed color. Hold your breath. Don't speak, Krillin said. Now it's up to luck. Okay. Gohan complied. Was that the same fat guy? How does he know our location without a scouter? Krillin muttered. In the distance, Vegeta sped toward them, but when he sensed the key disappear, he stopped in midair. I sensed two energy signatures, but they vanished. What's going on? Vegeta was puzzled. Right over there. They suddenly disappeared. Gradually, Vegeta's figure loomed high above Krillin and the others. Uncle Krillin. It's him. Son Gohan's face changed. That bastard Vegeta. How did he know we were here? Krillin broke out in a cold sweat. I don't see him wearing a scouter. He's still searching. Son Gohan trembled all over. The three huddled at the foot of the mountain, shivering. High above. Vegeta surveyed the area carefully. Is my perception off? He muttered. My sensing ability isn't refined yet. Damn, I shouldn't have destroyed that scouter. Oh no. This guy can sense energy now. We're doomed. Krillin looked as if he'd lost all hope. What? Son Gohan's face turned pale. Even if we both suppress our ki Dend. Krillin glanced at Dend, wanting to throttle him. Dend. What do you mean? What can I do? Fine, I'll step out. I sense a faint ki. This time I'm sure. Vegeta continued talking to himself. Better go down and check. With that, he flew toward Krillin and the others. Oh no. He's coming. Krillin clutched Dend tightly. You near that rock over there, Vegeta said. Hey, they're over here, not there. Bulma shouted loudly. Oh dear, if you keep shouting like that, we're not far from him. He might hear us. Luotian covered his mouth and chuckled. Bulma. Bulma immediately shut up. What? We're already this close to him. Did he hear that? Roar. Just as Vegeta was about to reach Krillin and the others, a large fish leaped out of the lake with a strange cry. The sudden appearance of the fish startled Gohan and the others. Oh, Vegeta realized. So it's this creature. I thought I sensed a faint ki. Well, never mind. Of the remaining 2 Dragon Balls, even finding one will do. Then I'll hide that Dragon Ball and Frieza won't be able to gather all 7. After that, I'll figure out a way to steal the 5 he has. Ha ha ha, without a scouter, that guy is like a headless fly. Vegeta. My luck has turned. The next moment, Vegeta shot into the sky and swiftly left the scene. Phew. Krillin's son Gohan and Den collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. That was close. We almost got caught. I thought I wouldn't make it, Krillin said, still shaken. We should thank that big fish in the water, Son Gohan remarked. Whom should we eat it? Krillin mused thoughtfully. Son Gohan. Dend. Haha, just kidding, trying to lighten the mood. How could I possibly eat our savior? Krillin let out a hearty laugh. I knew Uncle Krillin wouldn't do that, Son Gohan nodded. Let's head back to Bulma's place first, Krillin suggested. We need to hold our breath as much as possible. We must not let that guy Vegeta discover us again. Yes. Son Gohan nodded. Actually, I feel we shouldn't have come to this planet at all. I have a bad feeling about this. Although doing so feels a bit unfair to the deceased Yamcha and the others. Krillin said solemnly, but we might not only fail to resurrect them, we could end up increasing the death toll. I feel like I'll die this time. How pitiful, I don't even have a girlfriend. Son Gohan. And if I die again, it would be like Chaos, technically dead twice. Krillin wiped sweat from his brow. So tragic. Don't worry, Uncle Krillin, you'll be fine, Son Gohan comforted. Alright, who can predict the future? Let's not worry about that now. Krillin tried to perk himself up. It's just ahead, that cave, Son Gohan called out to Dend. Inside the cave's chamber. They're back, Bulma said. About this projection. Shall we turn it off? Alright, Ryoten nodded and casually retrieved his staff. Hee, I wonder what expressions they'll make if they find out I already know everything. Bulma grinned widely. You made me retrieve my staff just to show off in front of them. Ryoten chuckled. Of course, Bulma nodded with a smile. At this moment, Krillin and the other 2 had already entered the cave. What surprised them was that the cave was indeed spacious enough. Soon the three of them spotted a house built from Capsule Corp technology. Creak. Bulma opened the door. You're finally back? Good thing nothing terrible happened, right? Bulma smiled. Nothing terrible. How did you know that, Miss Bulma? Krillin said wryly. Oh, is this little one the Namekian? Bulma pointed at Dend and smiled. You're Dend, right? Dend. Who is this person? How does she know my name? Krillin and Son Gohan both looked completely bewildered. This is incredible. When did Bulma gain such abilities? Let's go inside first, Bulma gestured. By the way, Goku is already on his way here in a space shuttle. He should arrive at Namek in about 6 days. Huh. Krillin and Son Gohan both froze. Then tears of joy streamed down their faces. This is great. Goku is coming. Bulma invited the three into the room and served them food to calm their nerves. Aren't you going to eat? Don't be shy, Krillin asked Dend. Don't force him. Most of the villagers have died, so it's natural for him to feel upset, Bulma said. That's true. Krillin nodded. We don't eat this kind of food. Water is enough for us, Dend replied. Wait, I noticed your village has farmland, didn't I? You grew lots of things that look like vegetables, Krillin responded. Those are saplings, Dend explained. Long ago, before the climate change, Namek was covered with these trees. It was a beautiful planet. Later the forests and the Namekians nearly went extinct. To restore Namek's beauty, we've been planting saplings. I see. Krillin understood. Namek has indeed suffered many disasters, all because you possess the Dragon Balls that can grant any wish, Ryo-ten lamented. You? Who exactly are you? Dend gritted his teeth and asked curiously. My. Krillin suddenly sensed something and turned to look behind him. Son Gohan sensed it too, his expression changing. He rushed out the door immediately. What's happening? What's wrong with them? Bulma looked bewildered. There's a village being massacred over there. The perpetrator is Vegeta, Ryo-ten pointed in a direction. What? Dend's face changed color, and he immediately rushed out as well. Let's go check it out too, Bulma said. Good idea, let's get some fresh air. Staying in here is stifling, Ryo-ten smiled. Damn it. The Namekians are being massacred again. Son Gohan gritted his teeth. The perpetrator's aura belongs to Vegeta, whom we're familiar with. He attacked a village this time, Krillin said grimly. Ryo-ten, do you really think this guy can turn good? Bulma seemed skeptical. Don't forget King Piccolo could destroy a city with a wave of his hand back then, Ryo-ten smiled. King Piccolo became good because he was reborn, Bulma said. Go ahead and say whatever you want, Ryo-ten didn't argue further. You'll see later. This is truly troublesome now. Vegeta has learned to sense others' locations, Krillin said through gritted teeth. It's too dangerous. Before Goku arrives, we cannot make any reckless moves. Although I still don't know what relationship Vegeta has with that Frieza fellow, both of them want to use the Dragon Balls to gain eternal life. If that actually happens, the entire universe is doomed, Krillin continued. Be more confident. Even if they gain eternal life, the universe won't be at their mercy, Ryo-ten sighed. When things truly become irreversible, Lord Zeno could wipe out our entire universe with a single gesture. Lord Zeno. Krillin and the others looked completely baffled. He is the deity who stands at the pinnacle of the universe, Ryo-ten smiled. In the future, if you need to pray for something, praying to Lord Zeno or the Grand Minister might actually be more effective. Grand Minister? Who's that? Krillin remained confused. You can understand it as the Grand Steward of all things in the universe, Ryo-ten replied. What nonsense is this? This isn't the time for that. Krillin slapped his forehead. Ryo-ten, you really can ramble on. You've completely derailed my train of thought. Why don't we hide one of the Dragon Balls? That way they'll never be able to gather them all, Bulma suggested. We can't do that. Sun Wukong shook his head. If we do, they'll lash out in fury and kill all the Namekians. Donnie was terrified. What should we do? Even if Wukong comes, he might not be able to defeat them. Kellen was pessimistic. At best, he can beat Vegeta. That Frieza is incredibly powerful. Hey, tell me about yourselves. Where did you come from? How do you know about the Dragon Balls? Donnie asked urgently. And please save our planet. All right. Kellen nodded. In short, Once Kellen started his in short, a good 10 minutes flew by. Still, Kellen had basically explained things clearly. We want to use the Dragon Balls to revive our fallen comrades. Kellen said. If we can make a wish here, the Earth's Dragon Balls can also bring back the dead, Bulma added. I see now, I understand. Donnie nodded. Please follow me. I'll take you to see our Great Elder. What? Great Elder? Bulma was taken aback. Who is the Great Elder? Kellen asked. He is the one who gave birth to all of us Namekians. Donnie explained. Perhaps due to the abnormal climate, only one person remained here. He revived the Namekian race. I am the Great Elder's 108th child. How can one person produce so many children? Bulma wiped her brow. Are you really a race without men and women? What are men and women? Donnie was puzzled. Luo Tian was right. What a boring race, Bulma muttered, speechless. Kellen. Was this the time for such talk? Thank goodness I'm not a Namekian, Bulma said, taking a deep breath and gazing affectionately at Luo Tian. Luo Tian pretended not to notice. Ahem. How can we find the Great Elder? Kellen asked. The villains who attacked our village have already found 4 Dragon Balls. Dandi said gravely. Later many people were killed in the direction you mentioned. That direction might be Vegeta's doing. Kellen nodded. Judging from the energy signatures, it seems no one survived. The entire village was slaughtered, Sun Wufan said through gritted teeth. So the Namekians on this planet are almost gone. Dandi lowered his head. Yes, if Vegeta found Dragon Balls in the villages he attacked, then we only have 1 left. Kellen nodded. Is the last Dragon Ball with the Great Elder? Yes, Dandi confirmed. This is bad. Frieza and his men no longer have scouters, but Vegeta can sense energy. If he finds the Great Elder, the 7th Dragon Ball, the last one, will be taken by him. Kellen said with concern. We must notify the Great Elder quickly. Dandi panicked. I understand. We really need to hurry. Take me there. Kellen nodded. Yes, whether it's Frieza or Vegeta, if they gain eternal life, the consequences would be disastrous. Sun Wufan agreed. You're worrying too much, Bulma sighed. Even if they gain eternal life, don't we still have the evil containment wave? We could seal them away and toss them somewhere no one can find, making them suffer in frustration. Kellen. Still, it wasn't a bad idea. But after thinking about it, Kellen realized it was fraught with difficulties. Because none of them knew how to perform the evil containment wave. What is the evil containment wave? Sun Wufan asked curiously. It was used long ago to seal Piccolo, Kellen explained. The old Piccolo, not your Uncle Piccolo. It's okay, Uncle Kellen. I know Uncle Piccolo used to be a bad guy, Sun Wufan said with a smile. Bulma, you're right. That's the best plan. Kellen nodded. If they really do gain eternal life, we'll have to find a way to use the evil containment wave. Unfortunately, Master Mateto didn't come to Namek, and using the wave consumes all one's energy, resulting in death. We're getting off track. I just mentioned it casually. You should go find the Great Elder now, Bulma urged. Kellen. All right, Dandi, and I will go see the Great Elder. The rest of you stay here. There's no point in too many people going. Kellen said quickly. Understood, Uncle Kellen. Be careful, Sun Wufan nodded. To avoid detection by Vegeta, we'll travel on foot. How long will it take? Kellen asked Dandi. On foot. Dandi's face twisted into a bitter smile. On foot it would take at least 30 days. 30 days. That won't do. We'll be too late, Kellen's face paled. No choice. We'll fly. If we sense Vegeta approaching, we'll hide immediately. I'll go. I have no energy fluctuations, so I won't be detected, Luo Tian suddenly spoke up. Kellen and Sun Wufan silently turned to look at him. After a moment's thought, they realized his plan was indeed good. Since Luo Tian had no energy signature, he was an excellent choice. Luo Tian, don't joke around. If you're discovered, it'll be trouble, Bulma said quickly. Don't worry. If they find me, it's their bad luck, not mine. Luo Tian laughed. Bulma. What kind of logic is that? But Luo Tian, can you fly? Kellen asked. I've seen you levitate, but never fly. Flying requires using energy. I can, Luo Tian smiled. Bulma, what do you think? Kellen turned to her. Sending Luo Tian to retrieve the Dragon Ball was extremely dangerous. This kind of matter at least required Bulma's consent. Luo Tian, are you sure you can do it? If not, let Kellen go. Bulma suggested. Don't worry, it'll be fine, Luo Tian smiled. Since you've decided, be careful. If you encounter danger, run away immediately. Bulma warned. Got it, Luo Tian nodded vigorously. Luo Tian, do your best. We're counting on you. Kellen said to him. Leave it to me, Luo Tian replied. Then Luo Tian, let's go. Dandi proposed. We need to hurry. Even at my full speed, it will take a long time to get there. All right. Luo Tian nodded. You lead the way and I'll follow. Let's go, Dandi said to Kellen and Sun Wufan. Immediately Dandi soared into the sky and flew off swiftly into the distance. I'm off. Luo Tian also rose into the air, waved to Buer Ma and the others, and then chased after Dandi. Soon the two vanished beyond the horizon. Buer Ma, Sun Wufan, Kellen. The three stared at each other in bewilderment. After a brief silence. Hey Buer Ma, I suddenly feel that Luo Tian seemed really excited about going to the Grand Elder. Kellen asked. I feel the same way. I thought it was just me. Buer Ma wiped her sweat. It must be because you've been too strict with him, Buer Ma. So Luo Tian would rather go to his death than stay with you. Kellen laughed. Bang! Buer Ma punched Kellen on the head, knocking him flat to the ground. Ouch, ouch. Kellen groaned in pain. You're so strong. I feel like you could even beat Frieza. Uncle Kellen, Buer Ma, I want to ask. When we were on the spaceship, where did Uncle Luo Tian actually go? Sun Wufan couldn't help asking. I think he fell asleep in the restroom, said Buer Ma. Sun Wufan. Kellen. They were both speechless. The spaceship had 2 restrooms. One was reserved for Buer Ma and Luo Tian, the other for Wufan and Kellen. Saying Luo Tian fell asleep in the restroom. Who would believe that? Do you sleep in a restroom for several days? Uncle Kellen, I always feel Uncle Luo Tian is very mysterious. Sun Wufan whispered. I feel the same way. I heard it was Uncle Luo Tian who took Wukong to train at Jia Wang's place. Kellen also lowered his voice. I think Buer Ma knows something, but she deliberately doesn't tell us. Huh. Uncle Kellen. Vegeta seems to have left that village. Sun Wukong suddenly sensed something and looked in the direction where Vegeta was. Yes. Kellen nodded. Boo-er-ma quickly checked the dragon radar. See if Vegeta took the Dragon Balls. Without wasting words, Boo-er-ma immediately took out the dragon radar and pressed the button on it. Kellen and Sun Wukong leaned in to look and quickly made a judgment. He didn't take the Dragon Balls. Why? Kellen was puzzled. Could it be that he didn't find them? Sun Wukong guessed. Vegeta went in that direction away from where the Dragon Balls are. Kellen pointed. Uncle Kellen, should we go find the Dragon Balls and hide them? Sun Wukong suggested. Good. Kellen agreed. If we can find this Dragon Ball, even if the Grand Elder's Dragon Ball is taken, we still have a chance. Sun Wukong grinned. Haha, great. Let's go, Kellen said eagerly. Hey, are you really going to leave me alone here? Boo-er-ma panicked. She really shouldn't have let Luo Tian go meet the Grand Elder. This was terrible. Boo-er-ma, I actually think this area is the safest. Kellen persuaded. Besides, we'll be back soon after finding the Dragon Balls. Don't worry, it won't take long. Alright, come back soon. Boo-er-ma nodded. We'll find the Dragon Balls aren't far. This time let's suppress our ki and run there. Kellen suggested. Yes. Sun Wukong agreed. In the starry sky, Sun Wukong's spaceship. Sun Wukong was still training hard. Sun Wukong. I just lay on the floor of the spaceship and automatically adapted to 20 times gravity. Ultra instinct is amazing, isn't it? Sun Wukong was astonished. Alright, let me try 30 times gravity. Sun Wukong stood up. Wukong, can you hear me? Suddenly a voice echoed in Sun Wukong's mind. He was momentarily stunned, but quickly realized what was happening. It's Jia Wang. Sun Wukong greeted with a smile. I am Jia Wang. Where are you now? Are you in space? Jia Wang asked with a smile. What are you doing in space? Oh, I remember. You're heading to Namek looking for the Dragon Balls, right? What? Jia Wang, you don't know anything. Sun Wukong scratched his head. Idiot, I have too many planets to monitor. I can't just focus on Earth or a tiny planet like Namek. Jia Wang said irritably. But Boo-er-ma told me Namek is quite big, Sun Wukong asked. Jia Wang wiped his sweat. Namek was bigger than Earth, but in the entire universe it wasn't a large planet. It wasn't even as big as Jupiter in your solar system. Something unexpected happened on Namek, so I need to go there immediately. Sun Wukong added. Unexpected? We'll talk about that later. I have some guests here. Jia Wang replied with a smile. Guests? What's going on? Sun Wukong asked. For people arrived, all of them familiar to you. Jia Wang smiled. Could it be? Sun Wukong suddenly realized. Really? They're all at Jia Wang's place. You're the only exception, alive and able to come to my place. Jia Wang laughed. Ha! Sun Wukong laughed too. Can we talk to Wukong? Yuping asked. Just put your hand on my shoulder. Jia Wang nodded. Wukong, can you hear us? Yuping said. After we died, we met Tianshan in the other world, and he told us how to get to Jia Wang's place. I heard you went to Bike's home planet Namek to find the Dragon Balls to bring us back to life. Yes. By the way, are the four of you Yuping, Tianjin, Fan, and Bike? Sun Wukong asked. Yes, Bike is here too. Yuping replied. Sun Wukong, I won't let you become strong alone. I will surpass you. Bike smiled. Then is the other one Tianshan? Sun Wukong asked. No, Tianshan is in another world. The other one is Jiaozi. Yuping replied. Jiaozi? Sun Wukong was surprised. Wasn't Jiaozi blown to pieces? Is he okay now? Yes, Tianshan specially crafted a body for him, so he could train here. Yuping replied. Sun Wukong nodded, saying, that's really great. We're not used to this place at all. Our legs feel like lead, making it hard to move. Lu Ping sighed. I know, I feel it deeply myself. Sun Wukong nodded slightly. I am now heading towards Namek, and I am also undergoing rigorous gravity training. In about 5 days I will arrive at Namek, and I must train well before that. Lu Ping was stunned and asked, what happened? You mentioned earlier that something unexpected occurred. Tell us quickly. King Kai also said, because I was seriously injured, Kellen, Boo-er-ma, Wufan, and Luo Tan all went to Namek to search for the Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong explained, however, that Sion, named Vegeta, also went to Namek, and his purpose is also to search for the Dragon Balls. King Kai was shocked. What? Were they all killed? Sun Wukong shook his head. No, it seems Vegeta hasn't discovered Kellen and the others yet. Sun Wukong shook his head. They wanted to return to Earth, but unfortunately the spaceship was destroyed again. Don't worry, it should be fine. Isn't Luo Tian there? King Kai said he is a galaxy god. Galaxy god? What does that mean? Everyone present was astounded. What galaxy god? Sun Wukong scratched his head and asked, this turn is too abrupt. King Kai, what are you talking about? King Kai laughed. Don't you understand? According to my guess, that person named Luo Tian should be a galaxy god. Lu Ping was stunned. What? Are you kidding? Luo Tian is a god. Tianjin Fan was silently pondering. Galaxy god? Jiaozi asked, Brother Tian, what is a galaxy god? Tianjin Fan shook his head. I want to know too. Hey, what is a galaxy god? Bix said to King Kai, can you speak more clearly? King Kai thought, you're so rude. You should address me as Lord King Kai. King Kai said, alright, it's actually not a secret. King Kai replied with a smile, just as Earth has its Earth God, there are gods with higher status than Earth's God, and that is the Galaxy God, abbreviated as Galaxy God. King Kai said the Galaxy God is responsible for managing the galaxy it belongs to. Sun Wukong and the others all fell silent. They finally understood Luo Tian's identity. Sun Wukong thought, so this guy is a god. King Kai added, by the way, the galaxy I mentioned is not the Milky Way where your Earth is located. King Kai further supplemented, galaxy generally refers to the star systems of the entire universe, and the Milky Way where your Earth is located is just one of them. King Kai said, as for which galaxy's galaxy god Luo Tian is, I am not sure. Lu Ping asked, so there are several galaxy gods in this universe? King Kai replied, probably not too many. After all, there are very few planets with life in many galaxies, so it's hard for a galaxy god to be born because the existence of such a god would be meaningless. King Kai replied, the existence of gods is closely related to humans. Sun Wukong scratched his head and smiled. I see no wonder Luo Tian could take me to you, King Kai. Tianjin Fan said to Lu Ping, Lu Ping, you were competing with a god for a woman. There's no need to feel down about losing. Lu Ping was speechless. What kind of talk is that? The words are correct, but why does it sound so awkward? Jiaozi added, yeah, Lu Ping, you still have us. Lu Ping wanted to cry. Are you women? Jiaozi said, if that doesn't work, isn't there poor? Can't he transform into anything? Lu Ping was trembling with anger. What are you saying? That's outrageous. By the way, Sun Wukong, what exactly was the unexpected thing you mentioned earlier? Vic, unable to understand the conversation between Lu Ping and the others, quickly asked Sun Wukong, is it just because Baijita went to Namek? Sun Wukong replied, yes, besides that there is another unbelievable thing. Sun Wukong said in a deep voice, some unidentified individuals are also searching for the Dragon Balls. Strangely, their attire is very similar to Baijita's, and one of them is far more powerful than Baijita, possibly 100 times stronger. Everyone present was greatly shocked. King Kai, sweating, quickly asked, by the way, is that person's name Felisa? Sun Wukong replied, I don't know that. I'll tell you immediately once I find out. King Kai said, let me take a look. He had a bad feeling. Then King Kai's antennae moved slightly as he looked towards Namek. Soon he saw Felisa appearing on Namek. King Kai exclaimed, it really is Felisa. Sun Wukong asked, what? King Kai, do you know him? King Kai said in a trembling voice, Wukong, this opponent is extremely powerful and is the most evil and wicked existence in this universe. King Kai said in a trembling voice, he is a very troublesome opponent, never engage him in battle. Sun Wukong was also stunned. What? Sun Wukong thought, is it that serious? King Kai's expression became serious. Listen, this is an order. Never approach that guy. When you arrive at Namek, immediately bring the 4 of them back. Sun Wukong was speechless. King Kai said in a deep voice, I am not just thinking about you alone, but for Earth, Namek, and all the planets in the universe. King Kai said in a deep voice, a half-hearted attack will completely enrage that guy and the consequences would be unimaginable. Never provoke him. Sun Wukong was eager to try. I want to try. Is there really such a powerful guy? King Kai shouted, idiot. Absolutely never approach him, do you understand? King Kai shouted loudly. Sun Wukong asked, but didn't you say Luo Tian is a galaxy god? Isn't even Luo Tian a match for him? King Kai said in annoyance, what is a galaxy god? I am a King Kai. My divine rank is above that of a galaxy god. King Kai continued, a galaxy god, although also a god, is nothing compared to the divine rank of a King Kai. So don't count on Luo Tian, this galaxy god. King Kai added, also I know you've been practicing some strange technique taught by Luo Tian. That might work against Baijita, but compared to Felisa, you will die a miserable death. Sun Wukong was speechless. While they were talking, Bic placed his hand on King Kai's shoulder. King Kai was startled. King Kai thought, you came to persuade Wukong. Great. Bic said, Sun Wukong, you must gather the 7 Dragon Balls to revive us. Bic said to Sun Wukong, we will definitely train hard here, become stronger than you, and then go to Namek to deal with that guy named Felisa. Stop talking nonsense. King Kai glared. You have no idea of Frisia's true power. I can't believe this. I thought you were here to persuade Son Goku. This is outrageous. We're running out of time. Please teach us to train. Piccolo said to King Kai, if you plan to fight Frisia, then I won't teach you. Let's make one thing clear first. Don't go to Namek. King Kai said, understood. Piccolo nodded. I'll never honor that silly agreement, of course. Really? Alright, I trust you. King Kai nodded. Tenshinhan clenched his fists, anticipation written all over his face. So Goku had been training under that Luo Tian fellow. But from King Kai's words, it seemed Luo Tian's rank as a galaxy god was actually lower than his own. That made sense. King Kai was after all the greatest deity in this universe. I must train hard here under King Kai. Though I cannot surpass Goku just yet, through my own efforts I will definitely defeat him. Yappan also nodded vigorously. Damn it. That Luo Tian fellow is actually a god. No wonder Bulma was always so drawn to him. Tenshinhan was right. Losing to a god doesn't seem so shameful after all. So that Luo Tian has been concealing his true strength this whole time. I wonder what his actual level was. If his divine rank was lower than King Kai's, he should be weaker than the king. But from what I can see now, he is still stronger than me, though he probably wasn't all that powerful. If he were truly strong, why hadn't he defeated Vegeta? This suggests his strength must be below Vegeta's. Or perhaps even below that Nappa fellow. Why hadn't he joined the battle? That was easy to understand. At this thought, Yappen's eyes suddenly lit up. What if I could surpass even a god? I will surpass Luo Tian. I'll prove it to Bulma that I am stronger than a deity. I suddenly felt so excited. Yappen's face was filled with endless anticipation. Kyogyo. I said nothing and simply listened in silence. After all, my chances of being revived were slim. Alright then, can you make me laugh with some dreadful jokes? King Kai asked. Only those who pass this test may train under me. Piccolo. I get the feeling you're deliberately making things difficult for me. Tenshinhan stayed silent as well. Doesn't matter. Even if I can't fight that Frieza fellow, I want to keep getting stronger. Son Goku's expression grew grave. But he had a feeling that Luo Tian's power was beyond description. He was certainly far more than just an ordinary galaxy god. Never mind. He'd leave Luo Tian's secrets alone for now and focus on himself. If Luo Tian chose not to intervene, there must be good reason. Besides, even if he was incredibly powerful, he couldn't rely on him for everything, could he? Next, he couldn't keep wasting any more time. He would skip straight to 50 times gravity and begin his training. Ultra Instinct was truly remarkable. He could adapt to 20 times gravity just lying on his back. Right, let me test whether his Kaioken still works. Son Goku immediately activated the Kaioken. Excellent. No issues at all. This was incredible. Then, target 50 times gravity. Son Goku adjusted the gravity button and was immediately crushed flat beneath the immense weight. He would continue absorbing the feel of the spaceship and the gravity within it. Meanwhile on Namek. Little Dend, you're flying too slowly. Hurry up. Luo Tian urged beside Dend. At this pace, won't it take 5 more hours to reach the Elder? Why yes. Dend wanted to cry. Don't call me Little Dend. Am I really that small? And this person feels so overwhelmingly powerful. I thought he was just passing through. Actually, Namek's environment has improved quite nicely. Luo Tian gazed at the vast landscape of Namek and couldn't help but remark. Not yet. The old Namek was more beautiful. Dend replied. Cherish your current life. I believe before long this planet will turn to cosmic dust. Luo Tian said. Dend, what did you say? Dend was utterly shocked. Oh, it seems we've been spotted by Vegeta. Luo Tian smiled faintly. Vegeta? The one who killed our village. Dend's face changed. I've seen him. Luo Tian nodded. Quick, let's hide. Dend hurriedly urged. Why hide? Wouldn't it be better to teach him a proper lesson while we have the chance? Luo Tian said with a smile. Dend, shouldn't I be the one hiding? If you're really worried, go find somewhere to hide first. Luo Tian said with a smile. Well, Dend grit his teeth. I'm not leaving. I'll stay. Maybe I can be of some help. Suit yourself. Luo Tian's smile deepened as he gazed into the distance. He's coming. Dend shivered. How can he be so confident? Can he actually defeat him? If he can't, we'll both be finished. Never mind. His life had been saved by them anyway. In a critical moment, he could even heal Luo Tian. Whoosh. Vegeta came speeding toward them. Soon Vegeta appeared directly across from Luo Tian. You? Vegeta paused in surprise. Luo Tian. I didn't expect you to come to Namek. Vegeta, long time no see. Luo Tian smiled. You did come to Namek after all. Vegeta's expression shifted slightly as he eyed Luo Tian warily. Does that mean Kakarot has arrived too? He's still on his way. Luo Tian smiled. You've allied with the Namekians? Vegeta said grimly. Despite his words, Vegeta's heart raced with dread. Damn it. This Luo Tian emitted no detectable energy whatsoever. He had only noticed the Namekian's aura and completely overlooked him. This was bad. He was probably no match for him, mainly because his tail had been severed. If he still had his tail after transforming into a great ape, his combat power would reach 500. He could crush Luo Tian effortlessly. He would need to go all out from the very beginning, otherwise he stood no chance. What? Vegeta, are you planning to attack me? Luo Tian smiled faintly. Dend fell silent. How confident can you be? Though he seemed to be trembling. Was he afraid of Luo Tian? Let me sort this out. I'm getting dizzy. Gohan and Krillin feared Vegeta. Vegeta feared Luo Tian. Yet Gohan and Krillin didn't fear Luo Tian at all. They actually believed Luo Tian would be killed by Vegeta. What on earth was going on? It made no sense whatsoever. Oh. Vegeta roared, surging his aura to its zenith as he hurtled toward Luo Tian at breakneck speed. Bang! Vegeta unleashed a devastating punch aimed at Luo Tian. Slap! Luo Tian extended a single finger, effortlessly deflecting Vegeta's assault. Is this all you've got, Vegeta? How utterly disappointing. Luo Tian smirked. Den, trembling, covered his eyes in terror. Yet upon hearing Luo Tian's voice, Den hastily peered through the gaps between his fingers. The sight left him utterly dumbfounded. What? Luo Tian had stopped Vegeta's attack with just one finger. Was he truly that formidable? What? Impossible. Vegeta gasped, recoiling in shock and retreating at lightning speed. Bang! Luo Tian flickered, instantly appearing behind Vegeta. In the next moment, Luo Tian struck Vegeta square on the back with his palm. Blood gushed from Vegeta's mouth as he lost consciousness. Whoosh! An instant later, Vegeta plummeted from the sky, crashing into the ground, completely unconscious. So fragile. What a pity. Luo Tian sighed. Den stood frozen in utter shock. This guy was truly that powerful. I had underestimated him. Slap. Luo Tian descended from the heavens, landing beside Vegeta, and planted his foot on the fallen Scion's face. Hey, wake up. This is no time for a nap. Luo Tian remarked. Den. Then Den saw Vegeta slowly stir back to consciousness. You bastard. Vegeta snapped awake, blazing with fury, ready to counterattack. Cursing is unbecoming. Luo Tian chuckled, his scepter materializing in his hand. With a single strike, he smashed it against Vegeta's mouth. Instantly, Vegeta's teeth shattered across the ground. Vegeta was stunned. How could he be so fragile? And where did that bizarre scepter come from? Vegeta, did you truly believe that growing a tail would grant you victory over me? Luo Tian asked with a sly smile. Vegeta remained silent, but his eyes tacitly admitted as much. Yes. If I transformed into a giant ape, would I still fear you? Never set me as your goal, for you shall only taste despair. Luo Tian smiled, an invisible energy surging from his scepter and striking Vegeta's back. Snap! Vegeta's tail suddenly burst forth from his trousers. There, I've returned your tail. I hope you'll strive harder. Luo Tian beamed, then cupped his chin thoughtfully. How did I roll you last time? Clockwise, wasn't it? Let's try counterclockwise this time. As he spoke, Luo Tian placed his foot on Vegeta's body and began rolling him counterclockwise. Vegeta felt an immense pressure weighing down on him, rendering him completely immobile. What utter humiliation! Den gaped in astonishment and horror. So brutal. This Luo Tian was incredibly powerful. Cooperate. Roll a few times, and I'll be on my way. Luo Tian barked at Vegeta. Vegeta, just you wait. I'll remember this. Once I become immortal, I'll make you pay. You'd better kill me now. Look at you still daring to glare at me. Luo Tian said, striking Vegeta's head with his scepter once more. Vegeta's head lolled to the side as he passed out. Whoosh! Luo Tian soared into the air, landing beside Den. Den was both awestruck and trembling with fear. So strong. All right, let's go. Luo Tian beckoned to Den. Luo Tian, please save our planet Namek. I know you can defeat Frieza. Den gathered his courage and pleaded. Don't worry, the Namekians won't be wiped out. Luo Tian replied with a smile. Really? Your words put me at ease. Den nodded. Then let me take you to the Grand Elder. Luo Tian nodded. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two flew swiftly toward the Grand Elder's location. By the way, Luo Tian, did that Vegeta die? Den couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Killing is not good. Luo Tian replied. Den chose to remain silent. You might as well have just killed him. Look at what you've done to him. Luo Tian, can we speed up? Den urged. Little Den, it's you who's too slow. Luo Tian laughed. Meanwhile, just as Luo Tian and Den left the scene, Frieza's henchman Zarbin was scouring Namek for villages. Damn. Without a scouter, searching is such a hassle. Zarbin surveyed the area. Suddenly, he spotted signs of a struggle below. There was a crater in that area. Huh, is that Vegeta? Am I seeing things? It really is that Vegeta? He seemed unconscious. What happened? Let's check it out. Slap. Zarbin descended from the sky, landing beside Vegeta. He's badly injured. Who did this? Zarbin mused, stroking his chin. With that, he stepped on Vegeta's face. Hey Vegeta, wake up. Zarbin pressed harder. Vegeta slowly regained consciousness. Wah wah wah. Upon seeing Zarbin, Vegeta babbled incoherently. Poor thing, your teeth are all knocked out. You can't even speak clearly. Zarbin chuckled. Who beat the proud Scion warrior to such a state? Could it be Dodoria? Strange that he hasn't reported back to Lord Frieza. Abba Abba. With all his teeth gone and his tongue stiff, Vegeta could barely articulate. Never mind. I'll take you to Lord Frieza first. Zarbin decided to bring Vegeta to Frieza. After all, Vegeta's injuries were severe, he might die if left untreated. Besides, with no teeth, he couldn't speak. Zarbin couldn't extract any useful information. Better to let Lord Frieza decide. Whoosh! Zarbin grabbed Vegeta by his battle suit and shot into the sky like a streak of light, speeding toward Frieza's location. At Frieza's spaceship, Frieza stood alone nearby, silent. Inside the ship lay 5 Dragon Balls. Frieza even mused that he had brought too few subordinates this time. Without the scouter moving around was quite inconvenient. Frieza-sama, I have returned. Saibwa descended from the sky and casually tossed Vegeta onto the ground. Oh, is this Vegeta? Frieza glanced somewhat surprised at the unconscious Vegeta. Yes, Frieza-sama. I went out to scout, but could not find the village. However, I accidentally discovered Vegeta in a deep coma. He was on the verge of death, so I brought him back for your judgment, Frieza-sama. Saiba hastily replied. Who injured him? Was it Dodoria? Frieza asked. I am not sure. I searched the scene, but found no trace of Dodoria. Saiba answered. Moreover, the signs of combat at the scene were quite light, as if he had not engaged in any fierce battle. It was as though Vegeta had been instantly defeated by his opponent. Of course, it was also possible that Vegeta had fought to the very end, escaped from the original location, flew to where he was found, and then fell into a coma due to his severe injuries. Did he not say who attacked him? Frieza asked. No, all his teeth were knocked out, and his tongue seemed injured as well. He could barely speak. Saiba said, I suppose it must have been Dodoria. But Dodoria is likely in dire straits himself. Perhaps he dealt Vegeta a fatal blow in a desperate last stand. Why not let him simply die? Frieza said with a faint smile. Frieza-sama. At that moment, a fish-faced subordinate came speeding in from outside. Frieza-sama, I found the village, the fish-headed subordinate hastily reported. But the village has already been destroyed. What? Could it be that wretched Vegeta? Frieza paused, his expression darkening slightly. But he did not take the Dragon Ball. Disaster. He may have hidden it somewhere. Saibo exclaimed urgently. Immediately treat Vegeta. I must question him about where he concealed the Dragon Ball. Frieza commanded Saibo. Yes. Saibo quickly responded. Apollo, contact planet Frieza at once, and summon the Ginyu Force here, and bring detectors along as well. Frieza ordered the fish-headed subordinate. They should arrive in about 5 days, correct? Yes. The fish-headed subordinate nodded eagerly. Frieza-sama, why must we deploy the Ginyu Force? Saibo asked in confusion. I have a terrible premonition, Frieza said sternly. What kind of premonition? Saibo asked. I have been contemplating this matter. It feels as though a powerful scion is growing stronger, and he will become our enemy. Frieza narrowed his eyes. At first I suspected Vegeta, but now I see it is not him. There is a great possibility that it is the one who injured Vegeta. What? Was it not Dodoria who injured Vegeta? Saibo stared in shock. No one can be certain at this point. We shall have to wait until he regains consciousness and interrogate him properly, Frieza said. Aside from Vegeta, only one scion and his child remain on Earth. Their battle powers are far inferior to Vegeta's, Saibo pondered. What? Do you think my premonition is flawed? Frieza shot Saibo a cold glance. If you do not hasten to treat this fellow, and he dies. You well know the consequences, do you not? Yes. Startled, Saibo quickly gathered Vegeta and rushed into the spaceship. He immediately shoved Vegeta into the healing machine and began treatment. Phew. Damn Vegeta, you should thank me for saving your life, Saibo breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the bastard was still alive. His vitality was remarkably tenacious. But who had really inflicted such grave injuries upon him? Was it truly Dodoria, or someone else entirely? Meanwhile, Son Gohan and Krillin finally located the Dragon Ball hidden by Vegeta in the waters of that village, guided by the Dragon Radar. That bastard. How cruel. He slaughtered all the Namekians in the village. Krillin gritted his teeth. Yes, that villain. Son Gohan nodded. He will surely face retribution someday. But thankfully we have at last found one Dragon Ball. Krillin said excitedly. If we hide this Dragon Ball, Frieza and Vegeta will be unable to fulfill their wishes for at least a short while. Yes, Uncle Krillin. Gohan replied. Strange. Gohan, have you sensed it? Vegeta's presence seems to have suddenly vanished. Extremely faint, and it appears to be mingled with Frieza's aura. Krillin scratched his head and gazed into the distance. Uncle Krillin, I noticed that too, Gohan said, nodding. If Vegeta and Frieza come looking for us, it would be disastrous. They can sense Grand Elder's presence as well. Krillin clenched his teeth. I can sense it. 2 extremely faint auras at a tremendous distance. Den's aura is also moving in that direction. That must be where the Grand Elder is located. Uncle Krillin, Vegeta, and Frieza are not moving at all. I wonder what their purpose is, Gohan scratched his head, puzzled. Perhaps Vegeta is severely injured, which is why his aura is so weak. Who injured him? Krillin mused. Regardless, the 2 of them teaming up is definitely not a good sign. Listen, although that location is extremely distant, I should be able to catch up with Luotian and Den if I fly at full speed. At least 3 of us can look out for one another. Uncle Krillin, I'm coming too. Gohan said. Gohan, first hide your presence and return with the Dragon Ball. With this one we have at least some assurance. I will fly at top speed to draw their attention away. If the situation looks unfavorable, I will veer off in another direction and find a place to hide. Krillin suddenly had a plan. If they do not pursue me, I will rendezvous with Luotian and the others, retrieve the Dragon Ball from the Grand Elder, and then we will have 2 Dragon Balls. Alright, Uncle Krillin, please be careful. Gohan nodded solemnly. Let us split up. Krillin raised his fist toward Gohan. Whoosh! The next moment Krillin shot into the sky, transforming into a golden flame as he sped toward the Grand Elder's location. Saibo hastily replied. Who injured him? Was it Dodoria? Frieza asked. I am not sure. I searched the scene, but found no trace of Dodoria. Saibwa answered. Moreover, the signs of combat at the scene were quite light, as if he had not engaged in any fierce battle. It was as though Vegeta had been instantly defeated by his opponent. Of course, it was also possible that Vegeta had fought to the very end, escaped from the original location, flew to where he was found, and then fell into a coma due to his severe injuries. Did he not say who attacked him? Frieza asked. No, all his teeth were knocked out, and his tongue seemed injured as well. He could barely speak, Saibwa said. I suppose it must have been Dodoria. But Dodoria is likely in dire straits himself. Perhaps he dealt Vegeta a fatal blow in a desperate last stand. Why not let him simply die? Frieza said with a faint smile. Frieza-sama. At that moment, a fish-faced subordinate came speeding in from outside. Frieza-sama, I found the village, the fish-headed subordinate hastily reported. But the village has already been destroyed. What? Could it be that wretched Vegeta? Frieza paused, his expression darkening slightly. But he did not take the Dragon Ball. Disaster. He may have hidden it somewhere. Saibwa exclaimed urgently. Immediately treat Vegeta. I must question him about where he concealed the Dragon Ball. Frieza commanded Saibwa. Yes. Saibwa quickly responded. Apollo, contact planet Frieza at once, and summon the Jinyu F. At this moment, Luo Tian and Dondi appeared on the high mountain where the Grand Elder's dwelling stood. Luo Tian, the Grand Elder, lives inside that house, Dondi said hastily. No sooner had the words fallen than a Namekian stepped out from the chamber. Nail, wonderful. You're safe, Dondi exclaimed with emotion. You've come at the right time, Dondi. The Grand Elder already knows what happened. Dondi nodded and cast a glance at Luo Tian. The Grand Elder is truly prescient, Dondi remarked. Since he knows the situation, why not leave this place? The Grand Elder is advanced in age and his lifespan is nearing its end, so he must remain here under my guardianship, Nail replied, turning to Luo Tian. This friend, the Grand Elder, requests your presence. Please follow me. Very well. Luo Tian nodded slightly. Subsequently, the three of them entered the Grand Elder's chamber together. Welcome. You are an Earthling, are you not? First, allow me to express my gratitude to your companion for saving my child Dondi. After speaking these words, the Grand Elder suddenly paused, a faint change in his expression. No, you should not be an Earthling. You are a god, are you not? What? A god? Dondi was stunned. Hehe, you've seen through me, Luo Tian said with a slight smile. The Grand Elder of the Namekians is indeed no ordinary being. Are you the Galaxy God? The Grand Elder inquired. Luo Tian. That must be it, the Grand Elder sighed in awe. Luo Tian was speechless. What did he mean by that must be it? He certainly sounded confident. As for the Galaxy God, Luo Tian, being an angel, naturally knew about such matters. The Galaxy God was a deity born from a galaxy. Forgive my rudeness, I cannot offer you a proper greeting, the Grand Elder said apologetically to Luo Tian. No matter, I am quite easygoing, Luo Tian replied with a smile. Dondi. No wonder he was so powerful. He was the Galaxy God. A god governing an entire galaxy. Strangely, Krillin and Gohan seemed unaware of his true identity. Well, I'd better not pry. Our Namekian people face imminent catastrophe. Ooh, I should focus on our own affairs. Those villains have slaughtered all my children. What a tragedy. The Grand Elder sighed. They even seek to seize the Dragon Balls I created. Lord Galaxy God, you must know that the Dragon Balls are the symbol of Namekian wisdom and power, our hope. Indeed, Luo Tian nodded. So entrust the Dragon Balls to us. Ew, I have a use for them. I also beseech you, Grand Elder, Dondi interjected. If their wish can be fulfilled, Dragon Balls will appear on Earth as well. What? There are Dragon Balls on Earth too. And a Namekian resides there. The Grand Elder was taken aback. Yes, he is likely a child of Katats, Luo Tian replied. As expected of Lord Galaxy God. You know everything, the Grand Elder chuckled. Katats' child was indeed a genius at creating Dragon Balls. But from Dandy's words, it seems he has passed away. Was it a peaceful death, or was he slain? He was killed by a scion, Luo Tian answered. A scion. They truly live up to their reputation. Able to defeat the Dragon Clan's prodigy, the Grand Elder remarked. Was that scion a super scion? No, that scion was a super scion god, Luo Tian replied, suppressing a laugh. The Grand Elder was silent. Then it's not unjust, he did not die in vain. After a long pause he sighed. I never imagined that in this universe a super scion god had already emerged. I was joking, Luo Tian said. The Grand Elder nearly rose from his seat. At a time like this, could he not make such jokes? Nail wiped his brow. Dondi too bowed his head with a dry laugh. Just a joke to lighten the mood, Luo Tian said with a smile. In simple terms, that Namekian wishing to become Earth's guardian split himself into two beings. You're probably going to tell me that if they could fuse into one, they would surely defeat that scion, right? Haha, Lord Galaxy King already knows, the Grand Elder gave a dry laugh. Then I have nothing more to say. Since Lord Galaxy King himself has come forward, I shall gift this Dragon Ball to you. Luo Tian nodded. The Grand Elder then retrieved the Dragon Ball from behind his seat and handed it to Luo Tian. Dondi, hold on to this for me, Luo Tian said. Dondi, You have hands yourself, why ask me to carry it? The problem is I have no intention of going back with you. Krillin will be here soon. Give the Dragon Ball to him. When he arrives, Luo Tian told Dondi. Krillin is coming. Dondi was taken aback. Yes, Luo Tian nodded. Estimated arrival in about 5 minutes. I regret to say that your wish may not be fulfilled, the Grand Elder sighed. My life will end in a few days. Can you retrieve the remaining Dragon Balls from those terrible beings within that time? I'm afraid it will be difficult even for you, the Galaxy God. And once I die, the Dragon Balls will vanish as well. Rest assured with me here their wish will be realized, Luo Tian said with a gentle smile. Let us wait about 5 minutes. The Grand Elder was speechless. This Lord Galaxy King was exceedingly confident. But could even his confidence prevail against the cosmic tyrant Frieza? 5 minutes passed quickly. Someone is approaching. It must be the Earthling Krillin that Lord Galaxy King mentioned, the Grand Elder said. Nail, go and receive him. Yes, Grand Elder, Nail replied. I'll go too, Dondi added. The two of them left the Grand Elder's chamber. Now only Luo Tian and the Grand Elder remained in the room. If my guess is not mistaken, you are not the Galaxy God. Your divine rank seems even higher. Could you be? The Grand Elder said to Luo Tian. What could it be? Luo Tian asked with a smile. Could you be an apprentice Kai? The Grand Elder inquired. Guess again, Luo Tian replied with a slight smile. The Grand Elder was silent. Could it be that you are an apprentice Supreme Kai? The Grand Elder's eyes widened, his face etched with astonishment. Well, for your level of knowledge, guessing this far is quite an achievement, Luo Tian said with a smile. Even if I told you my true identity, you probably wouldn't understand. I can only tell you this: my divine rank is far above that of the Supreme Kai. The Elder's eyes widened in astonishment. A rank even higher than the God of Worlds. Who exactly was this person? In his understanding, the God of Worlds was already the greatest deity in this universe. What kind of god could he possibly be? Have Kiln come over in a moment. Guide out his latent potential, Luo Tian said to the Elder. Very well, no problem, Lord Luo. The Elder responded readily. Luo Tian. Lord Luo. In my dictionary that title sounds like it belongs to a woman. Do not call me Lord Luo. Just call me Luo Tian, he said somewhat irritably. The Elder wore a look of bewilderment. What did I say? Why is he getting upset? The Elder had intended to ask something else, but upon seeing Luo Tian's displeasure, he did not know how to proceed. You wish to ask whether the Namekians can survive this calamity, is that so? Luo Tian had already read the Elder's thoughts. Yes, could you tell me? The Elder nodded gently. Rest assured the Namekians will survive. With your word I am relieved. The Elder breathed a slight sigh of relief. That settles it for me. But do not rejoice too soon. In about 20 years Namek will face another crisis. By then only 1 or 2 Namekians may remain, Luo Tian added. The Elder was greatly alarmed, nearly fainting on the spot. Do not worry too much. The crisis 20 years from now will also be resolved. After all, any Namekian who perishes can be resurrected through the Dragon Balls, Luo Tian continued. The Elder. Could you please say everything at once? You nearly gave me a heart attack. I am old enough and this sort of fright is hardly appropriate. I feel as though you have given me heart disease just from being frightened. The Elder chose not to speak further. I get the feeling you have a talent for killing any conversation. Outside you really came, Den said warmly, grasping Krillin's hand. You knew I was coming. Krillin paused, then spotted the Dragon Ball in Den's hands, and a look of delight spread across his face. Wonderful, there really is a Dragon Ball here after all. The Elder asked me to give this to you. Den handed the Dragon Ball to Krillin. Thank you so much. Krillin hurried to express his gratitude, then glanced at Nail beside Den. Who is this? He looks remarkably like Piccolo. Nail remained silent. Earthling, the Elder requests your presence. Please come with me. Nail invited. The Elder. Very well. Since I am here, I would like to pay my respects. Krillin nodded and followed Nail toward the room, then asked, by the way, where is Luo Tian? Is he all right? Den did not wish to speak. How could you not know how powerful Luo Tian is? Well, it seems you truly do not know. How pitiable that you should worry about Luo Tian. Do you have any idea that Luo Tian nearly beat that arrogant Vegeta to death? No way, Den. What expression is that? Luo Tian is not in danger, is he? Krillin felt a chill seize his heart. This is terrible. If Luo Tian dies, Bulma will never forgive me. He is fine. Luo Tian is perfectly well. Den quickly assured him. That is a relief, that is a relief. Your silence startled me. Krillin breathed a sigh of relief. Den, you should worry more about yourself. Luo Tian's power is beyond your comprehension. Nail remained silent as well. This Earthling actually has no idea that Luo Tian is a god of the galaxy. Very well, I will stay out of it. This is a matter between Earthlings. I only need to take care of the Elder. Krillin entered the Elder's room, and seeing Luo Tian unharmed finally set his mind at ease. Luo Tian, I am glad to see you are all right. Krillin waved at Luo Tian. The Elder. Den. Nail. A mere human worrying about the safety of a god. Is this the Elder? How imposing. Krillin exclaimed. The Elder was speechless. Is that any way to describe someone? Thank you, Elder. I will protect this Dragon Ball with my life. Krillin said to the elder. I entrust it to you. I am unable to move. The elder nodded slightly. If that Frieza arrives here, even Nail cannot defeat him. However, you are an Earthling and possess considerable combat power. It is merely a pity that your full strength remains unrealized. What do you mean? Krillin paused. I need to awaken the power lying dormant within you. The elder said. Dormant power? Does such a thing truly exist? I have trained relentlessly, and I feel I have already pushed beyond my limits. Krillin grinned. Please come here. The elder said. Krillin stepped forward. The elder placed his hand upon Krillin's head. I am reminded of a marbles game I played long ago. So many years have passed, yet the memory remains vivid. The elder sighed. Krillin. Elder. You are the elder of Namek. Do you have any sense of dignity? Krillin wanted to cry. Swish. An invisible power emerged from the elder's hand and enveloped Krillin's body. Instantly, a pale blue radiance shimmered around Krillin, and his power surged dramatically. Wow. My energy. This is incredible. Krillin cried out in both shock and delight. I feel my strength has increased enormously. This is fantastic. The elder maintained a calm expression. Thank you, elder. Krillin hurried to thank him. By the way, can you awaken a child's latent energy as well? As long as it is latent energy, I can guide it forth. The elder replied. Then, may I bring my companion over? There must be tremendous energy hidden within him. Very well, bring him along. The elder nodded without objection. Luo Tian Gohan's body surely harbors extraordinary energy. If it can be guided forth, it will undoubtedly be of great help. Indeed. Luo Tian smiled slightly. Then I will take the Dragon Ball back to find Gohan first. What about you? Will you come back with me? No need. I wish to act alone. Luo Tian shook his head. Krillin. Do not joke. You want to act alone. That will not do. If Miss Bulma finds out, she will worry. Krillin hastened to dissuade him. You would not tell her. Luo Tian smiled. Krillin did not know what to say. Well, since I have nothing to do anyway, you can go pick up Gohan and come back immediately. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll stay here and wait for you, then we'll go back together. Luo Tian suggested. That's a good idea. This place is relatively safe for now. Klin rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Before setting off, Klin mentioned that he had sensed Frieza and Vegeta being together. I've already released my aura, but they haven't made a move yet. So I'm thinking it's very possible that Vegeta is injured. Klin speculated. Or maybe Vegeta was captured by Frieza's men. Dent. Vegeta had been beaten to the point of being unable to care for himself by Luo Tian. Your guess does make some sense. You wait here, I'll go get Gohan right away, Klin said. Be careful, Dent said. Klin nodded. Whoosh. Klin picked up the one-star Dragon Ball and turned into a golden streak of light, flying rapidly toward where Bulma was. Haha, amazing. I never thought I'd have this much energy. Klin said happily. With this I can bring Gohan back in no time. Frieza's spaceship. Vegeta sat in the healing pod, still recovering. How's it going? How much longer until he regains consciousness? Asked Zarbin. He's in bad shape. It'll take at least 30 minutes for him to be fully conscious, replied the fish-headed lackey. I'll go report to Lord Frieza, Zarbin said. Yes, the fish-headed lackey saluted. Zarbin quickly left. Only the fish-headed lackey remained silently observing Vegeta inside the healing pod. Tisk, the famous Vegeta kneeling before Lord Frieza and confessing the location of the Dragon Balls. The fish-headed lackey chuckled. Slap. But just as he finished laughing, he was startled to see Vegeta's eyes suddenly snap open inside the pod. What? The fish-headed lackey had a bad feeling. Boom. A burst of light flared from Vegeta's hand, unleashing a powerful energy ball that struck the fish-headed lackey. The fish-headed lackey was instantly blasted to smithereens. Haha, you didn't expect me to recover so soon, did you? Vegeta laughed heartily. Zarbin, who was reporting to Frieza, immediately scanned the interior of the spaceship. Both Frieza and Zarbin were startled. Vegeta? Could it be? Zarbin's face turned pale. The two of them rushed into the spaceship. But when they looked, Vegeta had already vanished without a trace. Damn, he got away. Zarbin was both shocked and furious. Quick, go after him. You must catch that bastard. Frieza roared. Vegeta was hiding behind a wall not far away, a smirk on his face. Those idiots, I'm still inside the spaceship. I'll find the Dragon Balls first. Ha ha, Frieza, you thought you could interrogate me. Wait until you see the Dragon Balls are gone. You'll be dumbfounded, won't you? Vegeta easily found the 5 Dragon Balls lying on the floor inside the spaceship. They were placed in a rather conspicuous spot, making them easy to locate. In the sky, Zarbin scanned left, right, front, and back, searching for any trace of Vegeta. Where the hell is that bastard hiding? Zarbin growled through gritted teeth. How infuriating. He must be hiding somewhere. He couldn't have gone far in such a short time. Zarbin, still no sign. Frieza's face twisted with rage. If you let him waltz out of here, you'll be held fully responsible, and I'll have you executed. Zarbin shuddered. Damn, Vegeta. I'll never forgive you. That fool is still searching outside. Vegeta mused from inside the spaceship, watching Zarbin through the window. Then Vegeta glanced at the 5 Dragon Balls lying on the floor. There are 5 Dragon Balls here. They not only healed my injuries, but also gave me all the Dragon Balls, Vegeta said with a grin. But I can't carry all 5 at once. I didn't expect them to be this big. Alright, first I'll try to lure Zarbin in the opposite direction. Hey, you're all fooled. I'm still inside the spaceship. Vegeta suddenly shouted from within the ship. What? Frieza was shocked. That bastard. Zarbin realized too late. Boom. Vegeta unleashed a powerful energy blast, blowing a hole in the ship. Then he casually tossed out another energy sphere. The sphere pierced through the spaceship, leaving a hole. The next moment Vegeta began throwing the Dragon Balls on the ground one by one far away. Where's Vegeta? Zarbin had already rushed inside the ship. Damn, could it be? He's trying to steal my Dragon Balls. Frieza suddenly realized. The two of them quickly rushed to where the Dragon Balls had been stored. As expected, the 5 Dragon Balls were gone. The bastard. Zarbin felt his mind go blank. He immediately shot into the sky, scanning for any sign of Vegeta with his eyes. But how could Zarbin possibly find Vegeta by sight alone? Lord Frieza, could Vegeta still be inside the spaceship? Zarbin asked hastily. Search. Frieza ordered. Vegeta was hiding behind a large mountain, watching with a grin as Zarbin dashed about in the sky. Poor guy can't sense energy, how tragic. I need to get out of here now. If I flee through the air, I'll probably be spotted. I'll swim underwater. Swim across to the other side. Vegeta submerged into the lake. What a waste. We let Vegeta escape and lost the Dragon Balls. Frieza fumed, his lips trembling. He couldn't have taken all 5 Dragon Balls and vanished in an instant. I'll search the spaceship. Thoroughly search the outside. Listen to me, if you don't bring Vegeta back within an hour, I'll have your head. Yes, sir. Zarbin was trembling with fear. By now Vegeta had already swum ashore and successfully found the 5 Dragon Balls he had thrown. Vegeta carried the Dragon Balls and stashed them in a corner. Hehe, these 5 plus the one I sank in the water leaves just one more to complete the set of 7. That bastard Luotian. He's stronger than I thought. But strangely, after this treatment, my tail has grown back. Great. If I become a giant ape, I won't have to fear that guy anymore. And after this healing, I feel my power has increased dramatically. Haha, Super Saiyan is waving at me. Wahaha. Luotian, you're amazing. You didn't see that coming, did you? You injured me, yet you gave me such a huge gift. But now is not the time to take revenge on Luotian. Once I gather all the Dragon Balls and make my wish, then I'll deal with Luotian and Kakarot properly. My. Vegeta muttered to himself, then suddenly sensed a powerful aura rising nearby. Is that Zarbin? Has he found me this quickly? No, his power level is lower than Zarbin's. Vegeta looked up into the sky, and then in one glance he spotted Klin, who was beaming with pride, and the Dragon Ball in Klin's hand.